That day, I truly felt the mockery of fate. When the Su Wang mansion finally welcomed back the so-called biological prince, I was ruthlessly expelled from the house by my 7 sisters. 17 years of companionship was not as good as that blood connection. The funny thing is that I did not refute it. Because I knew that this so-called Su Wang prince would bring unprecedented disaster to the Su Wang mansion. He is a pervert. He is so dark and horrible that he can even kill his own sisters. And I did not stop him. Perhaps, in this relationship, I am really not as important as a dog in their hearts. However, today, I finally understand that the rise and fall of the Su Wang mansion has nothing to do with me, Suku. The life and death of my 7 sisters has nothing to do with me from now on. Now, I only want to protect the woman I love the most, drink the strongest wine, practice the strongest skills, and live the most open life. As for you, 7 sisters, go and regret it. That day, I finally returned to the year I was expelled from the palace, back to the age of 17. Seeing 7 familiar figures, those past events seemed to be just yesterday. I looked at Su Wudao, the so-called biological prince, who was sitting in the center, and I couldn't suppress my anger. What they took back was not the so-called younger brother, but a born bad seed, a complete psychopath. In my last life, he pushed the woman I loved the most into a desperate situation and made her commit suicide. He even wantonly raped my 7 sisters, locked them up in the so-called gun tower, and made them his playthings. Even so, he still joined the sect, became a martial arts disciple, and even became one of the 10 great martial arts saints on the continent. I hate him for destroying everything I love, and I hate the 7 sisters I once respected the most, who watched all this but remained indifferent. Now that I'm reborn, all regrets can be made up, and all tragedies can be prevented. But when I tried to leave, my 7th sister Sutyani suddenly called me. I couldn't help but wonder, they didn't do this in their previous lives. Why did she suddenly change her mind? I guessed that she heard my voice. But even so, she still couldn't believe that her kind and well-behaved brother would be a pervert. I sneered. The future was already determined. What could she change? In the end, I left Prince Su's mansion, carrying with me resentment for the past, and determined not to have anything to do with them anymore. 7th sister, you can go ahead and check it out, but no matter how much you doubt it, you can't change Su Wudao's nature. As for me, from now on, Prince Su's mansion has nothing to do with me. In this life, I only want to protect Lu Ruobing, the woman who once haunted my dreams. Goodbye, Prince Su's mansion, goodbye, my former home. The Lu family is a famous family in the imperial capital. It is also one of the vassal families of Prince Su's mansion. Suku arrived at the gate of Lu mansion with a nervous mood. Although it was not as luxurious as the Prince Su's mansion, it also occupied a prosperous area in the imperial capital. Looking at the 2 words Lu mansion written in graceful strokes, Suku's thin figure was now shrouded in memories. In his previous life, the time he spent in the Lu mansion was considered the most relaxing time of his life. No need to be so cautious. No need to look at anyone's face. The Lu family treated him very well and regarded him as their own son. Although he was a son-in-law, he and Lu Ruobing fell in love after marriage, and their life was simple but sweet. If it weren't for Su Wudao, he could have lived happily ever after. But when he thought of the ending of the Lu mansion and Su Wudao's rampant grin as he stood in the fire, he couldn't help but clench his fists. In my last life, I was too clumsy. If Su Wudao dares to get involved in the Lu mansion in this life, I will make him wish he were dead. Just as Suku was lost in thought, the housekeeper of the Lu mansion opened the door. I happened to see Suku standing at the gate of Lu mansion. The housekeeper narrowed his eyes, as if trying to identify him, then his expression was startled, and he immediately ran towards the mansion while shouting, "The son-in-law is here. Master! The son-in-law is here." Then, under Suku's gaze, a group of servants came to the gate of the mansion carrying ladders, panting and looking anxious. Festive silk is hung on the plaque. Big red lanterns are hung on both sides. Even the 2 stone lions at the door were covered with hydrangeas. Afterwards, a middle-aged couple came out in a panic, surrounded by a group of maids. "Prince, is it His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who is here?" "It's really His Royal Highness, come in." "Your Royal Highness, please come in." The 2 old men stepped forward and held Suku's arms on both sides, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were afraid that Suku would run away. In response to this, Suku was stunned at first, and then he laughed from the bottom of his heart. Long-lost warmth. Uncle and aunt, I am no longer the Prince of Su, so I should address you more politely. Why call me uncle? Call me dad. Lu Baichuan raised his eyebrows and shouted immediately. In our hearts, you are the Prince of Su, and no one can replace you. Qin Lian twisted Lu Baichuan's arm hard and said, Kuer is afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. He is thinking about us. You are not very careful with your words and your brain is not working well. Lu Baichuan felt pain, but the smile on his face remained. Yes, 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 we don't care whether he is a prince or not. We are a family from now on, so it's nice to call the guest a guest. Every word was almost the same as in the previous life. At first, Suku was also shocked by the enthusiasm of Lu Baichuan and his wife. Later, he realized that his unintentional action actually saved the entire Lu family. So there is a reason for this enthusiasm. Of course, later in his time at the Lu mansion, he truly felt the heartfelt care that the two elders showed him. Let's go, the dinner is ready. Ruobing is shy and can't come out, but she's waiting for you. Lu Baichuan said with a smile. As they spoke, the two of them welcomed Suku in. In the shadow of the alley not far from the gate of Lu mansion, as Suku walked into Lu mansion, the figure in the shadow slowly left. Prince Su's mansion. What? Lu actually thinks so highly of Suku. Su Wudao listened to the report from his servants with a gloomy look and full of dissatisfaction. Yes, I even heard Lu Baichuan calling Suku the prince. As soon as these words came out, Su Wudao's eyes flashed with extreme coldness. Shit prince. You have occupied the magpie's nest for 17 years, what a lowly thing. Why did he enjoy such a good life for 17 years? That Lu Baichuan is also an ungrateful fellow. Su Wudao's face was gloomy. It's all the fault of these 7 bitches. If they had found me earlier, I wouldn't have to suffer so much. I will make them pay for their neglect sooner or later. Su Wudao licked his lips with bloodshot eyes. Thinking of those 7 women exuding endless charm, his heart felt hot. Such a stunningly beautiful woman was someone he once admired. Now, he has the chance to enjoy the pleasure under the crotch. He wished he could rush into their room right now and whip them. When I inherit the throne of Prince Su, everything in Prince Su's mansion will be mine. Including them. By the way, have you contacted that person? I've contacted him. He's at an inn in the south of the city. The deposit has been paid, and we've agreed to meet at midnight tonight. Su Wudao nodded with satisfaction. The shadow of Sutyani appeared in his mind. Let's start with Sister 7. Women who seem to be silent are often sluts in bed. It would be so cool if I could grab her waist-length hair from behind. Although 7th sister is young, her butt is as perky as a peach. She is a natural beauty. Since you haven't looked for me for so many years, I'll collect some interest from you first. Su Wudao's face was full of desire and greed, and his heart was as anxious as a cat's scratch. Same place, same scene. When he saw Lu Ruobing again, Suku's heart, which had been dry for who knows how many years, began to beat uncontrollably. Lu Ruobing sat quietly at the table, neither sad nor happy. The years were peaceful, as if nothing could cause the slightest ripple in her life. She was wearing a white long dress with small flowers dotted on the hem, just like a jasmine flower, exuding a faint fragrance. Her facial features seemed to be carved out, her skin was as tender as cream and her plump red lips exuded a scent of pure desire. Just like always. Beauty is like jade. When Suku stepped into the hall, Lu Ruobing raised her autumn water eyes at the right time. When she met Suku's gaze, she felt a deep sense of vicissitudes. Like an old friend. Your servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Ruobing stood up and saluted crisply. Call me husband. Call me husband. Call me husband. Lu Baichuan hurriedly spoke and said it 3 times. This made Lu Ruobing's pretty face blush instantly. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to do. Suku looked helpless. Lu Ruobing was quiet and extremely filial. When Lu Baichuan spoke like this, based on his understanding of Lu Ruobing, the latter was probably gathering up the courage to really call him husband. It hasn't changed at all, as gentle as water. Just call me Suku. Relationships need to be cultivated slowly. I'm sorry that Ruobing has been wronged. If I do anything wrong in the future, I hope Ruobing will be more tolerant. Suku wanted to hold Lu Ruobing in his arms, telling about the longing over the years. But he didn't dare. He was afraid of being rude, and even more afraid that he would leave a bad impression on Lu Ruobing in this life. Although I have experienced a lifetime, when I see Lu Ruobing again, I am still as nervous as when I first met her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing just lowered her head and said nothing. Her shy look made Suku's eyes tremble slightly. Okay, Kur is right. We will be a family from now on, and there is plenty of time to cultivate feelings. Butler, let's serve the meal. Lu Baichuan rubbed his hands anxiously. Let's eat. Sooner or later I'll eat your meal. Qin Lian smiled awkwardly at Suku, then grabbed Lu Baichuan's ear and walked away. Save some face, the son-in-law is still here. During the banquet, people drank and chatted. Because they had lived together in their previous life, Suku did not feel unfamiliar. He just felt emotional and cherished this time even more. Uncle Lu, you gave me a lot of money to get Prince Su's mansion to agree to let me marry into the Lu family, right? After 3 rounds of drinks, Suku suddenly asked. There was a sudden silence at the table. Lu Baichuan's expression froze, and he quickly explained, Kur, don't misunderstand me, I never said that I want you to marry into my family, it's the eldest princess. But before Lu Baichuan could finish speaking, Suku suddenly stood up. This made Lu Ruobing, Lu Baichuan, and Qin Lian all change their expressions. But the next moment, Suku suddenly knelt down. Thank you Uncle Lu. In his previous life, he embarked on the path of immortality, fighting against geniuses along the way, and never kneeled before anyone. Until he became the immortal king, he was already the supreme ruler of the immortal world, let alone kneeling. But now, he knelt down. He was kneeling for the grace of being taken in by the previous life, and for the only light of life that was given to him in his darkest hour in the previous life. Those who are kneeling are those who rose up too late in the previous life and failed to protect them. What is kneeling is the warmth of the previous life, and also the regrets of the past. This. Lu Baichuan and the other 3 were stunned at first, but Qin Lian was the first to react and hurriedly stepped forward to help Suku up. Kur, what are you doing? Yes. Get up quickly. Lu Baichuan also hurried forward, confused. He didn't know why Suku suddenly knelt down. Suku was helped up, but he did not explain because it was too difficult to explain and there was no need to explain. In this life, the regrets of the previous life will never come back again. Uncle Lu, although I am no longer the prince, I am Suku, capable of being your son-in-law and protecting Ruobing. From now on, you will be my dearest relatives. Suku said from the bottom of his heart. Okay. Although he was somewhat puzzled, Lu Baichuan was still deeply moved by these words. He raised his hand high and finally placed it heavily on Suku's shoulder. We are a family. Come on. My dear son-in-law. Walk with me. Lu Baichuan picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Suku didn't say anything, he just picked up the jar of wine and drank it. Good alcohol tolerance. This meal is a feast for the eyes. At the side, Lu Ruobing's gaze fell on Suku from time to time, and her face turned redder with embarrassment every time she looked at him. At the same time, she was even more curious and always felt that there was a layer of gauze on Suku, which made her want to enter Suku's inner world. By the way, Uncle Lu, I have something to do tomorrow morning and I might need your help. When the dinner was almost over, Suku suddenly said. Help? No problem. Between us 2 brothers, there's no question of helping each other. Lu Baichuan patted his chest drunkenly. You old bastard. The generations are messed up. Qin Lian laughed and scolded. What's wrong? Kur and I met each other too late. As he spoke, Lu Baichuan put his arm around Suku's shoulders, and smiled. Kur, from now on you call me brother, and I'll call you my son-in-law. We'll talk about our own things, and who dares to say no? You know, in the Lu family, I'm the head of the family. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lian came up with a big punch, but was blocked by Lu Baichuan, who immediately left the table at lightning speed. Qin Lian. My son-in-law is here today, I won't bother with you. Cour. I'll find you tomorrow morning. We are brothers, in my heart. Lu Baichuan pounded his chest and pointed at Suku, then fled in embarrassment. In response to this, Suku could only smile bitterly with helplessness. Lu Ruobing also smiled sweetly. Only Qin Lian was so angry that she picked up a bench and chased after him. At this time, only Suku and Lu Ruobing were left at the table, and the atmosphere was subtly awkward for a moment. Suku took a sip of wine. That's how they are. Don't be surprised. Lu Ruobing's pleasant voice sounded. No, I really like this atmosphere. Suku said. God knows how much he missed this atmosphere. In Prince Su's mansion, he was very cautious. On the road to immortality, he is walking on thin ice. Only the years in the Lu family were the most relaxing. By the way, what do you want Dad to help you with tomorrow morning? Do you need me to go with you? Lu Ruobing asked. Ah. No, no. Suku waved his hands quickly. The place we are going to tomorrow morning is for gentlemen only. If Lu Ruobing knew that I was going to take my father-in-law to that kind of place tomorrow morning, no matter how gentle she was, she would probably tear me apart right now. After dinner, Suku returned to his room. He was arranged to live next door to Lu Ruobing, but the wedding banquet had not been held yet, so they could not live together. Finally getting some alone time, Suku took a long breath. And his eyes were extremely cold in this dark room. In my previous life, I watched helplessly as the Lu family was destroyed by Su Wudao suppression, but I was powerless to do anything because my physique was unable to cultivate. Although I later learned that it wasn't because my physique was bad, but rather because my physique was the legendary devouring saint body. Because of my strong physique, I was not tolerated by this world, and was given 72 shackles by the heavenly Tao, so I can't practice. After that, he accidentally entered the forbidden dragon burial ground and broke free from the constraints of his physical condition. From then on, he made rapid progress and reached the immortal realm. But it's too late. I can't change anything. Thinking of this, a trace of pain appeared on Suku's face. But living my life over again, at the age of 17, nothing has happened yet. In this life, I can have the power to protect the people around me. At this moment, Suku's eyes were burning, and he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. The next moment, strands of spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered into his body. The technique he practiced was the original true explanation, a supreme technique he had learned after reaching the immortal realm in his previous life. Unfortunately, he had already passed the golden period of practice by then, and the effectiveness of the supreme technique was greatly reduced. But now, he has rebuilt the supreme law, and combined with his devouring holy body, his starting point for cultivation is ridiculously high. In the darkness, Suku's body was sitting cross-legged, and spiritual energy was hanging around it. If there was a powerful person here, he would definitely be able to discover that Suku's body was like an abyss, swallowing up the spiritual power within 100 miles like a whale. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person. The first time he tried to attract spiritual energy from heaven and earth, he attracted such a huge amount. This was the first time in the entire Sui Empire. And this voracious training lasted until the next morning. Buzz. Suku stood up from the bed. After a night of practice, he not only did not feel tired at all, but instead felt full of energy. I have reached the 3rd level of Kaimai realm. Suku smiled slightly. The most important thing is that 6 of the 72 heavenly Tao shackles of the devouring saint body were broken overnight, and the devouring saint vein has been initially condensed. The levels of cultivation in the Great Sui Empire are divided into opening meridians, nourishing qi, heavenly gate, taichu, lingfu, 3 flowers, 6 fires, 9 methods. It is rare for someone like Suku to reach the 3rd level of opening meridians in his first practice. If he had not focused his main energy on breaking the shackles of heaven, his progress would have been even more terrifying. This is the supreme law. I opened the door and was about to take a breath of the morning air when I saw Lu Ruobing watering flowers in the yard next door. Ruobing doesn't have any other hobbies, she just likes to play with flowers and plants. Suku's eyes fell on Lu Ruobing and could not leave for a moment. The sun was rising, and the rays of light were shining on Lu Ruobing's body, and her hair was glowing. This scene made Suku a little intoxicated. He wished time would stop at this moment, quiet and beautiful. How about it, my daughter is beautiful, isn't she? Lu Baichuan's laughter suddenly came from behind. At some point, Lu Baichuan had come to Suku's side. Suku was slightly startled, then nodded and smiled, saying, "Everyone is so beautiful, the world is like dust." "Ha ha ha, kid, you're just trying to do it when you have no time to do it." Lu Baichuan laughed heartily. After last night, the two of them were no longer strangers to each other, and Lu Baichuan was also surprised that he got along with Suku surprisingly well. "By the way, didn't you say you needed my help this morning?" "Good thing or bad thing?" Lu Baichuan said. Suku's expression froze for a moment, then he said calmly, "Good news." But looking at Suku's expression, Lu Baichuan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Half an hour later. Zuyan Tower in the imperial capital. Lu Baichuan and Suku stood on the street, looking up at the fragrant breeze of red sleeves filling the building. The scene seemed a little strange for a moment. Ahem. My dear son-in-law, although we are all men, we can't avoid those things. But you haven't even married my Ruobing yet and you're already bringing your future father-in-law to visit a brothel. Is this really appropriate? On the other side, Sutyani returned to the palace with an almost dazed look. "Seventh sister, why do you look so haggard? Where have you been so early in the morning?" The second sister Su Tianchuan was playing the piano in the yard as usual. Seeing Sutyani looking haggard, she couldn't help but ask. Sutyani seemed not to hear it and went back to his yard. Strange, why is seventh sister acting so abnormal today? Su Tianchuan didn't know what was going on. Sutyani returned to the room and hugged the quilt on the bed tightly, as if this could give her some comfort. Impossible, Wudao really went to the south of the city and really found a poison master. What Suku said is true. Everything he said came true. She kept shaking her head, even though she had seen it with her own eyes last night, she still refused to believe it. When I thought of everything Suku said, a feeling of fear suddenly surged in my heart. If I hadn't discovered it last night, would things have turned out to be as Suku said, that I had been drugged? Being raped by my own brother. Even giving birth to a child for my own brother. Impossible. Wudao looks so kind, how could he do such a thing? She couldn't figure it out. She still didn't want to believe it, even though she saw it with her own eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Sutyani's eyes suddenly narrowed. There's a problem. This is a conspiracy. Suku must be trying to alienate Wudao and me. He's jealous that Wudao came back but he was kicked out of the palace. Sometimes seeing isn't believing. Yes. I will go find Wudao and ask him clearly. He is my biological brother. As long as I find out why he is looking for the poison master, everything will be clear. Sutyani seemed to have found the crux of the problem and immediately went to Su Wudao's residence. Ah. Hearing Sutyani's question, a hint of panic flashed across Su Wudao's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He secretly asked a poison master to refine the Yin Huan pill, and he did this in an extremely secretive manner. How did Sutyani know about it? But looking at Sutyani's questioning and suspicious eyes, Su Wudao immediately calmed down. Sister, I didn't expect you to find out. He lowered his head. You really. Seeing this, Sutyani's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Su Wudao, he admitted it. He admitted it without hesitation. Tears were about to burst out, but at this moment, Su Wudao touched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Seventh sister, your birthday will be in a few days. I just returned to the palace, and I don't have anything to give to seventh sister. It just so happened that I met a Breaking Bad master when I was wandering outside a few years ago, and I know that you, seventh sister, are very interested in alchemy. It is said that Breaking Bad has an ancient elixir recipe. As he spoke, Su Wudao looked at Sutyani with a shy face. I originally wanted to wait until your birthday to give it to you, but I didn't expect that you, seventh sister, found out in advance. As he spoke, Su Wudao took out a pill recipe from his arms. Sutyani was stunned. She quickly snatched the recipe from Su Wudao's hand. After confirming that it was indeed an ancient recipe, Her originally complicated mood instantly became relieved, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. It is really an ancient recipe. Wudao, you scared seventh sister to death. The dark clouds that had been hanging over Sutyani's head suddenly dissipated. She quickly stepped forward and touched Su Wudao's head, saying with apologetic feelings, "I'm sorry, Wudao. Seventh sister misunderstood you. Seventh sister thought you. Ah. Seventh sister thought something about me." Su Wudao played dumb and looked confused. "It's okay." Sutyani's pretty face blushed. She couldn't say that someone said that you would force yourself on me in the future. How can I say that out loud? It's okay, once the misunderstanding is resolved, everything will be fine. Seventh sister, I gave you the gift in advance. When it's your birthday, your brother won't have anything to give you. Su Wudao spread his hands helplessly. Sutyani was in a good mood. He tapped the recipe with his fingers and said with a smile, "Wudao, remember, your return to the palace is the greatest gift God has given to us seven sisters." For a time, the siblings were deeply attached to each other. "By the way, seventh sister, why did you go to the south of the city last night? Was there someone?" Su Wudao narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively with a sinister look in his eyes. "It's still that villain Suku." "Suku? What does this have to do with brother Suku?" Su Wudao narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. "It's okay. This villain is trying to sow discord between us. Wait. I'm going to settle the score with him right now." After saying this, Sutyani's face turned gloomy. "I almost got into trouble. Su Wudao is his own brother, how could he do something so unethical? Suku is such a villain. His intentions are so sinister." Looking at Sutyani's leaving back, the smile on Su Wudao's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. "Suku. How did he know I was going to the south of the city last night?" In order to capture Sutyani in 3 days, he thought he was doing it very covertly, so how could he be discovered by Suku? This shouldn't be the case. Fortunately, that Breaking Bad master knew that I had become the prince of Prince Su's mansion, and in order to curry favor with him, he gave me a copy of the ancient elixir recipe. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain today. It's just that the plan to capture the seventh sister in 3 days will have to be put on hold for the time being. Su Wudao felt annoyed for no reason. Originally, he would have been able to deflower Sutyani in 3 days. Thinking of Sutyani's graceful figure, he felt a fire burning in his heart and wanted to vent it on the spot. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's just that this Suku is such an eyesore. The 3rd floor of Zuyan Tower. Sitting in a private seat by the window, Suku looked relaxed, gazing at the streets of the imperial capital. Lu Baichuan seemed a little embarrassed. "Customer, just come in, please don't order anything." Lu Baichuan covered his face, fearing that he would be recognized. After all, the Lu family was a well-known family in the imperial capital. "Rest assured." Before Suku could finish, he added, "You can order, but don't eat alone." Suku. Suku didn't say anything more. He looked at the people coming and going on the street outside the window and saw the prosperous scene of the imperial capital. The series of changes in the future have not yet begun. The Emperor Yan, who controls the world-purifying Emperor Fire, is still living in the northern Jialing city and is not well known. Li Jui, the teacher of all emperors in later generations, should still be looking for the sheep he lost. Wang Lin, who entered the imperial realm through killing, is still a carpenter now. King Bakar Yixian is still fighting for his sister and family. At this moment, everything is full of vitality and competition, but I have already anticipated the trend of great competition. Suku clenched his fist slightly on the table. Relying on his foresight, he would take an invincible path in this life, different from that in his previous life. Right now, Taishuan War Emperor Zhao Tianzi is still just an unwelcome young marquis in Jing'an Marquis' mansion. If I remember correctly, there is a drop of Zhulong blood in the jade pendant worn by Chun Shizanyang, the courtesan of Zuyan Tower. But even Chun Shizanyang herself doesn't know the secret of this jade pendant. In the previous life, Zhao Tianzi redeemed Chun Shizanyang, and Chun Shizanyang gave the jade pendant to Zhao Tianzi as a token of their love. After obtaining the candle dragon blood, Zhao Tianze made rapid progress in his cultivation and achieved the reputation of the great Xian War Emperor. Suku came to Zuyan Tower today. Not for pleasure. Just for the blood of the candle dragon. Just as Suku's thoughts were in turmoil, the Zuyan Tower suddenly became lively. A group of high-ranking officials and noble families' children were enjoying themselves, accompanied by the melodious sound of a piano, and everyone's eyes were focused on a terrace. Lu Baichuan is no exception. This is Chun Shizaniang, the courtesan of Zuyan Tower. She is indeed worthy of her reputation. Lu Baichuan stared at him intently, but Suku looked indifferent. Men always have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering beauty. This is called appreciation. Suku also looked over. On the terrace, she was wearing a red dress, with pearls in her temples, her eyes were as beautiful as stars in the moon, and her slender jade fingers played the clear music. Although it lives in a worldly place, it does not have the slightest worldly air. Instead, it is like a proud plum blossom in the cold winter, with its own charm. But after just one glance, he lost interest. Compared to Chun Shizaniang, he was more interested in Taishuan War Emperor. At this time, the song ended and Chun Shizaniang won the applause of the whole audience. Then she was seen holding her chest and bowing slightly to everyone. I wonder which gentleman is willing to redeem me. Chun Shizaniang's voice, like the cry of a phoenix, rang out. She looked around, but there was no trace of expectation in her beautiful eyes. What I do have is the loneliness of being trapped in the boudoir for a long time. The expectation that someone would redeem her freedom that she had at the beginning has now completely disappeared. In fact, Chun Shizaniang would ask everyone this question every day, and it had become a normal thing. But after so many years, there are many people who have spent huge sums of money on him, but only a few are able to redeem him. This is because the conditions for redeeming one's freedom in Zuyanla are extremely harsh. A plant of red moon saliva grass. A 6th grade elixir that can only be produced in the Red Moon Chaos Land. 6th grade elixirs are extremely rare. Even in the treasury of the Sui dynasty royal family, 6th grade elixirs are rare. The Red Moon Chaos Land is known as the burial ground of practitioners. It is the most bizarre forbidden area in the Sui dynasty. Anyone who accidentally enters it will be in danger of death. Gold is not a problem for the nobles in the imperial capital. But it's not worth it to risk your life and enter the Red Moon Chaos Land for a prostitute. Alas, ever since I entered the imperial capital, I have known the reputation of Chun Shizaniang, but after so many years, she is still trapped in this Zuyan Tower. It's really a pity. Lu Baichuan shook his head with emotion. Suku said nothing, just waited quietly. On the terrace, seeing everyone avoiding her gaze, Chun Shizaniang gave a sad smile. She has already adapted. She shouldn't have expected such extravagant hopes. But that man said that he would redeem me. A thin figure suddenly appeared in her mind. But when she looked around, she didn't find the familiar figure in the crowd. I shouldn't ask for anything. Chun Shizaniang's beautiful eyelids slowly drooped, she picked up the guqin and was about to leave dejectedly. Wait. But at this moment, an urgent voice sounded. I'll redeem you. Swish. Everyone in Zuyanla looked towards the entrance. I saw a young man holding a medicinal herb in his hand, standing in the sun with scars all over his body, like a warrior returning from victory. On the terrace, the guqin in her hand fell out of her hand with a bang. Chun Shizaniang covered her mouth with her hands, tears in her eyes, unable to believe it. Chun Shizaniang, believe me, I will redeem you. His words are still ringing in my ears, he really did it. Red Moon Saliva Grass, here it is. 13th Lady, I want it. Bang. Zhao Tianze walked to the front under the gaze of everyone, holding up the Red Moon Saliva Grass. The manager of Zuyanla was still standing there in a daze, but he quickly reacted and immediately ran towards the back hall. Soon, a middle-aged man strode out and came in front of Zhao Tianze. Let me see it. He held out his hand. Zhao Tianze subconsciously shrank back. Aren't you going to redeem Shizaniang? I have to confirm whether the Red Moon Saliva Grass is real, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianze handed over the elixir. The middle-aged man stared at it for a long time, and the expression on his face changed from suspicion at first to surprise and then to ecstasy. It's the red moon saliva grass. It's really the red moon saliva grass. You actually walked out of the red moon chaos land. The middle-aged man reacted and looked at Zhao Tianze in disbelief. The last person to walk out of the red moon chaos land was 600 years ago. The young master of the Marquis of Jing'an Mansion actually came back alive from that forbidden land. It's incredible. Everyone exclaimed. It's just that a young master of a marquisate actually entered such a forbidden place for a prostitute. It's really, tsk. There were also many people who made sour and sarcastic remarks. After all, from now on, Chun Shirsan Yang will belong to Zhao Tianze alone. Now I can redeem Shirsan Yang, right? Zhao Tianze asked. His eyes fell on Chun Shirsan Yang. Everyone thought that Zhao Tianze was looking at Chun Shirsan Yang. But only Suku knew that what he was staring at was the jade pendant on Chun Shirsan Yang's chest. The middle-aged man nodded. Come with me. Zhao Tianze's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Chun Shirsan Yang also burst into tears on the spot, and then threw herself into Zhao Tianze's arms in front of everyone. Suku seemed to hear countless heartbreaking sounds. Great, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Chun Shirsan Yang, you finally have a home. Lu Baichuan sighed from the bottom of his heart and couldn't help wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Let's go. Suku spoke at this time. Okay, let's go back home. Lu Baichuan suppressed his emotion and nodded, but the next moment, he saw Suku walking straight towards the middle-aged man. Then, he saw Suku said something to the middle-aged man, and then he turned around and pointed at him and said, he also wants to redeem Chun Shirsan Yang. Lu Baichuan. Don't be so outrageous. He rushed forward and pulled Suku aside. Cour, stop joking, how can I redeem her? I have my own way. Can. Uncle Lu, you promised me to help me yesterday. What? This is what you want me to do for you? No, no. Lu Baichuan shook his head like a rattle. I can agree to anything you ask, but not this. I'm old now, and my needs in that area are not as strong as you think. Besides, if your aunt knew about this, she would really skin me alive. By visiting a brothel, I have already violated her husband's rules. Please don't mess with me. Suku could see that Lu Baichuan was really scared. But, Uncle Lu, this matter is very important to me. Suku said seriously. Life is also very important to me. Lu Baichuan said with a bitter face. Uncle Lu, you don't want me to develop a habit of going to brothels before I marry Ruobing, do you? You dare. Lu Baichuan glared. So, I'd like to trouble Uncle Lu to sacrifice himself for a moment. Suku said with a smile, but don't worry, I'm here with Aunt. This matter is known to heaven, earth, you and me, and no third person will know about it. I promise you. Suku raised 3 fingers. Can you really guarantee that your aunt doesn't know? Lu Baichuan looked up suspiciously. Facing Suku's sincere gaze, Lu Baichuan finally hardened his heart and shouted to the middle-aged man, that's right, I want to redeem Shirsan Yang too. I have admired Shirsan Yang for a long time, but I have never been willing to face my own heart. Today I know who I am. I have awakened. I want to take her as my concubine. When Suku saw this scene, he had a strange feeling in his heart, but he couldn't seem to tell what was wrong. However, the middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this and snorted coldly, don't you know the rules for redeeming Chun Shirsan Yang? Could it be that you also have a red moon saliva grass? I don't need to tell you what will happen if you disrupt the order of Zuyanla, right? The middle-aged man's eyes carried a hint of majesty that only came from someone with a high level of spiritual practice. Lu Baichuan's voice paused and he quickly looked at Suku. Seeing this, Suku slowly stepped forward and whispered something in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank visibly, and then he looked at Suku with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing Suku nod, the middle-aged man looked at Lu Baichuan again and said seriously, okay, you guys come with me too. But on the other side, Zhao Tianze's face became visibly gloomy. Tianze, I just want to go with you, I just want to marry you. Chun Shirsan Yang was also panicked. No one dared to redeem her for all these years. After her lover finally saved her from the well with the red moon saliva grass, another person showed up halfway. That's really strange. Could it be that those two people also have the red moon saliva grass? Hearing this, Zhao Tianzi glanced at the jade pendant on Chun Shirsanyang's chest. The heat in his eyes was covered up. He clenched his fists and looked at her affectionately. Shirsanyang, you can only be mine. No matter who it is, no one can stop us from being together. Yes. Chun Shirsanyang nodded firmly. Me too, I won't marry anyone but you. The middle-aged man led everyone into the back hall. In Zuyan Tower, the discussions not only did not stop, but became more and more intense. I suddenly remembered. Wasn't that person just now Lu Baichuan, the head of the Lu mansion? Yes. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. Isn't he the one who is most afraid of the madam? How dare he come to Zuyan Tower? His family member must be chopped to pieces. There is no man in this world who doesn't cheat. Let's go. Let's go to Lu's mansion and tell on him. As long as I have no morals, no one in this world can condemn me. The middle-aged man was named Yan Shu, and he called himself the owner of Zuyan Tower. When I entered the back hall, I realized that there was a house behind Zuyan Tower. Although it was not luxurious, it was quiet and peaceful. Master Yan, what do you want the red moon saliva grass for? Following Yan Shu into the courtyard, Zhao Tianzi couldn't help but ask. Chun Shirsanyang also had a complicated expression. It was just a magical medicine, but it trapped her beauty for 30 years. But Yan Shu just led the way and did not respond. Zhao Tianzi didn't want to make himself bored and walked with his head down. After walking around for a long time, everyone finally came to a room. Suku stepped into the room and his eyes couldn't help but focus. I saw an old man lying on the bed. His face was pale and his wrinkles were piled up like fallen leaves. He looked lifeless. On the side, several maids were serving carefully. In front of the bed, a woman in a white dress was taking the old man's pulse. Seeing someone coming in, the woman in white dress nodded towards Yan Shu, and her beautiful eyes flashed as she glanced at him. Suku, what are you doing here? With a questioning tone. The woman in the white dress was none other than the sixth daughter of Prince Su, Sutyani. Suku did not respond, but simply ignored him, his eyes falling on the old man on the bed. Sure enough, the news from the previous life was quite accurate. The old owner of Zuyan Tower needs the crimson moon saliva grass to prolong his life. Suku thought to himself. This is also the reason why he was able to come here even though he didn't have the red moon saliva grass. He can cure the old OP's illness. Seeing that Suku did not answer her, Sutyani couldn't help but show a hint of dissatisfaction on her pretty face. Lu Baichuan was sharp-eyed and immediately bowed to help, saying, Lu Baichuan greets the sixth commandery princess. The Lu mansion was a vassal of Prince Su's mansion. As the head of the Lu mansion, he naturally had to observe the proper etiquette when meeting Sutyani. Sutyani nodded indifferently and stopped entangled with Suku. She glanced around and saw the elixir in Zhao Tianzi's hand. That's red moon saliva grass. You actually found it. Sutyani looked at Yan Shu. Yan Shu also looked a little excited. Sixth commandery princess, with the red moon saliva grass, can my father's illness be cured? Sutyani nodded. Your father is suffering from the disease of 7 fires burning the meridians. According to the records of the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia, soaking the golden needles with the saliva of the red moon saliva grass can extinguish the 7 fires. In the future, I can nourish my meridians with spiritual energy. Although I cannot recover as before, I can prolong my life for several dozen years. Hearing this, Yan Shu was overjoyed and said quickly, please ask the sixth princess to invite the respected teacher to come and give acupuncture to my father. Sutyani frowned and said, Master went out for a spiritual journey a few days ago and has not returned yet. What should I do? My father's illness can't be delayed any longer. Sutyani thought for a moment, then said seriously, before Master's spiritual journey, he taught me the secret acupuncture technique of the medicine pavilion, 9 Dragons Meridian Division. Although it is not yet fully developed, it is sufficient for your father's illness. As she spoke, she stroked her hair and said, if Master Yan trusts me, let me give your father acupuncture. Yan Shu was a little nervous. But looking at the old building owner who was barely breathing on the bed, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "The sixth commandery princess is the disciple of the great elder of the imperial capital medicine pavilion. She must have received the great elder's true teachings. Please give me the acupuncture, sixth princess." Sutyani nodded upon seeing this, then took out the medicine box, took out 9 golden needles, soaked them in the medicine liquid on the red moon saliva grass, and began to place them on the acupuncture points all over the old owner's body. Everyone was watching Sutyani giving acupuncture, and Yan Shu looked even more nervous. So she is the sixth princess of Prince Su's mansion. She is the leader of the younger generation in the medicine pavilion today. Chun Shirsan Nyang whispered. Zhao Tianzi nodded, "That's right, the medicine pavilion is not a place that ordinary people can enter. It is said that a prince of the Sui dynasty wanted to enter the medicine pavilion to become a pharmacist but was rejected. To be accepted as a disciple by the chief elder of the medicine pavilion, this sixth commandery princess must have a great talent in medicine. Otherwise, how could she have caught the attention of the medicine pavilion?" Zhao Tianzi responded to Chun Shirsan Nyang in a low voice, and the look he gave Sutyani was faintly mixed with a hint of heat. "Kuer, what are we doing here? It's better to leave early." Lu Baichuan didn't know what Suku was up to, but it was obvious that it didn't seem appropriate for them to stay here. Suku remained unmoved. His eyes were fixed on Sutyani's acupuncture movements. "Sutyani, in order to send you to the medicine pavilion, I knelt at the entrance of the medicine pavilion and let the snow turn my hair white. Later, I went deep into the poisonous fog swamp alone and narrowly escaped death. Only then did I ask for the opportunity for the medicine pavilion's chief elder to meet you. After so many years, I wonder if you are still like me now, and have failed to live up to everything I did for you." Soon, Suku realized that he had overestimated Sutyani. Sutyani was very familiar with acupuncture techniques, but after working for a long time, the old owner's condition did not improve, and he did not wake up. Worse still. If you continue to use acupuncture like this, I'm afraid the old master's last breath will be wiped out by you. In the originally quiet room, Suku's sudden words seemed extremely abrupt. Swish, swish, swish. Yan Shu, Zhao Tianzi, and others turned to look at Suku. Sutyani is annoying. I have clearly soaked it in the juice of the red moon saliva grass according to the records in the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia. There's nothing wrong with the acupuncture, so why is there no effect? It's annoying. Now that Suku said this, she was even more annoyed. She turned her head and looked at Suku, who had a serious face. Sutyani couldn't help but sneered, "So, you know how to give acupuncture?" Hearing this, Suku nodded slightly. "Golden needles, that's not how you use them." Heh. Hearing this, Sutyani laughed out of anger. "Suku, medicine is very profound. Even I have only touched the surface after 10 years in the medicine cabinet. Although I will share some medical experience with you on weekdays, this does not mean that you can enter the threshold of medicine. I don't know what you are doing here today, but I am saving people now, so please leave." Sutyani looked serious. Upon hearing this, Suku asked back, "You also know that you have only scratched the surface, so you dare to give acupuncture to a patient who is only hanging on for one breath?" Suku doesn't indulge Sutyani. Sutyani's face turned red and she was actually a little embarrassed and angry. The next moment, she took out the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia from her bosom and threw it directly to Suku. "Look for yourself, I am giving acupuncture exactly as described in the Pharmacopoeia, what's the problem?" Suku took over the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia. But at the moment his fingers touched the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia, an electric current suddenly spread throughout his body. At the same time, Sutyani's heart trembled, as if she had an inexplicable connection with something. Suku didn't care, he just said calmly, "Medical science is ever-changing, and forcing acupuncture according to the Pharmacopoeia is a crooked path." Sutyani was so angry that her body trembled. She looked at Yan Shu and said seriously, "Master Yan, if you trust me, please let him leave and let me give your father acupuncture without any worries." Yan Shu was silent for a moment when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, Suku said coldly, "Master Yan, your father's hidden illness must have been caused by a fire-attributed demon beast of the Demon King level, right?" Yan Shu originally planned to let Suku leave, but the latter's words made him stand there in a daze. "Impossible, only a very few people know about this, how did you find out?" Suku looked indifferent and said, "I told you that only I can cure your father's illness." What a joke. Su Tianyao said coldly, Master Yen, if you don't trust the medicine cabinet, I will withdraw the needles now, but it is uncertain whether your father can hold on until my master returns from his spiritual journey. Yen Shu's expression became stern. He looked at Suku, curious about how Suku knew the cause of his father's illness. But the medicine pavilion is the most authoritative medical force in the imperial capital, and even in the entire Tiannan region. Rather than trusting an outsider of unknown origin, at least Su Tianyao has the Su Palace as his backing. Thinking of this, he looked at Suku and said sternly, please don't delay the 6th princess acupuncture. Otherwise, please leave. Seeing this, Suku smiled slightly and nodded. He stood there and said no more. Su Tianyao glanced at Suku and continued with the acupuncture. Although she also felt that what Suku said made sense, but according to the records in the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia, even if it had no effect, at least it would not be wrong. Besides, why did Suku dare to speak to me in such a tone? Is this still the same him who was timid and cowardly in the palace before? She devoted herself to the treatment and would never let Suku look down on her. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the old owner of the building opened his eyes. But before everyone could be happy, the old owner of the building suddenly vomited a mouthful of turbid blood, staining the gauze curtain red, and then he fainted. 6th princess. What happened? Yen Shu's expression also turned ugly. No, that shouldn't be the case. I just followed the acupuncture procedures in the pharmacopoeia step by step. What went wrong? Su Tianyao's face was in a panic. This sudden change made her at a loss for what to do. Idiot. The old OP has the symptoms of 7 fires burning the meridians. It is not wrong to use the extremely lean substance such as red moon saliva grass to regulate it. But you used the 9 dragons meridian acupuncture method, which is one of the most powerful acupuncture methods in medicine. Using red moon saliva grass to regulate the 7 fires burning meridians focuses on the harmony of yin and yang. You use a strong and fierce method to give acupuncture again, and the 7 fires burning sutra will gain the upper hand again. The old host has been weak for many years, how can he endure this kind of torture? Just when Su Tianyao was at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Who? Who's talking? Su Tianyao looked at Suku suddenly, she recognized that it was Suku's voice. But Suku clearly kept his mouth shut, and looking around, it was obvious that no one heard what he had just said. What is going on? But when she thought about it for a while, she found that everything Suku said was true. She forgot this. Thinking of this, she quickly changed to a relatively gentle acupuncture method. Finally, the old host's painful expression eased a little. It works. Su Tianyao was overjoyed. There was a feeling of being like a child who had done something wrong and was ready to face the punishment from adults, but before that he had made up for his mistake, and he felt that kind of fear and relief. Not too stupid, it seems that all these years of training in the medicine pavilion have not been in vain. Su Tianyao can be sure this time. Suku didn't open his mouth. She could hear what Suku was thinking. This is incredible. She suddenly remembered the feeling of electric current flowing through her body just now. Could it be that time? But she was also very angry. How dare Suku mutter to her like this in his heart? I am the first disciple of the great elder of the medicine pavilion. What qualifications do you, an outsider, have to judge me? But that's all. Temporarily changing the acupuncture method can only temporarily curb the worsening of the 7 fires burning the meridians. After all this trouble you've made, this old host only has 1 hour left to live. What? Upon hearing this, Su Tianyao's expression changed drastically. 1 hour. She quickly put her hand on the old owner's wrist, and after taking his pulse, her face looked extremely ugly. Indeed, the old owner's health condition is worse than ever before, and he has only 1 hour to live at most. Su Tianyao was panicking and said directly to Suku, Suku, since you can see the root cause of the old building owner's illness, you must also know the cure, right? After saying this, Su Tianyao felt filled with shame. She has always thought highly of herself as a doctor, but she never expected that in such a critical moment, she would have to ask Suku for help. Originally everyone was watching Su Tianyao's performance, but Su Tianyao suddenly said this, which made people confused. How does this involve Suku again? But Suku just glanced at Su Tianyao indifferently and did not respond. Su Tianyao refused to give up. Since I can hear his inner voice, he might come up with a cure in a moment. I'll wait a little longer. Su Tianyao pretended to treat the old owner of the building, but in fact he was waiting for Suku's voice to be heard. But after half an hour, there was still no movement. The old host only has half an hour left to live. Su Tianyao finally gave up her fantasy. She stood up, looked at Yan Shu, and said with an unpleasant expression, "I'm sorry, Master Yan, I can't do anything to help your father's illness." Yan Shu's expression froze. Besides, the old owner only has half an hour left to live. Yan Shu's expression changed in shock. What on earth happened? Didn't you say that you were the first disciple of the great elder of the medicine pavilion and learned the 9 dragons meridian division method? You're telling me now that you can't do anything. You're telling me now that my father only has half an hour left to live. If I had known this earlier, I would have waited for your master to come back. Yan Shu was also very angry. As proud as Su Tianyao is, she can only lower her head at this moment, because this is indeed her problem. She suddenly looked up and looked at Suku, as if she had found a life-saving straw. Master Yan, Suku can cure it. He will definitely be able to cure the old owner's illness. Swish, swish, swish. As Su Tianyao's anxious voice sounded, everyone in the room couldn't help but look at Suku. Zhao Tian's eyes were full of surprise at first, but after a moment, for some reason he began to look Suku up and down quite seriously. Yan Shu frowned. "Sixth princess, just now you said. I was careless just now." Su Tianyao's pretty face turned red. At this moment, she had to put aside her nobleness and pride. She couldn't afford to offend Zuyanla. Ever since Prince Su and Princess Su disappeared, Prince Su's mansion has become more stable with the support of the Western Army, but its reputation in the Empire is no longer as high as before. She was treating the old owner of Zuyan Tower this time, hoping to use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Zuyan Tower and find a loyal ally for Prince Su's mansion. On the surface, Zuyanla is just a place of entertainment. But if one is to gain a foothold in the imperial capital, how can there be no one behind him? And as far as she knew, behind Zuyan Tower, there seemed to be the shadow of the Prince Qin's palace. The intention is good. But because of my own willfulness, things became worse. Right now, perhaps only the old building owner can save him. Su Tianyao lowered his head. She didn't know whether Suku had any way to bring the old owner back to life, but right now, her only hope was Suku. Thinking of this, she looked at Suku with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Looking at the pleading look in Su Tianyao's eyes, Suku felt complicated for a moment. For so many years, the 7 daughters of the Su family have been high and mighty. No matter how well he has done, he has never won their true love. This kind of pleading has never been seen before. When he was there, the 7 women treated him like nothing. After he left, Su Tianyao asked him for help for the first time. Come to think of it, it's quite ridiculous. Cour, let's find an excuse to slip away. Even the 6th princess couldn't do anything about it, so don't take the blame for it. Lu Baichuan also didn't understand why his son-in-law suddenly became so popular. But he had also heard about the mystery of Zuyan Tower from people in the market, and the weight of this matter now was too heavy for Suku to handle. So he was secretly pulling at the corner of Suku's clothes. Old landlord, I can save you. But the next moment, Suku's voice resounded throughout the house. Oh no. It's over. My son-in-law is too impulsive. He has to choose the right time to show off. Lu Baichuan thought to himself that something was wrong. But at this moment, Yan Shu had already stepped forward and held Suku's hand, and said in a deep voice, Suku, if you can save my father, I, Zuyanla, will owe you a favor. This is exactly what I want. This is also the purpose of Suku coming here. He nodded, then sat on the bed, only looking at the old host for a while, and immediately stretched out his hand to Su Tianyao and said, Golden Needle. Su Tianyao presented it to him immediately without asking any questions. Suku held 5 golden needles in one hand, and strands of spiritual energy were injected into the golden needles from his body. Then, he turned his back to Su Tianyao and said calmly, Watch carefully, I will only demonstrate it once. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 golden needles flew out of his hand and landed on the acupuncture points all over the old prince's body at lightning speed. Take 5 more golden needles and place them one by one. At this moment, the 10 golden needles seemed complicated, but in Sutyaniao's eyes it was a different story. She covered her rosy lips with a look of disbelief, and exclaimed, This is the 9-bend soul-restoring needle. She suddenly looked at Suku, looking at his back. Impossible. This 9-bend soul-restoring needle is one of the 3 great inheritances of the medicine pavilion. Even if I have been in the pavilion for 10 years, I am not qualified to touch it. How did you learn that? The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Sutyaniao can be sure that this is definitely the 9-bend soul-restoring needle, and it is also the 10-bend chain that has been cultivated to the last level. 10 twists and turns in a row, and you end up in hell halfway. What it means is, even if you have already set foot on the road to hell, the 10 bends chain can pull you back. Although it is just a legend, it is enough to show how powerful this acupuncture method is. Sutyaniao was puzzled. How could Suku know such a secret? It's red. It's red. The old owner's face is getting rosy. Chun Shirsan Yang suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw that the old building owner's originally pale face was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yan Shu was also pounding his hands nervously, and his eyes when he looked at Suku suddenly became serious. Zhao Tianzi stared at Suku, his eyes filled with passion. Only Lu Baichuan stood there in a daze. After a long while, he murmured, Damn it. My Lu family has found a treasure. We have found a treasure. Sutyaniao's face was filled with shock and confusion. He can really cure it. Take 10 more golden needles. At this time, Suku's voice sounded again. Sutyaniao reacted and quickly took out 10 gold needles from the medicine box and handed them to Suku again. Swish, swish, swish. The 10 golden needles seemed to have spirits in Suku's hands, and were injected into the old owner's head in a dazzling manner. The Emperor of Medicine points to the Dragon Cave. This is an acupuncture technique that is even more mysterious than the 9-bend soul-restoring needle. Even my master has only achieved minor success and has not yet reached the major success level. Sutyaniao felt unwell. What did she see? She saw that the useless waste in her eyes, the abandoned child of their Prince Su's mansion, the outsider she once looked down upon, was now stimulating her severely with the demeanor of a master of medicine. What? Even though Yan Shu was the knowledgeable owner of Zuyan Tower, he could not help but be shocked by Sutyaniao's words. If before Suku had only asked him to be serious. But now, even the Grand Elder of the Medicine Pavilion had only mastered the acupuncture technique to a small extent, but Suku performed it so casually. Then it's not as simple as asking him to be serious. How old is Sukutsai? A few years younger than Sutyaniao. Once this genius in medicine grows up, the Great Sui Empire won't be able to trap him. Zuyanla is happy to make friends with such a genius with unlimited potential. Time passes by every second. Ahem. Finally, as the old owner of the building opened his cloudy eyes, Suku also retracted the golden needles one by one, and the task was completed. Please forgive me, old landlord. It was Tianyao fault for not being good enough in martial arts. I almost let you. The moment the old host woke up, Sutyaniao quickly knelt down to apologize. After confirming the old owner's physical condition, Yanshu suppressed the shock in his heart and said something in the old owner's ear. The old owner of the building was still a little confused when he just woke up, but as he listened to Yanshu's narration, his majestic eyes couldn't help but fall on Suku, who was standing aside with an indifferent expression. Even though he tried to hide it, one could still detect a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. After a moment, the old building owner glanced at Sutyaniao, who was kneeling on the ground, waved his hand indifferently, and said, "It's okay, you have tried your best, get up." Yes. Sutyaniao bit her lip. She could hear the displeasure in the old landlord's tone, but she didn't dare to refute a word. After saying that, the old host looked at Suku again, and said with a serious look in his eyes, "Suku, I have heard of your name for a long time. Today, we officially meet. Junior, meet the old host." The old building owner nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Zuyanla, I owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, Suku nodded slightly. He deserves it. I, old man, also owe you a favor. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room's eyelids twitched instantly. The favors that Zuyanla owed were official and were owed openly. But the favor that the old owner of Zuyan Tower owes has a special meaning. After all, once upon a time, the old owner of Zuyan Tower was also a well-known figure in the empire. Suku also looked up upon hearing the voice, his heart slightly moved. He looked at the old host's smiling eyes, and finally clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Thank you. I'm a little tired, so let's leave it like this for now." The old host waved his hand, a trace of fatigue appearing on his face. Seeing this, everyone left. After leaving the room, Yan Shu welcomed them to the main hall. "Brother Su, the door of Zuyan Tower is always open to you," Yan Shu said. The corner of Suku's mouth trembled, and he couldn't help but glance at Lu Baichuan. There was something ambiguous in these words. "Thank you, Master Yan," Suku said again. After saying this, Yan Shu looked at Su Tianyao again and said seriously, "If your father has returned from his spiritual journey, please ask him to come to the mansion to provide follow-up treatment for my father." "Yes." Su Tianyao nodded. At this moment, she was already somewhat distraught. She no longer cared about what Yan Shu said. In her mind, the only thing that was in her mind was the shock that Suku had brought to her today. It will take her a long time to digest it completely. "Master Lu." Yan Shu looked at Lu Baichuan again. "Master Yan." Lu Baichuan looked up with some confusion. "I heard that Brother Su will be getting married to your daughter soon." "That's right, 1 month later," Lu Baichuan replied. "Please trouble Master Lu to come to the mansion to deliver the invitation. Yan Shu will go to congratulate in his personal capacity." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Baichuan's pupils shrank slightly. Thinking back to when even the 6th princess Su Tianyao was extremely respectful to the old owner of the building in that house before, the rumors about Zuyan building having a powerful background probably weren't groundless. He was naturally happy to be able to make friends with such a force. "Lu will personally deliver the invitation to your door when the time comes." Lu Baichuan said happily that today's trip to Zuyan Tower was worth it. After arranging all these, Yan Shu finally set his sights on Zhao Tianzi and Chun Shisan Yang standing aside. Zhao Tianzi also took a long breath. After being delayed for so long, it was finally his turn. In order to redeem Chun Shisan Yang, he went through a lot of trouble. If he didn't have a trump card in his hand, with his cultivation level, he would never have been able to walk out of the Red Moon Chaos Land safely. Now, it is finally time to fulfill the promise. Only. Yan Shu looked at Zhao Tianzi and said calmly, "In theory, if you find the Red Moon saliva grass as required, you can redeem Chun Shizaniang." When Chun Shisan Yang heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up with joy. She couldn't help but put her arm around Zhao Tianzi's arm, with a look of anticipation on her face. "But Brother Su cured my father's stubborn illness. Although you contributed the Red Moon saliva grass, Brother Su deserves the credit." As soon as the words came out, Zhao Tianzi's expression darkened as if he had a premonition, and his hands clenched tightly. Upon hearing this, Chun Shizaniang shouted directly, "You only said that you can redeem me if I can find the Red Moon saliva grass. Now that Tianzi has found it according to your request, he has met the conditions. Zuyanla, how can you go back on your word? Presumptuous." Boom. Unexpectedly, before Chun Shisan Yang finished her words, an extremely strong spiritual power burst out from Yan Shu's body, causing Zhao Tianzi beside him to look moved and fearful. "You have no right to speak here." Yan Shu has a strong attitude, worthy of being the current owner of Zuyan Tower. The aura of a superior is enough to make people tremble. Chun Shisan Yang didn't dare to say anything more, but her eyes turned red and tears flowed silently. "Master Yan, they are both in love. How can I steal their love?" Just then, Suku spoke. "Besides, my father-in-law is here. How can I do anything wrong?" Suku laughed. "Oh. You mean, you're going to make trouble when I'm not here?" Lu Baichuan raised his eyebrows and teased. Suku smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying seriously, "So, Master Yan, we should respect Chun Shisan Yang's choice." On the other side, Zhao Tianze was also surprised to hear this, but when he saw Suku's kind look at him, he smiled back. Thank you, Brother Su. It's not easy for Shursan Yang and I to get to where we are today. I, Tianze, am very grateful for what you did today, Brother Su. Zhao Tianze quickly clasped his fists. Although I am not talented, I am also a member of the Jing'an Marquis Mansion. If you need me to do anything in the future, please feel free to ask me, Brother Su. Okay. Suku nodded. I'm here to thank Mr. Su. Chun Shursan Yang also cried with joy. She didn't expect that after such a sudden turn of events, she would finally be able to stay with Zhao Tianze forever. In that case, then let's do as Brother Su says. Yan Shu also went along with it. However, I have another request. Before Yan Shu finished speaking, Suku suddenly added. Oh. Yan Shu looked at Suku in confusion. Chun Shursan Yang's heart suddenly twisted. She thought Suku was going to change his mind. I am quite interested in the jade pendant on Shursan Yang's chest. I wonder if Shursan Yang would give it to me. As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Shursan Yang's heart suddenly fell. I was wondering what it was. It's just a jade pendant. It's my honor that Master Su likes it. Chun Shursan Yang was very happy. Although this jade pendant is extremely rare, it was given to me by a great master and I have kept it with me since I was a child. But compared to being able to be with Zhao Tianze, what does it matter if you give up a jade pendant? As she spoke, Chun Shursan Yang pulled off the jade pendant and pretended to hand it to Suku. No. But at this moment, Zhao Tianze took a sudden step forward and grabbed Chun Shizaniang's wrist. For some reason, his eyes were already red. Suku's fingertips had actually touched the jade pendant, which was cool and warm. It is hard to believe that there is a drop of candle dragon blood hidden in this small jade pendant. Such a terrifying spiritual treasure is rare even in the fairyland of the previous life. Zhao Tianze's sudden intervention left everyone stunned. Suku frowned even more. Young Lord Zhao, what does this mean? Zhao Tianze's eyes were already bloodshot. What do you mean? What do you mean? I went through so much danger alone and spent so much energy just to get the jade pendant, and now I'm about to get what I wanted. And then you come out halfway and want to pick the peaches. Zhao Tianze stared at Suku intently, and asked in a somewhat cold voice, how can a mere jade pendant catch the eye of Brother Su? To thank Brother Su, I will choose a day to send you something more precious than this jade pendant. As soon as these words were spoken, Suku's eyes turned cold. He said calmly, when Su asks about things, it's all about eye contact. When I first saw this thing, I don't know why I always felt that it had some kind of fate with me. I think young Marquis Zhao also treasures this item very much. Could this jade pendant have some secret that I don't know? Suddenly, Suku asked abruptly. This way of asking really made Zhao Tianze's pupils shrink. Of course he knows the secret of this jade pendant. But when Suku asked this, he became passive. How could he possibly tell the secret of this jade pendant to outsiders? No, Mr. Su, please don't bother with Tianze. He never asked me about this jade pendant. How could it be worth it for him to treasure it so much? Since Master Su feels that he has a connection with this item today, Shursan Yang should fulfill this connection. As she spoke, Chun Shursan Yang patted Zhao Tianze's hand, and then handed the jade pendant to Suku with a smile on her face. Weighing the jade pendant in his hand, feeling its cool touch, Suku tightened his grip slightly. With this drop of Zhulong blood, his cultivation foundation in this life will be several times more solid than in his previous life. Even when facing those freaks from the ancient clans in the fairyland who have had their veins cleansed with dragon blood and phoenix marrow since childhood, he will not give in when it comes to the foundation of cultivation. Zhao Tianze watched the jade pendant slip away from his sight, his eyes filled with bloodshot and his raging rage wishing it could burst out right then and there. I am in a restless mood. Although the jade pendant has a secret, it is ultimately just an external object. A truly strong person is always strong inside. If you are so impatient, how can you become a truly strong person and achieve what you want in your heart? Just as Zhao Tianze was about to explode, a low rebuke sounded in his heart. No matter how unwilling Zhao Tianze was, facing that old voice, he could not help but suppress the unwillingness in his heart. After a moment, the bloodshot in his eyes disappeared and he regained his clarity. Since Brother Su likes you, how can I steal your love away? Zhao Tianzi bowed and smiled at Suku. Thank you. Suku also clasped his fists slightly. Tianzi, let's go. Chun Shirsan Yang was holding Zhao Tianzi's hand and was anxious to leave. She had waited for 30 years, and she was afraid that something unexpected would happen again. Yeah. Zhao Tianzi nodded expressionlessly. The two were about to leave. But suddenly, Chun Shirsan Yang stopped and looked a little strange. If you can't find a place to go in the future, you can come to Lu Mansion to find me. A voice transmission sounded in my mind. Although Chun Shirsan Yang was confused, she didn't think too much about it. How come I can't find anywhere? Tianzi and I were finally able to escape from our prison and stay together forever. After seeing off Zhao Tianzi and the other men, Suku also said goodbye to Yan Shu. Master Yan, I'm leaving now. I'll come visit you again when my master returns. Su Tianyao bowed slightly, then left absent-mindedly. Wait until everyone leaves. The old owner of the building, Yan Long, who was supposed to be lying in bed resting, walked out from behind the screen. That jade pendant seems to have some secrets. Yan Long sat on the armchair, picked up the tea on the table, and said slowly. Father, why are you out here? You just recovered from a serious illness, you should rest. Yan Long shook his head and said, that Suku is not a simple person either. Back then, my brother and I were hunting a level 6 flame dragon and were accidentally injured by it. Even the imperial doctors in the palace were helpless. Even the great elder in the medicine pavilion said that it was quite difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that I could be cured by a young man. His medical attainments are extraordinary. Yan Shu nodded upon hearing this, but said in a somewhat strange tone, I know this person Suku. He used to be the prince of Prince Su's mansion, but not long ago, the direct bloodline of Prince Su who was stranded outside was found, and this person was kicked out. Normally, this Suku is a low-key person. No one would have thought that he has such great skills in medicine. Yan Long nodded, and after a moment's silence, he slowly said, this Suku's cultivation is only at the Kaimai stage, but with his talent in medicine, his future achievements will probably not be low. Although the Great Sui dynasty was founded on military power, the higher the level of cultivation, the more important the status of doctors and alchemists becomes. At this point, he looked at Yan Shu and said calmly, Sure, you can try to make friends with this person. If you can win over a future medical expert, it will be a great help to your Uncle Wang. Thinking of Uncle Wang, Yan Shu nodded, Yes, father. In a few days, Mr. Su will be very happy. I will come to congratulate him in person. In front of Zuyan Tower. Suku, Lu Baichuan, and Su Tianyao walked out of the building. Uncle Lu, let's go. Suku ignored Su Tianyao, didn't even say hello to her, and turned around to leave. Suku. Su Tianyao suddenly spoke. Suku turned his head and saw Su Tianyao pinching the corner of her skirt, her pretty face flushed, and she bit her lips tightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. What's up? Seeing Suku's response, Su Tianyao finally couldn't help but said angrily, Suku, even if we expel you from the palace, you don't have to treat me like this. No matter what, we have raised you for 17 years. We have done our best. You don't have to feel wronged. You look like we've done something wrong to you. Why are you so cold to me? Su Tianyao raised her head and roared with a pair of beautiful eyes filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Hearing these words, Suku's expression remained calm. He stared at Su Tianyao, his eyes showing no emotion at all. Su Tianyao, who was originally angry, felt frightened when Suku stared at her like this. For some reason, she didn't dare to look Suku in the eye. If you have no guilt in your heart, why don't you dare look me in the eyes? Suku said calmly. You. Su Tianyao felt a tightness in her chest after hearing these few words, but she couldn't say anything in rebuttal. Suku sneered and turned around. Seeing that Suku was about to leave again, Su Tianyao refused to give in and directly blocked Suku. The 9-bend soul-restoring needle and the Medicine Emperor's Dragon Cave pointing technique are only available to the chief disciple of my medicine pavilion. Even I haven't learned them, so how did you learn them? This is the most difficult mystery in her heart. She was proud of being the closed disciple of the great elder of the medicine pavilion, and now Suku's behavior was unacceptable to her. I see. I once took you to the medicine cabinet, but you left for a while because of something. You. A thought suddenly came into Su Tianyao mind. You sneaked into my medicine pavilion's inheritance hall. Stole the inheritance of my medicine cabinet. Su Tianyao's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and then she stared at Suku with an incredible and disgusted look. I never thought that you, who have been with us day and night for 17 years, would turn out to be a shameless thief. You stole the inheritance of our medicine pavilion, otherwise, you would never have the chance to come into contact with that secret method. Su Tianyao seemed to have grasped the key point. Apart from that, she couldn't think of any other reason. Suku. Looking at Su Tianyao's sad and angry expression, Suku felt speechless. I didn't say anything, but I was labeled a thief. At the beginning, he did go to the medicine cabinet under the guidance of Su Tianyao, and he did leave for a while. But he was summoned by the head of the medicine pavilion. The head of the medicine pavilion wants to accept him as his disciple. He knelt in the medicine cabinet for 7 days and 7 nights for Su Tianyao, and his whole body was almost frozen to death in the cabinet. Finally, with sincerity, he got the opportunity to meet with the head of the medicine pavilion. Suku, your affinity for wood-attributed spiritual energy has almost reached an unprecedented level of perfection. You are a natural healer. Would you like to take me as your master? These are the exact words of the master of the medicine pavilion. But at that time, Suku was only thinking about Su Tianyao. His goal was to let Su Tianyao enter the medicine cabinet, which was what Su Tianyao wanted. So, he refused. Later, he was brought into the medicine pavilion by Su Tianyao. Upon hearing the news, the owner of the medicine pavilion again offered to take him in as a disciple. But he devoted himself to his 7 sisters and the management of the palace, and had no interest in medicine at all. The head of the medicine pavilion valued talent and made an exception to allow him to view the 3 major secret techniques of the medicine pavilion. Later, he embarked on the path of spiritual practice, and he completely mastered the 3 inherited secret techniques. This is the cause and effect. Suku, if you don't dare to answer, you must be guilty. For so many years, we have treated you as a younger brother, but we never thought that you would be such a filthy person. Fortunately, we took Wudao back. Otherwise, if you really took over the palace, it would be a disaster for our palace. When Su Tianyao saw that Suku did not answer, she was even more certain that Suku had stolen the inheritance. Looking at Su Tianyao's expression, Suku smiled. 7 days and 7 nights, shoulders covered with snow. What I got in return was nothing but groundless suspicion. If I hadn't begged you so hard back then, how could you, Su Tianyao, have had the opportunity to enter the medicine pavilion? Even the prince of the royal family was turned away. Why do you, Su Tianyao, think that you can be valued by the medicine pavilion? Just because you have big breasts and no brains. There was only sighing in Suku's heart. All my gratitude back then was just thrown away like a toss. Suku's voice suddenly rang in Su Tianyao's mind. The latter was originally in grief and anger, and this sudden voice made her head buzz. What? Did you beg me to enter the medicine cabinet? Is it because of you that I can enter the medicine cabinet? What a joke. I entered the pharmacy because the chief elder of the pharmacy noticed my talent in medicine. What does it have to do with you, Suku? It's ridiculous to make something out of nothing. Su Tianyao laughed, and her laugh was extremely sarcastic. Suku, you are even more disgusting than I thought. Su Tianyao naturally wouldn't say that she could hear his thoughts, and could only speak with even more disgust. Hearing this, Suku's heart was completely chilled. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene of him kneeling in the medicine cabinet. The scenes kept replaying in his mind, and it seemed that when these scenes ended, the last bit of emotion he had for Su Tianyao would completely disappear. At the same time, Su Tianyao suddenly discovered with horror. There are some pictures in my mind that don't belong to me. Not only can I hear Suku's thoughts. Can you still see his past? That day, snow covered the capital. There hadn't been such heavy snow in more than 10 years. The slightly thin figure of 7-year-old Suku walked out from the street in the heavy snow. He hugged his arms, his tender little face red from the cold. What are you here for? My sister is eager to join the pavilion, so I came to meet the pavilion master on her behalf. What's your sister's name? Su Wangfu, Su Tianyao. Su Tianyao. She has good aptitude, but not enough to join the medicine pavilion. Besides, in the past hundreds of years, the medicine pavilion has never had someone like you become a disciple for others. If you come here to become a disciple yourself, you can enter the pavilion to test your qualifications. Suku shook his head, his eyes determined. That's fine. I am the pavilion master, and I am not someone you can just see casually. Go, kid. Suku said nothing, but slowly bent his knees and knelt in the snow. If the pavilion master doesn't see me for a day, I will kneel for a day. If the pavilion master doesn't see me for a month, I will kneel for a month. My sister is talented and kind-hearted. She will be a good doctor. Suku said sincerely. Don't be a scoundrel. If you want to kneel, then kneel. The men left in an angry tone. The huge medicine pavilion was empty, with only the howling wind and snow. And Suku knelt down in the bitter cold. Su Tianyao's mind was buzzing, the picture was extremely clear, even the hot air exhaled from Suku's nostrils was so real. Her consciousness seemed to have arrived at that day, as a bystander. Suku knelt in front of her. She remembered that day, one of the few heavy snowfalls in her childhood memories. As far as she could remember, Suku did disappear for a while that winter. The seven sisters also put a lot of effort into searching for him. After all, during that period of time, they really treated Suku as their younger brother. When did their attitude towards Suku begin to change quietly? It was probably when I heard from my eldest sister that Su Wudao was still alive. She looked at Suku, who was gradually being buried in the snow, and wanted to reach out to brush the snow off his shoulders, but she couldn't do it. For some reason, seeing Suku's immature yet stubborn expression, her heart, which had been silent for a long time, felt a little painful. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The heavy snow had completely buried Suku, turning him into a snowman. Halfway through, a steward from the medicine cabinet came to persuade him, but he kept shaking his head because of Suku's stubbornness. From the initial shivering from the cold, to the gradual numbness of the limbs, and finally to complete loss of consciousness. Suku knelt in the snow and ice, relying only on instinct, and waited quietly. Su Tianyao looked at the thin figure in front of her, and her nose felt a little sore without her noticing. People's hearts are always warm. How many people in the world have hearts of stone? She recalled her youth. Although she was Suku's sister, she was still a woman after all. Ever since Prince Su and Princess Su disappeared, Prince Su's mansion has been like a collapsing building, with monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Various forces in the imperial capital had their eyes on Prince Su's mansion, and the 7 girls were naturally suppressed by all sides. Although the old elders of the palace were in charge, they still suffered a lot of bullying both openly and covertly. But whenever the children of aristocratic families tried to bully them, there was always a stubborn figure standing in front of them, enduring the malice from all sides alone. She also clearly remembered that she was once bullied by the young Duke of Jinan Mansion and had a cut on her face with a knife. She cried bitterly but didn't know what to do. It was Suku who rushed forward and knocked down 3 or 4 followers by himself. He forced the little duke to ride on him and beat him until he begged for mercy. Later, people from the Jinan Mansion came and the 7 girls didn't know what to do. Finally, Suku stood up. I, Suku, am solely responsible for my own actions. If you have any problem, come to me. She clearly remembered the day when Suku was pinned to the ground and beaten. Suku was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. He didn't make a sound or even cry out in pain. In the end, the fight was over and the other party had calmed down. Suku then staggered to his feet and said, "Let's just forget about this matter. If you dare to attack my sisters again, I will beat you up next time. And it will only be more severe than this time." She clearly remembered that the young Duke of Jinan Mansion left with a fearful look in his eyes. From then on, Suku's evil reputation spread among the children of aristocratic families. It seemed that from that time on, the number of times they were bullied and beaten gradually decreased. The past is still vivid in my mind. When did I forget all these things? Su Tianyao shook her head. Suku was their only support when they were young. Just as she was recalling these past events, the sound of footsteps was heard from a distance. Pavilion Master, he is Suku, the Prince of Su Wangfu. The middle-aged man called the Pavilion Master had a tall stature, a square face, and was full of righteousness. His eyes were as deep as ink and quite recognizable. He flicked his sleeves slightly, and the snow covering Suku's body instantly disappeared. Suku, still kneeling on the ground, had already fallen unconscious. In the warm room, Suku woke up with difficulty. "Boy, is it worth it for you to do this for your sister who is not related to you by blood?" "Worth? Why? You should know that you are not of the bloodline of Prince Su's mansion." "I know, but my adoptive father and mother told me to protect them before they left." "Perhaps Prince Su and Princess Su were just speaking casually." "Even if it's just a casual remark, I will obey. My life belongs to my adoptive father and mother, and naturally, it also belongs to Prince Su's mansion." Su Tianyao stood in the side room, listening to the conversation between Suku and the owner of the medicine pavilion. She couldn't believe that Suku had actually met with the owner of the medicine pavilion, such an elusive and important figure. She couldn't even believe that Suku had once defended them so firmly. "Suku, you are so stupid." Even Su Tianyao himself was muttering to himself subconsciously. "Suku, I checked your physical condition when I treated you just now. Your affinity for wood-attributed spiritual energy has almost reached an unprecedented level of perfection. Let alone the Great Sui Empire, even in the entire Tiannan region, there are only a handful of people who can reach the state of perfection. You are a natural healer. Would you like to be my disciple?" The head of the medicine pavilion spoke excitedly. "As long as you accept me as your master, within 10 years, I will ensure that you will become the best doctor of the younger generation in the Tiannan region." The pavilion master stared at Suku with burning eyes, as if Suku in front of him was a piece of unpolished jade, which could shine and dazzle the world with just a little carving. But unexpectedly, Suku refused. "Suku, think carefully. Even the prince of the Sui dynasty cannot become my disciple. This is an opportunity that belongs to you alone," said the pavilion master anxiously. Suku still shook his head. "I came here to become my sixth sister's disciple, not me." Seeing this scene, Su Tianyao's pupils suddenly contracted and he was filled with incomparable shock. That's the master of the medicine pavilion. The #1 doctor in the Sui dynasty. A medical giant who even the emperor of Sui dynasty would treat as a guest of honor. How many young talents and people with extraordinary talents wanted to become his disciples, but they didn't even have the chance to meet him. But Suku, actually refused. And the reason he refused was because of me. Su Tianyao's eyes were red with disbelief. For his own sake, Suku resolutely gave up all the wealth. For his own sake, Suku actually refused the offer from the head of the medicine pavilion to become his disciple. For his own sake, Suku actually made such a great sacrifice. She doesn't know. How could she know? If it weren't for today, she would never know even until she died. "Suku, you are stupid. Here are a few spiritual herbs. If you can gather them all, I can consider your request." The head of the medicine pavilion finally spoke. Su Tianyao watched Suku weakly climb up from the bed. The scene changed. Suku came to the poisonous fog swamp, facing the oncoming miasma and the extremely dangerous swamp. She followed Suku's perspective and witnessed Suku's escapes from death time and time again. Witnessed Suku's happy expression every time he got a magical medicine. Witnessed Suku's crazy stubbornness. Those few spiritual herbs, it seems that the owner of the medicine pavilion wants to force him to give them up. But even the head of the medicine pavilion didn't expect that Suku actually gathered them all. Su Tianyao muttered to himself. At this moment, she wanted to cry. She didn't know why she wanted to cry. Who are you crying for? For Suku. Why should I cry for him? But she couldn't cry. It was as if the emotions had reached some kind of abyss, with nowhere to vent. "Suku, you are so stupid. You actually collected them all." The head of the medicine pavilion looked at Suku in disbelief. "So, can you accept my sixth sister as your disciple?" The naive Suku said with his hands covered in blood, holding those spiritual herbs. "No, although she has some talent, it is far from meeting my standards for accepting her as a disciple." But you said. Suku became anxious. Forget it. For your sincerity, I will allow her to join the medicine pavilion. This is where Suku's memories end. The image in Su Tianyao mind also disappeared. Still in front of Zuyan Tower. The whole building is filled with red sleeves waving, and the sky is filled with rouge and powder. Only a moment passed, but to Su Tianyao, it felt like several months had passed. Under Suku's strange gaze, she gave up pestering him and just left with a distraught look on her face. Like a walking corpse. What's wrong with the sixth princess? Lu Baichuan asked in confusion. He was fine just now, why did he suddenly seem lifeless? Suku looked at Su Tianyao's back. He didn't know why Su Tianyao's temperament suddenly changed. He just felt that Su Tianyao's back was filled with extreme sadness. Let's go back home. Suku didn't care. He doesn't need to care. Su Tianyao was walking on the way back home, relying entirely on her instinctive consciousness. Halfway, she met Sutyani. Sixth sister. Sixth sister. What's wrong with you? But Su Tianyao's face was pale. She looked at Sutyani in front of her, as if she had finally found an outlet to vent her emotions. She hugged Sutyani and burst into tears. Sutyani was confused by this scene. It was the first time she saw her sixth sister crying so sadly. Sixth sister. What's wrong? What happened? Sutyani asked quickly. But Su Tianyao just cried, sobbing uncontrollably and her body shaking. Seventh sister, Suku, I really deserve to die. The next moment, Su Tianyao fainted from crying. On the other side, Suku and Lu Baichuan had already returned to the Lu mansion. Kuer, you went through so much trouble today, is it just for that jade pendant? After all, Lu Baichuan is the master of the Lu mansion. Although he comes from a battlefield background, he is able to gain a foothold in this famous imperial capital. How can he be a mediocre person? Upon hearing this, Suku nodded. Seeing this, Lu Baichuan took a breath, patted Suku on the shoulder and said with a smile, "That's good. To be honest, when you brought me to Zuyanla, I was shocked at that moment. I really thought you were." Hearing this, Suku smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, don't worry. Suku, will never do anything to let Ruobing down in this life. I have and can only have her as a woman. Please rest assured about this, Uncle Lu." Hearing this and looking at Suku's expression that didn't seem like he was joking, Lu Baichuan's expression also became slightly serious. "I believe in your character. But..." Lu Baichuan raised his head and thought for a while. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as you treat Ruobing well, I, as her father-in-law, will naturally not say anything. Suku. I will teach you the wife-taming method when I have time. It's because I haven't practiced the wife-taming method enough that I was controlled by your aunt. Otherwise, look at the wealthy families in the imperial capital. Which family head has only 1 wife like me? Lu Baichuan curled his lips. Ahem. What's wrong, Kuer? Did you get choked by the rouge powder in Zuyan Tower? But you don't have to worry. Ruobing is still relatively innocent now. As long as you train her well, she will definitely not follow my old path. Ahem. Kuer? Why are you coughing all the time? Lu Baichuan was about to reach out to try whether Suku had a cold when suddenly a hand grabbed his ear. Lu Baichuan. You are such a pervert. How dare you go to a place like Zuyanla? If someone else hadn't come to my house to complain to me, I wouldn't have believed you had the guts to do that. Lu Baichuan was so frightened that his face turned pale. Madam. It hurts. My ears hurt. Still training your wife? Come. I'm standing right here, let me see how you train your wife. Qin Lian said, grabbing Lu Baichuan's other ear with her other hand. Lu Baichuan was picked up at the beginning, like catching a rabbit. The trainer, it's the trainer. Madam, you heard it wrong. Seeing Lu Baichuan being dragged back to the room by Qin Lian by the ears, followed by the sound of pots and pans, Suku could only shrug his shoulders, looking helpless. At this time, Suku saw Lu Ruobing standing not far away. His expression froze, and he hurriedly walked forward, wanting to reach out and hold Lu Ruobing's hands, but he withdrew his hands awkwardly. Suku rubbed his palms awkwardly and said with a wry smile, "Well, Uncle Lu and I are going to Zuyanla." Nothing happened, right? Without waiting for Suku to explain, Lu Ruobing just quietly brushed the dust off Suku's shoulders. Nothing happened. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing nodded, then picked up the feather duster beside her. Don't listen to my excuses. No. Listen to my explanation. Suku couldn't help but take a step back. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruobing just dusted the window with a duster. Only then did Suku relax. Looking at Lu Ruobing's gentle back, Suku walked forward and took the duster from her hand to dust the window. Don't you even ask me what I'm doing at Zuyanla. As long as I believe you, that's enough. Lu Ruobing stood aside and spoke softly as if all was well. Hearing this, Suku's hand holding the duster paused slightly, then he smiled and worked even harder. After a long time, the windowsill was clean. Lu Ruobing handed over a handkerchief, and Suku took it and wiped his forehead. At this moment, a fragrant breeze suddenly lingered around my nose. Lu Ruobing leaned forward slightly and sniffed Suku's chest. The two were only half a finger apart at this time. Suku could even see the fine hairs on Lu Ruobing's face. An ambiguous atmosphere suddenly arose. Lu Ruobing's pretty face was already slightly red, and just when Suku couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms, she took half a step back. Then she sniffed and said gently, "The rouge powder in Zuyanla is a bit pungent. It's better to go to places like that less often in the future." Receive. After chatting with Lu Ruobing for a while, Suku returned to the house. Sitting on the bed, he took out the jade pendant. With a slight flick of his finger, the jade pendant shattered. In an instant, a drop of five-colored blood floated in front of him, and the whole room was illuminated by the rosy glow. Suku looked it up and down, and couldn't help but marvel at the tremendous power contained in the Julong blood. In the fairyland, whether it is the immortal Taoist tradition that has been passed down for millions of years, the golden clan that has dominated the world, or the hidden ancient clan that overlooks the world, the elders of these giant clans will hunt monsters and refine the blood of all kinds of beasts when the children of these giant clans are honing their foundation for cultivation. There is only one goal: to open up the 9 hidden veins in the body. Everyone knows that there are 10 main meridians in a cultivator's body. After all 10 main meridians are opened up, one can enter the chi-nourishing realm. In the cultivation system of the fairyland, there are 9 hidden veins in the cultivator's body, and only the purest demonic energy can force the hidden veins to appear. The higher the level of the blood of all beasts, the more hidden veins will be opened up. Legend has it that after all 19 meridians in the body are opened, one can enter the legendary inner realm, which is another world of cultivation. Only a very small number of peerless geniuses have the opportunity to enter the inner realm. The blood of the candle dragon is the most superior blood among all beasts, even in the fairyland. After all, among the dragon clan, Julong is an ancient mythical beast that lived in the same era as the ancestral dragon. Given the majestic dragon energy contained in the candle dragon's blood, I wonder if I am qualified to enter the legendary inner world in this life. Suku couldn't help but feel a little excited. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the Julong blood directly into his stomach. The previous 72 shackles of the heavenly Tao broke 6 of them, allowing the devouring holy vein in the devouring holy body to be unlocked. The moment the Julong blood entered the holy vein, the terrifying devouring power mercilessly wrapped the Julong blood tightly, and the dragon energy like a torrent instantly filled Suku's limbs and bones. A faint golden light gathered around Suku's body. If one listened carefully, one could even hear a faint dragon roar coming from his body. The dragon energy contained in Julong's blood is extremely vast. With Suku's current level of cultivation, even if he wanted to devour the holy vein, it would probably take him 2 or 3 days. The Prince Su's mansion on the other side. When Sutyani carried Su Tianyao back to the mansion, everyone was instantly alarmed. "What's wrong with 6th sister?" Su Wudao sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Su Tianyao's charming face, and couldn't help licking his lips. "7th sister, what happened? Why did Tianyao become like this?" Su Tianjuan asked with a gloomy look. Since taking over the Western Route Army, she has used thundering means to reorganize the army, eliminate dissidents, and completely control the Western Route Army. His powerful style of action was also recognized by several veterans of the Western Route Army, and was able to temporarily stabilize the crumbling Prince Su's mansion. All the forces in the Sui dynasty knew that Su Tianjuan had emerged from Prince Su's mansion and should not be provoked at will. Therefore, no one dared to covet Prince Su's mansion for a long time. Seeing Su Tianyao like this, Su Tianjuan couldn't help but wonder if there were hostile forces taking action. Su Tiany shook his head. I don't know either. I met sixth sister on the way and she kept crying. She couldn't explain it when I asked her. But, she seemed to have mentioned, Suku. Suku. Su Tianjuan couldn't help but frown when he heard the name. Could it be that Suku made our sixth sister like this? Second sister Su Tianchuang asked with a cold look on her face. I don't know, but the fact that sixth sister has become like this is probably related to Suku, said Su Tiany. After these words were spoken, the women couldn't help but look unhappy. Su Wudao took the opportunity to say, Brother Suku is too much. How could he treat sixth sister like this? Even if he has resentment in his heart, he should not attack sixth sister. Wudao is right. I didn't expect Suku to be this kind of person. His true nature was revealed in such a short time. The third sister Su Tianxue also had a cold expression. Let's go. Let's go and capture Suku. He's really rebelling. The women were outraged. Looking at this scene, a faint smile appeared on Su Wudao's lips, because his previous plan to refine the Yin Huan Den was ruined, and he was worried that he would have no chance to deal with Suku. I didn't expect that Suku would really cause trouble for himself. He was about to agree, but Su Tianjuan shook his head and said, even though the sixth sister's cultivation is not high, she is also at the Qi cultivation realm. Suku has never practiced cultivation, so he can't be a match for the sixth sister. Su Tianjuan did not go with the flow because of everyone's criticism. In order to become the backbone of the women in Prince Su's mansion, she had to remain calm at all times. When Su Wudao saw this, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. However, he immediately said, Big sister is right. Even if brother Suku wants to attack sixth sister, it won't be that easy. There must be something we don't know. Big sister, in my opinion, the most urgent thing is to wake up sixth sister. Then we will naturally understand what happened. Hearing this, Su Tianjuan looked at Su Wudao with a hint of admiration. Wudao is right. You are all too impatient. If you were all as steady and mature as Wudao, I wouldn't have to worry about everything in the mansion. As Su Tianjuan spoke, he reached out and grasped Su Tianyao's wrist. The next moment, strands of spiritual power began to flow into the latter's body. Su Tianjuan has a high talent for cultivation, and is now a strongman at the peak of the Taichu realm. He is only one step away from condensing his spiritual palace and entering the spiritual palace realm. The Lingfu realm is able to condense the Dharma image, and once the Dharma image appears, all kings will submit. This level of cultivation and talent makes him outstanding among the younger generation of the Sui dynasty. Su Tianjuan's powerful talent for cultivation is one of the important reasons why the Su palace can temporarily gain a foothold. Not long after, under the input of Su Tianjuan's spiritual power, Su Tianyao finally opened her eyes. All the women gathered around him. But facing the questions of the girls, Su Tianyao just had empty eyes and a lifeless face. She looked at Su Tianjuan and said in great pain, Sister, my heart hurts so much. Looking at Su Tianyao's haggard face and bloodshot eyes, Su Tianjuan couldn't help but step forward, hold her in his arms and comfort her softly. Sixth sister, tell me what happened and I will seek justice for you. Su Tianjuan felt that things were not that simple, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, she has worked hard for the Su Wang mansion and fought against many clans of the Sui dynasty. In addition to wanting to preserve the foundation left by her parents, she also wanted to protect her sisters. As the eldest sister, she has this responsibility, and she doesn't want her younger sisters to be bullied from all sides like they did when they were children. Now, she has grown stronger. She will fight to the death with anyone who dares to attack Prince Su's mansion or touch the hair of her sisters. All the women including Su Wudao looked at Su Tianyao. But looking at everyone's concerned eyes, Su Tianyao just shook her head, her nose felt sore, and she started crying again, covering her face with the quilt. No matter who asked, Su Tianyao didn't say a word. Su Tianjuan felt distressed when he saw this, and finally dismissed everyone, leaving her alone in the room. "Sixth sister, everyone else has left. Now it's just you and me. Tell me if you have anything to say." "Is there anything else you can't tell me, big sister?" Su Tianjuan patiently guided the situation. It was unknown how long it took before Su Tianyao's mood improved. She looked at Su Tianjuan with tearful eyes and said sadly, "Sister, can I really tell you?" Su Tianjuan smiled, touched Su Tianyao's head, and said, "With big sister here, even if the sky falls, big sister will support you." Su Tianyao sobbed for a while, and finally told the whole story. But she omitted the opportunity to hear Suku's thoughts and see his past. This kind of thing was too unbelievable, and she told herself that this matter must be kept secret from everyone. "So, you feel guilty about Suku having done so much for you and now that he's been kicked out of the palace?" Su Tianjuan was also shocked. That year, Suku disappeared for a while for no reason during that extremely cold winter. When Suku came back, she asked him about it for a long time, but in the end, nothing came of it. Unexpectedly, Suku actually went to the medicine cabinet and suffered so much. If Su Tianyao hadn't mentioned it at this moment, she would have forgotten about it long ago. "Sister, tell me, did we do something wrong?" We watched Suku grow up. In the past, we really treated him as our younger brother. Think carefully, Suku has never done anything to let us down during these years in the palace. On the contrary, he has always been the one carefully protecting us. Su Tianyao's body trembled slightly. "We shouldn't be so heartless and ungrateful." Hearing this, Su Tianjuan fell silent. Yes, once upon a time, the seven sisters did treat Suku as their own brother, but as they grew older, they gradually had their own things to do. In order to revive Prince Su's mansion, she traveled among the major clans and was exhausted when she returned home every day. As a result, she suffered from headaches. Every time she had an attack, her head felt like it was about to explode and she was in excruciating pain. It was Suku who would patiently make her a cup of ginger tea every night, and then gently regulate her meridians and press her acupoints. This went on all night. It happens every night. The amazing thing is that as long as under Suku's treatment, his headache would really get better immediately. Thinking of this, Su Tianjuan's head seemed to swell again. She rubbed her temples, but to no avail. Only 2 or 3 days after Suku left, her headache came back. She consulted many doctors but none of them could achieve the same effect as Suku. She couldn't help but miss the days when Suku was around. But she told herself not to think like that. Suku has indeed been very meticulous over the years. He has never caused any trouble for the palace, and has always taken care of the daily lives of all of us. He arranged everything in an orderly manner. He does seem to be perfect, there is nothing to blame. Su Tianjuan said quietly. Hearing this, Su Tianyao's eyes sparkled with hope, and she quickly asked, "Then can we?" But Su Tianjuan's words instantly dissipated the hope in her eyes. But because he is too perfect, he cannot stay in the palace. Su Tianjuan said, looking into Su Tianyao's eyes, and said word by word, "No matter how perfect he is, the blood flowing in his body has never been our Su family's. Wudao is our biological brother. Su Tianjuan's eyes flashed with darkness, and he finally said, "He is just an outsider after all." Hearing this, Su Tianyao's body softened and she collapsed on the bed, her eyes becoming empty again. Su Tianjuan watched this scene and she knew the pain Su Tianyao was feeling. Even she couldn't find any fault with Suku. Suku secretly did so many things for Su Tianyao and suffered so much, even if he was just an ordinary friend, it would be touching enough. What's more, they had been together day and night for 17 years. It doesn't matter if you can't get over it for a while. Su Tianjuan patted Su Tianyao on the back, but time can melt everything. You are still young. One day you will know that if you want to gain something, you will inevitably lose something. No matter how much guilt you feel, it will slowly dissipate over time. Su Tianjuan stood up and slowly left the room. When Su Tianyao was the only one left in the room, she couldn't help sobbing softly, but, this is not fair to Suku. 3 days later. Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian were puzzled as to why Suku had locked himself in the room for 3 days without eating or drinking, and they thought something had happened to Suku. That day, the old couple stood in front of Suku's door, whispering. You old pervert, could it be that the guest got sick when he went to Zuyanla that day? Qin Lian asked with some suspicion. Don't talk nonsense. From that afternoon till now, I have explained it to you 36 times, I knelt on the washboard 16 times, and wrote 6 letters of guarantee. Why don't you believe it? Lu Baichuan replied angrily. Why did the guest stay at home for 3 consecutive days? I heard that the syphilis would break out that night, and his body would be covered with pustules. Qin Lian whispered, the guest has a strong sense of self-esteem. He might be too embarrassed to see us after contracting such a dirty disease. Why are you still talking? Don't I understand you men? Are you sure Kuer was with you the whole day and didn't eat alone behind your back? Qin Lian said. Originally Lu Baichuan was still defending Suku, but after hearing this last sentence he couldn't help but mutter, when you put it that way, it seems really possible. Lu Baichuan looked suspicious, and was obviously a little unconfident. After a moment, he pounded his knees heavily with both hands and said with an annoyed look, okay, you're eating alone before you even enter the house. What will happen after you enter the house? Boom. A finger bone hit Qin Lian's head violently, and her face turned black and the corners of her mouth twitched. Bang. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and the couple was leaning against the door. The door opened so suddenly that they lost their balance and fell into the house together. Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin, what are you doing? Suku looked at the two of them with a simple face. No, nothing. The two of them stood up quickly, and Qin Lian looked Suku up and down. Not seeing any signs of illness, the two looked at each other and felt relieved. Kuer, your wedding to Ruobing is less than a month away. According to the rules, you have to come with me from today and deliver the invitations to her house one after another. Lu Baichuan said. Hearing this, Suku blinked his eyes. He naturally knew about this. However, in the previous life, when people sent invitations to someone's home at this time, they were often turned away. The reason is nothing more than Su Wudao. Logically speaking, even though he was no longer the Prince of Su, the Lu family was still considered a large and powerful family in the imperial capital. In the Sui dynasty, besides being related to the emperor, there was another way to confer titles, which was through military merit. The Sui dynasty's military merit system has a total of 20 titles, and the highest title is Marquis for military merit. For example, the Jing'an Marquis mansion where Zhao Tianzi lived was where his ancestors were conferred the title of Marquis for their outstanding military achievements, and the legacy was passed down to their descendants. The Lu family had followed the Su Wang mansion to fight on the battlefield for several generations and had made countless military achievements. Lu Baichuan had also inherited the title of Deshuchang, which was the third highest title among the 20 titles. His rank was already quite high, so when the Lu family married off their daughter, the powerful clans in the imperial capital would at least give them some face and come to congratulate them. However, in his previous life, due to Su Wudao's secret instigation, Lu Baichuan encountered many difficulties when he came to visit, and on the day of the wedding, there were very few people who came. It is so deserted that it has become a joke. In this life, looking at Lu Baichuan's happy face, Suku really couldn't bear to tell him the truth. However, since he was reborn and this time it was only because of him, he naturally couldn't let Su Wudao be so proud behind his back. The Li family in the imperial capital, the Zhou family in Jiangnan, the Wu family in Bailing. Seeing that none of the invitations he had prepared had been distributed, Lu Baichuan looked a little bitter. He didn't expect that when he went to the house in person, no one accepted the invitation. Some families didn't even open their doors when they heard that it was Lu who came to visit. This hit Lu Baichuan hard and he even began to doubt his life. Kuer, we have been in this imperial capital for decades, and I don't even know when we got into such a bad situation. Hearing this, Suku quickly comforted him, that's because they are blind. In fact, I accept that I am doing poorly. After all, I don't have any lofty ambitions. I am guarding the legacy left by my ancestors and living a comfortable life. It's just that this is a big deal for Ruobing. If your aunt knew that I didn't send out a single invitation this morning, my fate would probably be even more miserable than when I went to Zuyanla. Lu Baichuan had a sad face, and Suku couldn't help but smile. As a father-in-law, I am afraid of my daughter-in-law to the core. Of course, love is love to the core. Come on, Uncle Lu, I'll take you somewhere. Where are you going? You'll find out when you get there. Isn't it Zuyanla again? Tianqiong Pavilion is one of the industries controlled by the Wei family in the imperial capital. In addition to selling some martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, and elixirs, the most famous thing about it is its internal dueling arena. Among the 4 major levels of heaven, earth, black and yellow, those who can stand in the heavenly level duel arena must have a cultivation level of at least the Taichu level. The Sui dynasty valued martial arts and spiritual practice, and the monks had a natural admiration for the strong. Therefore, every cultivator in this heavenly duel arena is like a star in the imperial capital. It is said that the strongest cultivator in the history of the Sky Pavilion could earn an astonishing 12,000 taels of gold for one appearance. You know, even a first-rank official in the court only received a monthly salary of 100 taels of gold. But in everyone's opinion, this is normal. How can a true strong person be measured by mere dirt like gold? Guer, what are you doing here? Of course, let's duel. After paying the entrance fee, Suku found a seat and sat down. The dueling arena of the Sky Dome Pavilion is arc-shaped, with 4 platforms in the center, where battles between the 4 major levels of heaven, earth, darkness, and yellow take place. This platform is made of deep-sea black iron and is extremely strong. Even a strong person in the spiritual mansion realm would find it difficult to destroy it. It is said that a thumb-sized piece of deep-sea black iron is worth 1,000 taels of gold. The value of these 4 platforms can be imagined. However, the Wei family also has such strength. In addition to the daily admission fees, the bulk of its income still comes from the tasks issued to it by the major forces of the empire. As long as you have money, you can ask Tianqiong Pavilion to do anything for you, except assassinating the royal family. Even if you are unhappy with the prime minister of the Sui dynasty, as long as you can afford enough compensation, Tianqiong Pavilion can do it for you. Therefore, the Sky Dome Pavilion is a very unique existence in the empire. Many people hate it, but many people also need it. Uncle Lu, you sit here, I'll go sign up. Suku said. Ah. Kuer, why do you have to get involved in this kind of fighting and killing? Lu Baichuan shouted. But Suku had already joined the crowd of people signing up. The Great Sui dynasty was founded on martial arts, and everyone wants to become a strong person through practice. Although Kuer's practice is not high, he still has some aspirations for martial arts, which is understandable. Lu Baichuan nodded secretly, let him have his fun. The yellow rank duel field is mostly populated by open Meridian Realm cultivators, so there shouldn't be any major danger. Thinking of this, Lu Baichuan was not so worried. He just didn't know why Suku suddenly came to this duel arena. Was there something he didn't know? Room number 3 of the duel arena. Tianqiong Pavilion knows how to do business after all. In addition to the ordinary seats in the duel arena, there are also 10 VIP rooms. This is a symbol of strength and status. Even the lowest room, number 10, requires a starting price of 1,000 gold coins to enter. As for the top-notch compartment number 1, everyone knew that it was prepared for the royal family and no one, no matter how powerful, was qualified to enter. In room number 3, beautiful maids came and went carefully serving tea and water, because the one entering the room today was the eldest son of Prince Su's mansion, Su Wudao, who had recently become famous in the upper circles of the imperial capital. Tomorrow is Brother Su's coronation banquet. When the time comes, I, your brother, will have to call you Your Highness. I'm afraid we can no longer address each other as brothers. A young man with a noble temperament teased. Hearing this, Su Wudao smiled and waved his hands, saying, Brother Zhou, that's not right. You are the young master of the Jiangnan Zhou family. In the future, the 19 towns in Jiangnan will follow your lead. Although I have the title of a king, how can I compare to your carefree life, Brother Zhou? Ha 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 ha, Zhou Yu laughed heartily when he heard that. Besides, although I have inherited the title of King Su, I still have little experience in the imperial capital. I hope Brother Zhou can give me more support in the future. With Brother Zhou's support, I will have more confidence in the imperial capital. Su Wudao clasped his fists. Hit. Okay. Brother Su, your business is my business. If you need me, Zhou Yu, I, the Jiangnan Zhou family, should do my duty. The two of them flatter each other and seem to have similar tastes. But in the eyes of Su Tianjiao, who was standing by, her younger brother had already learned how to make friends. Although the Su Palace is one of the 8 kings of the empire, its influence in the court has been greatly reduced over the years. Being able to establish a relationship with the Jiangnan Zhou family will undoubtedly make it an extremely powerful ally for the Su Palace. I've heard that Princess Tianjiao became a disciple of the head of the Qiu Academy of the Martial Arts Palace 6 years ago. I guess she has made great achievements in martial arts. At this time, Zhou Yu turned to look at Su Tianjiao and led the topic to Su Tianjiao. Without waiting for Su Tianjiao to speak, Su Wudao smiled and said, "That's right. Fifth sister is only 20 years old now, but she is already a cultivator in the late Heavenly Gate realm, and ranks 47th on the top 100 list of the Martial Arts Palace." Zhou Yu was shocked when he heard this, and said quickly, "The Martial Arts Palace is the holy place of martial arts in our great Sui dynasty. Over the past 100 years, more than 10 great generals of the empire have emerged from it, and 70% of the generals of the 4 major military departments are from the Martial Arts Palace. Princess Tianjiao is so young and yet she ranks so high on the top 100 list. Plus, the Western Route Army is originally under the jurisdiction of your Prince Su's mansion. It seems that our great Sui will soon have a peerless general star. There are only 2 words that can maintain the relationship between clans, and that is interests. The Su Palace was attracted by the Zhou family's resources in the 19 towns of Jiangnan, and the Zhou family was also attracted by the Su Palace's influence in the imperial military. First, we had Princess Tianjuan, a powerful person in the Taichu realm, in charge of the Western army. Now, Princess Tianjiao has risen to the top. The 7 sisters in your palace are all outstanding in their respective fields. We have to admit that Prince Su's palace is full of talents. It won't be long before the glory of Prince Su's palace is restored. This is what Zhou Yu really thinks. In fact, many forces envied the long-missing Prince Su for having 7 extremely outstanding daughters, each of whom could stand on their own when they grew up. Whenever there were incompetent children in the clan, the elders in the clan would cite Prince Su's 7 daughters as examples. Look at the 7 daughters of Prince Su, and then look at you. You are all born of mothers. Why is the gap between you so big? Su Tianjiao listened to Zhou Yu's praise and smiled slightly without refutation. What the latter said was indeed what she was thinking. She couldn't let her elder sister support the palace alone. In the future, she would become her elder sister's right-hand man and wait until her parents came back. When the day comes when their parents come back, the 7 girls can proudly tell their parents that they have protected the palace's foundation. Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. We 7 women are only here to protect the foundation of the palace. If we really want to restore the former glory of the palace, we have to rely on Wudao. As she spoke, Su Tianjiao looked at Su Wudao and said seriously, "Wudao, don't be anxious. After the coronation banquet is over tomorrow, I will pass on the heavenly sword cannon to you. This is the unique martial art of my Su Palace and is ranked as one of the 10 most powerful techniques in the empire. Moreover, the heavenly absolute sword cannon is only passed down to men, not women. Once you practice it, you can realize the supreme sword heart, control the heavenly absolute sword way, and become unrivaled in power. We have tested your aptitude. You have perfectly inherited your father's heavenly sword body. As long as you practice well, within 10 years, you will surpass your elder sister and become the strongest fighter in our palace." Hearing what Su Tianjiao said, Su Wudao's eyes were also burning with enthusiasm. He had been coveting the Tianju Sword Classic for many days. As long as I have absolute strength, all 7 of you will have to obediently serve me. Besides, I, Su Wudao, don't want to be trapped in this small Su Palace, or even this so-called empire. Su Wudao's eyes were filled with ambition. When Zhou Yu heard this, his eyes changed. He naturally knew the power of Tianju Sword Classic. It seems that we really need to build a good relationship with Prince Su's mansion. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If Prince Su's mansion rises again one day, our Jiangnan Zhou family may also be able to enter the imperial capital and become a true imperial family. Zhou Yu also has a vision in his heart. Just as the 3 were chatting happily, someone suddenly came in to report. "Prince. What's wrong?" "Prince, I was outside just now and saw Suku. Kusu." After these words came out, Su Wudao and Su Tianjiao frowned slightly, and Zhou Yu's ears perked up and he instantly became interested. He knew very well that the previous Prince Su was none other than Suku. When the former prince and the current prince, the real prince and the fake prince, meet, it will be a good show to watch. What is he doing here with his meager skills? Su Tianjiao stood up and looked at the duel arena through the band window in front of her. Sure enough, she saw the familiar figure. Maybe brother Suku also wants to join in the fun. Su Wudao also looked at Suku's figure with a hint of disdain in the corner of his eyes. Although he currently has no cultivation. But in Su Wudao's opinion, he is destined to become a martial arts expert in the future, which is completely different from Suku, an abandoned waste. Don't worry about him, he's just an outsider. Today I'm mainly bringing you to choose guards. As long as it's someone you like, even if he's a warrior in the heavenly ranked duel arena, the palace has the financial resources to buy him for you. Su Tianjiao said. Thank you, fifth sister. Su Wudao smiled obediently. When Suku returned to Lu Baichuan, the first duel began in time. Although the yellow-ranked duel arena is full of people at the Kaimai stage, you still have to be careful with your cultivation level to avoid getting hurt. Lu Baichuan said, taking the duel token from Suku's hand. As expected of the Sky Pavilion, even the yellow-level token is made of silver. Etc. Lu Baichuan played with the token and turned it to the back. The bright word, Xian, instantly made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but turn his head and said with a tangled look, Kuer, don't joke with me, did you take the wrong token? Listen to uncle, be good, and go back. Upon hearing this, Suku smiled and said, Uncle Lu, I signed up for a Xian-level duel. Lu Baichuan. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and he wanted to go up and strangle Suku's neck. Kuer, what I'm saying is, if you don't like our daughter, just say it directly. Don't punish me in this way. I don't want my daughter to be a widow at such a young age. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I just want to see how far my cultivation has progressed. Suku explained. As he spoke, he passed a ray of spiritual power to Lu Baichuan. The latter took it with some suspicion, and the next moment, his face suddenly changed. Opening the meridians. 9th level. He couldn't quite believe it and directly pressed Suku's wrist. He felt the spiritual energy in Suku's body surging like a mighty river and as powerful as thunder. He also came from the Kaimai realm, but he asked himself, when he was at the 9th level of the Kaimai realm, his spiritual power was far from being as majestic and vast as Suku's. 3 days ago, you were still at the 3rd level of opening meridians. Could it be that these 3 days, you have been in seclusion? Lu Baichuan stared at Suku as if he was a monster. Suku nodded slightly. Hiss, seeing this, Lu Baichuan couldn't help but take a breath. If Suku had not lied to him, it would have taken Suku only 3 days to break through from the 3rd level of Kai Meridian to the 9th level. 3 days and 6 levels. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed is unheard of. Even the current emperor, the most brilliant and talented person in the Sui dynasty, had never heard of such a rapid increase in cultivation. Are you really a genius? Lu Baichuan frowned and looked at Suku. In response, Suku smiled and said, only by mastering absolute strength can I protect the people I want to protect. Uncle Lu, Auntie, and Ruobing, I, Suku, don't want to be an Oriole in a greenhouse. If possible, I hope to be a warrior who protects you for your whole life. Looking at Suku's burning gaze, Lu Baichuan was actually a little afraid to look directly into the light in his eyes. You little bastard, why are you acting so sentimental in front of me? Lu Baichuan scolded with a smile, but his face was filled with laughter. But even so, most of the warriors in the Xian-level duel are at the qi-nourishing stage. Lu Baichuan's expression became solemn again. If anything goes wrong later, admit defeat immediately. It's okay to be embarrassed, but our lives are the most precious. Lu Baichuan instructed. Feeling Lu Baichuan's heartfelt care, Suku nodded. Before he gains the strength to absolutely protect them, his life is indeed extremely precious. The 4 major duel arenas of Tiandixianhuang have already begun, and the atmosphere in these duel arenas has instantly become high. However, most people's attention is focused on the heaven rank and earth rank. After all, the warriors there have the cultivation level of heavenly gate or even primordial stage, and the battle scenes are more impactful. After a while, the battle in the earth-level duel arena came to an end, and a monk with a nether tiger combat body was bought by VIP compartment number 6 for 100,000 taels of gold. The monk also looked very happy. Many monks came to the duel arena, either for the huge bonus after winning the battle, some to hone themselves through real combat, and some hoped to use such a platform to be discovered and recruited by some powerful families in the imperial capital. Once you enter these powerful families, your cultivation resources will naturally undergo earth-shaking changes. If you want to go further on the path of martial arts, resources are always the most important thing. Suku also stared at the heaven-level and earth-level dueling arenas, but in his opinion, these battles were too trivial. In his previous life, he was able to step into the fairyland, and even fought his way out of a bloody battle among a group of ancient clans and Taoist saints to become the immortal king. He truly licked his blood as he moved forward through mountains of swords and seas of fire. His combat experience is definitely top-notch in the vast fairyland. After all, if you want to stand out among the holy bodies and divine veins, you must have something to show for it. Time passes by every second. More and more monks were spotted by the people in the VIP compartment and recruited. Many people were envious. Being able to enter the wealthy family of the imperial capital was like a leap over the dragon gate, and they would be on their way to success from then on. After a long time, it was finally Suku's turn. Be careful. Lu Baichuan reminded again. Suku turned around and gave him a reassuring smile, then came to the Xian-level duel arena. Jingle. The bell is ringing. The first person who fought with Suku was a sword cultivator. He was carrying a blood-red long sword and had a faint bloody aura around him. There is no doubt that this is a ruthless person who is probably responsible for many deaths. I am. Call out. Before the swordsman could introduce himself, Suku disappeared in an instant and the former only saw a residual shadow passing in front of him. The next moment, his body fell heavily to the ground uncontrollably. Suku didn't say anything, but just walked aside calmly, waiting for the next game to begin. From the time the bell rang to the time the swordsman fell down, it took only a breath, and the battle was over. Even the deacon of the Sky Dome Pavilion who was standing by to maintain order did not react. It was only after Suku looked at him that the latter reacted and rang the bell again. Sukushin. The sword cultivator was quickly dragged away. In the seats, Lu Baichuan was already stunned. He just remembered that after the game started, his crotch suddenly felt a little itchy. I just lowered my head and scratched it for a moment, and when I looked up again, the battle was over. This. Is he really a genius? However, the battle here did not attract much attention, and only a few people noticed this scene. In VIP room number 1, the young master of Tianqiong Pavilion, Wei Wuya, the master of the Wei family in the imperial capital, is playing chess with Xie Zhuaishang, the second son of the Duke of Zhenan, and they are having a lot of fun on the game. Old Xie, you, a bad chess player, have been practicing a lot recently, and your chess skills have improved a lot. Wei Wuya looked at the chessboard with a frown, holding the white piece. Bullshit, it's obviously you who have been going to Zuyanla too often recently. What's the matter? Chun Shirsan Yang has been taken away, and you have found a new target. Xie Zhuaishang said sarcastically. Get lost. I never go to places of prostitution. Don't try to smear myself on you. What's the matter? Did your father really make you change your gender after whipping you last time? No more playing. You're deliberately messing with my mentality. I'll strangle you to death. The two of them were in a mess, and the chess pieces were scattered all over the floor. One of the white pieces rolled and rolled until it reached the window. It happened to fall next to a pair of spotless gray cloth shoes. Wei Wuya was still thinking about pressing on Xie Zhuaishang, but Xie Zhuaishang quickly said, "Stop playing. Look at what Big Brother is looking at. Are you so engrossed in it?" Wei Wuya turned around and looked when he heard that. I saw a young man in simple clothes standing by the window. The young man had a handsome face, a high nose bridge, and a natural good appearance. His long hair was tied with a black ribbon behind his back, giving him the temperament of a scholar. Of course, the most important thing is that his temperament is as calm as the green pines, and as broad-minded as the rivers. Brother, what's so interesting? Did you see some good talents in the heavenly level duel arena? Wei Wuya and Xie Zhuaishang walked forward and stood side by side with the young man. The young man had deep eyes, and it was hard to tell whether he was sad or happy. The two followed his gaze, but found that his eyes were actually fixed on the Xian-level duel arena. "Brother, is it possible that there is anyone in the Xian-level duel arena who can catch your eye?" Wei Wuya said with an exaggerated smile. Xie Zhuaishang pursed his lips and said calmly, "Brother, as a member of the royal family, don't you know his vision? In recent years, there have been few heaven-level duel arenas that he has taken a fancy to, and a mysterious level duel arena. I'm afraid it's impossible." But at this time, the young man shook his head. "Look at that man." The young man pointed and said nothing else. Upon hearing this, the two of them also looked over. Who else could be in the Xian-level duel arena besides Suku? This is the third opponent he has faced. Jingle. The bell is ringing. With the lessons learned from the first two people, the third one was ready for battle as soon as he came on the court. After all, the previous two were killed instantly after one encounter. He didn't want to end up like that. Suku looked at his opponent in front of him and waited silently. What he is good at is always countering the opponent's moves and striking back after being attacked. Seeing that Suku did not take the initiative to attack, the man also imitated Suku and stood in place and prepared for a fighting stance, but still did not dare to take action. The two of them remained in a weird stalemate. "Hit him. What are you standing there for?" People below had gradually noticed the abnormality here and couldn't help but shout. Suku, however, looked calm and indifferent. "What we are comparing is our character. If Suku was asked to wait, he could wait for 3 days and 3 nights, but the opponent in front of him obviously did not have such a good temper. Soon, an incense stick of time passed, and the man finally couldn't bear it anymore. The violent spiritual power exploded instantly, and then he kicked up and leaped up like a tiger, carrying a faint tiger shadow and pressing towards Suku. At this time, Suku finally moved. "Call out." A shadow flashed by and the battle ended. "Good." Below, Lu Baichuan couldn't help but shout out loud, looking excited. He seemed even more excited than when he himself went on stage. Sukusheng. Followed by the 4th, 5th, and 6th. But no one even gave Suku the chance to make a second move. Tianqiong Pavilion also discovered the abnormality here, and the cultivation level of the opponents assigned to Suku also increased. From the first level of Qi Nourishing to the third level of Qi Nourishing, and then to the 5th level, by the time of the 10th opponent, Suku's opponent's cultivation had reached the 8th level of Qi Nourishing. It was also at this time that most people in the duel arena began to focus their attention on Suku. What happened? That person seemed to have been on the stage the whole time and never came down. 10 consecutive wins. Someone said solemnly. Exclamations suddenly rang out one after another. 10 consecutive victories are very rare in Tianqiong Pavilion. Even a Xian-level duel arena is very rare. In order to avoid being one-sided, the Tianqiong Pavilion will focus on the choice of opponents according to the battle situation. After all, it's a business. If one person wins continuously, a lot of bonuses will have to be given out. Can Tianqiong Pavilion still make money? Therefore, 10 consecutive victories are quite rare in Tianqiong Pavilion. That person's cultivation is a bit strange. No. He is still at the Kaimai stage. Why is he in the Xian-level duel arena? Shouldn't he be at the Huang level? As soon as these words fell, exclamations rang out again in the venue. This is the key point. A person at Kaimai realm won 10 games in a row in the Xian-level duel arena. Before that, the most powerful opponent he had encountered was at the 7th level of Yangqi. This person has been fighting above his level. This change of Suku also attracted the attention of the VIP compartment. In room number 3, Su Tianjiao, Su Wudao and Zhou Yu looked at Suku, who was the center of everyone's attention, with different expressions. Suku, he. Su Wudao looked a little dazed and shocked, but more of it was ferocious. He never regarded Suku as an opponent. Deep down in his heart, Suku is just an ant who can't even control his own destiny. As long as he wants, he could crush it to death with just a flick of his hand. He even disdained to take action against Suku, because he was destined to become King Su, a royal duke of the empire, and move towards an even broader world in the future. The two of them have always been from two different worlds. But suddenly, Su Wudao discovered. How come the ant that I once despised seems to have become a little different? The most important thing is, he himself is only at the Kaimai realm, but why do you, Suku, act so awesome now? You dare to show off in front of me, Su Wudao, Suku, you are simply courting death. It seems that this Suku is not as useless as the rumors say. In room number 3, you couldn't help but speak. Looking at Suku standing calmly on the duel arena, his eyes couldn't help but shine with a strange look. He was no stranger to Suku. After all, before this, Suku, as the prince of Prince Su's mansion, had an extraordinary status. Unfortunately, Suku is a very low-key person and rarely appears in public. Among the 8 royal palaces of the empire, Suku seems to have the weakest reputation. He never formed cliques, never showed up in public, and never socialized with others. He seemed to be the invisible prince of Prince Su's mansion. Not long ago, the real Prince Su returned, and Su Tianjuan took Su Wudao to visit many clans in succession. In addition, His Majesty issued an imperial decree the day before yesterday, allowing Su Wudao to inherit the title of Prince Su. Su Wudao's popularity was unparalleled in the imperial capital at that time. No one paid any attention to Suku, an invisible person. But now, the charm exuding from Suku made Zhou doubt, could it be that Suku has been hiding his incompetence all these years? What does he want? Su Wudao listened to Zhou Yu's undisguised surprise and admiration, and a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. The hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists, full of jealousy. But he did not express his dissatisfaction because he knew that kind of behavior was something only cannon fodder would do. He has to rely on his brain, his IQ, and stand on the moral high ground. Brother Suku is indeed excellent. Over the years, he has not only managed the palace in an orderly manner, but he has also not neglected his cultivation. Su Wudao spoke softly, his tone seeming to carry a hint of loss and grievance. Unlike me, I am only at the first level of Kaimai realm now. How can I support the huge foundation of the palace in the future? Compared to Brother Suku, I am really, so far behind. After these words were spoken, Zhou Yu on the side could not help but raise his eyebrows. It tastes very strong like tea. But Su Wudao's words had a different meaning when heard by Su Tianjiao. Hearing her own brother so disappointed, her heart ached. Wudao has been wandering in foreign places for many years and suffered a lot. Now he is at the age when self-esteem is the most important. Faced with Suku's sudden excellence, he naturally feels a little self-deprecating. These days she has come to understand her younger brother's personality to some extent. He is very well behaved, obedient and sensible. It is precisely because I am sensible that I consider others in everything and I dare not tell my sisters many of my inner thoughts. But the more this happened, the more guilty Su Tianjiao and the others felt. Their brother should have brought glory to the imperial capital like the princes of other royal palaces, and should not be like this now. When she thought of this, she became even more dissatisfied with Suku. Wudao, don't think like that. You still have a long future ahead of you. Suku simply entered the palace by mistake. Everything he has was stolen from you. When you inherit the throne and practice the heavenly sword cannon, Suku will not be able to catch up with you even if he tries hard. Su Tianjiao looked at Su Wudao tenderly and consoled him carefully. Wudao, remember, some people start early, but may not be able to reach the end. Some people start late, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't catch up with others. You are the prince of Su Wangfu, the backbone of Su Wangfu's future. All the resources of Su Wangfu will be tilted towards you. In the future, you will definitely be the brightest star in the empire. Hearing Su Tianjiao say this, Su Wudao sniffed with a touched look on his face. Then, he nodded resolutely and said affirmatively, "Sister is right, it's my inferiority complex that's at work. Suku's excellence is his own, and my future is mine too. As long as I work harder now, I will definitely be able to surpass Suku. I will definitely be able to live up to the expectations my sisters have of me." That's good. Seeing that Su Wudao took it to heart, Su Tianjiao smiled with relief. The next moment, she turned to look at Suku on the duel field, and her eyes changed instantly, full of sharpness and gloom. At this moment, in the room, only Zhou Yu had a changing expression, as if he had eaten a fly, and could only use an expressionless face to cover up the mixed feelings in his heart. The Sky Pavilion hasn't been this lively for many years. Yes. There is a Pei Qianhe in the heavenly stage duel arena. He is only 26 years old but has already reached the primordial stage. He has mastered the dual attributes of water and fire, and has a rare firebone spirit body. He is the strongest warrior in the heavenly stage duel arena in the past 100 years. The earth-level duel arena also has a Jiang Lan, who is already at the heaven level at a young age. Although he doesn't have any special physique, his fighting power is so strong that few of his peers can rival him. He is simply a warrior born for battle. Now, there is a monster in the Xian level duel arena who is at the Kaimai level and can fight against a monster at the Yangqi level 7. This kind of combat power is first class among people of the same level in the Empire. The Sky Dome Pavilion is indeed a place where geniuses emerge. The Tianqiong Pavilion was extremely popular at this time, with more and more people pouring in. The person in charge of the Tianqiong Pavilion did not expect that the duel field would be so lively today, so he hurriedly reported to his superiors and directly brought in hundreds of thugs to maintain order around the scene, for fear of any accidents. The battle continues. Pei Qian in the heaven-grade duel arena and Jiang Lan in the earth-grade duel arena were naturally the focus of attention, but the two of them were already well-known strong men. Although Suku was in the mysterious grade duel arena, the battle was not that intense. Kusheng was a stranger in front of Suku, and his performance was quite amazing. For a moment, the whole audience was paying attention to him. The two people in front of him became his supporting roles, and only a small number of people paid attention to him. VIP Room Number 1. Young Master, should we send more warriors into battle? The person in charge of the duel arena asked Wei Wuya cautiously. Wei Wuya glanced at the young men in front of the light curtain, then nodded and said, "One warrior at the 8th level of Qi Cultivation, one warrior at the 9th level of Qi Cultivation, and one warrior at the peak of Qi Cultivation, please come. Remember, the combat power must match the cultivation level. Don't use some silver spears and candlesticks that look good but are useless. The outside world will think that we in the Sky Pavilion are all good-for-nothings." "Yes, young master. I'll do it right away." The person in charge responded quickly and gave the order. "There are not many people who can interest you, so this time I will test the waters for you to see if that guy really has something," Wei Wuya said with a smile. "Don't kill that guy all at once, otherwise my brother will blame you," Xie Zhuaizhang said lightly. "Ah." After hearing this, Wei Wuya quickly stood up and wanted to call the person in charge back. But at this time, the young man raised his hand slightly. "Just do as you're told. The person Yang Fuyun, like should not be an ordinary person. I hope I am not wrong." Looking at Suku standing in the Xian level duel arena, shining brightly, it would be a lie for Lu Baichuan to say he was not excited. He didn't expect that Suku, the son-in-law he had actively sought out, would give him such a big surprise today. No, it should be said that ever since Suku stepped into the gate of Lu Mansion, he has been refreshing his cognition. Suku did save the Lu family. The Lu family is a vassal family of Prince Su's mansion, and he has dealt with them many times over the years. The impression Suku has left on him is that he is as gentle as Jade and remains unmoved by fame or disgrace. Although he is not as good as other princes of royal palaces, he is either outstanding in literary talent, amazing in martial arts, or good at getting along with everyone in the court. Suku was aloof and independent from the oppression of his clan, and devoted himself to the palace. It was precisely because of these two reasons that when he learned that Suku was going to be expelled from the palace, he took the initiative to go to Su Tianjuan and ask him to accept Suku as his wife, offering a lot of money. First of all, I am grateful. Secondly, given Suku's personality, he doesn't have the cunning mind of those princes of royal palaces, and he will most likely get along very harmoniously with his daughter Lu Ruobing in the future. Therefore, he only sought harmony in his family and never expected Suku to do anything great. But which father in the world doesn't want his daughter to marry a capable man? This is a thought buried deep in Lu Baichuan's heart. But now, Suku brought him surprises one after another. At this moment, Suku was like a young god of war, at the top and undefeated in the Xian level duel arena. Good son-in-law. Keep going. Fuck him to death. Lu Baichuan shouted loudly with his face flushed. Suku stood in the duel arena, surrounded by extremely noisy noise. He only saw Lu Baichuan shouting at him with a red face, but he didn't know what he was shouting. Jingle. The bell rang. A dull atmosphere suddenly rose, and then a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the duel arena. Dong Kuan. 8th level of Qi cultivation. Call out. Before he could finish speaking, Suku's attack came in an instant. Bang. But the battle did not end in one move like before. Dong Kuan calmly formed a spiritual net in front of him, completely offsetting Suku's attack. Even so, Dong Kuan couldn't help but reveal horror in his eyes. It was only because his spiritual net was an earth-level martial art, and could easily dissolve even an attack from a strongman in the Heavenly Gate realm. However, although Suku's instant attack dissolved part of his spiritual net, some of the force still hit him, directly knocking him back several steps. What a terrifying Ling Wei. What kind of freak is this kid? Dong Kuan didn't dare to be careless. When everyone in the duel arena saw this scene, they started talking about it. This man has finally met his match. Yeah, I was a little numb from watching it just now. I really thought he would solve the problem with one move just like before. It's awesome, but there's nothing to watch. Dong Kuan has been in the duel arena for several years and is very stable. I'm afraid this kid is going to suffer. But just as everyone was discussing, a dull sound was heard in the field, and everyone saw Dong Kuan's figure being slapped away by Suku and fell directly out of the duel arena. Although it wasn't as bad as the previous defeat, it was still a defeat after all. The discussion stopped abruptly. This. On the duel field, Suku closed his palms. Sure enough, I finally feel the pressure. It will take 2 moves to resolve the battle. Suku whispered to himself. If Dong Kuan heard this, the mental attack he would suffer would be far more unbearable than the current failure. Hurry up. Go straight to the peak of Qi cultivation. He solved the battle with just 2 moves. This kid is really evil. Below, the person in charge of the duel arena directly skipped the 9th level of Qi cultivation and allowed the cultivator at the peak of Qi cultivation to enter the arena. But as expected, this cultivator at the peak of Qi cultivation was defeated after just 3 moves. The duel arena was silent at this time. No matter how fierce the battle between the heaven-level duel arena and the earth-level duel arena was, no one cheered for it. So much so that in the end, Pei Qianhe in the heavenly grade duel arena and Jiang Lan in the earthly grade duel arena both gave up the fight and stood on the field looking towards the mysterious grade duel arena. What a ridiculous scene this is. VIP room number 1. Yang Fuyun's eyes trembled, and Wei Wuya and Xie Zhai's hang behind him both had solemn expressions. Brother, this Suku seems to be really extraordinary. Wei Wuya said. Given their status, it would only take a little time to find out Suku's identity. I have been in Prince Su's mansion for 17 years, but my reputation is not well known. Even we have only heard of this name. After the real Prince Su returned, he was kicked out of the palace, but now he has become a sensation. Brother, this Suku is really unexpected. Xie Zhuaishang said seriously. Yang Fuyun nodded, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Suku became a little more passionate. Over the years, he has recruited many talented people and met countless martial arts geniuses, but this is the first time that one has made him lose his composure like today. Brother, do you want to recruit him? Xie Zhuaishang glanced at Yang Fuyun, then pondered, this man's family background is clean. With his talent, he has great potential in martial arts. With a little training, he will surely become a sharp blade in your hands. But... Xie Zhuaishang paused. Yang Fuyun turned and looked at Xie Zhuaishang. But if we do this, we might end up standing on the opposite side of Prince Su's palace. Prince Su's 7th daughter is determined to expel Suku from the palace in order to pave the way for Su Wudao. I'm worried. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yang Fuyun just smiled slightly. If it was the prosperous Su Wang mansion, I would have to give it some ground. Although Su Wang mansion has Su Tianjuan at its head, she is just a woman after all. As for Su Wudao, he has not yet grown up and is not worth mentioning. Even if Prince Su's mansion is dissatisfied, what can they do? Does it mean that if His Highness wants to protect someone, he still has to consider Prince Su's mansion's attitude? Yang Fuyun sneered. The Sui dynasty's people are named Yang. Even though he had no chance of becoming emperor in the eyes of the people of the world, he didn't even have the qualifications to compete for the throne. But given his status and position, even if the former Prince Su returned, he would have to respectfully address him as His Highness. Come on. Since Big Brother has already developed the idea of loving talent, old Xie, you should stop whining and complaining. Wei Wuya smiled rather wantonly. He didn't care about the twists and turns here. He was the young master of the Wei family in the imperial capital, although he would not be able to inherit the power of the Wei family in the future. But what's the point of having that power? Live happily every day. Why worry about what happens after death when you are alive? Wuya, please invite guest Su to come here and chat later. Yang Fuyun said lightly. VIP compartment number 3. The jealousy in Su Wudao's heart was about to overflow, but he remained calm on the surface. Awesome, awesome. Even the cultivators at the peak of the nourishing Qi realm are unable to defeat him. Will the Tianqiong Pavilion send out a strong cultivator from the Tianguan realm to fight him? Zhou Yu couldn't help but speak as he looked at Suku's figure. The current situation in the duel arena is indeed as Zhou Yu said. The person in charge of the duel arena was also in a dilemma. Such a strange thing has never happened since the establishment of the Tianqiong Pavilion duel arena. Suku was the first person in history who had no one left to send to the duel arena. Could it be that a cultivator from the Tianguan realm was really sent to deal with this? That's too bullying. Although Suku was extremely amazing and had no rivals in the Yangqi realm, the cultivator in the Tianguan realm had already broken through the shackles of the Tianguan realm, and his spiritual energy could leave his body. His spiritual power was several times stronger than that in the Yangqi realm. It could be said that a qualitative change had taken place. This level of realm gap can never be forcibly made up by so-called combat power. The person in charge had no choice but to ask Wei Wuya for instructions. A moment later, the person in charge returned to the scene with a happy face and shouted to everyone, "The Sky Pavilion has issued a notice. If anyone can fight Suku and defeat him, he will be rewarded with a copy of the Earth-level sword manual and 1,000 spirit stones. If no one can fight Suku, the reward will go to Suku alone. Only cultivators below the Heavenly Gate realm can participate." As soon as these words were spoken, the venue suddenly became restless. The Earth-level sword manual. If I sell it, it will be worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. Sell. You're so stupid. This is an Earth-level sword manual, a priceless item. Once you practice it to perfection, your combat power will increase exponentially. This value cannot be measured by gold. Also, this time, the Sky Pavilion actually took out 1,000 spirit stones. These are spirit stones. Not gold. 10 taels of gold can only be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. It seems that the Sky Pavilion really has no warriors worth showing off. I admire this boy. In VIP room number 3, even Su Tianjiao's eyes trembled in shock at the news. Although Prince Su's mansion is large and powerful, it still costs money to maintain relationships with various clans, maintain subordinate industries, and maintain expenses in the mansion. The palace's apparent annual income was only about 200,000 taels. Spiritual stones grow in spiritual veins. There are no more than 40 spiritual veins of all sizes in the territory of the Sui dynasty. Each spirit stone is very precious. It is said that 1 spirit stone is worth 10 taels of gold, but no one would be stupid enough to exchange spirit stones for gold. After all, spirit stones are the most indispensable part for cultivators. The amount of spiritual stones stored in Prince Su's mansion was no more than 20,000. 1,000 taels of spirit stones is indeed a lot. No wonder the Tianqiong Pavilion is so wealthy. I'm so envious of brother Suku. I wish I could have his talent. Su Wudao said dejectedly. Zhou Yu scratched his head after hearing this. When Su Tianjiao heard this, her eyes became even more fierce. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. In just a moment, many people came up to challenge, but they were all defeated without exception. After a few rounds, everyone calmed down. The Earth-level sword manual and the 1,000 taels of spirit stones were not so easy to obtain. Well. At this time, Su Wudao sighed. Su Tianjiao turned around and looked at Su Wudao, only to see that Su Wudao had a lonely look on his face, with a hint of longing, a bit of unwillingness, and a hint of inferiority in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Tianjiao frowned. No, we can't let Suku continue to win like this. This will bring psychological pressure to Wudao. What he needs now is confidence. Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao suddenly sat up from her seat, then turned around and left the room. Fifth sister. What are you going to do? Are you going to take action yourself? No, fifth sister. You don't have to do this yourself. Su Wudao was still shouting, but there was a sinister smile on his lips. What he wanted was for Su Tianjiao to die personally. If it is impossible to stop Suku's winning streak on the field, letting Suku and Su Tianjiao become further enemies is also a possible option. Inside the venue, the person in charge looked around and saw that no one dared to go on stage, so he was about to speak. In that case, then I declare. Call out. The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Amid countless astonished gazes, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on the scene. Suku had originally planned to call it a day, but the sudden appearance of a powerful aura made him look startled. Someone is coming on stage. It's a strongman from the Tianguan realm. Didn't it say that only those below the Heavenly Gate realm can participate? She violated the rules. Everyone was talking about it. The person in charge was about to explain, but Su Tianjiao's voice rang out around the venue. I suppressed my cultivation to the qi-nourishing stage, so it doesn't count as a violation of the rules. This. Everyone was hesitant to speak after hearing this. Upon seeing this, the person in charge hurried to room number 1 to ask for instructions. Allow. After a moment, the person in charge returned to the field and shouted, the rules allow it. Swish. Exclamations rang out one after another. If I'm not mistaken, that is Su Tianjiao, the 5th princess of Prince Su's mansion, right? I have a friend in the martial arts palace. He told me that this 5th princess has only been in the palace for 6 years, but she has already ranked among the top 100. Her strength is extremely powerful. Wouldn't it be beneath the dignity of Prince Su to personally participate? Moreover, he is at the Heavenly Gate realm. Even if he suppresses his cultivation, he is still suspected of cheating. Do you think Prince Su's mansion still cares about this little reward? Don't you know that Suku was originally the prince of Prince Su's mansion? He was just a fake prince. As soon as these words were spoken, the rumors that had been circulating in the community these days were instantly brought to the surface. Now, this is interesting. Everyone's original doubts immediately turned into expectations. This is what the so-called busybodies are like. They no longer care whether this battle can be fought or not. They just want to eat this melon from beginning to end. In compartment number 1. Brother, it seems that this Suku is really not liked by the Su Palace. I didn't expect that Su Tianjiao would end up like this. Xie Zhuaizhang said. I think Suku will lose this battle. Even if his cultivation is suppressed, the Tianguan realm has a qualitative improvement in both physical fitness and spiritual power, which is far beyond the Yangqi realm. What's more, he is only at the Kaimai realm. Wei Wuya also stopped playing around and said solemnly, but if Suku can win this time, then this guy can really be won over. Let's wait and see. Yang Fuyun said calmly, his eyes revealing expectation. On the duel field. Suku looked at Su Tianjiao who appeared in front of him, and he was not surprised. How could I have deserved to have the 5th princess come out in person? If the princess is interested in the Earth-level sword manual and the 1,000 spirit stones, I can admit defeat. Suku said calmly. Shut up. Su Tianjiao looked at Suku with disgust. Suku frowned. Since you have been expelled from the palace, why don't you just live your life honestly? Why are you trying to attract attention here? Hearing this, Suku narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you mean by that, 5th commandery lady? What do you mean? Suku, have you been hiding your abilities these years? I don't know where you got the news that I brought Wudao here today. You are so arrogant, aren't you just trying to show me your talent? Aren't you just trying to make me regret expelling you from the mansion? Aren't you just trying to disgust me here? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Suku was stunned at first, but soon smiled bitterly. I really didn't know that Su Tianjiao and Su Wudao were here in advance. Even though he had memories of his past life, he did not remember such an incident. It turned out that I was so unbearable in her eyes. I'm telling you, Suko, put away those dirty thoughts of yours. I can tell you very clearly that we 7 sisters have never regretted expelling you from the mansion. You do have some talent in martial arts, I admit that, but when Wudao learns the heavenly sword canon, your talent will be no match for him. As she spoke, she stared at Suku fiercely and said word by word, compared with Wudao, you are not even as good as a hair on his body. Suku never expected that Su Tianjiao would use such words to confront him. But he was more curious about. Which hair on his body are you talking about? As soon as these words came out, Su Tianjiao's originally aggressive face suddenly froze, and her mind was unable to react for a moment. Which hair? After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then she looked at Suku as if she wanted to kill him on the spot with a knife. Suku! How dare you? Before he finished speaking, Su Tianjiao's face was filled with anger, and the spiritual power around him suddenly shook. The violent spiritual power spread wildly around her body, so that the entire duel arena could feel a sharp aura. The next moment, he stomped his foot, jumped up, and with his right hand wrapped in green spiritual energy, he slapped Suko. Boom. Everyone felt the power of this palm. Although the 5th commandery princess is only at the Heavenly Gate realm, there are also strong and weak people at the Heavenly Gate realm, not to mention that she is at the late Heavenly Gate realm. Coupled with the advantages of the martial arts palace, under normal circumstances, she may be able to compete with the Taichu realm strongmen. Even if she actively suppressed her cultivation to the chi-nourishing stage, her terrifying spiritual might still has the power of the Heavenly Gate. There were many sharp-eyed people in the field who could see the power of Su Tianjiao's palm at a glance, and she did not hold back at all in this palm. When everyone heard this, they looked at Suku with a hint of sympathy. He was originally from the same prefecture. Although there is no blood relationship. But there should be many years of getting along with each other. But this scene made everyone wonder, what on earth did Suku do to anger God and men that made the 5th princess of the Su family be so cruel and merciless? Looking at the powerful aura coming from Su Tianjiao, Suku also felt a hint of pressure. In order to get the dean of the Chu Yuan of the martial arts palace to accept Su Tianjiao, he served tea and water and met many of the dean's requirements, which successfully allowed Su Tianjiao to enter the martial arts palace. When Suku thought of the time when he was mercilessly whipped by Dean Chiu, he couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body, but when he thought about it, he missed it very much. If I have time, I should go to Chu Yuan and meet this old friend. As his thoughts turned back, Suku's eyes fixed. Just as Su Tianjiao's palm was about to attack, he suddenly pushed it away lightly. Su Tianjiao's palm was fierce. However, Suku's palm strike seemed weak and powerless, like a gentle breeze blowing on the face. Seeing this, Su Tianjiao sneered. Suku. It seems that you really have some talent. I just demonstrated this palm at home and you learned it secretly. But this is not the way you use the spiritual transformation palm. As soon as the sound falls, the applause arrives. Moment. Suku and Su Tianjiao slammed their palms together. Bang. Only a dull sound was heard, and the next moment, everyone heard Su Tianjiao scream. How is that possible? The two men's palms clashed with each other, but in just a moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy separated them. Su Tianjiao, take a step back. Suku was forced to retreat 3 steps. Su Tianjiao took the advantage. But this shouldn't be the result. Su Tianjiao stared at Suku intently. She had already mastered the soul transformation palm to perfection. Combined with her own spiritual power at the Heavenly Gate realm, she should be able to blast Suku out with overwhelming force. But now, Suku only took 3 steps back. Although he seemed to have the advantage. But she knew in her heart that if Suku was not only at the Kaimai stage, with the same level of cultivation, her palm meridians would have been broken long ago. There's something wrong with your spirit transformation palm. Su Tianjiao keenly found the reason. She could feel that Suku's spirit transformation palm was soft and endless. Her own palm was quite powerful, but facing Suku, it was like punching cotton. She had no power at all. Instead, some of the power was rebounded by the soft power in Suku's palm. Facing Su Tianjiao's questioning, Suku looked indifferent. The spiritual transformation palm is not the way you use it. As soon as he finished speaking, Suku took the initiative and directly rushed forward with spiritual power. One palm after another. Looks soft. In fact, it is very strong. Around the duel arena, everyone felt that Suku's footsteps were as fast as a dragon or a tiger, his attacks were like a torrential rain, and he kept talking. Brother. You have such poisonous eyes. This Suku is simply a monster. Wei Wuya was shocked by the scene on the field and couldn't help but speak. He actually managed to not only not lose to Su Tianjiao in the battle, but also took the initiative to attack and control the rhythm of the battle. Yang Fuyun nodded in agreement and said, Suku's strength lies not in his attack but in his momentum. How old is he? 17. Xie Zhuaishang replied. But his extremely sophisticated fighting skills and control over the rhythm of the battle should not be possessed by someone of his age. Yang Fuyun looked surprised. At this moment in the duel, Su Tianjiao felt extremely aggrieved. Facing Suku's violent attack, she could defend herself. But it is entirely dependent on the advantage of realm and the quality of the spiritual power in the Tianguan realm. She came here to get rid of Suku as quickly as possible, destroy Suku, and build up Su Wudao's self-confidence. But the situation was completely opposite to what she expected. We can't continue to be in a stalemate. Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao suddenly exerted force, the spiritual energy in the meridians in her body gathered at her fingertips, and then pointed at Suku. Blue star finger. Boom. The powerful force attacked Suku directly in the face. Suku dodged, which gave Su Tianjiao a chance to escape. The two stood facing each other again. Su Tianjiao's eyes revealed shock. She stared at Suku and said word by word, gritting her teeth, how far have you cultivated your spiritual transformation palm? She hadn't noticed it before, but facing Suku's continuous attacks, she finally discovered something strange. Suku did not answer Su Tianjiao's question. The spirit transformation palm, after embarking on the path of cultivation in the previous life, he had already practiced it to perfection. Although he has only reached the 9th level of Kaimai realm now, with his understanding of this profound martial art from his previous life, it only takes a moment for him to master it thoroughly, and then easily master the soul transformation palm of the perfect realm. It can be said that he was able to suppress Su Tianjiao because of his absolute advantage in understanding martial arts. Seeing that Suku did not respond, Su Tianjiao looked unhappy. Suku, you are trying so hard to hide your incompetence, what exactly do you want to do? In her eyes, Suku was just a housekeeper who used to take care of the palace's internal affairs, but now he has such achievements. She couldn't help but wonder what Suku's purpose was in hiding his incompetence all these years. I should be thankful that I kicked you out of the palace in time. Otherwise, if I had allowed you to stay in the palace, who knows what you would have done in the future. Speaking of this, Su Tianjiao felt a little scared. Suku must have evil ambitions that the 7 sisters are unaware of. Listening to what Su Tianjiao said, Suku's expression gradually became indifferent. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. There's no need to explain. After living a new life, he still felt tired. Feeling chilled. The former turned a blind eye to his efforts for the palace over the years. Once you show abilities beyond their understanding, you will be suspected of having ulterior motives. After 17 years of living together day and night, how come he didn't realize that the 7 sisters he once carefully cared for were so cold and indifferent? No words. No explanation. That's the default. Suku, today I, Su Tianjiao, will clean up the mess. Seeing Suku's silence, Su Tianjiao was even more certain that the former had ulterior motives. In a fit of rage, the spiritual power in her body surged. Then he clenched his right hand, and a snow-white long sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, a sharp sword energy burst out from the long sword, attracting the attention of everyone in the duel arena. That's a spiritual sword. Being able to emit this kind of sword energy unintentionally, the quality of this spiritual sword is probably at least a Xian-grade spiritual weapon. Su Tianjiao is really going to get serious now. Everyone looked at the magic sword in Su Tianjiao's hand and exclaimed in surprise. In room number 1, Xie Zhuaishang frowned suddenly when he saw this. She is a fowl. She is originally a cultivator at the Heavenly Gate realm. Although she has suppressed her cultivation on her own initiative, it is really a bit too much for her to take out a Xian-grade spiritual sword. Yang Fuyun also looked at the situation on the field indifferently. Although it's a bit excessive, it's not a foul after all. After all, being able to possess a spirit sword is also part of one's strength. I just don't know how Suku will deal with it next. Although Yang Fuyun's expression was calm, there was a hint of worry in his peaceful eyes. It is unexpected that Suku could force the fifth princess to use the Xian-grade spiritual sword. In room number 3, Zhou Yu spoke with a look of shock. Su Wudao looked at the light screen and did not respond. But the fierceness in his eyes already explained something. Green sword shadow. There was only a low shout from the center, and Su Tianjiao leaped into the air, then slashed with a sword, and several sword shadows whizzed out with powerful sword energy. Suku's eyes narrowed, but there was no trace of nervousness in them. On the contrary, it is full of complexity. He paused, and his figure turned into a shadow in an instant, easily dodging Su Tianjiao's sword energy. His speed made it impossible to capture his position. It's the martial arts of body movement. He actually possesses the martial arts of body movement. Someone in the field exclaimed. The martial arts of the Tiannan region are divided into 4 major grades, Tiandi Xianhuang, which are further divided into attack, defense, auxiliary, and body movement types. Among them, body movement martial arts are the rarest type. Every body movement martial art that appears in the Tiannan region has been hyped to a price that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. It can even be said that only the first-rate forces in the Tiannan region have the ability and qualifications to possess the martial arts of body movement, and in the Great Sui Empire, it seems that there are only a few major clans that possess the martial arts of body movement. Just because of his martial arts skills, he possesses a fascinating ability, escape. It is equivalent to the monk's second life. In the field, Su Tianjiao's eyes also trembled. Where did he get this martial art? Even my Su Palace doesn't have one. She couldn't figure out how Suku had learned such a rare martial art, and the situation on the field didn't allow her to be distracted at all. Just because Suku took advantage of his physical skills, the overwhelming attack came again. She had no choice but to keep swinging her sword to defend herself. Too slow. Suku's figure flashed, and he stretched out his finger, deflecting the sword that Su Tianjiao was stabbing at him. Su Tianjiao looked grim, and shouted in a low voice, snatching light sword technique. The sword is drawn at an extremely fast speed. But in Suku's eyes, it is far from enough. Too slow. Suku spoke expressionlessly, then flicked it away casually with one finger. Su Tianjiao blushed, but how could she, who was so proud, admit her failure? Chidori sword technique. Slow. Shadow kill. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Suku attacked casually and spoke ruthlessly at the same time, so in the end, he finally couldn't stand this boring fight anymore, and he confronted Su Tianjiao directly and suddenly clamped the blade of the magic sword in his hand with 2 fingers. Then shook it hard. Buzz. Su Tianjiao's sword flew out of her hand. It was also at this moment that Su Tianjiao's heart trembled violently, as if an inexplicable electric current was flowing through her body, and her heart seemed empty, as if she had lost something important. Is this the result of your training in the martial arts palace over the years? Suku looked at Su Tianjiao and said coldly. What's the tone? Su Tianjiao was stunned. Suku actually used an educational tone. At the same time, for some reason, there was an additional emotion in her heart. That emotion is called disappointment. Why do I suddenly feel disappointed? That's very strange. Su Tianjiao was completely confused. But she was more angry, ashamed, and unwilling. She was about to speak when a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Back then, I sent you to the martial arts palace at the cost of entering the heart-searching pavilion. I didn't expect that after 6 years, you would have achieved such a mediocre result. You said you wanted a spirit sword. I broke into the refining heart palace again and refined for 7 days and 7 nights before I finally obtained this Xian-grade spiritual sword. This mysterious spiritual sword in your hands is like Lu Bu riding a dog. Qiu Qingmei said that you were not cut out for cultivation, and I argued with her even though my face turned red. Now it seems that she was right. You are indeed not suitable for cultivation. A series of complaints came into my ears. Su Tianjiao's expression suddenly became dull. He looked at Suku's closed mouth, but he was sure that the voice he heard was Suku's. And these words made her even more confused. I entered the martial arts palace thanks to you, Suku. What a joke. It was clearly me who passed all the entrance examinations. What does it have to do with you, Suku? The heart-searching pavilion. You are talking nonsense. Do you think you are worthy enough to break into the heart-searching pavilion of my martial arts palace? In the past 100 years, only one person has successfully walked out of the heart-searching pavilion, and that person is the most mysterious disciple of my martial arts palace. You gave me the spirit sword that you obtained by breaking into the refining heart palace. Even I can only stay in the refining heart palace for 2 hours, but you stayed there for 7 days and 7 nights. Who are you trying to fool? Qiu Qingmei, are you qualified to call me, the Dean of Qiu Academy, by my given name? How dare you call me by my given name? What? Dean Qiu said that I'm not cut out for cultivation. That's so funny, I'm not, are you? Su Tianjiao's eyes looked a little crazy. She can hear Suku's thoughts. That feeling of disappointment just now. I can even resonate with Suku's emotions and empathize with him. So we can deduce that, what Suku said might be true. I was wondering why it was so smooth when I first got started. No. Impossible. I, Su Tianjiao, entered the martial arts palace based on my real abilities. It is absolutely impossible that it is your work, Suku. Su Tianjiao couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either. It's even more unbelievable. She stared at Suku's eyes, but all she saw in his eyes was disappointment in herself. At this moment, Su Tianjiao's mood unconsciously reached the brink of collapse. Why did my heart wrench when I saw the disappointment in Suku's eyes? Chaos. It's too messy. Su Tianjiao walked aside silently, picked up the spirit sword stuck in the ground, and slowly turned and left. Her mind is a mess now. The sudden information made her unable to digest it for a while. She would stroke it slowly and carefully. As for whether what Suku said is true or not, it doesn't matter. What's wrong? What happened? Why did you leave without saying a word? In the duel arena, everyone looked at Su Tianjiao, who left silently, and they looked at each other in confusion. In compartment number 3, Su Wudao and Zhou Yu had no idea what was going on. After Su Tianjiao walked in, he sat in his seat with an expressionless face and said nothing. Outside the room, the duel arena had erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Suku! 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 Even though this room was soundproof, the crazy shouting still came through. Su Wudao looked at Suku, who was standing in the duel arena and was the center of everyone's attention, with crazy hatred quickly gathering in his eyes. After a moment, he couldn't help but look at Su Tianjiao and asked, "Fifth sister, what happened? Did Suku do something to you? With your strength, there is no way you can't be Suku's opponent." This was something he couldn't understand. His fifth sister was one of the people on the top 100 list of the martial arts palace, and she was also a cultivator at the Tianguan realm. How could she not be able to defeat that loser Suku? He simply couldn't accept the scene where Suku was enjoying all the flowers and applause. That scene should be prepared for myself. He, Su Wudao, should stand in front of the world and enjoy all the admiration. But facing Su Wudao's questioning, Su Tianjiao remained expressionless. Even now that she had calmed down, she could not sort out all the confusion and thoughts in her heart. Suddenly, she stood up. "I want to go back to the martial arts palace." Her eyes were burning with anger. As long as she could find the Dean Qiu, whom she respected the most, all the truth would be revealed. "Fifth sister, you." Su Wudao became anxious. "Wudao, you can choose the guards you need here. You can buy whoever you like. The palace will pay for everything." After saying that, Su Tianjiao left the room regardless of Su Wudao's attempt to stop her. Watching Su Tianjiao hurriedly leaving, Su Wudao's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart, "Waste woman. Brother Su. Zhou Yu frowned and called softly. No problem. When Su Wudao turned around, he had already put on a smiling face, and said in a gentlemanly and elegant manner, "Fifth sister may have something urgent to do, but it's okay. You and I are here, and without fifth sister here, we can chat more freely." Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yu looked like he understood. After the duel is over, let's carefully select the warriors and monks here and buy them back to train them well. They all have great potential in the future. Good. Wing number 1. Yang Fuyun, Wei Wuya, and Xie Zhuaishang all looked at Suku on the field with trembling eyes. Wei Wuya was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He murmured, "Brother, you have a sharp eye. You discovered such a rough gem." "Yes, big brother, this boy really has a bright future. In time, I'm afraid he will become a prominent figure in the empire." Xie Zhuaishang had a cold personality, but at this moment he was generous with his praise. Yang Fuyun nodded happily, "I must use this boy." His eyes were full of passion, but then he frowned and said, "But according to the rules of the Sky Pavilion, if Suku doesn't accept the Golden Crossing next time, what should we do?" Jindu is a better sounding name. In the Sky Dome Pavilion, if the warriors participating in the duel want to be taken away by the dignitaries in the VIP room, they will take the initiative to participate in the Golden Crossing. Sometimes, the more popular ones will cause competition among the dignitaries. At that time, spending thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars was just a matter of a snap of a finger. "I'm attending Jindu." At this moment, Suku's voice was heard on the light curtain. Hearing this, Yang Fuyun could no longer suppress the smile on his face, which rose sharply. "Brother, it seems you don't have to worry about it. Congratulations in advance on gaining another powerful general." Just as Wei Wuya was flattering him, Suku's voice sounded again on the screen. "I took the initiative to ask to enter compartment number 1. Wow." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Yang Fuyun and others in the side room suddenly changed. This kid doesn't play by the rules. "Brother, according to the rules of our Sky Pavilion, if a warrior participating in the duel field takes the initiative to choose a VIP room, if the chosen VIP room agrees to accept him, he must directly pay 100,000 taels of gold. If he disagrees, then the warrior will be automatically screened out from the Golden Crossing. That is to say, according to the normal process, you may only need to spend at most 20,000 to 30,000 taels of gold to recruit Suku. After all, no one has the guts to compete with VIP room number 1 for someone. But now Suku doesn't follow the rules and suddenly does this. Now, if you insist on taking Suku under your command, you must pay 100,000 gold at once. This is the rule of the Sky Dome Pavilion. Even if I am the young master of the Wei family, I cannot change it." Wei Wuya explained patiently, and finally scratched his head helplessly. No one expected that Suku would suddenly do this. 100,000 taels of gold. Although Yang Fuyun is the 8th prince of the Sui dynasty, he has never established his own family. 100,000 taels is too much for Yang Fuyun to afford at the moment. As mentioned before, the annual revenue of Prince Su's mansion is only about 200,000 taels. How easy is it to ask Yang Fuyun to take out an amount equivalent to half of Prince Su's mansion's annual revenue in one go? At this moment, looking at Suku on the light curtain, Yang Fuyun's eyes were deep, and it was unknown what he was thinking. He's crazy. According to the rules, the person in room 1 has to pay 100,000 taels, which is a sky-high price. I remember that so far, only 3 people in Tianqiong Pavilion have taken the initiative to choose a wing room and finally succeeded. Those 3 people are all top figures in the history of our great Sui dynasty. That's right. These 3 people are all members of the Lingyan Pavilion of our great Sui dynasty. They have made great military contributions to expanding the territory of our great Sui dynasty. In that era, they were the most powerful officials in the country and had absolute power. Does he think that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with those 3? No matter how amazing and brilliant Suku's previous performance was, everyone couldn't help but be full of doubts at this moment. Sitting at the table, Lu Baichuan was also shocked by Suku's sudden shout. He was once again shocked by his son-in-law. 100,000 taels. Even if the whole family of Lu Mansion lived frugally in a year, they couldn't come up with that much. He couldn't help but worry about Suku. The nobleman in VIP room number 1 was probably at least a prince, or even worse, a member of the royal family. He was afraid that Suku's self-importance would cause dissatisfaction among the important people in that wing, and with the family background of the Lu family, he would not be able to protect him. In room number 3, Zhou took a deep breath when listening to Suku's arrogant words. 100,000 taels. Even though my Jiangnan Zhou family is known to be as wealthy as a country, we still have to consider this. Is Mr. Su really so confident that the people in room 1 will be willing to spend 100,000 taels of gold to buy him? Su Wudao listened with a look of sarcasm on his face. 100,000 taels. Suku, do you really think you are worth this price? A stray dog, is he worthy of this? He has fallen to the point where he can be picked up by anyone. What else can he not do? Su Wudao sneered, and then added, that's right. After all, he was once the prince of my Su palace. Now he is probably still living in his past identity and can't extricate himself. He wants to rely on his previous identity to raise his own value. Hearing this, Zhou nodded as if he suddenly understood. Brother Su's analysis is very correct. 100,000 taels. Isn't Pei Qianhe from the heaven-level duel arena better? Even Jiang Lan from the earth-level duel arena will do. How dare Suku say that? But what if you are really willing to pay this price for room number 1? Zhou guessed in a low voice. Unexpectedly, these words caused Su Wudao to sneer. Brother Zhou, if you were the patriarch of your Zhou family, would you be willing to spend 100,000 taels to buy Suku? Zhou heard this, raised his head and thought for a while, then shook his head and said lightly, although he has some talent, this price is not worth it. That's it. Unless the person in room 1 is an idiot, who would be stupid enough to spend 100,000 taels to buy Suku? Su Wudao looked disdainful. In his opinion, Suku's behavior was shameful. But just when everyone was pessimistic about Suku's behavior, the person in charge of the duel arena hurriedly walked out of room number 1. Then he came to the center of the duel field and announced loudly, room number 1, I am willing to pay 100,000 gold to invite Mr. Su to come into the room for a chat. What? Wow. As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, the entire duel arena instantly boiled over. 100,000. Really 100,000? Who on earth is this big shot who is willing to spend 100,000 gold? Since the establishment of the Sky Dome Pavilion, this is the 4th person in history. The 4th person to successfully achieve this achievement. It's so damn luxurious. Screams were heard everywhere. Even Lu Baichuan was stunned at his seat. Who is this fool who really likes my guest? In compartment number 3, the sarcastic and disdainful look on Su Wudao's lips suddenly froze. Zhou was also stunned. Ah, this. At this moment, Su Wudao's face was already somewhat ferocious, but he felt so uncomfortable that he didn't know how to vent. On the field, Suku looked calm, and then, under the guidance of the person in charge, he came to room number 1. Entering the room, 3 young men were sitting. Suku, greetings to the 8th prince, greetings to young Master Wei, and greetings to young Master Xie. Before the 3 of them could speak, Suku revealed their identities in just one sentence. This made Yang Fuyun's plan to hide his identity fail before it even began. Yang Fuyun looked at the person in charge with a look of doubt. He wondered if the person in charge had told Suku the identities of the other 3. The person in charge looked innocent. Yang Fuyun was even more surprised when he saw this. But he smiled slightly and said, Master Su really made me wait for an unexpected event. He did not ask how Suku knew his identity, but continued, since Master Su already knows my identity, then we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Of course. Suku smiled slightly, but the next moment, he changed the subject, then in what capacity will I cooperate with your highness in the future? Of course as a subordinate. Wei Wuya said immediately. Upon hearing this, Suku smiled and shook his head. Since His Royal Highness the 8th Prince said it was a cooperation, then it must be an equal cooperation. If I call myself a subordinate, why would I need to add the word cooperation? The reason why Suku chose to appear in this duel arena today was not to show off. It is not to become a subordinate of the so-called 8th Prince. On the contrary, he wanted the 8th prince to become his, Suku's, person. What do you mean? Wei Wuya, who always liked to joke, had a gloomy expression when he heard this. His Highness bought you for 100,000 gold coins. What else do you want? Suku, don't push your luck. Suku looked at Yang Fuyun. Yang Fuyun also looked at him calmly. After a while, Suku smiled and said, what if I say that I can help His Royal Highness the 8th Prince win first prize in the autumn hunt in half a month? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fuyun's expression could no longer maintain its calmness. Although his eyes were incredulous, they were more alert. This autumn hunt is a secret hunt of our royal family. Even the Prime Minister of the current dynasty has no way of knowing about it. Where did you get the information from? The autumn hunting of the Sui dynasty royal family is of great significance. The current Emperor Wu of Sui has 9 sons. The youngest, the 9th prince, was born just 2 years ago and is still at an age where he needs to be fed. Therefore, Yang Fuyun, the 8th prince, is considered the youngest prince in the Sui royal family. Emperor Wu of Sui had ruled the empire for more than 100 years. Especially in recent years, there have been frequent reports that Emperor Wu intended to choose a crown prince, which caused constant shock in the court and many forces were quietly taking sides. A few days ago, Emperor Wu suddenly had the urge to hold an autumn hunting event in Shilin Garden, and informed the 8 princes that each of them must participate. Moreover, you can only bring 3 followers, and this autumn hunt will be conducted in the form of a secret hunt. No news can be leaked except to the followers. Emperor Wu of Sui had a life full of military events and was extremely powerful. He was a master of the art of ruling. Once his order was conveyed, the princes would not dare to leak the news even if they had other ideas in mind. As a result, only a very few people knew about this secret hunt. Even the Prime Minister of the time, a senior official in charge of the country, was unaware of the news. So at this moment, Yang Fuyun looked at Suku with eyes full of vigilance. Only Wei Wuya and Xie Zhaizhang knew the news that he was participating in the secret hunt. How did Suku know about it? There is only one possibility. Yang Fuyun turned to look at Wei Wuya and Xie Zhaizhang, his eyes solemn. Seeing Yang Fuyun's gaze, Wei Wuya and Xie Zhaizhang surprisingly reacted in unison this time, and quickly waved their hands and said in unison, "Brother, this is none of my business." Seeing this, Yang Fuyun's solemn gaze finally relaxed. The 3 of them had known each other for a long time, and he believed in the character of the 2. Seeing Yang Fuyun's face full of doubt and uncertainty, Suku curled the corners of his mouth slightly. In the previous life, the secret hunting of the Sui dynasty royal family was considered a major event of the time. Perhaps no one could have imagined that a mere autumn hunt would coincide with the emergence of the secret treasures of the Sui dynasty. However, Yang Fuyun, the least powerful of the 8 princes, unexpectedly inherited the golden dragon energy of the Sui dynasty. With this dragon energy, he stood out among many princes. He then became extremely popular and one of the most powerful candidates for the throne. But unfortunately, Yang Fuyun was too popular, and even though he wanted to lie low, he was still ambushed and killed by the other 7 princes when he was on his southern tour a year later. He was the first to be eliminated from the quagmire of the competition for the crown prince. It is really sad to rise from obscurity and fall at the peak. So in this life, Suku is willing to take the initiative to help him change his fate and escape the tragic ending. Of course, this reward. Suku's heart trembled, and he decided to take down the golden dragon energy of the Sui dynasty. Suku is willing to help Yang Fuyun bear this kind of disaster. Your Highness, why do you need to know how I know this? Suku smiled slightly, then said calmly, Your Highness, as long as you know what you want, I can help you get it. As soon as these words came out, Yang Fuyun's eyes turned cold. Wei Wuya and Xie Zhaizhang were also stunned. Then tell me, Your Highness, what do you want? Yang Fuyun snorted coldly. Indeed, he recognized Suku's talent. But Suku's attitude towards him made him very dissatisfied. What he needed was a sharp blade that could pierce through the thick twilight for him. And he is by no means a self-righteous person. Seeing this, Suku said calmly, What Your Highness wants is just the throne in the clouds, the emperor on earth. How dare you? As soon as Suku finished speaking, Xie Zhaizhang stepped forward, and the pressure of a Tianguan realm cultivator instantly pressed down on Suku. His Highness thinks you have good talent and intends to cultivate you. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Wei Wuya also silently took a step forward, stood beside Yang Fuyun, and looked at Suku with indifference. In response, Suku just stood there, looking at Yang Fuyun quietly. Some words cannot be spoken openly. Naturally, I can't say it clearly. The current Emperor Wu is at the peak of his power. If these words were to get out, he would definitely be used against others. Once the news that he intends to compete for the position of Crown Prince spreads, the other princes will definitely react. The current Yang Fuyun, the 8th prince, is completely powerless against those princes. Your Highness, the eldest prince now has the Biling Jiang clan with a fiefdom of 1,000 miles behind him, and the 4th prince has the Dongshan Sun clan with 300,000 soldiers in Bihai armor behind him. If you want to carve out a bloody path between the two of them, only I can help you. Suku did not change his expression at all because of the actions of Xie Zhuaishang and Wei Wuya, he just spoke lightly. Shut up. Xie Zhuaishang shouted angrily, but at this moment, Yang Fuyun stopped Xie Zhuaishang with one hand, then looked at Suku solemnly and said, if it is really as you said, how can you help me? There are 500,000 white-robed soldiers in the western region who can be commanded by your Highness. What a joke. As soon as Suku finished speaking, Wei Wuya immediately scolded him, everyone knows that you have been expelled from Prince Su's mansion. What does 500,000 white robes have to do with you? Do you still think you are the prince of Prince Su? Yang Fuyun also frowned and looked at Suku. He didn't understand what Suku meant. How could the Western Route army be controlled by him? Of course I can't do that, but what if it's Prince Su and Princess Su? Suku said with a suddenly cold expression. Kusu. Stop making trouble. Prince Su and Princess Su have been missing for more than 10 years, and you. Wei Wuya wanted to say something. When Yang Fuyun heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Your Highness should understand what I mean, right? After Suku finished speaking, he stood there quietly, neither sad nor happy. Xie Zhuaishang and Wei Wuya looked at Yang Fuyun in surprise. In their eyes, their elder brother, who was always dull, now had a changing expression and a complicated face. The two didn't know what was going on and could only remain silent. After a long time, Yang Fuyun finally raised his head with a fierce look. This was a look that Xie Zhuaishang and Yang Fuyun had never seen in their more than 10 years of interaction. What on earth do you know? Hearing this, Suku just shook his head, and then said coldly, if your Highness believes me, one day, on Qianya Mountain, you will achieve your wish. 1,000 Crows Mountain. When these 3 words appeared, Yang Fuyun's pupils shrank visibly. Then the fierceness in his eyes disappeared completely, and he finally regained his calm. What do you want to gain by helping me? After all. Yang Fuyun looked at Suku, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Your Highness can't give me what I want. Suku said with a smile. Yang Fuyun looked at Suku deeply, and finally nodded, saying, okay, I believe you, you will go with me to the autumn hunt in a week. Suku finally convinced Yang Fuyun. Although the latter was still shrouded in doubt, this did not affect Suku's plan to obtain the golden dragon chi. Although Xie Zhuaishang and Wei Wuya didn't know what the secret was, since Yang Fuyun agreed to take Suku with him, they would not say anything. Let's go back to the palace. Yang Fuyun didn't want to stay here any longer. There were some things he needed to think about quietly. But Suku said, Your Highness, please stay. Since I have reached a cooperation with Your Highness, I will take advantage of the situation and give Your Highness a great gift. Oh. Yang Fuyun didn't know what Suku was up to. Suku turned his head and looked at the light curtain, where the battle between the heaven-level duel arena and the earth-level duel arena had ended. Your Highness, if you capture Jiang Lan, he can help you expand your territory and suppress the 4 directions in the future. Suku didn't want to explain anything to Yang Fuyun and the others. After all, he couldn't tell outsiders about his foresight. As for Jiang Lan, he would rise to the top in the imperial battle that spread across the southern region of the sky. At his peak, he was the commander-in-chief of 4 countries and held the seals of the 4 countries. He could be said to be at the pinnacle of military generals. Suku, whatever you say is what it is. I don't know where you get your confidence from. But we are here today for Pei Qianhe of the Heavenly Stage Duel Arena, not Jiang Lan. Although Jiang Lan's talent is not bad, there is a huge difference between him and Pei Qianhe. After all, the latter has a firebone spirit body, a rare genius in a century. Wei Wuya didn't know why, but he always felt that Suku had the temperament of a charlatan, but his elder brother had already accepted it, so he couldn't say anything, he just felt unhappy. His words made Xie Zhaishang nod slightly. Wuya is right. The purpose of our coming here is to have Pei Qian accompany us during the autumn hunt. His Majesty stipulates that the prince's followers must be below the Lingfu realm. His fighting power is top-notch in the Taichu realm. We are determined to capture him, although halfway. Xie Zhaishang glanced at Suku and said, although we found you halfway, Pei Qianhe must also be captured. But when he heard this, Suku shook his head. If your highness believes in me, Pei Qianhe must not be accepted. Upon hearing this, Yang Fuyun looked at Suku, only to see Suku's determined gaze. He didn't know why Suku was so sure, and he frowned slightly, saying, this matter has already been decided, Pei Qian and his highness are determined to win. Seeing this, Suku finally stopped talking. He knew in his heart that Yang Fuyun did not trust him 100%, which was human nature. If Yang Fuyun obeyed him in everything when they first met, then something was really wrong. Therefore, Suku could also understand Yang Fuyun's thoughts. Since the latter insisted on taking down Pei Qianhe, it would be better to ease the pressure than to block it. After all, in another week, he would seize the opportunity that originally belonged to Yang Fuyun. This is what is called cause and effect. Suku's seizure of the opportunity was the cause, and changing Yang Fuyun's fate was the result. The higher the level of spiritual practice, the more importance one attaches to the so-called cause and effect. Suku also knows the pros and cons of cause and effect. But your highness, let me say one more thing. If you want to capture Pei Qianhe today, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Suku added. Yang Fuyun remained silent on this. Xie Zhaishang said nothing. Wei Wuya smiled. We'll know the result soon. He sneered. At this time, the battles in the heaven-level duel arena and the earth-level duel arena were all over. Because of their special circumstances, the Tianqiong Pavilion set up a threshold specifically for them. If you want to recruit Pei Qianhe, you need to take out at least 300,000 taels of gold. If you want to recruit Jiang Lan, you need to pay at least 200,000 taels of gold. These are truly astronomical prices, equivalent to the annual income of the wealthy families in the capital. So even though everyone knew that Pei Qian and the other two had great potential, there were only a few people who could really spend such a huge amount of money. Yang Fuyun was obviously well prepared today. Soon, Pei Qian and Jiang Lan stood side by side in the center of the duel arena, and the person in charge of the duel arena also looked around with a smile. According to the usual practice, Pei Qian starts at 300,000 taels, and Jiang Lan starts at 200,000 taels. Bidding begins now. The person in charge did not drag his feet and started the bidding directly like an auction. The entire duel arena was instantly ignited. I've heard that Pei Qian and this strongman are worth a lot. After seeing them today, I realize that they are indeed extraordinary. 300,000. I am considered a well-known figure in the imperial capital. But I have to save up for 2 years without eating or drinking to get this amount. Brother Fu. Lend me 3 taels of silver to see your strength. There was a buzz of conversation all around, all of them were shocked. Even those who frequented the Sky Pavilion couldn't help but twitch their eyes every time they heard this price. Pei Qianhe and Jiang Lan are both proud people. They stood there with pride. I guess if there is no special reason, with their talents, they would not want to stand here and become commodities to be picked by others. Jiang Lan, do you think anyone will ferry us away from Tianqiong Pavilion this time? Pei Qianhe grinned. Jiang Lan has a dull temperament, and his brows never seem to be relaxed, always filled with worry. Hearing this, he did not respond. His relationship with Pei Qianhe was not good. Pei Qianhe sneered upon seeing this, but I have received the news. You may not see me in Tianqiong Pavilion anymore. After these words were spoken, Jiang Lan's pupils shrank slightly, but he regained his composure after a moment. Pei Qianhe glanced at Jiang Lan beside him, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Bite. A bell rang. The originally hot atmosphere in the duel arena was instantly ignited to the extreme. It rang. The bell of the VIP room rang. I've been in the Sky Pavilion for 10 years. This is the first time I heard the bell ring when they were present. I wonder which one of Pei Qianhe and Jiang Lan the person in room 1 will choose. It must be Pei Qianhe. There is only a difference of 100,000 between 200,000 and 300,000. If someone can spend 200,000, why would he care about the 100,000? Grit your teeth. If it were me, I would definitely go for it. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Pei Qianhe, who instantly became the focus of the whole audience. It's not that Jiang Lan is not good, it's just that Pei Qianhe is more cost-effective. VIP room number 1, choose to ferry Pei Qianhe away for 300,000. When the person in charge received the news, he immediately announced it with a smile on his face. He was excited too. After so many years, it was finally time to send Pei Qian and this great god away. As the person in charge, I would also take 10% as a commission. That's 300,000 taels of gold. Wow. It's Pei Qianhe indeed. 300,000. He's really rich. Everyone present was envious, and in their opinion, Pei Qianhe was worth the price. On the duel field, Pei Qianhe smiled after hearing the announcement from the person in charge. I'm sorry, brother Jiang. Now that I'm gone, I don't know when you can get out of this Sky Pavilion. Pei Qianhe felt somewhat gloating. Indeed, after today, the chances of encountering someone so powerful that he could take them away would be very small. The person in charge also hurriedly wanted to announce Pei Qianhe's final destination. In room number 1, Yang Fuyun was also looking at Pei Qianhe on the screen, and then said calmly, "Wuya, you don't have to go to the autumn hunt in a week." Wei Wuya curled his lips. According to the original plan, after taking Pei Qianhe away, plus himself and Xie Zhaizhang, there would be exactly 4 people. But the appearance of Suku undoubtedly squeezed him out. He really couldn't understand what his elder brother had believed in and why he had to bring along Suku, who was only at the Kaimai realm. Isn't this just asking for trouble? When the time comes for the autumn hunt, all the princes will bring followers at the Taichu realm. What help can Suku, who is at the Kaimai realm, provide? But he could only accept Yang Fuyun's arrangement. Okay, big brother. Just when the person in charge was about to make the announcement and Yang Fuyun was also preparing to wait to meet Pei Qianhe, something unexpected happened. Bite. The bell in compartment number 3 rang. In an instant, the entire duel arena was silent. Time seems to stand still at this moment. But soon, boiling exclamations exploded in the venue. It rang again. Why is it so weird today? It hasn't rang once in so many years. I guess they happened at the same time, right? The imperial capital is indeed full of hidden talents. There are people who treat 300,000 gold as cabbages. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but become curious. Which big shot in the imperial capital is in room number 1? Who is the person in room number 3? The person in charge was also stunned, and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. A moment later, he reappeared on the field, and immediately announced with a trembling voice, "Room number 3, choose to increase the price, and send Pei Qianhe for 400,000 gold." Wow! There was an uproar again. Pei Qianhe in the center of the duel field was also distracted for a moment. Why am I so popular? Come to think of it, with my talent, I am considered one of the best among the Taichu realm cultivators in the empire. I am worth fighting for. Brother Jiang, although there is only a 100,000 gold difference between you and me, in this world, only people will remember the first one, but no one will remember the second one. Pei Qianhe smiled brightly. In response, Jiang Lan just remained silent. His already frowned brows tightened even further, and there was a deep sense of loss in his eyes. Yang Fuyun's originally relaxed body instantly tensed up after this sudden change. Wei Wuya and Xie Zhaizhang also stood up from their seats and looked in the direction of room number 3 in disbelief. Even though Wei Wuya is the young master of the Wei family, rules are rules, and even he cannot casually inquire into the identity of the owner of the VIP room. This is the family rule and also an iron rule. What's more, he is just the young master, not the eldest master. Brother. Seeing Yang Fuyun's somewhat ugly expression, Wei Wuya's face also became gloomy. I didn't expect that Pei Qian and no one had taken action for so many years, but today it was surprising. Yang Fuyun spoke, apparently not expecting such a sudden change. Suku seemed to have expected this and remained calm. Yang Fuyun noticed Suku and asked with surprise, "Brother Su, did you expect this?" Wei Wuya also turned his head suddenly and looked at Suku. "We'll know the result in a moment." These words seemed to still ring in my ears. But he never expected this would be the result. At this time, he also looked at Suku in shock. Could it be that this kid really has some ability to predict the future? In response, Suku smiled slightly and did not give a direct answer. In his previous life, he knew that Pei Qianhe was eventually taken away by Su Wudao, but he didn't know when it happened. But the appearance of Su Tianjiao today made him certain that Su Wudao would definitely take down Pei Qianhe today. As for what happened next, Suku knew it well. "Your Highness, why don't you try it with the people in room 3 to see who can finally capture Pei Qianhe?" Hearing this, Yang Fuyun's eyes flickered. After thinking carefully for a long time, he finally looked at Wei Wuya and Xie Zhuaizhang. When Wei Wuya and Xie Zhuaizhang saw Yang Fuyun looking at them, they looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. "Your Highness, you know that I am the young master of the Wei family, and I have my elder brother to support me. The 100,000 taels of gold I gave you were scraped together by me," Wei Wuya said. Xie Zhuaizhang also said with difficulty, "Although I am from the Jinan mansion, I have 2 older brothers. The 100,000 gold I gave you was also accumulated over the years, and it is really gone." Having said that, Xie Zhuaizhang suddenly looked at Suku. "Brother Su, you know this. After all, I heard that you and my second brother have a past." When Xie Zhuaizhang mentioned this, Suku raised his eyebrows. When he was young, he rode on the second son of the Duke of Jinan's mansion and beat him up. After so many years, he had forgotten it. I didn't expect Xie Zhuaizhang still remembered this. This is off topic. When Yang Fuyun heard this, he couldn't help but look a little helpless. "How about you guys gather some more? Another 200,000. 500,000 taels of gold should be enough to capture Pei Qianhe," Yang Fuyun said helplessly. Although he is a prince of the royal family. But after all, he does not have the support of his maternal family like other princes. If the eldest prince and the 4th prince were here, I'm afraid they could easily come up with not only 500,000, but even 5 million. After all, standing behind these 2 princes is a true 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Seeing Yang Fuyun like this, Wei Wuya and Xie Zhuaizhang looked at each other. Finally, I gritted my teeth. 100,000, the last of my family's assets. Because of you, I won't even be able to go to Xianla in the future. Wei Wuya curled his lips. Xie Zhuaizhang also took out a storage ring seriously. Although he was reluctant, he still handed it over. "Brother, we are all brothers, take it and use it. If it's not enough, I'll go sell my ass. My look should be worth 2 cents. Seeing this, Yang Fuyun's eyes trembled slightly, and a warm current surged in his heart. Indeed, none of the 3 of them were outstanding in their respective tribes. But perhaps it is for this reason that the 3 of them have been able to stay together for so many years and have such a close relationship. Room number 1, investment of 500,000. In the duel arena, the person in charge spoke with a trembling voice. In all his years in the Sky Pavilion, this was the first time he had seen such a big scene. After investing 500,000 yuan, Yang Fuyun breathed a sigh of relief. This was not a small amount of money. He looked towards compartment number 3. The other party shouldn't continue to raise the bet, right? But before he could come to this thought, he heard the bronze bell in room number 3 ringing again. Room number 3, investment of 700,000. Wow. The atmosphere in the entire duel arena suddenly became crazy. 700,000. Who is the boss in room number 3? An increase of 200,000 all at once. This is no ordinary wealthy family. Could it be royal? I'm afraid only the royal family can have such courage. Everyone became more curious than ever about the identity of the owner of room number 3. When Yang Fuyun heard this, his whole body froze and his eyes were full of disbelief. Wei Wuya and Xie Zhaishang also looked towards room number 3 at the same time. Xie Zhaishang found it a little hard to imagine who the person in room number 3 was. Brother, could it be? Wei Wuya's expression gradually became solemn. Could someone with such strength really be a prince of the royal family? The eldest prince? Or the 4th prince? It's Su Wudao. At this time, Suku spoke slowly. What? Su Wudao? Yang Fuyun and the other 3 suddenly looked at Suku. Suku nodded. 500,000 taels of gold. I'm afraid it's impossible for Prince Su's mansion to take out so easily today, right? Wei Wuya was a little skeptical. After all, the Su Palace was the only one among the 8 princes to be granted the title of king with a different surname. Although it has declined over the years, the family foundation is still there, not to mention the Western Route Army as its foundation. Suku said calmly. Of course, the most important thing is that if Su Wudao wants it, Prince Su's mansion will help him get it at all costs. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Suku's lips. In her previous life, the 7th daughter of King Su was like this, completely obedient to Su Wudao. It was within Suku's expectations that she would spend 500,000 today. After hearing what Suku said, Yang Fuyun and the other 2 fell silent. They believed what Suku said. After all, Suku was once the prince of Su Wang Mansion, and he knew more about Su Wang Mansion than they did. What should we do? Are we really going to watch Su Wudao take down Pei Qianhe? Wei Wuya was a little unconvinced. But here are the results. 500,000 is their limit. The atmosphere in the room was stagnant for a moment. They never expected this outcome. I don't know how long it took, but when the person in charge began to remind him whether to continue bidding, Yang Fuyun finally gave a bitter smile. Forget it, it seems that we have no chance with Pei Qianhe. Yang Fuyun gave up. As a prince, he was helpless when the cooked duck was taken away by a prince from a royal palace, even on a plate. Wei Wuya clenched his fists tightly. It would be great if I could take charge of the Wei family. Otherwise, let alone 500,000, even if it's 5 million, I can force my way into it. At this moment, Wei Wuya only hated that he had no say in the Wei family. A sense of loss permeated the room. A moment later, thunderous applause broke out in the duel arena. Surrounded by a crowd of people, Pei Qianhe walked into room number 3 with a smile. Let's go. Looking at this scene, Yang Fuyun spoke slowly, his mood not very good. The 3 of them were a little distraught and prepared to leave. But at this time, Suku said quietly, I have said before that Jiang Lan can help your highness expand the territory and guard the 4 directions. Now, I still suggest that your highness take Jiang Lan down. When the voice sounded, Yang Fuyun and the other 2 stopped. Yang Fuyun frowned and looked at Suku. Suku continued, if your highness believes me, Jiang Lan's future achievements will never be comparable to Pei Qianhe and his ilk. Even if Pei Qian and the firebone spirit body, even if he comprehends the dual attributes of water and fire. But Jiang Lan's potential is far superior. As Suku spoke, his temperament was calm and confident. Although he was much younger than Yang Fuyun and the other 2, his transcendent temperament made people unable to resist the urge to believe him. Just as Yang Fuyun was about to say something, Suku said with a smile, how about your highness make a bet with me? Pei Qianhe has already been taken down by Su Wudao. Spending 200,000 taels of gold to buy Jiang Lan might bring your highness an unexpected surprise in the future. Having said this, Suku fell silent. Yang Fuyun's eyes trembled as he looked at Suku. Finally, he rang the copper bell in the compartment. On the duel field. Seeing Pei Qianhe being so popular and even being taken away at a sky-high price of 700,000 taels, it was impossible for Jiang Lan to remain indifferent. He even glanced around the VIP compartment expectantly, but there was no movement. He put away his extravagant hopes and was about to turn around and leave when a bronze bell suddenly rang. Room number 1, crossed the river with 200,000 gold. The whole audience was in an uproar. Jiang Lan raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with shock. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? The person in charge shouted. Unmanned. This kind of phenomenon today is extremely rare. Jiang Lan did not expect that at this time, someone would actually pay to save him. That mood suddenly rose from the bottom, and the look he gave towards compartment number 1 was complex yet gentle. Finally, Jiang Lan, led by the person in charge, walked towards room number 1. In the side room, Suku and the others had different thoughts as they looked at Jiang Lan, who looked a little shy. To be honest, Jiang Lan is definitely one of the best in the Earth-level duel arena, and he is also outstanding in the Imperial Sky Gate realm. But compared with Pei Qianhe, the latter seems to shine even brighter. If it weren't for what Suku said, Yang Fuyun would most likely not have accepted Jiang Lan. Suku looked at Jiang Lan and felt a little sad for a moment. The top general of the Tiannan region in future generations is seen for the first time today. Who would have thought that this young man who seems a little shy now would be able to achieve great success in the future at the cost of countless lives, and build a top empire with the blood of countless monks? Hello, I'm Yang Fuyun. But no matter how disappointed he was with Jiang Lan, Yang Fuyun still bowed politely. Wei Wuya. Thank you for the chapter. I am Suku. Several people clasped their fists together. Nanling County, Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan also returned the gift. We are all family from now on. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while. Your Highness, I will withdraw first. We will see each other in 7 days. After saying that, Suku left the room. Before leaving, he took 1,000 spirit stones and a set of earth-level martial arts. Although Suku looked down on that martial arts, 1,000 spirit stones was indeed a lot. When he and Lu Baichuan left Tianqiong Pavilion, he looked back. He knew that Yang Fuyun didn't have much interest in Jiang Lan at this moment. But the future will tell him that choosing Jiang Lan today will be one of the most important decisions in his life. In room number 3, Su Wudao leaned against the window, watching Suku and Lu Baichuan leave. Was it Suku who recruited Jiang Lan? Zhou Yu said thoughtfully. Su Wudao's eyes flickered, and then he slowly looked at Pei Qianhe and said with a smile, perhaps he chose to buy Jiang Lan just to save face. Although he has good talent, the difference between him and Qianhe is not even a little bit. Hearing this, Pei Qianhe's face revealed his arrogance, and he snorted coldly, I can defeat Jiang Lan with one hand. Don't worry, my lord, I won't let you waste the 700,000 taels of gold. I feel relieved when you say this. Su Wudao smiled slightly. I can't wait to charge into battle for the prince. Pei Qianhe clenched his fists and tilted his head, looking confident of victory. There are plenty of opportunities. In 7 days, it will be your turn to show your abilities. As he spoke, Su Wudao took out a martial arts book from his arms. This is a mid-level earth-level martial art, very suitable for your firebone spirit body. Su Wudao threw his martial arts to Pei Qianhe. The latter's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly took it. He looked at the mid-grade earth-level martial arts in his hand. This was truly a priceless item. He was worthy of being the Prince of Su, and he was truly generous. Thank you, Your Highness. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Wudao smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he looked at Suku, who was gradually disappearing from his sight, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. You are like a stray dog, and you dare to snatch people from me. When Suku and Lu Baichuan returned to the Lu mansion, Qin Lian and Lu Ruobing, mother and son, were waiting anxiously at the gate. Where have you two been for most of the day? Is he going to Zuyanla again? Qin Lian looked at Lu Baichuan with anger on her face. Lu Baichuan put his arm around Qin Lian's shoulders and laughed, Madam. Madam. Let me tell you. Kuer is really amazing. Do you know? When the four of them returned to the main hall, Qin Lian and Lu Ruobing were like spectators, alternately shocked and laughing. Wait, I'll get some melon seeds. Qin Lian brought a plate of melon seeds, crossed his legs and listened with great interest. Then Kuer slid forward and took the lead like a crow flying on a plane. He easily defeated him. At that moment, Kuer was like a flying dragon, just like the Tai Sui god on earth. When Lu Baichuan got to the climax, he couldn't help but slam the table, knocking a plate of melon seeds to the ground. Bang! Qin Lian stood up suddenly upon seeing this. Lu Baichuan's expression froze, and he quickly bent over and smiled apologetically, "Don't be offended, madam. I was just excited, he he he." Watching Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian playing and fighting, Suku felt inexplicably warm. At this moment, he noticed the gaze given by Lu Ruobing. "I didn't expect you to be so amazing." After being praised by Lu Ruobing, Suku's old face actually warmed up slightly, which was rare. He touched his nose and smiled. "It's not as exaggerated as Uncle Lu said." "Who is in room number 1? Lu Ruobing asked, with a worried look in her eyes. Suku knew where Lu Ruobing's worries came from. The latter was a calm person. The person who could spend 100,000 gold in room number 1 must be a powerful person in the empire in Lu Ruobing's opinion. She didn't want Suku to be caught up in some uncontrollable vortex. Precisely because he knew what Lu Ruobing was thinking, Suku could not tell her about his encounter with Yang Fuyun. At least not now, for he was afraid that Lu Ruobing would worry. "In my previous life, I only wanted to live an ordinary life, but I caused the Lu family to end up in a miserable situation. In this life, I still want to live that kind of life, but the prerequisite for such a life is to have the ability to protect the ordinary life." Suku made up an excuse to get away with it. At this moment, looking at Lu Ruobing, Suku has had an idea these days, but he doesn't know whether he should put it into practice. Seeing such a warm scene of the Lu family of 3 at this moment, that thought became stronger. After considering it again and again, he finally made a decision. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin, Ruobing." Seeing Suku's serious expression, Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian, who were playing around nearby, immediately quieted down. "What's wrong, Cour? Why are you so serious all of a sudden?" Suku cleared his throat, and then said quite seriously, "Uncle Lu, there are some things that are difficult for me to explain to you. Perhaps you don't believe it. In the future, the empire and even the entire Tiannan region will fall into turmoil. Turbulence." Lu Baichuan's eyes flashed. Since Emperor Wu ascended the throne, he has worked hard to govern the country. After 30 years of foreign wars, the borders of the country have not been violated, and the empire is also at peace. Cour, you can only say this in private. If someone with ulterior motives knows about it, I'm afraid you will be accused of misleading the public." Lu Baichuan hurriedly said in a low voice. "Everyone in the court praises the great achievements of His Majesty, and everyone affirms that His Majesty is the ruler who will restore the Sui dynasty. The word turbulence cannot be spoken casually." Suku nodded, but still said, "Uncle Lu is right, but what I mean is that if something happens in the future, we must always plan ahead and make some preparations in advance." Cour is right. It is never a bad thing to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Qin Lian nodded. "So what preparations do you want to make?" Lu Ruobing asked the point. Hearing this, Suku said no more. He touched his eyebrows with 2 fingers, extracted 3 thoughts from his mind, and then bounced them into the eyebrows of Lu Baichuan and the other 2 respectively. Boom. Lu Baichuan and the other 2 only felt a huge force of thought suddenly pouring into their minds. After a moment, Lu Baichuan looked horrified and dumbfounded. He closed his eyes, opened them again, digested the thought, and then looked suddenly at Suku. "Giwer. This. The heaven-level martial arts, great wilderness scripture." Lu Baichuan was so frightened that he almost lost his voice. "Mine too, the heavenly moon holy scripture, a top-grade heavenly martial art." Qin Lian also has some cultivation, although not to a high level, but he also knows the terrifying value of heavenly martial arts. "Mine is the Taiching Sense Sutra, which is also a top-grade heavenly martial art." Lu Ruobing's breathing was a little heavy. "Cour, how did you get these martial arts? When this heavenly martial arts comes out, I'm afraid the entire Tiannan region will go crazy for it. In the entire Great Sui Empire, only the royal family is worthy of possessing it." Lu Baichuan looked solemn. Suddenly, a set of heaven-level martial arts, no. Suddenly, 3 sets of heaven-level martial arts fell into their hands. His first reaction was not joy, but shock, fear, and horror. He knew very well that it was a crime to possess a treasure. If outsiders knew that the Lu mansion actually possessed heavenly martial arts, they would probably be removed from the empire without anyone knowing tonight. What he wanted to know more at this moment was, how could Suku have so many? Looking at the reactions of the three people, it was within Suku's expectations. Some things are hard for me to explain clearly, but please believe me, Uncle Lu. No matter what, I will always stand with you, Uncle Lu. I'm just afraid that one day I won't be able to protect you, and you won't be able to protect yourselves. Suku is not afraid of conspiracy. Not afraid of threats. Not afraid of any storm. But the three people from the Lu mansion are his weak points. He is very rational. He will definitely encounter various enemies and troubles in the future. He is not afraid of anything, but what about Ruobing and the others? He didn't need Ruobing and the others to charge into battle with him, but at least he could have a certain amount of strength to hold on until he could get there when danger came. That's all. Lu Ruobing looked at Suku. She could feel a hint of sadness in the latter, but she didn't know where this sadness came from. Suku, are there many things you can't tell us, and even if you tell us, it will not be good for us? Lu Ruobing asked. Hearing this, Suku's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ruobing with tenderness, and then nodded heavily. She has always been like this, smart and clever. She has always been like this, she understands me very well, even if I don't say it, she understands me. Okay, then we won't ask. We are a family, and I trust you. Lu Ruobing smiled. Since Suku couldn't say, she didn't ask. When Suku can speak, she will naturally know. Although she had not spent a short time with Suku, she didn't know why, but she always felt that they had known each other for a long time, and she had a natural trust and dependence on him. Ruobing is right, we are a family. I believe that everything Kuer does has his reasons. Lu Baichuan said solemnly. In response to this, Suku felt a warm feeling flowing through his heart. In the previous life, they had unconditional trust in themselves. In this life, they remain unchanged. Lu Mansion, Aunt Qin, Ruobing. These three techniques are all selected by me to suit you. If nothing goes wrong, they will be enough for you to practice to the sixth fire realm. Suku said. Hiss, upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan took a breath of cold air. Qin Lian and Lu Ruobing seldom practice cultivation and do not care much about it. But as the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Baichuan must have some cultivation to rely on. He is now in the late Tianguan realm, so he understands realms better than them. Six Fire Realm. It is indeed a heavenly martial art. It is said that the ancestor of the royal family is at the Six Fire Realm and has been in seclusion for decades. He is the pillar of our great Sui dynasty. Lu Baichuan never thought that he would be able to cultivate to the Sixth Fire Realm. According to his own estimation, he could at most cultivate to the Spirit Mansion Realm, which was already considered a strong person in the empire. Kuer, don't worry. With the great wilderness scripture in hand, your Uncle Lu's blood, which has been dormant for many years, has begun to boil. Well, Uncle Lu, I'll go back to my room first. Remember, no one except the four of us can know about this heavenly rank martial arts. This is our biggest secret. Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan and the other two nodded solemnly. They naturally knew the importance of the matter. But just when Suku got up and prepared to go back to his room, there was a sudden noise outside. Get out of the way. The county lord wants to see Mr. Su. You dare to stop me? Everyone turned to look, only to see Sutyani rushing towards them with a menacing look on his face. Without waiting for Lu Baichuan and others to salute, Sutyani raised his hand and looked at Suku with anger in his eyes. Suku! What on earth did you do to my sixth and fifth sisters? Base. The sound of a sword. Sutyani drew his sword and stood with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Suku. Suku stood where he was, looking at Sutyani who was drawing his sword towards him, his eyes slightly cold. Sutyani, this is the Lu mansion, not your Prince Su's mansion. You just barged in like this, is this your upbringing? Bullshit. Sutyani shouted, sixth sister has lost her appetite because of you, and fifth sister's temperament has changed drastically since she saw you today. Tell me. What did you do to them? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will kill you today. Boom. The surging spiritual power suddenly burst out as Sutyani finished speaking, and his cultivation in the chi-nourishing realm suddenly erupted. The rising anger seemed to be real, and it turned into murderous intent that spread throughout the mansion. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Lu Baichuan hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists and said, "Seventh Princess, is there any misunderstanding here? I have been following Suku and have not." "Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Who do you think you are to plead for him?" Unexpectedly, before Lu Baichuan could finish his words, Sutyani started cursing at him, which made Lu Baichuan stunned for a moment, and his face looked a little embarrassed and angry. No matter what, Lu Baichuan is older after all, and he must feel embarrassed to be scolded like this by a junior. And at the moment Sutyani cursed, Suku's eyes suddenly changed. A surge of violence emerged. The next moment, Suku's figure flashed, and in a flash he suddenly appeared in front of Sutyani. Sutyani subconsciously took half a step back. She didn't expect Suku to be so fast, but there were still people who were even faster behind. Bang! There was only a very crisp sound of applause, and Sutyani was slapped by Suku and flew out. Boom! Sutyani was slapped heavily to the ground. The left side of his face became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. This slap stunned Sutyani. She covered her face in disbelief, her eyes instantly reddened with tears because of the pain. She pointed at Suku and said in a trembling voice, "Suku! You! How dare you? He has no respect for his elders and no manners. Sutyani, after all these years of being taught in the palace, you have learned everything from a dog." Suku shouted at Sutyani, who was lying on the ground without any politeness. Sutyani never expected that Suku would attack him over a disagreement, and use the most humiliating way possible, such as slapping him in the face. She's going crazy. She was actually slapped by Suku. Why? How dare he? Unprecedented shame and anger made her almost lose her mind. At this moment, she no longer had the demeanor of a princess from a royal palace. She drew her sword and rushed towards Suku. Bang! But before she could get close, Suku slapped her again, without any hesitation or personal grudges, only disgust and disappointment. Thinking back to the past 17 years, I have devoted myself to the palace and almost given everything I have. No, more than 17 years. It's 2 lives. But what did we get in the end? Nothing but alienation and indifference. Ah. After being slapped again, Sutyani continued to attack like a madman. But she was no match for Suku under normal circumstances, and even less so in this irrational state. She was knocked unconscious after a few blows. Suku clapped his hands, then said to the servants calmly, "Carry her back to Prince Su's mansion. Take another message. Don't hang around in front of me anymore, it's annoying." Sutyani came quickly and left quickly. It's just that she came vertically and walked sideways. After Sutyani left, Lu Baichuan couldn't help but frown and said, "Kier, she. Even if the Lu mansion is a vassal of Prince Su's mansion, she has no right to insult you, Uncle Lu. At least not in my place." Lu Baichuan's expression was slightly complicated when he heard this, "But you beat up the 7th princess today. Based on my understanding of the 1st princess, she will definitely not let it go." Suku also knew Lu Baichuan's concerns. It's not like he didn't consider the consequences before taking action. But he had to fight. He could bear the consequences, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to express his attitude to Prince Su's mansion. "I, Suku, am not a soft persimmon who can be bullied. The palace is ruthless, but don't imagine that he has any sense of justice in his heart." Seeing this, Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian looked at each other and shook their heads. "So Uncle Lu, we all need to practice hard. If we have absolute strength, you won't be bothered by such trivial matters." Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian nodded and gave a few more instructions before leaving. In the main hall, Lu Ruobing didn't say a word from beginning to end, and Suku thought she was frightened by the scene just now. "Ruobing, are you okay?" When Suku's voice sounded, Lu Ruobing raised her head with a smile in her eyes. "Well played." "Oh." Suku was slightly surprised. This was somewhat unlike her character. "You're right. If we have absolute power, our parents won't have to worry about the consequences. If I have absolute power, we can bear any consequences. I have never been interested in spiritual practice, but from today on, I will try to spend more time on it." Hearing this, Suku nodded gently and said, "Actually, I'm here to protect you, but I'm afraid." "Are you afraid you won't always be by my side?" "I will always be here," Suku said firmly. Lu Ruobing looked into Suku's eyes, and seeing the inexplicable determination in the latter's eyes, she couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I believe you." As Lu Ruobing was talking, she suddenly remembered something and her smile faded. She then whispered, "By the way, Suku, our wedding date is coming soon." As she spoke, Lu Ruobing blushed. "Well, I'm ready." Suku's old face also blushed. Even though he had held a wedding banquet with Lu Ruobing in his previous life, he was still excited and a little nervous in this life. "No, I mean, 1 week before the wedding, according to custom, we both have to go to Longchuan in person to pick up the elders of the tribe." Longchuan City is located in the southern part of the empire. It is one of the 16 large cities in the south. It is the ancestral home of the Lu family. In Longchuan, the Lu family is also a wealthy and powerful family. Only after Lu Ruobing reminded him of this did he remember this matter. "But you may need to be mentally prepared that it may not go so smoothly," Lu Ruobing said with a little concern. Lu Ruobing did not say it clearly. But Suku had the memories of his previous life, so he naturally knew what she meant by not so smooth. However, in Suku's opinion, this is not a big deal at all. In addition, he just wanted to take the opportunity of going to Longchuan to help Lu Ruobing awaken the Guishu holy vein hidden in her body. In this life, he not only has to walk the path of the immortal king again. He also wanted Lu Ruobing to take a path that was completely different from her previous life. The questioning from Prince Su's mansion came later than Lu Baichuan expected. A peaceful night. But early the next morning, Prince Su's private army surrounded Lu's mansion, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. Such a large-scale mobilization almost shook the entire imperial capital. The 8 royal palaces, the 10 duke palaces, the 29 marquisate palaces, and even dozens of powerful families, large and small, all sent out spies to gather information. After all, in the imperial capital, it is extremely rare to surround the residence of a man with military merits in broad daylight. The conflicts in the court and the rivalries among clans were mostly carried out in secret. At least on the surface, they were relatively restrained. Everyone was curious about what the Lu mansion had done to cause such a big fuss from the Su Wang mansion. Grand Princess Lu Baichuan, Qin Lian, Lu Ruobing, and dozens of people from the Lu residence all knelt on the ground. In front of them, Su Tianjuan was wearing red armor, with murderous aura surging around him. Although he was only of the younger generation, he already had an intimidating aura without even getting angry. Having been in charge of the palace, running around the clan, and going in and out of the battlefield over the years, Su Tianjuan's power has long been established. Her eyes were indifferent and she looked down at everyone. Behind him, the second princess Su Tianshuang, the third princess Su Tianxue, and the fourth princess Su Tianran all stood behind with frosty faces. Of course, Su Wudao is also present. However, the moment Su Wudao entered the Lu mansion, his gaze lingered on Lu Ruobing. "Suku?" Su Tianjuan asked indifferently. "Can?" But as soon as she opened her mouth, Lu Baichuan raised his head and said, "My lord, Suku went to the martial arts palace early this morning." Su Tianjuan. She couldn't help but twitch her eyes. She had never expected Lu Baichuan's cooperation. She had originally prepared to use harsh words to force Suku to show up. After all, she had already done some research before this and found out that the Lu family and Suku had a very good relationship. But unexpectedly, before she could finish her words, Lu Baichuan revealed all of Suku's whereabouts, which made her a little confused for a moment. Behind him, several other princesses also looked surprised. They did not expect it to be so smooth. It seems that the relationship between Master Lu and Suku is not as harmonious as the outside world says. The second princess Su Tianshuang snorted coldly. In response, Lu Baichuan just smiled. But Su Tianjuan figured it out quickly, and she said in a cold voice, "Martial arts palace, it seems that Suku is not stupid, he knows to go to the martial arts palace for refuge. It's just." Su Tianjuan narrowed his eyes. Does he really naively think that the martial arts palace can protect him? When Lu Baichuan heard this, his eyelids trembled and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. But thinking of what Suku said before he left, he regained his composure and said, Kur told you to go to the martial arts palace to look for him. As soon as these words came out, a hint of coldness flashed in Su Tianjuan's eyes. Is this a provocation? Her face was gloomy, and she waved her hand and said, let's go to the martial arts palace. After saying that, she turned around and left Lu Mansion. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. After leaving Lu's house, Su Wudao asked, Sister, Suku actually dared to hide in the martial arts palace. He must have a reason. Given the status of the martial arts palace, if they really want to protect Suku, it will be difficult for our palace to ask for him, right? Hearing this, Su Tianjuan frowned. What is there about Mr. Su that is worthy of the Wudao palace protecting him? But he was in the Sky Pavilion yesterday. So what? He is a person at the Kaimai realm. Could it be that the martial arts palace will become enemies with my palace just for a person at the Kaimai realm? That's true. Su Wudao nodded. Wudao, remember, no matter how much Suku jumps, he is just a discarded pawn of my Su Wangfu, and you are the Su Wang, the Prince of the Empire, and the future Commander-in-Chief of the Western Route Army. Su Tianjuan said seriously, so I want you to remember that in this empire, you don't have to be afraid of any forces except the royal family. Do whatever you want boldly. No matter what happens, the palace will back you up. Big sister will take care of you. Su Wudao was very moved and nodded heavily. Su Tianjuan touched Su Wudao's head lovingly. Our Wudao is destined to be the one standing at the top of the empire. Martial Arts Palace. The cradle of generals of the Sui Empire. This place has trained countless outstanding generals for the empire. Being able to graduate from here means that one has stepped half a foot into the ranks of generals. In the future, one can set up a government and establish a family, and use military achievements to benefit his descendants. This is also the only holy place of martial arts in the hearts of the monks of the Great Sui dynasty. It's not that the resources of the martial arts palace are so numerous that they cannot compare to those of the royal family. It's not that the strong people here are very strong. The strongest person in the Sui dynasty is the royal ancestor of the Sui dynasty. The reason why he was highly respected was that, like the military merit system of the Sui dynasty, he provided a channel for the poor to move up. As long as you are talented enough, the door of the martial arts palace will be open to you. The purpose of the palace when it was first established was to recruit talents regardless of their background. Martial Arts Palace, Chu Yuan, an attic. Suku was sitting in the attic with a beautiful woman, with a chessboard between them. I haven't seen you for so many years. Your chess skills have improved a lot. Even I can't get the upper hand. The beautiful woman's voice was quite pleasant, with a hint of tenderness. At this moment, she was looking at the situation on the chessboard with a frown on her face. President Chiu, you are too kind. Suku slowly placed a piece. Were you really kicked out of Prince Su's mansion? Chiu Qingmei asked with a smile. Yeah. Suku nodded. After all, you were also responsible for being kicked out of the palace, said Chiu Qingmei. Su Keluozi's hand froze. Chiu Qingmei smiled and said, you have such a great talent, but you chose to stay with those 7 girls. If you had shown your talent earlier, how could Prince Su's mansion let you leave? Hearing this, Suku was stunned and then shook his head bitterly. At first I thought the palace was everything to me, and my 7 sisters were everything to me, but in the end, it was just my wishful thinking. Hearing this, Chiu Qingmei shook her head with emotion. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with memories. I still remember when you first came here. You were so small, just a little bit old, but you dared to challenge me for Su Tianjiao. At that time, you were really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. No, you should be considered ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Over the years, you are the only one who dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. As Chiu Qingmei spoke, she gestured to Suku's height with her hands, and a big smile appeared on her face. Seeing that Suku didn't say anything, she immediately asked, have you decided now? If you are willing to come to the martial arts palace, I can immediately apply to the palace master to make an exception and let you enter the palace. Although you have missed the golden period of cultivation for so many years, with your talent and character, you should be able to catch up a lot. Let's talk about this later. I came here today because I encountered some trouble. Suku then told the whole story. You actually broke through the Sky Dome Pavilion's Xian-level duel arena. Unexpectedly, Qiu Qingmei's attention was not on the feud between Suku and the Su Palace, but on his series of actions in Tianqiong Pavilion. Come here, let me take a look. Without waiting for Suku to refuse, Qiu Qingmei grabbed Suku's wrist. 9th level of opening meridians. Qiu Qingmei was surprised. But what surprised her was not Suku's cultivation level. After all, in her eyes, such cultivation level was only considered low. The Chu Yuan that she was in charge of had the lowest level of cultivation at the Qi nourishing stage. But she also knew the value of the Tianqiong Pavilion duel arena. How could Suku rely on his 9th level of Kaimai cultivation to break through the entire Xian-level duel arena? According to her understanding of Tianqiong Pavilion, doesn't that mean he defeated a group of people in Yangqi realm with the Kaimai realm, and even had no rivals in Yangqi realm? This is a little unbelievable. Seeing this, Suku smiled slightly and said, I was lucky too. Luck. Qiu Qingmei shook her head. This reason could not convince her. She suppressed her shock, slowly calmed down, and then said seriously, after all, Prince Su's mansion is the prince of the empire, even the martial arts palace has to give him some face. You don't come to see me on weekdays, so you only remember me when something happened. I really have no other choice. Suku scratched his head awkwardly. This was indeed something he had not done well enough. But I, Qiu Qingmei, want to protect someone. Even if the former Prince Su and Princess Su are here, they have to give me some face. But Qiu Qingmei changed the subject and said, Suku, you can't do me this favor for nothing. How are you going to repay me for this great kindness? Suku is not a person who likes to owe favors to others. Since he has the confidence to come here, he must have had a plan long ago. I remember Dean Qiu practiced the way of wind, right? Hearing this, Qiu Qingmei nodded and said, there are 3,000 great ways. I realized the attribute of wind when I was in the spiritual palace realm, and since then I have entered the practice of the way of wind. Why are you asking this? What level has Dean Qiu reached in his cultivation now? The first flower realm of the 3 flower realms condenses the 3rd cave heaven. The first cave heaven is the cave heaven of earth, the second cave heaven is the cave heaven of wood, but the cave heaven of wind has not been condensed yet. Qiu Qingmei obviously trusts Suku very much. Under normal circumstances, her cultivation is top secret and it is impossible for outsiders to know. Hearing this, Suku's heart moved slightly. Qiu Qingmei was indeed gifted. Although she was nearly 40 years old, she was the youngest among the 4 deans of the martial arts palace. Now it seemed that once she completed the condensation of the wind cave heaven, she would be able to enter the 2nd flower realm of the 3 flower realms. At this rate, it is not impossible to reach the threshold of the 6th fire realm in the future. Thinking of this, he spread out one hand, and suddenly a breeze blew between heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, a vortex of wind quickly condensed in Suku's palm. This whirlwind seemed to have a spirit. The moment it appeared, Qiu Qingmei's eyes lit up and she could not look away. This is. After a moment, the whirlwind suddenly burst into a light green light, and the whistling winds between heaven and earth all gathered towards the whirlwind. The whirlwind grew stronger and stronger, almost covering the 2 of them, and at a certain moment, the whirlwind suddenly shook. Suddenly, the whirlwind shrank rapidly and eventually became a green spirit bead. This item is called the Wind Spirit Pearl, and it contains the mysteries of the Way of Wind. Dean Qiu should know that only the peak cultivators of the 6th fire realm can master the mysteries. What? This thing contains the secret of the Way of Wind. Qiu Qingmei's expression changed immediately, and then she suddenly remembered something and said in horror, impossible. I remember it. The Wind Spirit Pearl is an innate spiritual treasure, created by nature. This world has long been unable to produce such spiritual objects. Where did your Wind Spirit Pearl come from? This time it was Suku's turn to be surprised. Qiu Qingmei was right. The spiritual beads had long been extinct in this land. And Suku's Wind Spirit Pearl was naturally not obtained from this world. That was the treasure he got from the inner scene. However, he could not tell Qiu Qingmei about the inner scene. Even if he told her, the latter would not understand what the inner scene was. Not long ago, Suku, with the help of the purest and most yang demonic energy of Zhulong's blood, successfully opened up 9 hidden veins in his body, and transformed them all into devouring holy veins. The 18 devouring holy veins circulate in the body like an abyss. Just in terms of the number of these cultivation veins, he is twice as many as an ordinary cultivator, not to mention the terrifying devouring power of the devouring holy veins. Because of this, he was able to fight against the cultivators in the Qi cultivation realm in the Tianqiong Pavilion without being defeated. This is the horror of the hidden veins. Of course, the most important thing about that devouring was that it opened up the passage to the inner scene. It was a completely independent small world, different from this continent and the fairyland of the previous life. It could even be said that it was a spiritual world. It's just that all the spiritual objects and treasures in this spiritual world can be obtained and appear in the real world. Dean Qiu, why do you need to delve into where the wind spirit pearl came from? The important thing is that this thing should be useful to you. Suku said with a smile. Qiu Qingmei had no way to refute this. In the end, I could only smile helplessly. The price you offer is indeed hard to refuse. She looked at Suku deeply. Was she being controlled by the latter? But it doesn't matter if she is used as a gun by the latter. It's just offending Prince Su's mansion. With her cultivation and status, she is not afraid of offending. But she needs the wind spirit pearl. Give it to me. Qiu Qingmei stretched out her hand. Her hand was as soft as white jade. Suku smiled and presented the wind spirit pearl. At this moment, a disciple came to report. Dean Qiu, people from Prince Su's mansion are here. Hearing this, Suku raised his eyebrows. Qiu Qingmei smiled and said, let's go and meet your good sisters. A group of disciples from the martial arts palace had already gathered in front of Chu Yuan, most of them coming to watch the fun. The latest battle report. Suku, the former prince of Su Wangfu, beat Sutyani, the 7th princess of Su Wangfu, for no reason. Su Wangfu is here to settle accounts with Suku. Then why is Suku in our Chu Yuan? He is not a disciple of our Chu Yuan. I don't know why, but Suku seems to have some relationship with our Dean Qiu. It seems that he has come to our hospital for refuge. That won't do. How can we, Chu Yuan, offend Prince Su's mansion because of a cultivator at the Kaimai realm? It's not worth it. Everyone was talking about it. At this time, Suku and Qiu Qingmei slowly appeared. As soon as he saw Suku, Su Tianjuan's eyes darkened and a hint of coldness quietly emanated from him. Dean Qiu. Seeing Qiu Qingmei, Su Tianjuan put away his coldness and bowed slightly respectfully. The others also hurriedly saluted. After all, given Qiu Qingmei's status and position, Prince Su's mansion did not want to offend such a strong person. Qiu Qingmei glanced at Su Tianjuan calmly, then said indifferently, I already know about your relationship with Suku. Please give me some face and let this go. How about that? Qiu Qingmei showed her dominance in her first sentence. This is not unexpected. After all, a strong person should behave like a strong person. However, Su Tianjuan did not expect that Qiu Qingmei would be so overbearing from the start, as if she did not take Prince Su's mansion seriously. Qiu Qingmei is overbearing. She can bear it. But he despised Prince Su's mansion. No. Senior Qiu, Suku injured my 7th sister. There must be an explanation for this matter. Could it be that Senior Qiu is so unreasonable? Su Tianjuan spoke in a decisive tone, without any sign of concession. Upon seeing this, Qiu Qingmei frowned, and terrifying spiritual power instantly burst out. At that moment, everyone at the gate of Chu Yuan felt a terrifying chill, as if a sword was hanging over their heads, making everyone change color. Since you are Su Qingshan's daughter, I will not argue with you, but I have promised to protect Suku. Even if Su Qingshan went there personally, I would still have the same attitude. After Qiu Qingmei finished speaking, she turned around and left. Suku, what are you still standing there for? Our chess game is not over yet. Suku nodded. Su Tianjuan did not dare to move in this regard, and the princes behind him did not dare to move at all. Sister, the martial arts palace is very powerful, so let's just forget it. Senior Qiu doesn't give our palace any face. If we confront him head-on, we will be the only ones who suffer. Su Wudao whispered beside Su Tianjuan. As soon as these words came out, a hint of gloom flashed across Su Tianjuan's eyes. Not giving face to the palace? She has worked so hard for so long, what is she fighting for? What they are fighting for is not only face, but also the ability of Prince Su's mansion to stand at the top of the empire, and to protect the family business left by their parents. If I retreat today, how will Prince Su's mansion survive in the imperial capital? Su Tianjuan said gloomily. Thinking of this, she made a decision and silently crushed a crystal hidden in her palm. The next moment, a powerful aura approached rapidly from a distance. In a moment, it descended over Chu Yuan. Chiu Wazi, the matter between Suku and Prince Su's mansion is their family affair after all. Why should our martial arts palace interfere and annoy them? An old man in a grey robe was floating in the air, then slowly landed on the ground, looking at Qiu Qingmei with a smile. The old man had a powerful aura and his eyes were as sinister as a poisonous snake. The word Xia embroidered on his robe undoubtedly announced his identity. Qiu Qingmei narrowed her eyes, then turned around. Seeing the person coming, she couldn't help but curl her lips and sneered, "What wind blew you, the dean of Xia Academy, here? It seems that the Su Palace is so powerful that even you can be invited." Xia Binghong was not angry and still had a warm smile on his face, but his sinister eyes told everyone that he was not a good person. Thinking back then, Su Qingshan also came from my martial arts palace. His descendants asked me to mediate this matter, so how could I refuse? Then what do you mean? Qiu Qingmei asked coldly. She also didn't expect that the Su Wang mansion had a trick up its sleeve and actually let the dean of the Xia courtyard come forward. She didn't have a good face at all towards Xia Binghong. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. We can also have some free time. Don't you agree? What if I say no? Then I will have no choice but to report this to the palace and ask the dean to come out and make the final decision. Have you forgotten the iron rule of the martial arts palace that you are not allowed to interfere in disputes outside the palace? Hearing this, Qiu Qingmei's face froze. This is indeed the iron rule of the martial arts palace. It is also the foundation of the martial arts palace's foothold in the empire. Seeing Qiu Qingmei being humiliated, Su Tianjuan silently breathed a sigh of relief. In order to ask Xia Binghong to come forward, she also paid a certain price. Although it is not necessary to mobilize such a large force to deal with just Suku. But she didn't know why, but when she heard Suku attacking her seventh sister, she couldn't help but feel furious. She must make Suku understand one thing, Prince Su's mansion must not be insulted. Seeing this, Su Wudao looked towards Suku, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. I really thought you could escape this time, but now it seems that I overestimated you. He couldn't wait to see Suku being punished by the sisters. Dean Xia has come forward. It seems that it is unlikely that Dean Qiu will be able to protect Suku. Yes, Prince Su's mansion, plus Xia Yuan. If I were Dean Qiu, I would never offend these two major forces for an outsider. That kid is only at the Kaimai stage, and can't even meet the threshold to enter our Chu Yuan, TSK. Many disciples of the martial arts palace were looking at the situation in front of them, discussing in low voices, and many of them looked at Suku with disdain. President Qiu, we didn't mean to threaten you. It's just that Mr. Su insulted our Su palace. As one of the 8 great palaces of the empire, if we stop here, how will our Su palace deal with itself in the future? When Su Tianjuan saw the hesitation in Qiu Qingmei's eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief and then advised her calmly. Yes, Senior Qiu, this matter is ultimately an internal affair of my Prince Su's mansion. Why should you protect this villain Suku? Su Tianchuang also said earnestly. Brother Suku, if I were you, I would never put Senior Qiu in an awkward position. Su Wudao stepped forward and consoled him with good intentions. As if all of a sudden, Suku became the target of public criticism. It seemed that in an instant, Qiu Qingmei was in a situation where she was unable to back down. Xia Binghong looked at Qiu Qingmei, his eyes flashing with a hint of disrespect for the elderly. He coughed lightly and said with a smile, Qiu, have you thought about it? You and I are both from the martial arts palace. Do we really want to make things so awkward just for an outsider? Silence. Qiu Qingmei stood there, seeming to be in a real dilemma. But suddenly, she looked at Xia Binghong fiercely, I, Qiu Qingmei, want to protect someone, even if the palace master is here. What can I do? There was a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone including Su Tianjuan and others suddenly changed. The smile on Su Wudao's mouth froze instantly. Xia Binghong's face also turned gloomy in an instant. Qiu Qingmei, have you thought it through? If the palace master and others really intervene, it may not be so easy to end it. There was a hint of threat in Xia Binghong's tone. Then please trouble Dean Xia to ask the palace master to come and make the final decision. Qiu Qingmei said calmly. At this moment, Qiu Qingmei seemed to be afraid of no one, and had a domineering attitude of allowing anyone who wanted to come to her to come. This made everyone extremely confused. Dean Qiu is actually willing to offend Dean Xia for that Suku, and it seems that he is not afraid of the palace master's accountability. Could it be possible that Dean Qiu has some hidden card that we don't know about? Su Tianjuan listened to the discussions around him and his face looked extremely ugly. She immediately looked at Suku and angrily shouted, Suku! What's the point of hiding behind like a coward? Do you really want Senior Qiu to be punished by the martial arts palace for you? As soon as Su Tianjuan said this, Su Tianchuang and other girls immediately followed. Suku! We thought of you as our brother, but we never thought you would be such a coward. For your own selfish reasons, you want Senior Qiu to be punished because of you. You really have no sense of shame. Su Wudao also said angrily, Brother Suku, I don't think you are such a person in my heart. Everyone has their own responsibility. I will plead with the sisters for you. Why do you have to drag Senior Qiu into this? Su Wudao could hardly suppress the jealousy in his heart. Why does Suku deserve such protection from a strong person like Qiu Qingmei? Why does he do that? He is a lost dog. A discarded waste. He should be despised by everyone. He should be condemned by everyone. Why should even the head of a courtyard of the martial arts palace be willing to bear the punishment to protect him? This shouldn't be. Suku's fate should not be like this. Suku listened to the criticism from everyone. Especially when he saw the sisters, whom he once respected so much, now stood against him mercilessly and attacked him with all the vicious words they could. If it were myself in my previous life, I would probably be in great pain, right? But in this life, faced with these curses, Suku just felt they were annoying. But he was very annoyed. He was very annoyed that this idiot Su Wudao was acting kind in front of him. It was so disgusting. Su Wudao. Put away your disgusting face. I know exactly who you are. Your acting is very poor. Suku immediately mocked Su Wudao. Su Wudao's face was stunned, with a crazy and sinister look gathering in his eyes, and he even felt like he was being exposed and humiliated. But he raised his head, his eyes slightly red, and he looked as if he was trying hard to hold back the grievance in his heart. He said to Su Tianjuan, Sister, I. When Su Tianjuan saw Su Wudao's aggrieved expression, he felt as if his heart was broken. How could his own brother suffer such insults and grievances? Boom. The powerful spiritual power of the Tianguan realm instantly erupted from Su Tianjuan's body, and everyone present felt an extreme rage burning. There was even a hint of murderous intent in this anger. Suku, you are courting death. Who gave you the courage to speak to Wudao like this? Bang. Without saying a word, Su Tianjuan condensed a spiritual sword in his hand, then flashed and slashed towards Suku with the sword. Boom. But soon, Qiu Qingmei flicked her sleeves and repelled Su Tianjuan head-on. Dean Qiu, you! Su Tianjuan shouted angrily. Qiu Qingmei looked back at Suku, and then said calmly, Princess Su is really righteous. Although Suku is not of your Su family bloodline, she has called you elder sister for 17 years. Now she is really merciless when she starts fighting. Heh! Su Tianjuan sneered, if he is not of my blood, his heart must be different. I have raised him for 17 years, but not only did he not show any gratitude, he even got angry and attacked my seventh sister after being kicked out of the house. Now he is speaking ill of me, the Prince of Su. Dean Qiu, is such a person worthy of being my Su Tianjuan's younger brother? He has called me big sister for 17 years, and now I just feel disgusted. As soon as these words were spoken, even Su Tianchuang, Su Tianxue, and Su Tianran looked at Su Tianjuan in shock and surprise, because they had never expected that Su Tianjuan would speak so harshly. Although what Suku did was a bit excessive. But, it shouldn't be described like this. This thought only flashed through the minds of the three people and then disappeared. They were determined to stand with Su Tianjuan. Big sister is right. Suku, you have been parading around outside these days, aren't you just trying to attract our attention and make us regret it? If you have the guts, don't stand behind Senior Chiu. I'll meet you. Several women shouted. Listening to this, especially Su Tianjuan's angry curse just now, Suku couldn't help laughing. Su Tianjuan, it turns out that in your eyes, I, Suku, am so unbearable. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Su Tianjuan frowned and was about to speak, but Suku immediately said, Su Tianjuan, since you think so highly of your brother, how about you make a bet with me? 10 years, no. 5 years. In 5 years, if Su Wudao doesn't destroy your Su Palace, I, Suku, will kneel before you, Su Tianjuan, with my head raised. Do you dare to follow this bet? Suku's eyes were as bright as a candle flame. For a moment, his power was so great that Su Tianjiao was a little dazed. Su Wudao's expression changed even more. Brother Suku, what do you mean? I am my sister's biological brother, how can you slander me like this? Su Wudao said angrily. Judging from his appearance, it seemed that he was really angry about Suku's words. Su Tianjuan's eyes were also shocked, but soon his expression became visibly ugly. Bet? Suku, are you out of tricks and have to resort to this method to protect your pitiful self-esteem? Su Tianjuan looked at Suku with eyes full of disappointment. She didn't expect that Suku, who used to be well-behaved and obedient, would become so extreme now. It seemed that expelling him from the palace was a big blow to him. But so what? After all, he is not of the Su family's bloodline, and now his true nature has been exposed. Hearing this, Suku slowly calmed down. I did lose control of myself just now. Even if he were to live his life over again, he would still feel a bit of resentment towards Su Tianjuan and the others. Su Tianjuan, I, Suku, am worthy of the Su Palace, and worthy of my adoptive father and mother. Since you have chosen Su Wudao, you must bear all the consequences he brings. That being said, I have nothing more to say to you. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Suku turned around. When Su Tianjuan heard these words, she was so angry that her body trembled. Suku! You are so stubborn. Where are you going? Su Tianjuan attacked in anger, but was stopped by Qiu Qingmei again. President Xia, please help me. I must clean up the mess today. Hearing this, Xia Binghong shook his head helplessly, and then his spiritual power surged. Qiu Hua, I'm sorry, it's neither reasonable nor moral for you to interfere in this matter. But just as Xia Binghong was about to take action, the void above Chu Yuan suddenly trembled. Everyone looked up and saw a crack in the void, followed by a figure slowly emerging. But the figure was enveloped in nothingness, and it was impossible to tell whether it was real or not. But the moment it appeared, everyone felt a terrifying pressure, and that silent aura suppressed everyone and made them unable to move. After a moment, as the figure flicked his sleeves slightly, the powerful spiritual power faded away like the tide. Meet the Palace Master. A group of disciples from the martial arts palace immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Su Tianjuan and the others also changed their expressions, and immediately bowed respectfully. Su Tianjuan of Prince Su's mansion, greets the Palace Master. Su Tianchuang, Su Tianxue, Su Wudao and others also hurriedly lowered their heads. The Palace Master of the Martial Arts Palace is one of the most powerful men in the Sui Empire. Although he has no merits, everyone knows that this martial arts giant is definitely the best under the Sui imperial family. Such people are always elusive, and even disciples of the martial arts palace rarely see them. Xia Binghong did not expect that the palace master would actually show up. What he said before was largely to scare Qiu Qingmei. Even though he was the dean of Xia Academy, he could not invite the palace master here just by inviting him. Qiu Qingmei had not expected the palace master to appear, so she bowed and said, "Greetings to the palace master." Suku naturally bowed his head and said nothing. The figure just hung in the air like this. After a long time, the indifferent voice came from all directions. The presidents of the two houses were willing to fight over an outsider. If this matter were to get out, wouldn't it be a joke? As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Binghong, who had originally looked a little nervous, suddenly became happy. Su Tianjuan and the others also looked a little relieved. At least for now, it seems that this top expert from the martial arts palace is still on their side. The palace master is absolutely right. I have advised him repeatedly before, but unfortunately Dean Chiu still insisted on his own way. I didn't expect to alarm you, Xia Binghong said calmly. In the midst of spiritual energy, the palace master of the martial arts palace seemed to turn his head, and a vague gaze fell on Qiu Qingmei. Then, it seemed to fall on Suku again. Suku could naturally feel the gaze of the palace master of the martial arts palace, but he lowered his head slightly so as not to let the former see the disdain hidden in his eyes. Speaking of the palace master of the martial arts palace, Suku had only heard a few words about him after he returned to this continent from the fairyland in his previous life. This person is not a good person. Dean Chiu, are the palace rules of my martial arts palace just for show in front of you? The palace master spoke, apparently somewhat displeased. Without waiting for Qiu Qingmei to speak, the palace master continued, Suku, since you have a grudge against the Su palace, you should resolve it yourself. The martial arts palace is not a place where everyone can take refuge. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said calmly, go ahead, for Dean Chiu's sake. Palace master is wise. Xia Binghong quickly responded. Su Tianjuan and the others also smiled and clasped their fists towards the air. Thank you, palace master. Suku. The palace master has already spoken, what are you still standing there for? Come over here. Su Tianchuan shouted coldly. When Su Wudao saw this, a hint of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Even the palace master of the martial arts palace has spoken personally. Even if Qiu Qingmei is present, how can she protect you? But even at this point, Suku remained indifferent. Qiu Qingmei glanced at Suku, who nodded slightly. Seeing this, Qiu Qingmei's eyes lit up with a smile, and then she looked at the palace master of the martial arts palace in midair and said with a smile, Palace master, when did I ever say that Suku was an outsider? The palace master let out a soft exclamation subconsciously in midair. Xia Binghong frowned and said, what is Dean Chiu still insisting on? Suku is not a disciple of our martial arts palace, so how can he not be an outsider? Dean Xia, when have I ever said that Suku is no longer a disciple of my martial arts palace? Qiu Qingmei smiled faintly. This left the many palace disciples who were watching the scene completely bewildered and puzzled. Senior Qiu, what on earth do you mean? Su Tianjuan looked unhappy and asked directly. Hearing this, Qiu Qingmei looked at Su Tianjuan and said with a smile, originally, the matter between Suku and your Su Wangfu is your private matter. I, Qiu Qingmei, naturally remember the rules of the palace and cannot interfere in the affairs of the outside world. But Suku, he was my last disciple in my early years. Tell me, how can my last disciple be considered an outsider? The last disciple found the master and wanted to seek the master's protection. How can I, as the master, stay out of it? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Binghong shouted, Dean Chiu, why do you have to come up with such an excuse to protect Suku? All the disciples of the martial arts palace are registered, so why have I never seen Suku? Even the palace master of the martial arts palace in midair seemed somewhat dissatisfied, and said indifferently, President Chiu, is Suku really your last disciple? Hearing this, Qiu Qingmei said with pride, does Dean Xia remember the heart-searching pavilion 6 years ago? Upon hearing this, Xia Binghong said immediately, of course I remember. A disciple of our martial arts palace suddenly appeared and passed the 8 levels of the heart examination in one day. His mental toughness is the best in the martial arts palace since its establishment 1,000 years ago. Does Dean Xia remember the refining heart hall 6 years ago? Of course I remember. Following the previous disciple, our martial arts palace has another amazing genius who spent 7 days and 7 nights in the refining heart hall, setting a record in the past century. As he spoke, Xia Binghong immediately looked at the palace master of the martial arts palace in midair, clasped his fists and said, speaking of which, this is all due to the palace master's good leadership. Our martial arts palace has produced many geniuses, which is cause for celebration. President Xia, please don't be so quick to flatter me. Qiu Qingmei smiled and asked, then do you know who is the person who passed through the 8 gates of the heart-searching pavilion and stayed in the heart-refining hall for 7 days and 7 nights? Xia Binghong was a little annoyed, but he still said, that's because I don't know. I have nearly 10,000 disciples in the martial arts palace, and there are many low-key and humble ones among them who just don't want to be in the spotlight. As he said that, he looked at Qiu Qingmei and sneered, Dean Qiu, you don't mean to say that the man is Suku, do you? I believe Dean Qiu would not make such a joke as a cultivator at the Kaimai stage. But the sneer on Xia Binghong's lips slowly solidified. Because at this moment, Qiu Qingmei was looking at him with a smile on her face. Seeing Xia Binghong's expression change quietly, Qiu Qingmei felt happy for some reason. I have been feeling unhappy for so many years because of the seniority that this old guy has used to suppress me. Today I will take this opportunity to vent. Thinking of this, she clasped her fists towards the palace master of the martial arts palace in midair and said solemnly, Palace Master Suku. He is the hidden genius who passed the 8 levels of the heart-searching pavilion 6 years ago and practiced in the heart-refining hall for 7 days and 7 nights. Impossible. Xia Binghong shouted subconsciously, how could it be him who is at the Kaimai realm? Su Tianjuan and others also changed their expressions in shock after Qiu Qingmei said this. Even though they were not disciples of the martial arts palace, they had heard of this place more than once from their 5th sister Su Tianjiao over the years. The Wudao Palace has 2 pavilions, 3 halls, and 4 major courtyards. Among the 9 levels of the Wenqin Pavilion, no one has been able to pass the 9th level perfectly since its establishment, and even the 8th level is only a handful. And those peerless geniuses who pass the 8th level are all top warriors in the world. The Heart Refining Hall is famous for its 36 heart fires. Even a strong person in the Spirit Mansion realm will be contaminated by the heart fire and be at risk of going astray if he makes the slightest mistake. Suku, a person at Kaimai realm, a man who lived a life of idleness and waiting to die in Prince Su's mansion, actually achieved such an impressive accomplishment. Su Tianjuan's first reaction was disbelief. Because she believed that even she would never be able to reach the 8th level in the heart-questioning pavilion, nor could she stay in the heart-refining hall for 7 days and nights. Suku. Why? Su Wudao's face was full of disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How could such a loser like him achieve this? This must be nonsense. He roared madly in his heart. In midair, the calm aura of the palace master of the martial arts palace trembled quietly when Qiu Qingmei finished speaking. Obviously, even such a strongman was a little surprised to hear the news. Before the palace master could open his mouth to question her, Qiu Qingmei said, if you don't believe me, you can ask the guardian of the heart-searching pavilion and the master of the heart-refining hall. They both witnessed it with their own eyes and can testify. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples in front of Chu Yuan were silent for a moment, and then burst into exclamations one after another. Qiu Qingmei, be confident. There is no need to consult the pavilion of inquiry and the palace of refining the heart. Qiu Qingmei would not be stupid enough to make fun of such things, and the pavilion of inquiry and the palace of refining the heart would never cover up for Qiu Qingmei. So, what Qiu Qingmei said is 90% true. The 8th level of the heart-searching pavilion. Even senior brother Luo, the chief disciple of Qiu Academy, who is known as the greatest genius in Qiu Academy in 100 years, only stopped at the 6th level. Brother Luo. Even Brother Yun, who is recognized as the strongest among the younger generation of our martial arts palace and possesses the divine manifestation spirit, has only reached the 7th level. This Suku is actually the mysterious genius that has been making the rounds all these years. I didn't expect to see him in this way. At this moment, all the contempt disappeared. At this moment, all doubts completely disappeared. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Suku. Xia Binghong's eyes trembled with shock, and he looked up and down at Suku in disbelief. There seemed to be some unwillingness and a hint of regret in his eyes. I'm afraid I have offended such a genius today. Even if he was not afraid of the latter's revenge, offending such a genius would definitely not be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Su Tianjuan and shouted angrily, Su Tianjuan, is this what you said, you useless abandoned child? Xia Binghong wanted to tear Su Tianjuan to pieces on the spot. Su Tianjuan looked at this scene and was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She looked at Suku. 17 years. Why had she never discovered Suku's talent in martial arts in 17 years? In her impression, Suku was proficient in everything except martial arts, such as helping out, doing odd jobs, and studying some unconventional methods. But she had never associated it with a martial arts genius. Suku, you lied to us. Soon, Su Tianjuan's gaze towards Suku changed and became angry. She was angry that Suku had kept it a secret from them for so long. At this moment, Su Wudao actually had an urge to stop acting. Damn, what kind of character is this? That damn Suku has already shit on his head. Still standing. By the time you establish your own personality, you won't even be able to eat shit while it's still hot. But he still calmed down, and the look he gave Suku was filled with murderous intent like never before. Suku had unknowingly become a thorn in his heart, a thorn that had to be removed. Lie. Suku laughed after hearing Su Tianjuan's words. He no longer bothered to explain anything. I can only say, it's speechless. 6 years ago, in order to allow Su Tianjiao from your Su Wangfu to enter the martial arts palace, Suku agreed to the impossible task I gave him. Back then I told him that if he could pass the 5th level in the heart-questioning pavilion and stay in the heart-refining hall for 3 days, I would accept Su Tianjiao as my wife. But I didn't expect Suku to be able to do this. As she spoke, Qiu Qingmei looked at the palace master of the martial arts palace and said with a smile, "Palace master, is such a genius not worthy of becoming a disciple of my martial arts palace?" All eyes looked up into the air. The terrifying spiritual power trembled for a moment, and finally, a vicissitudes of life laughter was heard. Dean Qiu, are you willing to let such a good talent leave the palace for 6 years? These words set the tone. The palace master of the martial arts palace has already acknowledged Suku's identity. At this moment, the feud between Suku and Su Wang Mansion was no longer a private matter, but a matter between the martial arts palace and Su Wang Mansion. Yes, palace master, this matter is my fault. From today on, I will reveal Suku's identity. Qiu Qingmei smiled. Forget it. Since you are my disciple of the martial arts palace, Dean Xia, please don't interfere. Yes. Xia Binghong had a gloomy face, but he could only lower his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace master of the martial arts palace looked at Suku. Suku, you are very good. Practice well in my martial arts palace. Don't weaken the reputation of my martial arts palace. After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, the air trembled again, and his figure slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Suku actually received such praise from the palace master. In the future, the name Suku in our martial arts palace will probably be very popular. Many disciples looked at Suku with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. Seeing the palace master of the martial arts palace leave, Xia Binghong glanced at Su Tianjuan coldly, then smiled at Suku and said, "Suku, today is all a misunderstanding. If you have a chance in the future, you are welcome to come to my Xia Academy. I have some good exercises here that are very suitable for you." Hearing this, Suku smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Dean Xia, for your kindness. I will definitely come to visit you if I have the chance." Although Xia Binghong had stood on the wrong side in the early stage, he showed goodwill at this time, and he would not be stupid enough to make an enemy of such a cultivator at the moment. Seeing Suku like this, Xia Binghong smiled and said, "Qiu Hua, congratulations on finding a good disciple." Heh. Qiu Qingmei didn't give him any face at all and just snorted coldly. Seeing this, Xia Binghong touched his nose and stopped making trouble for himself. But before leaving, he still glanced at Su Tianjuan coldly. At this time, only Su Tianjuan and others, Qiu Qingmei and Suku were left in front of Qiu Courtyard. Seeing this, Su Tianjuan knew that he couldn't do anything to Suku today. Even though he was very unwilling, he could only clasp his fists towards Qiu Qingmei and say, "Dean Qiu, I'm sorry for disturbing you today. I will personally come to your house to apologize someday. Let's go." Su Tianjuan led everyone away. But at this moment, Qiu Qingmei's cold voice rang out, "There's no need to apologize. Go back and tell Su Tianjiao that I reluctantly accepted her as my apprentice for Suku's sake." Now that things have turned out like this, the relationship between her and me as master and apprentice is over. After hearing these words, Su Tianjuan, who was leaving, paused and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. But she bit her lip, turned her back to Qiu Qingmei, and nodded, "Yes, senior." Her back view is her last stubbornness. No one expected that the momentum of Prince Su's mansion in questioning Suku was already quite strong, but in the end not only did they fail to gain any advantage from Suku, but they also made Suku famous as the hidden genius of the martial arts palace. It is conceivable that after this incident, people's discussions about Prince Su's mansion would be filled with more ridicule and sarcasm. As for Suku, his reputation was gradually rising. After the incident, Qiu Qingmei tried her best to keep Suku in the martial arts palace. "Suku, with your talent and character, if you stay with me, I will ensure that you can enter the spiritual realm in less than 10 years. Even Lu Ruobing, I can take her into Chuyuan. You two can practice in peace in the martial arts palace. Isn't that good?" But Suku refused Qiu Qingmei's kindness. Although the martial arts palace was stable, it was also a constraint that prevented him from fully displaying his skills. Besides, Qiu Qingmei promised that it would take 10 years to enter the Lingfu realm. In Suku's opinion, 10 years is too long. If the deadline is really 10 years, he believes that with his own abilities, he will be able to enter the Three Flowers realm, or even higher. He himself is an endless treasure. So after repeated refusals, Qiu Qingmei had no choice but to let Suku leave. "However, after today, many people will know that you are my last disciple. Although I, Qiu Qingmei, am not a top expert, I still have some face over the years. Since you are using my name, you can do things with more freedom," Qiu Qingmei said with a smile. Her eyes were full of admiration for Suku. "Thank you, Dean Qiu. By the way, here is the wedding invitation. It's on the 8th day of next month. Dean Qiu, please be sure to come." Suku delivered the wedding invitation, which was also one of the reasons for his coming here. Qiu Qingmei smiled and took over. "Okay, I will definitely be there then." As soon as they returned to Lu Mansion, Lu Baichuan and the other two immediately surrounded them. "Kuer, what's going on? Did Prince Su do anything to you?" The three of them all looked worried. Lu Ruobing looked Suku up and down. Her expression eased slightly after she saw that there was nothing wrong with Suku's body. "Solved," said Suku. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Lu Baichuan frowned and said, "Kier, this time things got so bad with Prince Su's mansion, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the imperial capital in the future." "It's okay." Suku waved his hand. This was probably the only time he gave in to Prince Su's mansion. After all, he was not strong enough, otherwise, facing Prince Su's mansion, he would not have chosen to temporarily avoid the limelight and run to the martial arts palace to seek shelter. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin, and Ruobing, don't worry, there won't be a next time for something like this," Suku said seriously. Lu Baichuan knew what Suku meant. He smiled and said, "We are all family, aren't we?" Looking at the three people smiling at him, Suku felt a warm feeling in his heart and nodded heavily. "Yes, we are a family." Just as Suku was narrating what happened at the martial arts palace and Prince Su's mansion, the old steward of the Lu mansion came trotting over. "Master, outside the mansion, the 6th princess of Prince Su's mansion wants to see you." 6th princess. Lu Baichuan frowned, but he didn't know what Su Tianyao was here for, so he couldn't help but look at Suku. "Let's meet her and see what she's going to do." A moment later, Su Tianyao was welcomed into the main hall by the old butler. After not seeing each other for a few days, Su Tianyao had lost his usual aloofness. Instead, he looked a little listless and his face was slightly pale. As soon as Suku was seen, Su Tianyao hurried forward and asked, "Suku, are you injured?" She wanted to grab Suku's hand, but Suku took half a step back and quietly dodged. Su Tianyao's hands froze in midair, but she still said, "I just found out that my elder sister and the others came to see you. Did anything happen? I didn't know that my elder sister would come to you because of my matter. If I knew, I would definitely not let her come." Su Tianyao looked eager to explain. "Su Tianyao, things have already passed. Are you here just to say this?" Suku frowned. This is not Su Tianyao's style. Last time we met at Xianla, he seemed to be in a state of confusion when he left. He is still like this now. Did something happen to her? Did she suffer any blow? Looking at Suku's frown and hearing his inner voice again, Sutyaniao's eyes reddened and a feeling of sadness rose involuntarily in her heart. Suku, I came here to apologize to you. I forced you to leave the palace. I was wrong. Sutyaniao lowered his head, his heart full of regret. This surprised Lu Baichuan and others. What happened that made Sutyaniao come and apologize on his own initiative? Suku hadn't expected this either. But when he saw Sutyaniao bowing his head and admitting his mistake, he felt no fluctuation in his heart. Sutyaniao, I don't know what happened to you. You expelled me from the palace, but that matter is long gone. Now, I have my own life. I don't know why you came to me today to say these words, but what I want to say is, bridges are bridges and roads are roads. I just ask you not to bother me in the future, okay? In this life, Suku really didn't want to have anything to do with Prince Su's mansion anymore. If Su Wudao didn't take action against him and the Lu mansion, no matter what happened in Prince Su's mansion or what Su Wudao did, he wouldn't care. All he wanted was peace and harmony in the Lu mansion. Hearing this, Sutyaniao slowly raised her head, and her eyes were filled with tears without her knowing. Suku, I just now remember how good you were to me. Can we really never go back to the way we were before? Sutyaniao still asked with a glimmer of thought. But Suku did not respond for a long time. His indifferent expression had already answered everything. Sutyaniao immediately showed a trace of sadness. Suku, we have lived together for 17 years. Can I come to see you often in the future? Hearing this, Suku couldn't help but feel annoyed. No, there is no need for us to meet. Suku was extremely puzzled. You were the ones who kicked me out of the palace. I didn't cry or make a fuss. I didn't take anything with me. I just did what you wanted. Now he comes to me crying and apologizing, and asks if we can meet more often. What on earth is Sutyaniao thinking about? Hearing these words, Sutyaniao felt even more sad, but she was powerless to refute. At the beginning, it was indeed they who forced Suku to leave. Seeing Suku's resolute look, Sutyaniao's eyes dimmed visibly, and then she bit her lip and nodded. But before leaving, she said, Suku, it is us, the Su Palace, who have let you down. I will persuade you when I return. Even though we are no longer siblings, I still hope we can be friends. When Sutyaniao left, Suku, Lu Baichuan and the other two all felt that it was a bit outrageous. Forget it, let's not think about these things. The most important thing for us right now is to improve our cultivation as quickly as possible. Suku said. The three of them nodded. But just as they were preparing to go and practice, the old butler came jogging over again. Master, there is someone outside the mansion who calls herself Chun Shirsan Yang asking to see you. Chun Shirsan Yang. What is she doing here? Suku spoke almost at the same time as Lu Baichuan. The next moment, Lu Baichuan swallowed his saliva and looked at Qin Lian aside without trace. Qin Lian's face was a little gloomy. After all, it had only been a few days since the last time Suku and Lu Baichuan hung out in Zuyan Tower. Hey, Lao Lu, okay, people are coming to your door. As the head wife, should I make room for her so as not to get in the eyes of you two? Qin Lian is quite a bit strange. Lu Baichuan's expression changed, and he immediately stepped forward to take Qin Lian's arm with a flattering expression, and said with a smile, What did you say, madam? What do you want from me at my age? I see, most of them are here to see guests. As soon as these words came out, Suku's face darkened. Okay. So neat, right? Let's see what she does first. When he saw Chun Shirsan Yang, Suku discovered that she looked much more haggard today than the last time they met. Mr. Su, although it is difficult to say this, I came to see you today because I actually want to. Chun Shirsan Yang looked conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but didn't. Madam, look, I told you, you're here to look for guests. Lu Baichuan hurriedly smiled at Qin Lian. Qin Lian glanced at Lu Baichuan unhappily, and then said, Shirsan Yang came to see Suku, it must be a serious matter. Lu Baichuan. Oh. Just say what you want to say. Suku said with a smile. He had some vague guesses in his mind. Master Su, it is the jade pendant that I gave you last time. Can you return it to me? After Chun Shursan Yang finished speaking, she immediately avoided his gaze and her face turned red. After all, she was the one who gave it away, and Suku had helped her a lot to some extent. But it had not been long since she came to ask for the jade pendant back. It was really difficult for her to say it. But when I think of Zhao Tianze... A hint of fear flashed across Chun Shursan Yang's eyes. Jade pendant. Really? This was the same as Suku had guessed. Looking at Chun Shursan Yang's haggard appearance, he was afraid that she had not been living a peaceful life with Zhao Tianze these days. After all, what Zhao Tianze wanted from the beginning was just the Zhulong blood in Chun Shizanyang's jade pendant. However, now that Zhulong's blood has been refined into Suku's blood, the jade pendant is of no use to him. Thinking of this, Suku returned to the wing room, took out the jade pendant and handed it to Chun Shursan Yang, saying, "This jade pendant originally belonged to you, and now it has been returned to its original owner." Thank you. Chun Shursan Yang obviously didn't expect Suku to be so easy to talk to, and a look of gratitude appeared on her face. After taking the jade pendant, she was about to leave. Before leaving, Suku said, "Mrs. Chun Shursan, I still say what I said before. If you can't find a place to go in the future, you can come to Lu Mansion to find me." Hearing this, Chun Shursan Yang paused in her steps, then turned back and nodded with graceful eyes. After Chun Shursan Yang left, Lu Baichuan and the other two turned their attention to Suku. Suku looked embarrassed and said, serious business, Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin, Ruobing, I'm going back to my room first." When leaving, Qin Lian pulled Lu Ruobing to her side and said, "Daughter, you have to keep an eye on him from now on. I think Kur has been too close to your father recently. I'm afraid he might have bad intentions." Lu Baichuan, what are you talking about? After returning to the room, Suku sat cross-legged on the bed. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was drawn into his body. The full and fulfilling feeling made Suku feel much calmer. After all, it's because you're too weak. Ever since his rebirth, some trivial matters have been affecting his concentration on cultivation, but fortunately, he has gained a lot of good things thanks to his foresight. He took a deep breath, and suddenly a mysterious light appeared around him. This light enveloped his whole body like starlight, and gradually, he seemed to disappear into the void. Although Suku's figure was on the bed, if there were any cultivators here, they would find that his presence could not be sensed at all with spiritual sense. His aura seemed to have completely disappeared in the room. Of course, Suku's consciousness at this time had already passed through the vast wilderness, and he could deeply feel the strong wild atmosphere all around him. In my previous life, I started too late and never had the opportunity to enter this inner world. As a result, when facing those talented people from the ancient clans in the fairyland, I always felt that there was something missing in my practice. In this life, I have finally made up for this regret. Suku was walking in the inner world, and what he saw was an infinite world. This world was no different from the outside world, except that the spiritual energy here was so rich that it was almost the same as that in the fairyland. The most important thing is that the spiritual energy in this inner world is tainted with a strong sense of wildness. It is extremely rough and overbearing. If you practice here for a long time, every move you make will be affected by the environment and filled with domineering energy. Over time, you may have a chance to comprehend the laws of the ancient world. Walking in the wilderness, Suku was thinking in his mind that as an immortal king in his previous life, he mastered 4 laws, namely the law of thunder, the law of fire, the law of gold and the law of devouring. Among them, the law of thunder is a top-grade law, the law of fire and the law of gold are mid-grade laws, and only the law of devouring is one of the 10 extreme laws. In his previous life, it was by relying on the law of devouring that he was able to secure his position as the immortal king. I have had several opportunities to touch upon more extreme laws, but unfortunately I was limited by my talent and could never take that step. In this life, I have entered the inner world. If I can use this inner world to comprehend the laws of the ancient wilderness, I may have a chance to compete for the extreme imperial soldiers in the ancient forbidden land of Pontian in the future. Suku's eyes flickered, and he had already begun to plan for the future. The Jidao Emperor soldier was tainted with the aura of the immortal emperor, so in this life, he had to achieve the status of an immortal emperor. However, those were all distant things. Suku walked in the inner world for a long time, and finally found a place with rich spiritual energy, and began to practice the original true explanation. This original true explanation seemed to be extremely compatible with this world, and even caused the supreme law to resonate with it. Spiritual energy filled with wild aura began to flow into the body continuously, and the shackles of the chi-nourishing realm began to loosen. On the other side, at Prince Su's mansion, when Su Tianyao returned to the mansion, he immediately found Su Tianjuan. Big sister. Why did you go looking for trouble with Suku? We have already been very sorry to him, why do you keep making the same mistake again and again? Su Tianyao stared at Su Tianjuan, her eyes filled with anger. Su Tianjuan was already in a bad mood because of the setback at the martial arts palace. The first thing Su Tianyao did after returning home was to question her harshly, which made her unable to help but raise her hand and slap her. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and Su Tianyao covered his face, but his face was still full of anger. Sixth sister. How can you talk to the eldest sister like that? The eldest sister is doing this for your own good. She went to settle the score with Suku for you. The second sister Su Tianchuan quickly took Su Tianyao into her arms and comforted her. But Su Tianyao struggled out and said sternly, for my own good. When did I ever say what Suku did to me? Suku has done his best for our palace over the years. Even if he really did something, why can't you stop for the sake of our past friendship? Su Tianjuan frowned and looked at Su Tianyao. She suddenly couldn't understand the latter. She had never seen her so angry before. Among the 7 sisters, no one had ever dared to confront her like this. Tianyao, you've been possessed by a demon. Su Tianjuan said coldly. No. It's you, elder sister, who has become arrogant and cold-hearted over the years. You always think that everything you do is for the good of the palace, but Suku has never let the palace down, only we have let him down. Su Tianyao shouted. Hearing this, Su Tianjuan's eyebrows twitched and his face looked extremely ugly. Suku, Suku. It's all Suku. You all agreed to expel Suku from the palace. What? Do you regret it now? Su Tianjuan roared in a somewhat inappropriate manner. After being yelled at by Su Tianjuan, Su Tianyao took 2 steps back with a pale face, muttering, yes, I regret it. He had done so much for me. If I had known this earlier, I would never have chased him away. Regret. Su Tianjuan's brows were deeply furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a complex expression, but in the blink of an eye, the complexity turned into firmness. After wandering among clans for so many years, she knew very well that once certain choices were made, it would be difficult to regret. This is true for the noble families, and even more so for her Su Wang mansion. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Su Tianjuan's eyes. Suku had actually influenced the hearts of the people in the palace without realizing it. Today it's just Su Tianyao, what about tomorrow? She couldn't allow this seed to take root and sprout in the palace. Just when she was about to say something, she saw Su Wudao walking towards her. Sister, don't frown. Let's discuss anything together. Wudao is here and is willing to share your worries. Su Wudao stepped forward and supported Su Tianjuan's arm. Seeing Su Wudao's sensible appearance, Su Tianjuan finally found some comfort in his heart. Fortunately, Su Wudao was found, so the palace will have a backbone in the future. Sister, although I don't know what happened to 6th sister, she and we have the same blood flowing in our body after all. We are a family. Su Wudao said slowly. Hearing this, Su Tianjuan nodded. Then in your opinion, what should we do with Suku? Su Tianjuan began to tentatively ask Su Wudao for his opinion. This is a start. Before this, even though Su Tianjuan had many expectations for Su Wudao, in his eyes, the latter was still just a child. But under the blow of many recent events, Su Tianjuan has unconsciously hoped that Su Wudao can share some of the decisions with him. A hint of joy flashed in Su Wudao's eyes. He also noticed this subtle change, and after thinking about it carefully, he said, Sister, in my opinion, we can choose to leave Suku alone. Leave it hanging. Suku did all these things just to get our attention. He must be resentful of us for expelling him from the palace. But our first priority is to develop our own palace's strength. When our palace returns to its peak one day, there will be no rush to turn around and deal with Suku. I hope that next time, we don't have to look at the face of the martial arts palace. Su Wudao no longer maintains his image as a kind person. He knows that now in front of Su Tianjuan, he should show some maturity and decisiveness to tell Su Tianjuan that he stands with her. Sure enough, in response to Su Wudao's words, Su Tianjuan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Su Wudao with a little more appreciation. Wudao, your mind has become more calm. Indeed, before this, she was very satisfied with Su Wudao's understanding and kindness. After all, this could reflect Su Wudao's character. But if one wants to be in charge of the palace, being sensible and kind can only be icing on the cake. If one wants to become the superior, one must be ruthless and use all means possible. Su Wudao's performance at this moment seemed to have some of the demeanor of a superior. Thank you, sister. Su Wudao smiled slightly. Su Tianjuan's brows finally relaxed a little. She looked at Su Tianyao, who was still standing beside her with a sad face, and helplessness flashed in her eyes. Su Wudao keenly grasped this point and said with a smile, "Big sister, let me take care of the sixth sister. The sixth sister is just being stubborn for a while. I will slowly guide her. She will definitely understand your painstaking efforts. Then Wudao, please take more care of me." Su Tianjuan rubbed her temples. Her head ached slightly. She knew that in a while, the splitting headache would come immediately. This seems to have become a chronic disease. When Suku was around, his acupressure techniques could quickly relieve the pain, but since Suku left, the headaches have become more and more serious. I consulted many doctors but they couldn't find the cause, so I could only endure it. By the way, this is the token of the Black Tiger Guard. Your coronation banquet will be held in half a month. I am worried that something unexpected will happen. From now on, the Black Tiger Guard will be under your command. Su Wudao took the token of the Black Tiger Guard, with unconcealable joy in his eyes. This was one of the 3 secret guards of Prince Su's mansion, with extremely powerful strength, and could be regarded as one of the foundation of Prince Su's mansion. With the Black Tiger Guard, Su Wudao can do a lot of things. Thank you, big sister. I will take sixth sister downstairs to rest first. As Su Wudao spoke, he helped Su Tianyao up and walked towards the room. After Su Wudao left, the second sister Su Tianchuang asked, "Big sister, is this matter over just like that?" Su Tianjuan felt a headache coming on, and her expression was painful. She kept rubbing her forehead and replied, "Now that Suku has the martial arts palace as his background, it will not be easy to touch him. But Wudao is right. We can't just let this matter go. We'll find a chance to talk about it later." Thinking of this, she pondered for a moment, then decided, "Second sister, pass the heavenly sword cannon to Wudao. Didn't you say you would give it to Wudao after the coronation banquet? Wudao is the hope of our palace. He must grow up quickly to shoulder the burden of the palace. He originally has the heavenly absolute sword body. It will be a good thing for him to practice and awaken the heavenly absolute sword meridian as soon as possible. In the future, he may have a chance to surpass his father." Su Tianchuang nodded. "By the way, give him the 7th grade Huanyuan golden pill in the mansion as well. Now that things have come to this, we can only place all our bets on Wudao." When Su Tianchuang heard about the 7th grade Huanyuan golden pill, he was shocked. This could be said to be one of the great treasures of the palace, cleansing one's bones and muscles and rebuilding one's talents. There was only one such pill in the entire Sui dynasty. Su Wudao supported Su Tianyao all the way back to the latter's room. Along the way, he felt Su Tianyao's fragile and boneless figure, and her skin that was hot after crying bitterly. Whenever he touched it unintentionally, Su Wudao's throat would feel hot. His hands wandered over Su Tianyao's body intentionally or unintentionally, his movements extremely slowly. Su Tianyao was still unable to extricate herself from the guilt she felt towards Suku, so naturally she did not notice Su Wudao's little movements. Bang! He helped Su Tianyao onto the bed, with her beautiful legs hanging over the edge of the bed. This was the first time Su Wudao came to Su Tianyao's boudoir. The faint fragrance of virginity hit Su Wudao's sensory nerves. He couldn't help but look at Su Tianyao presumptuously. "It's so beautiful." Su Wudao sighed inwardly, his Adam's apple twitching constantly. His eyes moved from top to bottom, not missing any part of Su Tianyao's snow-white skin. He felt extremely hot inside. Ever since he entered the palace, he had not been close to any woman for a long time in order to establish his image. Last time he wanted to take action against Sutyani, his chance was interrupted by Suku. This time, it is undoubtedly a good opportunity. He closed the door silently, then came to the teapot on the table in the room and put the Yin Dan that Breaking Bad gave him last time in South City into it. This Yin Dan was originally prepared for Sutyani. Sixth sister, drink some tea to moisten your throat. Su Wudao sat on the edge of the bed and helped Sutyani up. Sutyani had cried so hard before that she was already a little weak. She was not wary of Su Wudao at all, and then she drank the cup of tea under Su Wudao's gaze. After a while, Sutyani touched his head and fell into a deep sleep. Su Wudao finally stopped hiding it. He slowly reached out his hand and opened Sutyani's collar. Su Wudao. What are you doing? But suddenly, for some unknown reason, Sutyani suddenly woke up from her sleep. Then he grabbed Su Wudao's hand and looked at his messy collar, his eyes full of shame, anger, and disbelief. Su Wudao's expression also changed instantly. That's not right. The Yin pill is very effective. Sutyani is just an ordinary cultivator in the qi-nourishing realm. He shouldn't be able to withstand the medicinal properties of this pill, right? A trace of panic flashed across his eyes, but it was only for a moment. He quickly covered Sutyani's mouth with his hand and comforted her quickly. Sixth sister, I'm sorry. I was blinded by lust. It's really. You are too beautiful. Wudao really can't help it. Looking at Su Wudao's face, for some reason, Sutyani suddenly felt like vomiting. A deep-seated disgust surged from my stomach to my throat. Sixth sister, I'm sorry, you are so beautiful and so attractive, I really couldn't help it. Su Wudao continued. But Sutyani just stretched out a hand, stared at him coldly, and said coldly, stay away from me, I feel sick when I see you. She never imagined that her own brother would actually drug her. And he drugged and raped her. If she hadn't devoted herself to medicine over the years and constantly tested medicines on herself, her physique would have been different from that of ordinary people and she would be basically immune to common medicines. Otherwise, with her cultivation level at the qi-nourishing realm, Su Wudao might have succeeded today. He is my own brother. People from the same lineage. Why does he look so well-behaved, but have such incestuous thoughts? This kind of person is so scary. Hearing Sutyani say that he was disgusting, Su Wudao's eyes suddenly flashed with impatience, but he still spoke again. Sixth sister, you will forgive me, right? Let's just pretend that nothing happened, okay? Su Wudao stepped forward, gently brushed the hair on Sutyani's forehead, and said softly, from now on, I will still be your good brother, and you will still be my good sister. When touched by Su Wudao, Sutyani's body subconsciously stiffened, and then she shrank back abruptly, looking at the former with eyes full of resistance, as if she had seen something disgusting. Take your dirty hands away. Su Wudao. I must tell my elder sister. You deserve to die. Tell my elder sister. Upon hearing this, Su Wudao narrowed his eyes and a dangerous aura immediately flashed across them. Although he wanted to rape Sutyani on a whim, if Sutyani knew about it, the consequences would be something he could not bear at the moment. He still has a future. In his opinion, he must not ruin himself because of such a small matter, at least ruin his image in Sutyani's heart. Thinking of this, Su Wudao's heart became ruthless, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Bang. A crisp slap sounded. Su Wudao slapped Sutyani to the corner of the bed. If you dare to tell this to my elder sister, I will tell everyone in the capital tomorrow that you, Sutyani, were raped by your own brother. By then, not only will you become the laughing stock of the entire Sui dynasty, but even Prince Su's mansion will become a joke. Sutyani, don't you value the reputation of the Su palace the most? What? Just because I lost my innocent body, you want to drag the entire Su palace into the water? Su Wudao pinched Sutyani's chin and threatened with a vicious look in his eyes. Sutyani's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and there was still disbelief in her fear. She couldn't believe that her own brother, who was usually well-behaved and sensible, could have such a cold and vicious side. She realized later that everyone had been deceived by him. But you didn't. Sutyani said. But he was interrupted by Su Wudao. Who would care whether I succeeded or not? If this gets out, everyone would only care whether it happened or not, they wouldn't care about the truth. By then, Prince Su's mansion will lose face, and you will become the laughingstock of the entire imperial capital, and even the entire Sui dynasty. Su Tianyao eyes trembled, and tears slowly flowed down uncontrollably. But should I just swallow this extremely humiliating thing? I almost had my own brother take away my innocence. The most important thing is that Su Wudao is a devil. He is a demon who can hide his true face. Who knows what outrageous things this devil will do in the future? No. No way. Su Tianyao suddenly felt dizzy. On the one hand, there was her own innocence, and on the other hand, there was the reputation of Prince Su's mansion. What should she choose? Looking at Su Tianyao's crazy and conflicted look, Su Wudao grinned grimly. As expected, what these 7 women valued most was reputation. Even if I have done something so outrageous that it is condemned by both humans and gods, this 6th sister might still forgive me now. Thinking of this, he became more unbridled. 6th sister, you don't want the Su palace to decline again because of you, and all the efforts of the 7 sisters to be destroyed because of you, right? Su Wudao leaned close to Su Tianyao's ear and slowly blew a breath of hot air into her. Get out. Get out. Su Tianyao's face was full of hatred, like a frightened rabbit. Seeing the former's expression, Su Wudao felt dissatisfied and growled, What? Are you starting to hate me now? If it was Suku, would you hate him? Suku. Hearing this name, Su Tianyao's pupils shrank. Su Wudao then said, 6th sister, you don't want Suku to get hurt because of you, do you? What are you going to do? Su Tianyao said angrily. Hearing this, Su Wudao straightened his collar and sneered, in half a month, I will be the Prince Su, and the resources of the entire Prince Su's palace will be under my control. Suku has been jumping around in front of me these days. Guess what will happen to him if I take action against him? You dare. Why would I be afraid? Su Wudao spread his hands and laughed wantonly. Of course, if you were more sensible, 6th sister, I might give Suku a break for your sake. Hearing this, Su Tianyao was shocked. These days, she was filled with guilt towards Suku. Ever since she heard that Su Tianjuan and others had surrounded Suku in the martial arts palace, she felt even more guilty. She looked at Su Wudao's ferocious face, which gradually formed a sharp contrast with Suku's gentle face in the past. Not only did they drive away the people who were truly good to them, they even provoked a wolf in sheep's clothing. If Suku gets hurt again because of me, Perhaps if this matter is allowed to pass, Su Wudao will not attack Suku, and the reputation of the Su palace can be preserved. Watching Su Tianyao's head gradually lowering, Su Wudao smiled with satisfaction. 6th sister, don't worry, I won't go back on my promise to you. Suku, I will let him live well. But you can't tell anyone about this. Su Wudao stared at Su Tianyao. Su Tianyao lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she nodded slightly. I knew that you, 6th sister, are the most considerate. After getting a satisfactory answer, Su Wudao smiled and began to put on his clothes. After getting dressed, he opened the door of the room and couldn't help but look back at Su Tianyao's graceful body that was looming. Although it's a pity. But, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Wudao murmured in his heart. Even though he didn't succeed today, there's no rush, he has plenty of time. Only. When I thought about how nervous Suku and Su Tianyao looked when I mentioned them. No matter how he begged for mercy, Su Tianyao refused to let go, but she seemed to compromise because of the 2 words, Suku. Su Wudao clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turned white, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. Suku, Suku, you really are haunting me. If one day, you see your 7 sisters panting under my crotch. I'm really looking forward to your expression. Jing'an Marquis Mansion. When Chun Shizaniang excitedly found Zhao Tianzi with the jade pendant, Zhao Tianzi also excitedly snatched the jade pendant. Then he began to eagerly sense the Zhulong blood in it, but soon his expression became gloomy, and then gradually became ugly, and in the end, only a face full of rage remained. Bang! He smashed the jade pendant to pieces. Ah! Chun Shizaniang screamed and quickly jumped back, then stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Tianzi's arm, asking doubtfully, "Tianzi, I have already got the jade pendant back, why are you? Get lost." However, Zhao Tianzi pushed Chun Shirsanyang away and shouted angrily, "Get lost. Damn woman. Money-losing bastard. Get lost." Chun Shirsanyang fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her eyes were full of sadness and confusion. They were not like this before. Zhao Tianzi's original vows are still vivid in his mind. Was the tender scene between the two just a dream? Why did Zhao Tianzi go to such great lengths to redeem himself from Zuyanla, but then treat himself like this? Why is this happening? But seeing the anger mixed in Zhao Tianzi's unfamiliar eyes, she didn't dare to stay and could only stagger away in panic. "Master, the things inside are gone." After Chun Shirsanyang left, Zhao Tianzi clenched his fists and growled unwillingly. It seems that Suku knew about the mysterious blood contained in the jade pendant from the very beginning. An old voice sounded in Zhao Tianzi's mind. But how did that boy discover the secret of the jade pendant with his level of cultivation? The old voice was also full of confusion. Zhao Tianzi was also confused. He knew the secret of the jade pendant because he had the soul of a mysterious and powerful person in his body. Who is Suku? He was just an abandoned child by Prince Su's mansion. With his cultivation and vision, it was impossible for him to know the secret of the jade pendant. Could it be that there is also a being like Master in Suku's body? Suddenly, a guess suddenly emerged in my mind. But the mysterious strongman inside shook his head and said, "No, if he has a soul like mine, I will definitely feel it." After hearing this, Zhao Tianzi really couldn't think of any other reason. "But Master, are you going to give up the secret of the jade pendant just like that?" Zhao Tianzi's tone was filled with reluctance. "Can't you bear such a small setback?" The soul seemed a little angry. Zhao Tianzi's face changed, and he lowered his head quickly. "I dare not. It's just a chance. There are countless chances in the world. With me by your side, it won't be easy for you to get a chance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianzi's expression softened a lot and his look became more respectful. "Forget it. You have been staying in the Tianguan realm for several months. It's time to find an opportunity to break through to the Taichu realm," said the soul body. "Master, do you have any other trump cards?" Zhao Tianzi asked hurriedly. The soul body was silent for a moment, then said, "If I remember correctly, there will be a secret treasure revealed during the Great Sui Dynasty's autumn hunt half a month later. The most important of these is the golden dragon energy left by the founding emperor of the Great Sui Dynasty. The golden dragon energy has been nurtured by the fate of the Sui Dynasty for 1,000 years. If you can obtain it, you will not only be blessed by the fate of heaven and earth, but also have the opportunity to awaken the legendary spiritual dragon vein." Blessing of luck. Spiritual dragon vein. Zhao Tianzi was shocked when he heard it, and his heart instantly became hot. Even though he didn't know what the golden dragon energy and the spiritual dragon vein were, he could guess that this must be a rare and great opportunity. "But Master, why don't I have any information about the Great Sui's autumn hunt?" "It's okay, just do as I say." The soul body spoke lightly, and Zhao Tianzi's eyes gradually brightened as he listened to the former's layout. There is still half a month left before the Great Sui autumn hunt. During this half-month, under the example set by Suku, Lu Baichuan, Qin Lian and Lu Ruobing put all their energy into cultivation. Although they did not understand what Suku said about the turmoil that would happen in the future, they chose to believe it. And with the terrifying blessing of the heavenly martial arts bestowed by Suku, the cultivation of the three of them increased rapidly at a rate that was almost visible to the naked eye. If outsiders knew about this, they would probably be distorted with jealousy. After all, who would be so wealthy to practice 3 sets of heavenly martial arts? Even the royal family of the Sui dynasty could not afford such luxury. And Suku has been staying in the inner world for the past half-month, practicing the original true explanation to the extreme, and the huge energy of Zhulong blood has been devoured bit by bit. Half a month later, Suku walked out of the room. When Lu Baichuan and the other two saw Suku, whom they hadn't seen for many days, their eyes trembled slightly. Although they had only not seen each other for half a month, they could clearly feel the huge change in Suku. If Suku's martial arts aura was a bit superficial before, now it gave them a bottomless feeling, a calmness that was like facing an abyss, as if there was no way to see to the bottom. "Kuer, have you reached the chi-nourishing stage?" Lu Baichuan asked with some doubt. The reason why he was surprised was that his own cultivation was higher than Suku's. According to common sense, he should be able to see through Suku's cultivation. But at this moment, when he tried to investigate Suku's realm of cultivation, he could only sense that the latter had entered the chi cultivation realm, but that was all. As for other aspects, Suku seemed to be shrouded in fog and could not see clearly at all. The most important thing is that he practiced the Great Wilderness Sutra, so he was very sensitive to certain attributes. When he was investigating Suku's cultivation, an extremely strong and wild aura hit him in the face. This ancient and vicissitudes of life feeling is very real, as if you are in the wilderness. This was exactly what he lacked in his practice of the Great Wilderness Sutra. "I have entered the state of nourishing chi." Suku nodded. After practicing for half a month, the Zhulong blood that had been dissolved in his meridians was completely refined. "The 9th level of chi nourishing realm?" Lu Baichuan asked casually. "Yay. Oh, yay, that's really fast progress." "Wait. What?" "Yay." Lu Baichuan suddenly reacted, and then looked at Suku as if he had seen a ghost. "Are you sure, it's yay?" "Yes, the 8th level of chi cultivation." Hiss, Lu Baichuan took a breath and looked at Qin Lian, who was also stunned. Even Lu Ruobing, who had not been very interested in cultivation before, exclaimed and covered her rosy little mouth when she heard this. "Suku! Are you really a genius? In the past half-month, you have directly broken through from the meridian opening stage to the 8th stage of nourishing chi." Lu Baichuan took several deep breaths before he calmed down. Could this kid really be a freak? He used to be a low-key person, but after arriving at Lu Mansion, he seemed like a different person. Could it be that my Lu Mansion is some kind of feng shui treasure land or blessed land? Faced with the three people's surprise, Suku just smiled slightly. Joke. The original true explanation, the supreme law. Devouring the holy vein, 1 in 10,000. Break 20 of the shackles of heaven. The blood of Zhulong contains a trace of the true meaning of Zhulong. Add to that the inner world, and the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Taking all these factors into consideration, the leap to the 8th level is not that exaggerated. Everything is just a natural result. If it weren't for the restrictions of the 52 heavenly Dao shackles, it wouldn't be impossible for him to step into the heavenly gate realm in one step. Good boy, your cultivation is almost catching up with your Uncle Lu. Lu Baichuan had a look of being annoyed by comparison. He was now over 50 years old, and his cultivation was only at the late Tianguan stage. How old was Suku? He suddenly realized that he really couldn't understand his cheap son-in-law. "Uncle Lu, how about you guys? How was your training during this half-month?" "Kuer, this is indeed a heaven-level martial art. My half-month of practice is equivalent to a year's worth of practice." Hearing Suku talking about this, Lu Baichuan was delighted, but the next moment, he shook his head. "It's a pity that the Lu Mansion doesn't have enough spirit stones, otherwise I could have tried to break through the spirit mansion realm yesterday. I have also practiced from the early stage of Tianguan realm to the middle stage of Tianguan realm." Qin Lian said. "I have entered the chi-nourishing realm," Lu Ruobing said. After listening to the reports from the three people, Suku nodded. This was also within her expectations. However, Lu Ruobing's progress is still a bit slow. She has been at the peak of the meridian opening realm for so many years. It was only with the advantage of the Taiching Induction Sutra that she entered the chi-nourishing realm. It seems that I will have to rebuild Ruobing's martial arts talent in the future. Suku thought to himself, but there is no rush. He knew that there was a secret realm in the Great Sui dynasty, and the opportunity in that secret realm was most suitable for Lu Ruobing. His goal is to make all three of them into powerful men who can stand on their own. "Uncle Lu, I will find a way to deal with the spirit stones. The most important thing for cultivation is the spirit stones. This thing is indeed indispensable." Suku spoke up. "It's okay. I'm already very satisfied with the progress," Lu Baichuan said with a smile. He is not in a hurry. "But Suku, it's urgent. For now, we should get the golden dragon energy in the secret storage of the Great Sui dynasty first. Suku thought in his mind, and then said, Uncle Lu, I have to leave for a while. During this period, you should focus on consolidating your cultivation. When I come back, I will definitely be able to raise your cultivation to a higher level. Good. Although they didn't know what Suku was going to do, the three of them unknowingly decided that they didn't need to worry about anything Suku did. After giving instructions to the three people, Suku left Lu Mansion and headed towards Tianqiong Pavilion. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Fuyun and the others should be waiting for me. Brother, according to the agreed time, Suku is already 1 stick of incense late. He doesn't even have this much sense of time. I think. In a private room in the Tianqiong Pavilion, Wei Wuya spoke with a somewhat complaining tone. Although more than half a month had passed, he still felt somewhat dislike for Suku. Beside him, Yang Fuyun and Xie Zhaizhang were sitting on their seats, while Jiang Lan was standing and waiting on the side. Upon hearing this, Yang Fuyun just took a sip of tea and said nothing more. Xie Zhaizhang smiled and said, Brother, you value talent. You know your brother's character. He won't care about these red tapes if he can catch his eye. Tisk. Wei Wuya had no way to refute. Yang Fuyun's fingers tapped on the table intermittently. Suddenly, he turned to look at Jiang Lan and said, Jiang Lan, I heard that you have made considerable progress in your practice in the past half-month. Jiang Lan, who was standing by respectfully, bowed his head and clasped his fists, saying, Thanks to the 4th grade Tianqian fruit given by His Highness, I was able to advance from the middle stage of the Tianguan realm to the late stage of the Tianguan realm. Yang Fuyun nodded with satisfaction. The 4th grade spiritual medicine was not too precious to him. Relying on his status as a prince, he had secretly accumulated a lot of resources over the years. But I didn't expect Jiang Lan to break through so smoothly. He is in the late Tianguan realm. If he works harder, he can enter the Taichu realm. This shows that Jiang Lan's talent in martial arts is indeed extraordinary. The original concerns in his mind about buying Jiang Lan also dissipated at this moment. Perform well. Although I am not as good as other princes, my condition is better than yours in the duel field. Yang Fuyun said. Your Highness, your words are too polite. It is my blessing that your Highness thinks highly of me. Jiang Lan said in a humble manner. Jiang Lan was not flattering. From his expression at the moment, it could be seen that he was speaking from the heart. If the 8th prince had not bought him, he would probably still be fighting in the dueling arena every day, becoming a tool for the nobles to entertain themselves. It would also be impossible for him to practice without any worries like he does now. He was also able to free up his hands to fulfill the obsession that had always existed in his heart. Just as everyone was chatting, Suku arrived late. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Something happened and I was delayed. The first thing Suku did after entering the private room was to apologize to everyone. He had originally planned to arrive a little earlier, but his practice in the inner world reached a critical juncture, so he had to be late. Humph, at least you have a good attitude. Wei Wuya originally planned to take the opportunity to make trouble, but seeing that Suku had such a good attitude, the dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated a lot for a moment. Yang Fuyun smiled and said, It's okay, you. But suddenly, the smile on Yang Fuyun's face froze, and then a spiritual consciousness instantly rushed towards Suku. Suku did not stop him, but just looked calm. Yang Fuyun was shocked. He stared at Suku intently, and his spiritual consciousness kept probing him. He even couldn't close his jaw and exclaimed, Suku, your cultivation level is at the qi-nourishing stage. Wei Wuya obviously didn't realize the point. He also realized that Suku's cultivation had broken through to the qi-nourishing realm. Brother, it's just the qi cultivation stage. Is it worth you being so surprised? But he just said half of it, and then, as if he sensed something, a look of horror suddenly surged across his face. 8th level of qi cultivation. Suku. Are you kidding me? You are lying. Xie Zhaizhang was silent, but also looked shocked. Jiang Lan looked at Suku with some curiosity. He couldn't understand why the 8th prince insisted on taking Suku, who was only at the Kaimai realm, to participate in the autumn hunt. Now, he seemed to understand a little. The shock on Yang Fuyun's face did not disappear. Suku, in the past half-month, you not only broke through to the Qi-nourishing realm, but also directly entered the 8th level of the Qi-nourishing realm. A total of 8 small realms. Suku naturally expected everyone's shock. In fact, he had many ways to hide his cultivation, but he didn't think it was necessary. Sometimes showing your talents and demonstrating your value is a good thing for both parties in the cooperation. Yang Fuyun found it hard to believe. He admitted that he had high hopes for Suku. But he didn't expect that Suku could bring him such a big surprise. He broke through the 8th level in half a month. If he was given half a year, wouldn't he be able to pass Taichu and enter Lingfu? This was the first time he had heard of such a breakthrough speed. Although he didn't say anything about Wei Wuya's complaints about Suku's lateness, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. But at this moment, there is no dissatisfaction at all. This is simply genius. He wants to worship this genius. Suku could naturally feel the change in Yang Fuyun's attitude towards him, which is the embodiment of personal value. Brother Su is truly extraordinary. I hope that during this autumn hunt, Brother Su can bring more surprises to Big Brother. Xie Zhuaizhang said with a smile. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became joyful. But no one noticed that when Jiang Lan looked at Suku, there was a barely perceptible coldness in his eyes. After everyone made some preparations, they headed towards the palace under the leadership of Yang Fuyun. Of course, Wei Wuya stayed in Tianqiong Pavilion very unhappy. The imperial palace of the Great Sui dynasty was the most heavily guarded place in the empire. It was said that there were 99 towers and 107 palaces within the palace walls. It was a magnificent sight with its vast area and magnificent decoration. This was Suku's second time entering the palace. The first time was when he returned from the fairyland in his previous life and entered in search of some truth. However, the Sui dynasty had already declined by then, and Su Wudao had been lost in the long river of time. This empire, which had once been extremely prosperous in the eastern region, had already been reduced to a scorched earth by then. The atmosphere is no longer the same as it is today. Come to think of it, there are quite a lot of emotions. The life of an empire will eventually come to an end, but the path of martial arts will continue to shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. On the eldest prince's side, the young leader of the martial arts palace, Yun Chuyang, the young master of the Bailing Jiang family, Jiang Taishuan, and Wang Ju of the Bailing Wang family, are all top-level geniuses in the Great Sui Taichu realm. Among them, Yun Chuyang is said to have fought against a strongman in the spiritual mansion realm and successfully escaped. On the way, Yang Fuyun also shared information with Suku and the other two. Suku had also heard of these people. In later generations, these three people indeed made a great name for themselves, especially Yun Chuyang, who later cultivated to the 3rd level of the Three Flowers realm and was only one step away from entering the 6-Fire Holy Path. He was revered as Reverend Chuyang by later generations. On the 4th prince's side, there is Luo Changkong, the chief of the Chuyuan of the Martial Arts Palace, Sun Bo of the Dongshan Sun Clan, and Pei Qianhe. These three are also not weak, they are all first-class young strong men. And here we are. Yang Fuyun stopped and looked at Suku and the other two. A person at the 8th level of the Qi cultivation realm, Suku. An 8th level Tianguan realm, Jiang Lan. A 5th level of Taichu realm, Xie Zhuaizhang. There is also Yang Fuyun, who is at the 3rd level of the Taichu realm. Judging from the lineup, he doesn't stand any chance of winning. In addition to this third young master, my eldest brother also has Luo Changkong, the chief disciple of the Chiu Academy of the Martial Arts Palace. This person has been famous for a long time. To be able to become the chief of a school, his strength should not be underestimated. As he spoke, Yang Fuyun looked at Suku with interest and said with a smile, speaking of which, this person is a fellow disciple of yours. The three of them looked at Suku. There is no wall that is impenetrable. The confrontation between Prince Su and Qiu Qingmei in Qiu Courtyard has gradually become known to the public in recent days. The name Suku was finally no longer discussed as the eldest son of Prince Su's mansion or the abandoned son of Prince Su's mansion. On the contrary, many people were surprised that the former prince of the Su Palace was so well hidden that he had quietly set an unprecedented record in the martial arts palace. Suku had anticipated these discussions, but did not respond. Some things, without explanation, are a kind of silent power. Don't worry, Your Highness. In that secret realm, even fellow disciples will probably fight each other without mercy. Suku said calmly. Yang Fuyun smiled and nodded, then continued, there is another person who is also a young master of a noble family, but the one I want to talk to you about is fourth brother. Fourth brother has the support of the Dongshan Sun clan. Dongshan is a special place, where most of the people gathered are descendants of the previous dynasty. Their power and heritage have lasted through the rise and fall of the two empires and remain undiminished. They have inherited the ancient martial arts that is thousands of years old. Among them, Sun Bowu, the #1 young master of the Dongshan Sun clan, is said to have completely inherited the ancient martial arts, and his cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Taichu realm. He is the greatest help to fourth brother. Hearing this, Suku's eyes lit up. Sun Bowu, this person was indeed famous in later generations. He was called the Grand Master of Ancient Martial Arts, and his 18 touches of ancient martial arts made countless cultivators tremble in fear. Unfortunately, he was ambushed and killed when the 3 flowers gathered at the top of his head. This is a special opponent, said Suku. The 3 of them looked at him together. They didn't expect that the 3rd young master of Bailing Jiang family did not attract Suku's attention. Instead, Sun Bowu was regarded as his opponent. Speaking of a special opponent, what does that mean? Xie Zhuaizhang asked. Suku shook his head and said helplessly, when we meet him during the autumn hunt, you will understand. Everyone stopped arguing. At this time, Yang Fuyun suddenly looked at Suku with a strange expression, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, there is another person beside the fourth brother. His strength is unknown, but he must not be weak if he can be used by the fourth brother. I heard that this person is a woman. She is also the only woman among the 32 people who entered the autumn hunt this time. Seeing the look in Yang Fuyun's eyes when he looked at him, Suku's eyes twitched, as if he had guessed something. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the ancestral land deep inside the Sui Imperial Palace. The ancestral land of the Great Sui Dynasty is the foundation of the Great Sui Dynasty. Naturally, they cannot peek into the deepest secrets of the ancestral land. In front of me is a dark black palace. Black Dragon Palace. Located at the outermost part of the Sui Dynasty's ancestral land. When Suku and his 3 companions entered the Black Dragon Hall, almost everyone had already arrived. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a hearty laugh was heard. 8th brother, we're just waiting for you. The speaker was the 6th Prince Yang Fuxiong. 6th brother, you are embarrassing me. How dare I keep you brothers waiting? It was a rare occasion for the 8 princes to get together. Although they all had their own thoughts, they seemed to be having a good time at the moment. Suku stood where he was, looking around the hall. There are indeed some extraordinary auras. He thought to himself. Xie Zhuaizhang and Jiang Lan did not have the ability like Suku, but they could sense the martial arts aura of a warrior with just a glance. Therefore, he stood there, looking a little restrained. The 9th level of the Taichu realm, that person should be the 3rd young master of the Bailing Jiang clan. The 8th level of the Grand Beginning realm. Sun Bowu. When Suku looked around, he saw an acquaintance. But when he looked over, the latter looked at him with undisguised hostility. Zhao Tianzi from the Marquis of Jing'an's mansion. Suku suddenly felt a little embarrassed by Zhao Tianzi's unfriendly look. After all, according to the normal trajectory, Zhao Tianzi should have refined the candle dragon blood and his cultivation level had greatly increased by now. But now it seems that he is only in the late Tianguan realm. Instead, he has made use of the majestic blood energy contained in the Zhulong blood to directly advance to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Master. That boy has already reached the 8th level of Qi nourishing realm. Zhao Tianzi also had the means to detect Suku's cultivation level, and he immediately felt so angry that his teeth itched. If he had not retained his sanity, he would have rushed forward, peeled off Suku's skin and sucked his blood dry. It seems that my guess is correct. This boy knows the opportunity contained in the Jade Pendant and has already refined it. A vicissitudes of life voice sounded from within Zhao Tianzi's body, and the tone was also a little resentful. As if sensing that Zhao Tianzi was losing control of his emotions, the voice continued, it doesn't matter. That opportunity is gone. With me here, you will definitely be able to obtain the Golden Dragon energy in the Great Sway Secret Collection. By then, you will be promoted to the Taichu realm with the demonic Dragon Emperor bloodline, and you may even be able to comprehend the true dragon spirit art from the Taichu origin. It won't be too late to take revenge then. After hearing this, Zhao Tianzi's mood slowly calmed down. Master is right. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When I obtain the Golden Dragon's chi, I will avenge this treasure robbery. Suku and Zhao Tianzi's eyes met in the air. Zhao Tianzi even opened his mouth towards Suku. Although no sound came out, one could tell what he meant from his mouth shape. You, wait for me. In response, Suku just smiled. Suku. What are you doing here? Sudden. A delicate cry rang out in the Black Dragon Palace. The 8 princes who were originally in earnest conversation all looked over when they heard the delicate shout. I saw a hot woman in red walking towards Suku with a fierce and imposing manner. With every step he took, his upper body trembled like the waves, making many people stare at him with excitement. Especially this woman was wearing a bright red belly-exposing top, a red whip wrapped around her slender waist, and only a pair of shorts that barely covered her thighs. Looking down, all she could see were her long, snow-white legs. Those legs can be played with for half a year. Those legs are so white that they shine. This unrestrained dressing style attracted all the attention in the hall. But only Suku looked indifferent. Of course he knew this woman. His former 4th sister, Su Tianran. He was also the one who appeared happiest when he was expelled from the palace. Suku. You are a vulgar person who is neither good at literature nor martial arts. You are not worthy of being with us. Do you know how much I've been annoyed by you over the years? Every time I see you pretending to be a good person in front of me, I can't help but want to vomit. Fortunately, our brother is back. I finally don't have to see your disgusting face anymore. These words, as sharp as knives, pierced Suku's heart again like thorns. He didn't know why Su Tianran hated him so much. Although he had guessed part of it from Yang Fuyun's words just now, when he actually saw Su Tianran, he also felt an inexplicable irritation. Suku. Who are you? How can you come to this place? Su Tianran was very tall, almost as tall as Suku. She stared at Suku with an impatient look on her face. Suku glanced at him. What is my identity? Why am I able to come to this place? I don't need to explain this to you, do I? Although these words did not cause an uproar in the audience, they did make many people's eyes tremble and look at Suku in surprise. Among them, Yang Fuyun was also slightly stunned. He hadn't spent a long time with Suku, but Suku had always left him with the impression of being calm. In other words, he didn't seem to be someone who was good at showing his emotions. But now Suku's sudden swear word really refreshed his cognition. Xie Zhuaizhang and Jiang Lan had the same feeling. Of course, the most shocked person was Su Tianran, who was confronted directly by Suku. She stood there in a daze, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. At this moment, her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was stained with blood. After I realized what was happening, I felt ashamed and even extremely angry. Call out. A long red whip broke through the air with a sound as it was thrown out from his waist. A powerful spiritual power burst out in an instant and pressed directly towards Suku. Suku. Are you looking for death? Who gave you the courage to speak to me in this tone? Su Tianran had long been accustomed to Suku's submissiveness. She took it as normal that he started to scold her. In her heart, she could treat Suku with any attitude, because the latter would never refute her. But today, Suku not only refuted her, but also made it difficult for her to step down in public. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Su Tianran's anger, Suku just glanced at her and turned away. He knows Su Tianran. Perhaps he knows her better than Su Tianran herself. It's really boring to argue with such a stubborn person. But it was this indifferent attitude that angered Su Tianran even more. Suku. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have really become more capable. I'll count to 3. If you apologize to me right now, I might forgive you. 1, 2, 3. But Suku never stopped or looked at her. Su Tianran stood there, and at this moment she felt as if everyone was looking at her as if she were a clown. Suku! I'm going to kill you. Call out. The long whip splits the air. The spiritual power is roaring. Su Tianran stomped his foot and a whip flew towards Suku's head. But just as the whip was about to fall, she suddenly released her strength, forcibly retracted the attack, and then looked at Yang Fuyun who was standing in front of Suku. Eighth Prince. Su Tianran's face looked grim, but he still called him. Yang Fuyun's eyes were equally gloomy. He said calmly, Suku is my friend. He came with me, too. Princess Tianran, do you think that I am not qualified to bring someone to participate in this autumn hunt? Even though Yang Fuyun was the youngest, lowest in rank, and had the weakest background among the 8 princes. But he has the blood of the Sui dynasty royal family in his body, which means he is the true 8th prince of the Sui dynasty. Su Tianran's mouth twitched. Even though he was unwilling, he still clasped his fists and said, Tianran dare not. Okay, 8th brother, Tianran is just like that. You shouldn't bother with her. At this time, the 4th prince Yang Fushan spoke. The 4th prince spoke, and the 5th and 6th princes stood silently beside him. Seeing this, Yang Fuyun smiled and said, since 4th brother has spoken, let's put this matter behind us. Suku, do you have any objection? Yang Fuyun looked at Suku. Suku glanced at Yang Fuyun, then at the 4th prince, and finally at Su Tianran. Then he said calmly, this matter has nothing to do with me, why should I have any opinion? How can I put it? Suku's words did not give face to anyone, including Yang Fuyun and Yang Fushan. This attitude surprised many people around. Everyone began to re-examine Suku, who was only at the chi-nourishing realm. What kind of confidence did he have that allowed him to ignore Yang Fuyun? Of course, Yang Fuyun was secondary. The main thing was that he didn't even give face to Yang Fushan. This person is qualified to compete for the position of crown prince and succeed the throne in the future. Suku simply chose to ignore the looks from the people around him. It's annoying. What are you looking at? But he didn't say it out loud. He just stood aside, his mind wandering, and ignored it. 4th brother, Suku is just like this. You shouldn't bother with him. Yang Fuyun said. He didn't expect Suku to disregard his own face, but since it had come to this, he still returned his words intact. It seems normal, but in fact there are undercurrents. A sinister look flashed across Yang Fushan's eyes, and he said calmly, he has personality. 8th brother has found a good helper. Everyone could feel the dissatisfaction in Yang Fushan's tone, but at this time, there wouldn't be too many conflicts. Let's put this matter behind us for now. Not far away, Zhao Tianze watched this scene and sneered in his heart, arrogant. Why offend the 4th prince when you can offend anyone else? Everyone knows that the 4th prince will never let go of any grudge. Without the protection of Prince Su's mansion, the Lu mansion alone can't protect him. Not far away, a gaze fell on Suku vaguely. That person was dressed in white with a Jiang character on his chest. Who else could it be other than the 3rd young master of Bailing? Next to him stood a young man in a yellow robe, with a face as fresh as spring breeze, a warm smile and a gentle demeanor. This person is quite interesting. Jiang Taishuan said. Oh. Is it pleasing to your eye? Yang Fuzuan asked. There are thousands of heroes in the world, but only 3 of them are worthy of my attention. I just find this guy interesting. Jiang Taishuan smiled and shook his head. He narrowed his eyes. It's good to have personality, but personality is something that should not appear in a cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm. Not far away, a young man in a black robe was also looking at Suku. Even Suku himself didn't know that this person's eyes had been following him since the moment he stepped into the Black Dragon Palace. Suku. The sky-piercing sword saint who emerged from nowhere during the earth-controlling era. It turned out to be him. That shouldn't be the case. In the previous life, he didn't appear in the Black Dragon Palace. The young man's eyes were filled with shock. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses. This is interesting. Ling Tian's sword saint suddenly rose to prominence in the late stage of the earth-controlling era, but I had to live in seclusion because of the damage done to my blood and energy in the war. I survived by relying on the blood sealing technique. I only occasionally heard about his deeds of wiping out 36 alien races of the 9th Law Realm strongmen with one sword on the front line of Earth controlling. I wish I could fight alongside him. I didn't expect that this life would be different from the original trajectory. He actually appeared here, could it be that? Is it because my memory is confused and I remember it wrong? The young man in the black robe licked his lips, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. That's good. My ancient martial arts 18 touches has found an opponent. Your Majesty has arrived. Just then, a shrill voice sounded. The Black Dragon Palace suddenly became quiet. A middle-aged man walked slowly into the hall, without any authority, just like an ordinary citizen, or even like an old farmer. If he hadn't been wearing the yellow robe, no one would have thought that this person was the supreme emperor who dominated the Sui dynasty, Yang Shao. And the moment he appeared, all the proud royal nobles bowed their heads. Get up, all of you. You're pretending to be nice in front of me. Do you think I don't know your behavior? Yang Shao sat on the dragon chair, looking at the people below with a smile. Suku did not have much impression of Yang Shao. When he really started practicing in later generations, the former had already abdicated. According to legend, after he abdicated, he devoted himself to martial arts and wanted to reach a higher level, but he was not known in later generations, which probably means that he failed. Suku felt a little emotional for a moment. The years were endless, but he was going against the flow of time and getting a glimpse of future generations. Seeing the people of this world and taking care of the affairs of the future, it is a very wonderful state of mind. I won't go into details. There are many opportunities in this autumn hunting secret realm. How much opportunity you can get depends entirely on your ability. Of course, there is a demon-suppressing bell in that secret realm. This item is a top-grade Earth-level spiritual weapon. Those who are destined to have it, will obtain it. After he finished speaking, Yang Shao said no more, but waved the sleeves of his dragon robe. Buzz. In the center of this hall, a crack was torn in the void, and the crack expanded into a secret passage. Although Yang Zhao's words sounded ordinary, many princes' eyes were already burning with excitement. The demon-suppressing bell, not to mention how precious this Earth-grade top-grade spiritual weapon is, the most important thing is that this item is said to have been owned by the previous emperor. After the late emperor abdicated, the demon-suppressing bell disappeared and turned out to be left in this secret realm. Although Yang Shao did not explain it, the many princes were not fools. Now that Yang Shao had plans to abdicate, the struggle for the crown prince position among the princes became more and more obvious. The demon-suppressing bell was a powerful weapon of the late emperor. Whether or not Yang Shao could seize the demon-suppressing bell might be an important part of his consideration in choosing the crown prince. Go ahead. Yang Shao waved his hand. Yes. Everyone clasped their fists. The eldest prince Yang Fuzuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. After exchanging glances with the second and third princes, he stepped directly into the secret passage and soon disappeared. Suku took a glance and Su Qianran followed the fourth prince towards the passage. Just as he was about to step into the passage, Su Qianran suddenly turned around and locked his eyes directly on Suku. The meaning of that look was clear. Although it had not yet turned into murderous intent, Suku knew that after entering the secret realm, Su Qianran would definitely seek revenge. Brother Su, could it be that you really did something in Prince Su's mansion back then, otherwise why would Princess Tianran target you so much? Xie Zhuaizhang came to Suku and asked. Hearing this, Suku shrugged noncommittally and said, who knows? Thinking back to his past life, Suku had already lost hope in the Seven Sisters. He could not protect the people he cared about in his past life, so if they wanted the tragedy to happen again in this life, they would have to ask him first if he agreed. Let's go too. Yang Fuyun spoke, and the four of them turned into streams of light and disappeared into the passage. In just a moment, the originally noisy Black Dragon Hall was empty. Yang Shao sat alone on the dragon throne, feeling a little lonely. Among my 8 princes, in your opinion, who is most likely to obtain the golden dragon energy left by our ancestors? Yang Shao spoke solemnly, and a black shadow quietly appeared behind him. Then, a very experienced voice sounded, the eldest prince and the fourth prince are both talented people. I am more optimistic about the eldest prince, especially the kid from Bailing Jiang clan, who already has the potential to become a young emperor. The weathered voice spoke directly without beating around the bush or hesitating about anything. Sitting on the dragon throne, Yang Xiao supported his chin and nodded. The eldest and the fourth prince have fought many times over the years, both openly and secretly. To be honest, I am a little tired of watching it. In your opinion, do the other princes have the potential to become dark horses? The shadow was silent for a moment. Does your majesty expect the other princes to see the light of day between these two? What if? No one had high hopes for me in the beginning. Yang Xiao said calmly. Your majesty has been patient and dormant in the past, but he has already shown the signs of a true dragon. Otherwise, how could he have created such a revival? Hearing this, Yang Xiao smiled slightly, and a rare sense of embarrassment appeared on his majestic face. You haven't praised me like this for many years. Could it be that you have also learned the tricks of the court ministers? Ha ha. The black shadow smiled bitterly, as if he was recalling some past events, and his tone was full of emotion. I noticed someone today. At this time, the black shadow suddenly said. Oh. Who can catch your eye? Yang Xiao raised his eyebrows, looking slightly surprised. The eighth prince has a son under his command, and I can't quite figure him out. What is his cultivation level? The state of nourishing qi. Oh. You are just in the qi nourishing stage. Are there still things you cannot see through? Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed. I hope I'm seeing things. The weathered voice fell silent after saying this. Qi nourishing state. Yang Xiao lowered his head in deep thought. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Could it be that today's autumn hunt is really going to become interesting? This is a ruined world, and the sky is a strange blood-red color. When Suku stepped into this world, he instinctively felt a sense of oppression. Looking out at the sky and earth from afar, countless green mountains were stained with blood, and many of them looked like they had been cut in half by terrifying forces. There are still many broken walls and ruins on the green hills, like a declining sect weathered by time. It is said that this secret land was once part of an ancient battlefield and was moved here by our ancestors of the Great Sui dynasty with tremendous power, Yang Fuyun explained. Roar. As he was speaking, a beast roar suddenly came from not far away, shaking the mountains and forests, and there was a faint burst of violent demonic energy. According to the intelligence, there are many monsters and strange beasts in this secret realm. The demonic spirits in their bodies are one of the focuses of our trip. Yang Fuyun said. Everyone nodded. Of course Suku knew this too. In the qi-nourishing state, one nourishes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, draws it into the body, transforms it into spiritual power, and then amplifies the spiritual power through martial arts. The next realm after the qi cultivation realm is the heavenly gate. If a warrior wants to enter the Tianguan realm, he must break the Tianguan confinement in his body. Once he enters this realm, the warrior will enter another level of practice. Whether it is the meridians, body, or soul, they will all undergo transformation, so the Tianguan realm also has another name, Tianguan transformation. If one wants to break the heavenly barrier, one can certainly rely on one's own spiritual power, but in addition to that, the demon beast's soul is also a powerful aid. Through the violent energy in the demon soul, not only can one break through the confinement, but also absorb the origin of the demon race, and then awaken the most typical feature of the Tianguan realm, the Tianguan virtual soul. I awakened the torch wolf soul, which ranks fourth on the myriad beast souls list. After entering the primordial realm, I focused on cultivating the essence of fire attribute. Yang Fuyun said, in this secret realm, I will hunt more fire attribute monster souls, in order to complete the condensation of the prototype of the Dharma image faster. The list of 10,000 beasts and demonic souls is a very authoritative list in the Great Sui dynasty. It is divided into the Heaven list and the Earth list. There are a total of 100 Heavenly Gate Void souls on the Earth list, while there are only 10 on the Heaven list. Anyone who can awaken the Earth list virtual soul in the Tianguan realm is an absolute genius, and those warriors who can awaken the Heaven list virtual soul are all contemporary geniuses. Yang Fuyun is now in the Taichu realm. Because he awakened a virtual soul of fire attribute in the Tianguan realm, he practiced the origin of fire attribute in the Taichu realm. When the origin is promoted to Dharmakaya, it means that he is qualified to enter the Lingfu realm. By the way, Jiang Lan, which virtual soul did you awaken? Yang Fuyun suddenly looked at Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan raised his head slightly upon hearing this. For some reason, he glanced at Suku, and then said with a little pride, Your Highness, I have awakened the one-horned sky rhino void soul, which ranks 3rd on the Earth ranking. Suku naturally noticed Jiang Lan's little movement of looking at him just now, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. Indeed, since I met Jiang Lan today, I felt that the latter had a vague hostility towards me. He felt a little puzzled. If he had not strongly recommended Yang Fuyun to buy it from Tianqiong Pavilion, the latter would still be fighting in the duel arena where there was no sunlight. Where does this hostility come from? In other words, he should thank himself. One-horned celestial rhino. Yang Fuyun and Xie Zhaishang both seemed a little surprised. This was a powerful virtual soul ranked 3rd on the Earth list. Although there are virtual souls on the heavenly ranking, they are extremely difficult to obtain. Even for some aristocratic families, they cannot possess them if they want. As a prince, Yang Fuyun naturally has access to resources that are not comparable to ordinary people, but as a lone wolf of torchlight, he can only be the worst among the 8 princes. There was no other way, as the Bailing Jiang family was standing behind the eldest prince. The Jiang family had captured a sky-splitting spirit fox directly from the Bailing Snow region. This was a powerful virtual soul that ranked 6th among the virtual souls on the heavenly list. The Dongshan Sun family behind the 4th prince also captured a red-eyed spirit whale from the Kanglan Sea, and was also ranked 7th among the virtual souls on the heavenly ranking. The other princes were more or less protected by their maternal clans. Even if they could not capture rare spiritual beasts like the eldest prince and the 4th prince, they could spend huge sums of money to purchase demon souls from the black market and directly refine and awaken them. Jiang Lan was just a thug in the Tianqiong Pavilion duel arena before, but he was able to awaken the one-horned sky rhino, which was ranked 3rd on the Earth list. Seeing Yang Fuyun's surprised look, Jiang Lan smiled and said, It was also an awakening by chance when I was out. In front of Yang Fuyun, Jiang Lan seemed very humble. Yang Fuyun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Lan was his subordinate anyway, and the stronger he was, the better it would be for him. Thinking of this, he looked at Suku and said seriously, You are now in the late stage of the Yangqi realm, so you should also consider it early. There should be very rare spirit beasts in this secret realm. Upon hearing this, Suku looked into the distance. He felt some powerful auras and thought that there must be some extraordinary existences in this secret realm. But he was not in a hurry, because he also knew the importance of Tianguan Void Soul. In his previous life, he went through a lot of trouble to awaken the Dragon Flame Sky Bird, which was ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking, and only then did he lay a good foundation for his cultivation. Later, his cultivation continued to advance by leaps and bounds. If there is no monster more powerful than the Dragon Flame Sky Bird in this secret realm, he might as well not consider it and wait until later to look for the trace of the Dragon Flame Sky Bird based on his memory. Boom. Suddenly, there was the sound of fierce fighting in the distance. It seems that someone has already started hunting, so we have to hurry. After all, the Demon Suppression Palace is the final destination. Yang Fuyun said. Everyone looked up and saw the outline of a magnificent and majestic palace looming at the end of the sky and earth. Above this vague palace, a giant bell that suppressed the sky was suspended in the air, which was awe-inspiring. It's a 3rd-level earth dragon beast. In a dense forest, 4 people pushed aside the thorns and saw 4 creatures that were gray in color, with a single black horn on their foreheads, and looked like both pigs and donkeys, walking in the forest. The strength of a 3rd-level earth dragon beast is equivalent to that of the late Tianguan realm. Its fur is like armor and its defense is extremely thick. Xie Zhaishang said. There are 4 in total, just right for 1 for each of us. The earth dragon beast's demon spirit is also pretty good. Yang Fuyun ordered. Suku had no objection to this. As Jiang Lan rushed out first, Suku also stepped across the field and locked onto one of them. Roar. When the earth dragon beast sensed the danger, the hair on its body instantly stood up and became as hard as iron. Instead of fleeing, it retreated backwards, stomping its hind legs on the ground, and then rushed towards Suku and others. Suku stared at one of the earth dragon beasts that was charging towards him, his eyes calm, without the slightest panic. When the earth dragon beast was about to hit him, he suddenly bent down. At the same time, he kicked directly at the two front limbs of the Earth Dragon Beast. The Earth Dragon Beast was unable to dodge and was thrown into the air. Suku was quick-witted and quick-handed, and when the Earth Dragon Beast leaped above his head, he suddenly slapped it with his palm. Roar! The Earth Dragon Beast let out a scream. Its belly was the weakest part of its body's defense. Suku's palm directly caused all its internal organs to shift. It spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground seriously injured. Suku walked forward slowly and delivered the final blow. After breaking open the Earth Dragon Beast's skull, a demon soul emitting a faint purple glow was taken out and put into a storage ring by Suku. Looking at Yang Fuyun and the others, they are at the Taichu realm after all, so they don't need to expend too much energy to kill this third-order monster. But when Yang Fuyun and the other two finished the battle and were about to help Suku, they suddenly found that Suku was standing there waiting for them without a speck of dirt. In front of Suku, the Earth Dragon Beast died in an extremely ugly manner. Suku, you killed him by yourself? Xie Zhuaishang asked in surprise. They originally wanted to let Suku hold on for a while, and then help Suku after they had dealt with their own one. But now it seems that Suku not only does not need their help, but is even faster than them. This is equivalent to the strength of the late Tianguan realm. Are you really in the Yangqi realm? Xie Zhuaishang suddenly found that he could not see through Suku. Although the third-level monster has low intelligence and does not have any offensive means, its strength is there. How could Suku be so relaxed? In the duel arena, Suku defeated the peak of Yangqi with his 9th-level cultivation. Later, even Su Tianjiao was no match for him. Now that he has reached the 8th level of Yangqi, it is reasonable for him to fight against a higher-level opponent. Without waiting for Suku to explain, Yang Fuyun spoke up on his behalf. That's true. Xie Zhuaishang nodded, and then took a breath of cold air. The last time we met, Brother Su was still at the 9th level of opening meridians, but now he is already at the 8th level of nourishing qi. Although I've known it once, it's still a little hard to believe when I think about it now. Just when Xie Zhuaishang was surprised. Roar! Suddenly, the roars of beasts were heard again from not far away, accompanied by strong fluctuations of spiritual power. The four of them looked up and saw smoke rising into the sky from the dense forest not far away. Listening to the sound, it's probably a 5th-level monster. Yang Fuyun frowned. This was just the outskirts of the secret realm. Could it be that someone had encountered a monster with strength equivalent to that of the Spirit Mansion realm? With a monster of this level of power, even the Crown Prince's team would have to be cautious, right? Let's go and take a look. Yang Fuyun spoke, and the four of them walked towards the direction of the battle not far away. In the dense forest, 4 people were standing back to back, panting. Beside them, there was a dead body. It has only been an hour since we entered the secret realm, and someone has died in the secret realm. Around these 4 people, more than a dozen red moon wolves were staring at them with bared teeth and fierce eyes. And around these dozen red moon wolves, there were dozens of red moon wolf corpses placed horizontally and vertically. Apparently, these 4 people had the bad luck to encounter the Crimson Moon Wolf Pack. Princess Tianran, what should we do? There is a red moon wolf king here. Let's retreat quickly, someone said anxiously. Among these 4 people, one is Su Tianran. At this moment, Su Tianran no longer had the proud look she had in the Black Dragon Palace before. She looked a little embarrassed. It was so unlucky for her to encounter the Crimson Moon Wolf Pack. Meeting the Red Moon Wolf King is even more bad luck. Su Tianran bit his lip. Although he was very unwilling, the demon souls that could be obtained from so many red moon wolves were considerable. However, with their strength, they could not eat so many red moon wolves. The most important thing is that now those red moon wolves are staring at them, and they have no way to take the demon soul. They have already paid the price of one person, but got nothing in the end, which makes Su Tianran extremely frustrated. But right now, the Red Moon Wolf King has a strong aura. Although he has not yet reached the Spirit Mansion realm, he is not far away. Then, let's retreat. Although he was unwilling, Su Tianran also knew that it would not be good for them to continue the stalemate. Unless someone can come to help now. Just as the 4 were about to retreat helplessly, Su Tianran suddenly reached out to stop them, then looked in one direction with vigilance. Several people looked in the direction of Su Tianran, and saw some movement in the bushes nearby, and also heard footsteps. Helpers are coming. We can fight again. Su Qianran's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face again. Okay. We suffered such a huge loss and got nothing. I really can't accept this, another person also spoke angrily. Which prince is it? There are dozens of red moon wolves here. If you can lend a helping hand, we can divide the demon spirits here equally. Su Qianran shouted towards the bushes, but the next moment, her face suddenly changed. Suku. Why is it you? Who asked you to come? Suku and 4 others were seen slowly walking out from the bushes, pushing aside the thorns, and just in time to see the change in Su Qianran's expression. From the initial anticipation, it instantly turned into astonishment, and now even into disgust. Why can't it be me? Suku said indifferently. What's the point of a loser like you coming here? So annoying. Why you? Su Qianran looked a little angry, and even said, why are you running here for no reason? Is this the place you can come to? What does Princess Tianran mean? Why? Even I can't come. Yang Fuyun's face looked a little ugly at this time. Although Su Qianran was scolding Suku on the surface, wasn't he also indirectly scolding Yang Fuyun for his low level of cultivation? Su Qianran was stunned, and quickly waved his hands and said, no, 8th Prince, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Suku. Seeing this scene, Suku couldn't help but reveal a hint of sneer on his face. Why didn't he realize before that Su Qianran was such a big-breasted and brainless person? Princess Tianran, don't worry about Suku. At least the 8th Prince and his 2 friends are at the Taichu realm, which can be a great help. Someone whispered in Su Qianran's ear. Su Qianran thought for a moment, a smile appeared on his face, he looked at Yang Fuyun and said, 8th Prince, as you can see, we have killed more than a dozen Red Moon Wolves. I will deal with the Red Moon Wolf King later. Please help kill the other Red Moon Wolves. Then I will share the Red Moon Wolf Demon Soul here equally with your Highness. While speaking, Su Qianran glanced at Suku and secretly said it was bad luck. Yes, your Highness the 8th Prince. The Crimson Moon Wolf is a 4th-level demon beast. The value of its demon soul is enough to support the continued transformation of your primordial origin. A person behind Su Qianran also spoke. Su Qianran looked at Yang Fuyun with some anticipation. She also believed that the latter would not reject her, nor would he reject the temptation of the Red Moon Wolf demon soul. However, Yang Fuyun looked at Suku at this time. Su Qianran was stunned. 8th Prince. What do you think Suku is doing? He is a waste and can't play any role at all. Su Qianran said. Does my Highness need your instructions when doing things? A hint of anger appeared in Yang Fuyun's eyes. Isn't the 4th princess of Prince Su's mansion a little too arrogant? No, what I mean is. Su Qianran bit her red lips, feeling quite aggrieved. But for the sake of the Red Moon Wolf King's demon soul, she could only look at Suku and said coldly, Suku. Your Highness, please give me some face. I will reward you with 2 demon souls in a while. I'm giving you a chance now. If you behave well, I can forgive you for bumping into me before. Looking at Su Qianran with his chin slightly raised and a proud look on his face, Suku actually wanted to laugh for no reason. The next moment, he said calmly, Your Highness, we will not participate. Walk. After saying that, Suku turned around and left without any hesitation. What's there to talk about with a crazy woman who doesn't know who she is? It turns out that without the filter, people like Su Qianran are so annoying. However, Suku's actions instantly froze the arrogance on Su Qianran's face, and a strong sense of jealousy appeared on her face. Suku. What on earth do you mean? However, Suku ignored him and walked away without stopping. A deep coldness flashed in Su Qianran's eyes, and then he suddenly leaped into the air and stabbed Suku in midair with a whip. Suku. Go to hell. However, Yang Fuyun, Xie Zhuaizhang and Jiang Lan blocked Suku's way. 8th Prince. Suku is nothing but a piece of trash in our Su Palace. You, a prince, actually treat him like a treasure. Or are you, the 8th Prince, so blind that you insist on protecting a piece of trash? Seeing that his attack was blocked, Su Qianran suddenly became angry and humiliated. He even lost his composure for a moment and started to speak nonsense to Yang Fuyun. How dare you? Yang Fuyun's face turned cold when he heard that. After all, he is a royal noble. Yang Fuyun shouted angrily, which made Su Qianran come back to his senses and his face gradually turned pale. How could Yang Fuyun not be angry? But when he glanced at Suku, Suku was about to leave his sight. Su Qianran, for Suku's sake, I will pretend that this matter never happened. If there is a next time, I, Yang Fuyun, don't mind offending Prince Su's mansion, but I will punish you for slandering the royal family. Hearing this, Su Qianran took 2 steps back in panic. After Yang Fuyun and the other 2 left, the howling of the dozen or so Red Moon wolves sounded again. The Red Moon Wolf King had obviously developed some intelligence. When Suku and others were here before, it didn't make a sound and no one noticed that the Wolf King had been staring at Suku with a hint of fear in his eyes. But now that Suku and the others have left, the Wolf King howled, and more than a dozen Red Moon wolves once again stared at Su Qianran with a fierce look in their eyes, revealing their ferocious nature, and it seemed that they were determined to eat Su Qianran and the others. Damn it! Suku has such a shitty face. Su Qianran cursed angrily. However, at this time, it was not so easy for her to leave. Because at some unknown time, the Wolf King summoned another group of Red Moon wolves, cutting off all their retreat routes. Su Qianran looked grim. Roar. Accompanied by a low roar from the Wolf King, more than a dozen Red Moon wolves instantly leaped up from all directions and pressed towards Su Qianran and others. Suku walked in front, and Yang Fuyun and others walked behind. But suddenly, Suku stopped. Then, under the surprised gazes of Yang Fuyun and others, he turned back towards the direction of Su Qianran and others. Suku, what does this mean? Yang Fuyun asked. Why, Su Qianran dared to offend your highness, and your highness is not angry. Suku said indifferently. This is of course a little bit angry. Yang Fuyun nodded. You felt powerless just now, right? As a prince, you were provoked in front of a princess from a royal palace. Although you were angry, you could do nothing about it. If it was the eldest prince or the 4th prince, would Su Qianran have the courage to do that? Hearing this, Yang Fuyun's face became a little gloomy. Suku's words were straightforward, but every word made sense. Of course he was angry just now, but in the end he just uttered a few harsh words. Even he knew that with his status, he could do nothing to Prince Su's mansion. After all, he is the only king of a different surname among the 8 royal palaces of the empire, and it is not someone that a powerless prince like him can confront head-on. Then you're going back now. Of course it's to vent his highness's anger. Suku said with a smile. Then what are you going to do? Yang Fuyun smiled awkwardly. Venting. Of course he had thought about it. If someone was called blind in person, no one would remain indifferent. Of course, we're going to disgust her. Suku led the way. Yang Fuyun and Xie Zhaizhang looked at each other, then they both fixed their gazes and quickly followed. Earlier, Su Qianran and others had already engaged in a fierce battle with the Crimson Moon Wolf. Suku and others stood on the treetops not far away, watching the battle below coldly. Su Qianran's realm is at the 4th level of the Taichu realm, and the other 3 should be from the 4th prince's side, and their cultivation is generally at the 2nd level of the Taichu realm. To deal with so many Red Moon wolves, even if one has the advantage in martial arts, a hero cannot defeat the wolves in numbers. Especially with the addition of the Red Moon Wolf King, the 4 of them were almost in danger several times. With the strength of Su Qianran and the others, they should be able to escape if they force their way out. Yang Fuyun said lightly, standing beside Suku. Suku agreed with Yang Fuyun's statement that if he wanted to leave, he could leave, but it was obvious that Su Qianran did not want to give up easily. When he was 6 years old, Su Qianjuan sent him to the Western Route Army for training. Although he was a little self-righteous, the military camp is a place to train people after all. Suku thought to himself that the spirit of not admitting defeat was one of the few bright spots in Su Qianran. She must have another trump card, otherwise she wouldn't be stuck here. Suku said. Oh. You still have a trump card. Just as Yang Fuyun finished speaking, an extremely strong spiritual power suddenly burst out from Su Qianran's body, and his cultivation level, which was originally at the 4th level of the Taichu realm, suddenly jumped to the 6th level of the Taichu realm. This should be some kind of secret method, right? Xie Zhuaizhang saw the clue. Suku nodded. Although there were some side effects of forcibly upgrading at the cost of burning his blood and essence, these side effects would not be a big deal if he could capture the Wolf King and obtain the spirits of dozens of Red Moon Wolves. Sure enough, after Su Tianran used the blood-stained secret technique, she took advantage of the power of her upgraded level and her offensive became even more fierce. Although the Red Moon Wolf King is called the Wolf King, his cultivation has obviously not reached the Lingfu realm, and should be equivalent to the late Taichu realm. Pure Spirit Strike. Boom. Finally, after Su Tianran used all his skills to perform Earth-level martial arts, he was able to severely injure the Crimson Moon Wolf King. Hurry. It's seriously injured. Don't worry about anything else, get rid of the Wolf King, the others are no threat. Su Tianran shouted with a somewhat weak look on his face. Good. The other people were overjoyed and quickly broke away from the siege of the Red Moon Wolves. They gathered together with Su Tianran and attacked the Wolf King. Now, it's our turn to take action. On the treetop, looking at the battle below, Suku spoke coldly. Yang Fuyun and Xie Zhuaizhang looked at each other. Although their next actions were a bit despicable, Suku, the former prince of Su Wang Mansion, didn't care, so why should they be so shy? Boom. It's done. Su Tianran cheered. With the joint efforts of several people, they finally killed the Red Moon Wolf King. Just when Su Tianran couldn't wait to break open the Wolf King's head and take out the demon soul. Sudden. A shadow passed by. I saw a stream of blood spurting out, and in the blink of an eye, the Wolf King's head was shattered and his soul was taken away. Su Tianran was stunned for a moment. Standing in place, disheveled by the wind. The next moment, she turned her head suddenly, only to see Suku standing not far away, holding the Wolf King's demon soul glowing green in his hand. Suku. Su Tianran's face was full of shock. What are you doing? Give the demon soul back to me. Su Tianran stretched out his hand. Suku looked at her coldly, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Boom. At this time, Yang Fuyun and 3 others also stood behind Suku. Su Tianran was very clear at this time that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. They became the mantis, while Suku and others were the oriole. Su Tianran's face was gloomy. Your Highness, as a prince of the royal family, isn't this a bit too despicable? Hearing this, Yang Fuyun scratched his head in embarrassment. This was also the first time for him to commit such murder and robbery. Because facing Su Tianran's questioning, he was a little embarrassed to answer. But Suku spoke quickly. Despicable. Suku smiled faintly and said, Now, I'll count to 3 and leave here. What? A man behind Su Tianran stood up angrily. You are so despicable that you are taking advantage of others. Do you want to swallow all the demon souls of the Red Moon Wolves? What a big appetite. Can you eat it all? They fought so hard until now, but in the end, not only did someone else pick all the fruits, but they couldn't even get a sip of soup. Suku. Don't go too far. Give the Wolf King's spirit back to me. The remaining Red Moon Wolf spirits must be divided equally. Su Tianran stared at Suku and shouted in an imperative tone. Then there's nothing to talk about. Suku glanced at Yang Fuyun, who instantly understood what Suku meant. Call out. The 4 of them attacked at the same time in perfect coordination, directly attacking Su Tianran and the others. Boom. The violent spiritual power exploded in the scene in an instant. Yang Fuyun and the others did not hold back and directly sacrificed the power of the primordial origin. The powerful primordial virtual soul soared into the sky and crushed towards the 4 people. Under normal circumstances, the overall strength of Su Tianran and his 4 companions is higher than that of Suku and his 4 companions. But after a wave of consumption by the Crimson Moon Wolves, most of the spiritual power in their bodies had been consumed, and they were no match for Yang Fuyun and others. But he was defeated after a few rounds. Especially Suku, who slapped Su Tianran on the chest, directly knocking him away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath instantly became weak. Suku! How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? You actually hit a woman. You are really not a man. This time, Su Qianran finally exploded completely, without caring about his image at all, and yelled hysterically. But Suku's expression remained cold. These are the last 3 numbers. If you insist on not leaving, you can stay here. When Suku opened his mouth, his cultivation level at the nourishing Qi realm emanated from him. Even though he was only at the nourishing Qi realm, the aura surrounding him actually caused the faces of the warriors at the Taichu realm to change. They obviously couldn't understand why Suku's aura was so powerful. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Spiritual energy suddenly burst out from the bodies of Suku, Yang Fuyun and the other 3. Go. At the last moment, Su Qianran growled unwillingly and began to slowly retreat. They took a step back. Suku took a step forward. In the end, Su Qianran and others were completely forced to retreat. Suku. Just wait for me. I, Su Qianran, will fight you to the death. Su Qianran's eyes were filled with more resentment than ever before. Then I'll wait. But Suku's eyes remained calm, and he even began to collect the Red Moon Wolf Demon Soul at the scene in front of Su Qianran. Princess Tianran, are we just going to leave like this? We do the hard work and they get the benefits. It's so unfair, someone said indignantly. Su Qianran's eyes were red, and he roared, then what do you say we should do? Go get it back. Idiot. The former shut up and said no more. Before leaving, Su Qianran looked at Suku again. Suku. If I don't avenge today's vengeance, I, Su Qianran, will no longer be a human being. Brother Su, it would be bad to completely break off relations with Su Qianran, right? Xie Zhuaizhang touched his nose and said worriedly. When you attacked just now, you didn't hold back at all. I didn't hear you say you wanted to fall out at that time. Suku said as he collected the spirit of the Red Moon Wolf. Okay. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Xie Zhuaizhang touched his nose again, feeling a little embarrassed. He simply said nothing and started cleaning up the battlefield. Your Highness, the Wolf King's demon soul is for you. Suku directly threw the Red Moon Wolf King's demon soul to Yang Fuyun. Suku, you. Yang Fuyun wanted to say something, but Suku waved his hand and said calmly, I only need 10 Red Moon Wolf demon souls. It's not that Suku is trying to please others or is embarrassed. However, he looked down upon the Wolf King's demon soul, so he might as well give it to Yang Fuyun to avoid embarrassment. After all, at present, he still had the lowest cultivation among the 4, and it was unrealistic for him to take the Wolf King's demon soul for himself. And the demon souls of 10 Red Moon Wolves should be enough for him to advance his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. He raised his head and looked towards the looming demon-suppressing palace in the distance. I wonder if there are monsters here that are more powerful than the dragon flame sky bird. In the next 2 days, Suku and others rushed towards the demon-suppressing palace. However, along the way, if they encountered monsters with low cultivation levels, they would stop to encircle and suppress them. In addition, since this secret realm is a fragment of an ancient battlefield, there are many sect ruins left behind. Those who are luckier can even obtain powerful martial arts or spiritual weapons and treasures from the ruins. Let's gather together all the demon souls we have obtained. In a ruins, Yang Fuyun first took out all the demon souls he had obtained. After the inventory, everyone obtained a total of 79 third-level demon souls and 21 fourth-level demon souls. After dividing it roughly equally, everyone looked for places to start refining in tacit understanding. One cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. They knew very well that their lineup was still much weaker in overall cultivation compared with that of other princes. Therefore, they are now eager to improve their cultivation so that they can have a greater chance of competing for treasures after arriving at the Demon Suppression Palace. While everyone was refining their own energy, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived at the site. There was only a sharp cry, and a mountain eagle flapped its wings and landed here. This mountain sculpture is about 10 feet tall, with golden feathers all over its body. Under the sunlight, it looks like a golden divine sculpture, extremely majestic and exuding a noble aura everywhere. But this mountain eagle was obviously seriously injured. Although its aura still remained noble, it was also quite weak. A closer look revealed that the mountain eagle had several bloody holes on its body, with blood constantly oozing out. It looked like it had been besieged and had fled all the way here. Finally, after its wings flapped a few times, the eagle's momentum weakened and it fell to the ground on the ruined square, gasping violently. And a moment later, several figures flew over from the distant sky and slowly landed in front of the mountain eagle. After spending so much effort, we finally captured the 5th-rank golden-feathered imperial eagle. Second Prince, with this item, your primordial origin will surely be greatly improved. I'm afraid you'll be able to condense the prototype of your Dharmakaya in the near future. One of them stared at the golden-feathered imperial eagle and smiled excitedly. There were 4 people coming, one of whom was wearing a bright yellow robe, and he was the second Prince Yang Fuxia. Hearing the flattery from his subordinates, he smiled slightly. Although he knew that the former were just flattering him, what they said was true. The golden-feathered imperial eagle is a powerful demon beast ranked first on the 10,000 beast demon souls list. It is rumored that there is a trace of the rare blood of the ancient golden phoenix in its body. If it is lucky, it can even condense the ancient golden phoenix's Dharma image and control the most extreme golden offensive power. Yang Fuxia spoke with a smile, and his tone could not hide his happiness. The one he originally awakened was the howling sky bird, which was ranked second on the list of 10,000 beasts and demonic souls. It was of the same clan as the golden-winged imperial eagle, so there was almost no resistance in refining it. Once the wind attribute origin of the howling sky bird and the gold attribute origin of the golden-feathered imperial eagle can be integrated together, then his primordial void soul will be comparable to the heavenly ranking void soul, and his primordial origin will also have the dual attributes of gold and wind. By then, even my eldest brother may not be able to compare to me. Yang Fuxia's heart moved, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Although he belongs to the camp of the eldest prince, as a prince, how could he be willing to be inferior to others? If there is a slight chance to compete for the crown prince, he will do it at all costs. Go. Kill this eagle and take its soul. Yang Fuxia waved his hand, and the 3 people beside him instantly rushed towards the golden-feathered imperial eagle. The golden-feathered imperial eagle was already at the end of its strength and no longer had the will to fight. After barely resisting a few attacks, it was killed in one blow. A cultivator next to Yang Fuxia stepped forward and broke the imperial eagle's head quite neatly. A demon soul glowing with a scarlet glow fell into his hands. Zhaoqua, give me the demon soul. Yang Fuxia stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Zhaoqua held the demon soul in his hand and examined it for a while. Then he turned to look at Yang Fuxia and said with a grin, I'm sorry, second prince, I can't give this thing to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fuxia's expression changed instantly. What do you mean? Yang Fuxia narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flashing across his face. Do you want to take it all for yourself? Second brother, there is no need to guess. He doesn't have the courage to swallow the golden-feathered imperial eagle's soul alone. At this moment, a loud laugh came from a distance. There were also 4 people, but the leader was the 5th Prince Yang Fucheng. Yang Fucheng fell on the body of the golden-feathered imperial eagle with a contemptuous smile on his face. Then, Yang Fuxia watched Zhaoqua hand over the demon soul that he had obtained with great difficulty to Yang Fucheng. Yang Fuxia's expression was as ugly as it could be, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He wished he could cut Zhaoqua into pieces. Zhaoqua! How dare you betray me? Have you forgotten who brought you out of prison? Is this how you repay me? Yang Fuxia said, gritting his teeth. Zhaoqua glanced at Yang Fuxia and a trace of guilt flashed across his face, but then he thought of something and his expression immediately became fierce. Repay? How can I repay you? You brought me out of prison, and I was devoted to you, but what did you do to me? You raped and killed my sister. I wish I could eat your flesh alive. Zhaoqua's eyes were filled with extreme hatred. Yang Fuxia was stunned, and a look of confusion flashed across his face. He asked, who is your sister? I have never seen your sister. You don't have to pretend. It was you who came out of my sister's room in Zuyan Tower that day. Zhaoqua roared. Hearing this, Yang Fuxia frowned deeply. Just as he was about to explain something, Yang Fucheng interrupted him coldly, enough. I don't have time to listen to you guys arguing. Second brother, thank you for helping me kill the golden-feathered imperial eagle. Otherwise, this fifth-level monster would be difficult for me to deal with. Yang Fuqing grinned. After saying that, he patted Zhao Kuo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done, from today on." Boom. However, just when Zhao Kuo was distracted, Yang Fuqing's eyes suddenly became fierce, and then he slapped Zhao Kuo hard on the back. Puff. Zhao Kuo was completely unprepared, and this blow knocked him off the body of the golden-feathered imperial eagle and landed heavily in front of Yang Fuxia's feet. Zhao Kuo raised his head and met Yang Fuxia's indifferent gaze. He turned to look at Yang Fuqing in disbelief and exclaimed, "Fifth Prince, why are you? Why else? You will know the truth sooner or later. My second brother is a well-known gentleman in the Sui dynasty. How could he do such a thing as raping and killing a woman?" Yang Fuqing grinned and raised his chin towards Yang Fuxia. "Right, am I right, second brother?" Yang Fuxia stood there with a cold expression. "Then my sister?" Zhao Kuo was confused for a moment. "Your sister was humiliated by him. He invited me to Zuyanla that day. I never saw your sister in the room. Now it seems that both you and I were tricked by him," Yang Fuxia said lightly. Boom. Zhao Kuo's eyes were instantly struck by lightning. He couldn't believe it and still looked at Yang Fuqing for an answer. "To be honest, your sister's body is so soft that it can kill a man. She was resisting at the beginning that day, but she couldn't stand my good skills, so she catered to me." That crispy tongue and the wanton voice, I still have some aftertaste when I think about it now. Yang Fuqing licked the corner of his mouth with a look of enjoyment. "Beast. I will kill you." At this moment, Zhao Kuo's eyes were bloodshot and he was about to stand up regardless of the injuries in his body. But Yang Fuxia stopped him. "You were no match for him even in your prime, let alone now. If you go up there now, you'll just be courting death," Yang Fuxia said calmly. Zhao Kuo looked at Yang Fuxia, his eyes became even redder, and the guilt in them became even more intense. "Yes, I'm sorry. I, Zhao Kuo, am sorry to you, Your Highness. It was my stupidity. I was taken advantage of. And now my fifth-level demon soul has been taken away by someone." Zhao Kuo was extremely ashamed and angry. Although Yang Fuxia was angry with Zhao Kuo, he knew that now was not the time to argue about these things. He looked at Yang Fuqing and said in a cold voice, "Fifth brother, your methods are indeed brilliant. You took the demon soul from me without any effort. I admire you very much." Hearing this, Yang Fuqing chuckled and said contemptuously, "Second brother really deserves to be praised by the emperor as a gentleman. At this time, he still has the mind to talk nonsense to me." As he spoke, he glanced at the fifth-level demon soul in his hand and said calmly, "Then I would like to thank you for your willingness to part with me." After saying this, he waved his hand and pretended to leave. "Go. Take back the demon soul. Yang Fuxia is not a clayman after all. He will not watch the duck in his hand fly away." Behind him, two Taichu realm warriors leaped up and chased after Yang Fuqing and the others without any hesitation. "Ah! You dare to fight back?" Seeing this, Yang Fuqing's eyes flashed with a cold look. Since the second brother is stubborn and refuses to change, then don't blame the younger brother for being ignorant. Boom. The two sides started fighting immediately. Yang Fuxia had a stern face and did not hold back in any moves. At this time, no one would be stupid enough to consider the feelings of compatriots. There is no family affection among the royal family. This is a truth they have understood since childhood. Below, although Zhao Kuo was seriously injured, his eyes were fixed on Yang Fuqing who was fighting. "Sister. I will definitely avenge you." Thinking of the time when he broke into the room and saw his own sister's tragic death, his heart was filled with endless murderous intent. Finally, he found one and sneaked up on him while Yang Fuqing and Yang Fuxia were distracted in the fight. Yang Fuxia glanced and suddenly noticed Zhao Kuo's action. He couldn't help but shout, "Zhao Kuo! What are you doing? Get back!" However, Zhao Kuo didn't care and hugged Yang Fuqing tightly with both hands at an extremely fast speed. "Your Highness! Go away! This is my fault, I will atone for it with my life," Zhao Kuo shouted. Yang Fuxia suddenly realized what Zhao Kuo was going to do, and quickly shouted, "Zhao Kuo! Let go immediately. I don't blame you. But Zhao Kuo grinned at Yang Fuxia. Your Highness. I will repay your kindness in my next life. Even if I die today, I will take someone with me. Yang Fuqing's face also changed drastically in an instant. He struggled frantically, self-destruction. Crazy. You are crazy. However, Zhao Kuo held Yang Fuqing tightly with a determined look on his face. In his body, terrifying spiritual power was constantly accumulating, and a terrifying energy was surging wildly above the ruins. Quick! Come and help me. Yang Fuqing was really scared at this moment. The self-detonation of a Taichu realm cultivator is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a Lingfu realm cultivator. Upon seeing this, his subordinates immediately left their respective battle circles. Boom! Accompanied by an extremely dazzling white light, a terrifying spiritual heat wave exploded and raged wildly with Zhao Kuo as the center. Yang Fuxia and others also quickly retreated, covering their eyes and unable to look directly at the dazzling light. The entire ruins also shook violently when Zhao Kuo self-destructed. After a long time, the smoke and dust cleared. Zhao Kuo had already turned into dust. No, in that extreme heat wave, not even his ashes could be preserved. Yang Fuxia opened his eyes and looked towards the place where Zhao Kuo had originally stood. When the smoke and dust cleared, the figures of Yang Fuqing and others gradually emerged. On Yang Fuqing's waist, there were 2 arms left by Zhao Kuo. Yang Fuqing took a lot of effort to pry it open, and then threw the broken arm away as if nothing had happened. What bad luck! Yang Fuqing sneered, I wasted a top-grade Earth-level spiritual treasure. I saw a tortoise shell floating on his palm. The tortoise shell was covered with mysterious patterns, but the color was extremely dim at the moment. It seemed that it was this magical treasure that helped him resist the terrifying spiritual power generated by Zhao Kuo's self-explosion. Second brother, your men are really stupid. Do they really think they can drag me down by self-destructing? Yang Fuqing said with contempt. Yang Fuxia's face was gloomy. As a prince, he naturally knew that Yang Fuqing had the means to save his life and could not be killed so easily. It's a pity that I lost a great general. Kill. Revenge for Zhao Kuo. Yang Fuxia said nothing and attacked Yang Fuqing and others again. The 2 sides fought again. But after losing Zhao Kuo, Yang Fuxia was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In addition, they had already consumed too much spiritual power in the previous hunt for the golden-winged imperial eagle. Therefore, under Yang Fuqing's constant suppression, Yang Fuxia and his 2 companions were eventually defeated. Second brother, if I were you, I wouldn't fight against a rock with an egg. Yang Fuqing said disdainfully. Yang Fuxia's face turned pale, but he had no way to deal with the former. They lost this battle completely. Seeing that Yang Fuqing and others were about to leave with the 5th-level demon soul, he became so angry that he spat out another mouthful of thick blood. But at this moment, several martial arts auras suddenly appeared from the depths of the ruins. Yang Fuqing, who was about to leave, paused for a moment, then looked into the depths of the ruins with a frown. The footsteps became more and more obvious, and finally, in the shadows deep in the ruins, Suku and his 4 companions slowly appeared. Old 8. Yang Fuxia didn't expect that Yang Fuyun had been here all the time. However, there was not much emotion on his face except surprise. He and Yang Fuyun were also competitors. Yang Fuyun was no match for Yang Fuqing, and he did not believe that the former could avenge him. Okay, so there are people hiding here. Old 8, why are you like a rat in the gutter? What? You finally dared to show up. Yang Fuqing was slightly surprised when he saw that it was Yang Fuyun, but soon began to mock him. Even Yang Fuxia is no match for them. In his eyes, Yang Fuyun was like a waste and posed no threat at all. My 2 brothers, if I say I am just passing by, do you believe me? Yang Fuyun smiled at both parties. I hope you are just passing by, but even if you stayed here on purpose, what can it matter? Do you dare to be interested in the 5th-level demon soul in my hand? Yang Fuqing sneered and played with the demon soul in his hand without any scruples. Yang Fuqing looked down on Yang Fuyun. Whether it was between the lines or in his facial expressions, he always showed his disregard for the latter. Look at what 5th brother said. We certainly didn't stay here on purpose. Hearing this, the contempt and disdain on Yang Fuqing's face became even stronger, but just when he was about to say something, Yang Fuyun's next words instantly made his eyes turn cold. But fifth brother is right. We are really interested in the fifth-level demon soul in your hand. When Yang Fuyun said this, not to mention Yang Fuqing's reaction, Yang Fuxia on the side was stunned at first, then turned his head in surprise. His expression was very clear. He had never expected that one day he would be able to hear such strong words from Yang Fuyun's mouth. What did Yang Fuyun rely on? He couldn't figure it out. When Yang Fuqing heard this, his eyes turned cold, and then he couldn't help laughing. Did I hear it right? When did you learn to daydream, Lao Ba? As he spoke, his expression gradually became fierce. Let me give you a piece of advice. There are some people you can't afford to offend, and there are some things you'd better not even think about. Yang Fuqing's slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Your Highness, you are wrong. Everyone has the chance to obtain the opportunity of heaven and earth. If you can take this fifth-level demon soul, then we can also eat it. At this time, Suku smiled calmly. Yang Fuqing snorted and turned his gaze to Suku. After studying it for a while, he suddenly sneered, birds of a feather flock together. A discarded son of Prince Su's mansion dares to speak nonsense in front of my highness. Ridiculous. Yang Fuqing did not conceal his disdain at all. He couldn't understand how someone at the Qi cultivation stage could have the courage to speak in front of him. Hearing this, Suku was neither angry nor annoyed. He just slowly took a step forward, and then black spiritual power surged around him. The meaning is already very clear. Old 8, can he represent your opinion? Yang Fuqing chuckled and curled the corners of his mouth. Yang Fuyun nodded seriously. Okay. Seeing this, Yang Fuqing looked at the people beside him and said with a smile, Xiaodao La Beauty has really opened his eyes. You, Yang Fuyun, will also have a tough day. Hongyang, I'll leave this qi-nourishing realm to you. Play slowly, don't kill yourself in one go. Yes. Your Highness. Leave this kid to me. A young man in a red robe clenched his fists, took a step forward, and looked at Suku with a teasing look. The battle started almost in an instant. You are just at the qi-nourishing realm, yet you dare to put on airs in front of His Majesty the Fifth Prince. It's simply ridiculous. Hong Yang's attack was extremely fierce. He did not hold any weapons, but only a pair of fists, but he sent out countless fist shadows. Suku dealt with him calmly. Although he was constantly retreating and seemed to be suppressed by Hong Yang, his tactics were not disrupted and the latter did not get any advantage easily. Oh. He has something. No wonder he's so arrogant. Hong Yang was slightly surprised. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Taichu realm, it should be easy for him to defeat a Qi-Yang realm cultivator. However, after a fight, he did not gain an overwhelming advantage, which made him gradually become serious. He threw a punch, and explosive spiritual power instantly exploded between his fists. He was extremely powerful, and his punches were as powerful as a raging wave, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Suku fought and retreated at the same time, seemingly at a disadvantage, but in fact he was observing the former's attack method. As the number 1 in close combat, in later generations, although he has unrivaled physical skills, he is not reckless. What he is best at is analyzing the opponent's fighting style, and then finding the opponent's weaknesses in battle, so as to deliver a fatal blow. However, Suku's indecisive style of play really made Hong Yang feel uncomfortable. He threw a punch and Suku took half a step back. He took a step forward and Suku took half a step back. He moved forward and wanted to fight closely, and Suku took half a step back. Always keep half a step away from yourself. It's very annoying that you can't touch it or grab it. Waste. Are you serious about taking a half step back? After Suku retreated again, Hong Yang finally couldn't help but roared. Seeing this, Suku just stared at him indifferently. For some reason, Hong Yang felt a chill down his spine when being stared at like this. At this moment, Suku suddenly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to invite a fight. Hong Yang was stunned for a moment, but soon his face lit up with joy. This Suku really has no brains at all. I just said it casually, and this guy actually came forward on his own initiative. Overlord Fist. Boom. Carrying gusts of wind, Hong Yang punched Suku in the face without holding back. But just as the punch was about to hit Suku's face, Suku tilted his head slightly, and then raised his fist like a fully drawn bow, and hit Hong Yang's wrist. Hiss! Hong Yang cried out in pain and quickly withdrew his hand. When he looked at his wrist again, he found that his blood vessels were almost broken by the punch. Court death! He gritted his teeth with rage and threw out fist shadows all over the sky, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, but his truly fatal punch was hidden among these fist shadows. Seeing that Suku was unable to resist, Hong Yang grinned and shouted coldly, "Can you take this punch of mine that has been trained for 20 years? Boom. In a trance, all the fist shadows in the sky gathered into one fist, and the void trembled when the fist was swung. But in response to Hong Yang's confident punch, Suku took a step back, then lowered his head and dived, then avoided the former's punch with an absolute time difference. Hong Yang's fist almost grazed Suku's scalp. Suku, with an indifferent expression, pointed his finger at Hong Yang's dantian. Ah! A scream resounded over the ruins, and the latter's body curled up in pain, while he kept roaring, "Damn it! My dantian! My dantian is gone!" Looking at this scene, Suku's eyes remained calm. The finger he just moved seemed ordinary, but in fact he was using the star-pointing finger, an earth-level martial art, to the extreme that he could currently exert. Suku has too many martial arts in his mind. Vast as the sea of smoke. There are countless of them. And after thousands of years of fighting in his previous life, his attainments in martial arts reached the pinnacle. This is also his most terrifying part. Learn infinite skills through killing and gain invincibility through fighting. I just sealed your dantian. You can't use it for at least 3 days. If you break my seal by force, you will bear the consequences yourself. Looking at Hong Yang curled up on the ground, Suku said slowly. Hong Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Seal. Seal. So, my dantian is still there. Hong Yang carefully explored inside and found himself sweating profusely and his face turned pale. When he confirmed that his dantian was still intact, he sat down on the ground with a plop, feeling as if he had survived a calamity. As a warrior, he knew too well the importance of dantian. Just now, he seemed to have walked out of the abyss. This feeling made him feel inexplicably grateful to Suku at this moment. Suku no longer looked at Hong Yang, as the latter no longer posed any threat. He did hold back just now. The two of them did not have an unsolvable knot, and there was no need for him to destroy people's martial arts easily. Although he was decisive in killing, he did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. After getting rid of Hong Yang, Suku finally turned his attention to the battlefield. At this time, Yang Fuyun was suppressed by Yang Fucheng. Although Xie Zhaizhang had used the demon soul to break through to the 5th level of the Taichu realm, it was only recently that he made the breakthrough, so he felt a little frustrated when fighting with an opponent who was at the 5th level of the Taichu realm. Jiang Lan, who was at the late Tianguan realm, was suppressed by a cultivator at the 4th level of the Taichu realm. He was walking on thin ice every time he attacked. Suku observed for a long time, and then took advantage of the moment when Jiang Lan was suppressed and his opponent was off guard, and suddenly attacked. A swimming dragon turns into a shadow. With a low shout, Suku appeared as fast as a dragon and lightning, making it difficult for ordinary people to catch his trace with the naked eye. The next moment, he suddenly appeared behind Jiang Lan's opponent and pointed a finger. Star-pointing finger. Puff. Suku had disappeared without a trace in the first place, and the former had no defense at all. Under this finger attack, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Shameless. I was careless just now. I didn't dodge. You actually launched a sneak attack. The men looked at Suku behind him and cursed angrily with an ugly expression. Sneak attack? What are you talking about? Can this be called a sneak attack? This is called fighting with your brain. After Suku's sneak attack was successful, Jiang Lan quickly rushed forward to finish him off. But in just a moment, the man lost his combat power. After doing all this, Jiang Lan looked at Suku with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that it was you who helped me, Jiang Lan said. Suku glanced at him and said calmly, I have helped you a lot. What do you mean? Jiang Lan frowned, not knowing what Suku meant. But Suku didn't want to explain too much. When he helped Jiang Lan just now, he was actually helping himself. Let's help Brother Xie together, Suku said, stomping his foot and squeezing directly into Xie Zhizhang's battle circle. Seeing this, Jiang Lan gritted his teeth. Although he felt somewhat unhappy about being ordered around by Suku, he believed that Suku's approach was undoubtedly correct at the moment. Xie Zhizhang was originally in a stalemate with his opponent, but the appearance of Suku and Jiang Lan immediately helped him bear most of the pressure. Have you defeated your opponent? Xie Zhizhang was a little surprised. He knew Jiang Lan's strength, and he was also clear about Suku's strength. The two of them were facing opponents with much higher cultivation levels than them, but they did not expect that they would be the first to end the battle. Don't say so much, let's attack together, Suku said. The three of them attacked together, and their power increased instantly. Xie Zhizhang's opponent's expression suddenly changed. They were fighting well just now, how come it suddenly became 1 against 3? He couldn't help but look at the distance. Seeing that the two people in their camp had lost the strength to fight again, he couldn't help but curse angrily, waste. When it's 1 against 3, even if that person has the advantage in cultivation, this advantage is not so obvious when the three of them work together. After several rounds, he was defeated directly. In another part of the ruins, Yang Fuxia and his two subordinates had been keeping a close eye on the situation on the field. That Suku, how come he is so strong? After Suku, Jiang Lan and Xie Zhizhang successfully joined forces to win, one of Yang Fuxia's subordinates finally couldn't help but speak. There was a look of deep shock on his face. Originally, the 8th prince and his men had very little chance of winning against the 5th prince, but we didn't expect that Suku would be the biggest variable. Another person also spoke with a serious look. Extremely sophisticated fighting skills, ghostly movements, mysterious fingers, and an unconventional fighting style. This Suku doesn't look like the once unknown prince of Prince Su's mansion. This kind of mature combat experience shouldn't appear on him. Listening to the analysis of his two subordinates, Yang Fuxia was also unable to hide his surprise. He didn't expect the situation on the field to suddenly turn out like this. What shocked and surprised him the most was that Yang Fuyun's party survived entirely because of Suku. No wonder Lao Ba would recruit a cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm to join his team. No wonder he was willing to offend Su Tianran for Suku in the Black Dragon Hall before. Yang Fuxia realized it later. How can this be a cultivator at the Qi cultivation stage? Although Suku won the first battle by taking many tricks, it is undeniable that his true combat power has definitely reached the Taichu stage. Thinking of this, Yang Fuxia couldn't help but rubbed his eyebrows. He looked at the two of his subordinates and asked, "Have you heard of the incident in all these years where the Yangqi realm defeated the Taichu realm?" The two were startled, confused at first, and then said in unison with horror, "Unheard of." If Suku's achievements today were to be spread out, it would probably cause a stir in the entire empire's martial arts practice community. He couldn't hide his surprise, and couldn't help but look at Yang Fuyun with a complicated expression, muttering, "How could Lao Ba be so lucky? How could he have met such a hidden genius?" A man behind him shook his head helplessly, then seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, "If his record gets out, I'm afraid the Su Palace will be the one that regrets the most, right? Such a genius was actually expelled from the palace. I'm afraid he will become a laughingstock for the world." Yang Fuyun and Yang Fuqing were originally still in a fierce battle. No, it should not be considered a fierce battle. Yang Fuyun was about to be defeated. But when he glanced at her from the corner of his eye, an unconcealable smile spread across his eyes. He suddenly stopped and said with a smile, "Fifth brother, do you think we still need to fight?" Seeing this, Yang Fuqing snorted coldly, "Why, if you can't beat him then?" But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong, then he turned around abruptly and saw Suku and the other two looking at him with a smile. Looking not far away, he saw three of his subordinates, falling to the ground together. This. Yang Fuqing's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he wanted to say that this was impossible. But the reality was before him and he couldn't say it. He didn't know what was going on, but at the moment, he had no chance of winning, 1 against 4. Thinking of this, he said unwillingly, "Indeed, there is no need to fight on. But fifth brother, I think it is necessary." Unexpectedly, Yang Fuyun spoke at this time. Yang Fuyun. You are playing tricks on me. Yang Fuqing's face suddenly changed, with anger burning in his eyes. 4 against 1. If fifth brother is sensible, he will give me the golden-feathered Imperial Eagle's demon soul, and this matter will come to an end. Yang Fuyun also took the opportunity to speak. Originally, he had no confidence when facing Yang Fuqing, so he looked extremely humble before. But right now, it's 4 against 1, and the advantage is on me. His posture also became tougher. Impossible. Yang Fuqing said almost subconsciously. Fifth brother, don't blame us for bullying the weak with our numbers. Yang Fuyun flicked his sleeves, and Suku and the other two instantly surrounded Yang Fuqing. All the retreat routes were blocked, and Yang Fuqing was unwilling to give in. But looking at Yang Fuyun's stern eyes, he also knew that if he didn't hand over the 5th-level demon soul, it would be another matter whether he could stay here or not, but he would inevitably suffer physical injuries. We are only in the middle of the secret realm now, and the outline of the demon-suppressing palace is already clearly visible. If we fail here, we will suffer a great loss. Of course, the most important thing is that if his 4th brother knew that he had trapped everyone here, he would definitely be furious. When he thought of his 4th brother's methods, a deep fear flashed in his eyes. After weighing the pros and cons, he reluctantly took out the 5th-level demon soul with a red glow from the storage ring again. But just when he was about to throw the demon soul to Yang Fuyun, and Yang Fuyun was also smiling, something unexpected happened. An extremely powerful aura swept over from the distant sky at an extremely fast speed. The laughter arrives before the person arrives. Hearing this familiar laughter, Yang Fuqing was stunned at first, then he immediately put away the demon soul with an excited look on his face. Brother son. I'm here. Call out. The next moment, a figure fell from the sky, causing smoke and dust to rise on the ground. When the smoke and dust cleared, a young man who looked a little fat and big-eared appeared in front of everyone. The young man's face was full of fat, and his eyes, which were probably relatively big originally, were squeezed into a slit by the fat, which looked a bit funny. The young man smiled and looked harmless. Brother son. You are finally here. When Yang Fuqing saw Sun Buwu, he felt that the latter had arrived at the right time. Yang Fuyun didn't think so. He looked at Sun Buwu who suddenly appeared, and his expression gradually became stiff. Sorry, 5th Prince, I'm late. Sun Buwu said with a smile. Not too late, you've come just in time. Yang Fuqing regained his confidence, and when he looked at Yang Fuyun again, the smile on his face became even wider. Soon, the smile on his face turned increasingly ferocious. Old 8, do you think there is still a need for us to continue fighting? Hearing this, Yang Fuyun pursed his lips and said nothing. The first young master of the Dongshan Sun family. The 4th prince's greatest reliance. The cultivation level of the 8th level of Taichu realm. It can be said that the appearance of Sun Buwu directly made Yang Fuyun lose the desire to fight. Sun Buwu alone is enough to wipe out the 4 of them. Damn it. Shouldn't he be with 4th brother? Why is he here? This time it was Yang Fuyun's turn to feel unwilling. Just as Yang Fuqing was about to hand over the demon soul, such a strong man suddenly appeared on the way. All previous efforts have been in vain. Looking at Yang Fuyun's deflated expression, Yang Fuqing was in a good mood. Suku, let's retreat. At this time, Yang Fuyun gritted his teeth and spoke unwillingly. Yes. Brother son, I almost forgot about this person. Let's kill him. Yang Fuqing spoke directly. Although he didn't know why Yang Fuyun valued Suku so much, wasn't it the greatest humiliation to him to eliminate the person he valued the most? When Yang Fuyun heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Yang Fuqing. How dare you? But at this moment, Sun Buwu slowly turned his head and looked at Suku. The two looked at each other. Suku's expression remained calm. Even when facing Sun Buwu, who was at the 8th level of the Taichu realm, he did not show the slightest fear. But what was strange was that Sun Buwu actually smiled at Suku at this time. Brother Su, I've been looking for you for a long time. My name is Sun Buwu, the first young master of the Dongshan Sun clan. I am Sun, a humble man, and I want to make friends with Brother Su. Sun Buwu said this and solemnly clasped his fists towards Suku. At this moment, the world is quiet. The smile on Yang Fuqing's lips suddenly froze at this moment. Suku frowned deeply. This Sun Buwu, is he having such a hard time looking for him? Although he knew this person, it was in the future. He now should have never met the latter. Brother Sun. Did you recognize the wrong person? He is Suku, an abandoned child of Prince Su's mansion. How can he be your friend? Yang Fuqing spoke with some dissatisfaction. All he wanted now was for Sun Buwu to take action and destroy Suku directly. The current harmonious atmosphere of making friends was not what he wanted to see. Yang Fuyun also stood there in confusion. What did Sun Buwu mean by this? Could it be that he was not coming for Yang Fuqing but for Suku? This sudden turn of events made even Yang Fuxia and the others who were watching from a distance a little confused. Fifth Prince, please do not slander Brother Su like this. Sun Buwu glanced at Yang Fuqing unhappily, then turned around and said with a smile, I have heard a lot about Brother Su's heroic appearance when he was young. Now that I have met him, I feel that Brother Su is not an ordinary person. I have been looking for Brother Su to meet him since I entered the secret realm, and now my wish has finally come true. Seeing this, Yang Fuqing's face gradually darkened. He couldn't understand what Sun Buwu was doing. Aren't you on my side? What's there to say to a loser in the Yangqi realm? But he couldn't speak directly. Although Sun Buwu is in their camp, strictly speaking he should be under the command of the fourth prince. He was even more clear in his heart that Sun Buwu was only sent by the Dongshan Sun family to assist the fourth prince. Given Sun Buwu's identity, to some extent, the current fourth prince needed the former's help. He had no right to order Sun Buwu to do anything. Therefore, he couldn't stop Sun Buwu from doing anything at the moment, and could only suppress his dissatisfaction and not speak any more. Suku was also very curious. He had never had any relationship with Sun Buwu, and he was not stupid enough to think that he was really a young hero, not like an ordinary person. Brother Sun, you are joking. You are the heir of Dongshan Sun clan, and I. The fifth prince is right. I am just a discarded child of Prince Su's mansion. Suku started to speak, but before he finished, Sun Buwu immediately shouted angrily, what a bullshit Prince Su's mansion. A bunch of idiots, they didn't care about serving a genius like Brother Su, but drove Brother Su out of the mansion. They are really short-sighted. Seeing this, Suku became even more confused. This Sun Buwu was really interesting. It didn't seem like he was pretending when he was standing up for him. On the side, Yang Fuyun, Xie Zhaizhang, and Jiang Lan were watching the scene with stunned expressions. Yang Fuyun's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward with a smile and said, Suku, since you have a relationship with young Master Sun, there is no need to hide it. As he spoke, he winked at Suku, his meaning was very clear, don't worry about whether you know him or not, just get along well with Sun Buwu first. They originally thought that the appearance of Sun Buwu would make all their previous efforts go to waste, but now it seems that things are not as they thought. Suku understood what Yang Fuyun meant, and then he clasped his fists towards Sun Buwu and said, Brother Sun is the successor of the ancient martial arts school, and I have heard a lot about you. It is a pleasure to be friends with Brother Sunday. Ha 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 ha. Sun Buwu laughed heartily upon hearing this and nodded, that's right. It's the happiest thing in my life. Quick. Please fight me. I want to learn a few moves from Brother Su. The first few sentences made Yang Fuyun and others feel relieved, but the last sentence immediately made them feel anxious again. We were having a nice chat, why did they suddenly start fighting again? When Yang Fuqing heard this, his face was filled with joy. Is this right? I didn't ask you to come here to make friends. Brother Sun, this boy's fighting ability is not as simple as his surface cultivation level. You must not take it lightly. Yang Fuqing reminded. Sun Buwu nodded, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Ling Tian Sword Saint. I've heard of your name for a long time. He was a martial arts fanatic, and his favorite thing in life was to challenge the heroes of the world. When he saw Suku in the Black Dragon Palace earlier, his heart for martial arts immediately boiled over. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, he chose to escape alone, wanting to fight with Suku. Looking at Sun Buwu's burning desire to fight, Suku frowned, not knowing where the former's desire to fight against him came from. He could feel that it was pure fighting spirit, without any other emotions mixed in, but this fighting spirit came a little inexplicably. Brother Sun, I am only at the Yangqi realm, while you are an 8th level Taichu realm expert. It would be inappropriate for me to fight with you. Suku politely declined. He is not afraid of fighting. But it's not time yet. When Sun Buwu heard this, a trace of confusion appeared on his slightly fat face. I almost forgot, he is only at the Qi cultivation stage. The Ling Tian sword saint of later generations became famous relatively late. It seems that he is a late bloomer. I am fighting him now. I have the advantage in cultivation. Even if I win, it will not be a fair victory. He analyzed it in his mind for a long time, then he sighed and said helplessly, that's such a pity, I still want to have a hearty gentleman's battle with Brother Su. Yang Fucheng. Are you not going to do this anymore? Just because someone says one thing, you're going to quit. Are you kidding me? Brother Sun. His true combat capability is not as simple as his superficial cultivation. Between you two. Yang Fucheng spoke quickly, trying to instigate. Unexpectedly, Sun Buwu immediately waved his hand and said righteously, I, Sun Buwu, never take advantage of others' misfortunes, and never bully the weak. 5th Prince, are you going to put me in a position of disloyalty and injustice? After being scolded by Sun Buwu, Yang Fucheng was completely stunned. What kind of persona do you set for yourself? What have I done to make you disloyal and unjust? So pretentious. Sun Buwu glanced at Yang Fucheng coldly, then smiled at Suku and said, okay. Brother Su. I believe that there will be a battle between you and me sooner or later. I'm waiting for that day to come. I hope Brother Su will not show mercy and will go all out to fight me. Seeing Sun Buwu's sincere expression, Suku couldn't help but smile and said with a fist, okay. I also look forward to fighting with Brother Sun. Ha 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 ha, Sun Buwu laughed heartily again, okay then. That's the deal. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Sun Buwu stomped his foot, and without waiting for Yang Fucheng to say anything, he turned around and flew away into the distance without even looking back. He came and went in a hurry. Yang Fuyun couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at Sun Buwu's back. This guy is really genuine. Suku curled his lips slightly. Although he and Sun Buwu had only met once, at least for now, the latter seemed to be a straightforward person. If he were not an opponent or enemy, it would not be bad to make friends with him. At this time, when Sun Buwu's figure completely disappeared from his sight, Yang Fuyun slowly turned around and couldn't help but look at Yang Fucheng again. 5th brother, do you think there is any need for us to continue fighting? He was in a good mood and teased. Xie Zhuizhang and Jiang Lan also looked at Yang Fucheng in unison. Yang Fucheng's face turned pale. He felt like he had been tricked, but he couldn't find any evidence. This Sun Buwu is simply here to make people laugh. He comes and goes as he pleases, without even saying hello. How rude. Suko. Do you really want to block your own path? Today we are only in this secret realm. Once we leave this secret realm, you will still be the abandoned son of Prince Su's mansion, and I will still be the 5th prince of the Great Sui dynasty. Yang Fucheng stared at Suko. He did not look at Yang Fuyun because he knew very well that Suko was the only one who caused the current situation. Suku listened to this and simply said, then please be kind to me after you leave the secret realm, Your Highness the 5th Prince. Suku did not follow Yang Fucheng's steps. The hatred had already been formed, and he was not stupid enough to give up the 5th level demon soul at this moment. The latter would be grateful to him. Okay. Yang Fucheng looked at Suku deeply. Suku, you will regret your choice. We have a long way to go. After saying these harsh words, Yang Fucheng took out the 5th level demon soul and threw it directly to Yang Fuyun, then left with a pale face. Yang Fuyun successfully obtained the 5th level demon soul, then looked at Suku and said, Suku, this 5th level demon soul, give it to. But Suku shook his head and said with a smile, Your Highness, please distribute it as you wish. This thing is of little use to me. When these words came out, Yang Fuyun's pupils trembled slightly. This is the demon soul of the golden-feathered imperial eagle, a powerful demon beast ranked first on the 10,000 beasts virtual soul list. Once refined, it will surely awaken the golden-feathered imperial eagle's virtual soul. If placed in the outside world, this thing would probably cause quite a bloody storm. If it were taken to the black market, its value would be difficult to estimate. But Suku didn't care about this thing at all. Could it be that his target from the very beginning was not the virtual soul of the earth list, but the one of the heaven list? Brother Su has lofty ambitions. It's normal that you don't like this thing. Then I will accept it with a flattering face. Yang Fuyun was not being pretentious. This item was very important to him. After refining this 5th-level demon soul, although the increase in his cultivation was not obvious, it was of great help in increasing his combat power. At this moment, their eyes flashed and they looked at Yang Fuxia and the other two who had been observing the battle at the edge of the ruins. Seeing Suku and the others looking at him, Yang Fuxia smiled awkwardly. The reason why they stayed here was that they had their own little thoughts. If both sides end up losing the fight, they might still be able to take back the demon soul. But what they didn't expect was that there was no mutual loss, only a one-sided crushing, and this one-sided crushing came from the lineup of Suku and his 4 men that no one was optimistic about. What surprised Yang Fuxia even more was that Suku, with his mere chi-nourishing realm, not only turned the tide of the battle, but he was also able to establish a relationship with a figure like Sun Bowu. The reason why the 4th prince dared to compete with the 1st prince was because of the Dongshan Sun family behind Sun Bowu. If Suku was on good terms with Sun Bowu, could it be said that the 8th prince, who originally had no power or influence, also had a backer? Brother, this 5th-level demon soul should have been yours. I feel guilty for interfering with you. Otherwise. What are you talking about, 8th brother? You got this demon spirit from old 5 with your own ability. Now that you are out of danger, I can leave with peace of mind. Yang Fuxia said this, bowed slightly to Yang Fuyun, and then left with his 2 subordinates. He must have felt unwilling in his heart, as he had been busy for so long only to make things easier for others. However, in his opinion, Suku was an extremely evil person, and their current state was not suitable for them to continue fighting. Fortunately, there should still be a lot of treasures in the demon-suppressing palace, so this trip to the secret realm will not end in nothing. After Yang Fuxia left. Brother Su, why don't you tell me the truth, what is your current combat power? Above the ruins, Yang Fuyun looked at Suku with a serious expression. From the moment he agreed to let Suku join the autumn hunting team, he had no hope in Suku. Yes, he had no hope for himself either. But now, Suku surprised him and gave him hope at the same time. If others can get the demon-suppressing bell, why can't I, Yang Fuyun, get it? In his heart, Suku unconsciously became the ballast that enabled him to fight for the demon-suppressing bell. It should be possible to fight in the Taichu realm. Suku still spoke a little conservatively. Yang Fuyun knew that Suku still didn't tell him the truth, but with the combat power of the Taichu realm, their lineup didn't seem to be much worse than other teams. Okay, let's rest up tonight. We are now in the outer reaches of the secret realm, and we should be able to reach the demon suppression palace tomorrow. Yang Fuyun ordered. No one objected. Suku found a place far away from them, and his soul consciousness directly entered the inner world. The surging wild aura attacked his consciousness madly. Looking up and far away, he actually saw wild monsters moving mountains passing by from time to time. So far, I have only obtained some demon souls, but these demon souls are not of much use to me. Anyway, in the end, we will all fight for the golden dragon energy. It's just that right now, it seems that there is no demon beast with a more noble bloodline than the dragon flame sky bird. Although he had never heard of any powerful monsters appearing in the secret realm of the Sui dynasty in his previous life, he still wanted to try his luck. Now it seems that this idea is likely to fail. In the secret realm, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Suku was constantly tempering his soul consciousness in the inner world, and practicing the original true solution, constantly absorbing and exhaling the surging and rich wild spiritual energy around him. The next morning, Suku exited the inner world. At this point, his cultivation had already reached perfection in the chi-nourishing realm, and he only needed to refine a demon soul to enter the heavenly gate realm. They found Yang Fuyun and the others and hunted some monsters along the way. Finally, on the afternoon of the fourth day after entering the secret realm, they arrived at the demon-suppressing palace. In front of the demon-suppressing palace, various auras come together. After 4 days of fighting, some people's skills improved greatly, while others were covered in dust and dirt. When Suku entered the demon-suppressing palace a few days ago, several unfriendly glances were instantly cast at him. One comes from Su Tianran. One comes from Yang Fucheng. Yang Fuyun and the other three tacitly found a place and waited for the demon-suppressing palace to open. Yes, it seems that you have gained something from the trials over the past few days. At this time, Yang Zhao's voice sounded above the hall. But there was no sign of him. This secret realm is a fragment of an ancient battlefield. You should have seen many sect ruins along the way. This demon suppression palace is a relic of the demon suppression sect, one of the golden sects of Qinglan continent 10,000 years ago. As soon as Yang Zhao's voice fell, a platform slowly floated out from the center of the demon-suppressing palace. 4 balls of light were suspended above the platform. Do you see the 4 stone gates opposite? Each of them contains the inheritance of the demon suppression sect. And the key to open the stone door is in the ball of light in front of you. Good luck to you. After saying this, Yang Zhao fell silent. When everyone heard this, they looked at the 4 balls of light, and their eyes instantly became hot. It is hard not to be excited about the inheritance of the golden sect 10,000 years ago. And now among their 8 princes, there are only 4 balls of light on the platform, which means that half of the people on the field will miss the chance to inherit. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall gradually became tense. At this moment, Yang Zhao's voice suddenly sounded again in the sky. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You can kill as many people as you want. I have many sons anyway, so I won't blame you if 1 or 2 die. For those who are able to obtain the inheritance, I will give you additional rewards after the autumn hunt is over. When Yang Zhao's voice fell, there was a brief silence in the demon-suppressing hall. But soon, a dark light flashed in the eyes of all the princes, and the already depressing atmosphere became even more weird under the provocation of these words. No one would doubt whether Yang Zhao was joking or not, because they knew too well that their father never acted according to the rules. After all, he is the monarch who almost restored the peak of the Sui dynasty. He is indeed an extraordinary person. Suku nodded secretly. Among the heroes in the world, this emperor who restored the Sui dynasty can be regarded as an extremely unusual existence. At this time, 4 balls of light slowly rose from the platform, and then floated in the air, luring everyone to fight for them. The 6th Prince Yang Fuxiong first glanced at the 4th Prince Yang Fushan beside him. After the latter nodded slightly, Yang Fuxiong curled the corner of his mouth, stomped his foot and grabbed one of the light balls. Swish! Yang Fuxiong is extremely fast. His cultivation is not the strongest among the 8 princes, but he is the best in terms of body movement and speed. He leaped, and several afterimages passed by. When I looked again, one of his hands was only a few inches away from the ball of light. But just when everyone thought that Yang Fuxiong was about to succeed, the ball of light suddenly turned sideways and avoided Yang Fuxiong's grasp. That ball of light actually contained spirituality. Everyone was surprised. Yang Fuxiong clicked his lips. This further aroused his fighting spirit, and he continued to chase after the ball of light. Let's go too. The other princes naturally couldn't just sit there and watch Yang Fuxiong perform, so the eldest prince, the 4th prince and others also came out and showed their skills. Suku, which of those 4 light balls do you think we should grab? Yang Fuyun turned his head and looked at Suku and asked. Suku looked around calmly and said, whatever. After all, no one knows what kind of inheritance is hidden behind the stone door. Okay, then let's grab the green one. Yang Fuyun said, pointing at the green light among the 4 light balls. Suku and the other 2 nodded and directly joined the battle for the light ball. At the beginning, the battle was extremely chaotic, but as the fighting went on, the 8 princes found their opponents. Yang Fuyun's opponent is the 2nd Prince Yang Fuxia. When they saw each other, they felt inexplicably awkward for some reason. In fact, it was mainly Yang Fuyun who was embarrassed. The demon soul of the golden-feathered imperial eagle had already merged with his primordial void soul. Originally, he was only the torch lone wolf ranked 4th on the Earth list. Now that he had absorbed the demon soul of the golden-feathered imperial eagle, he could feel that his primordial void soul should be no weaker than the void souls that were ranked lower on the heaven list. Yang Fuxia was also feeling angry. Although he also knew that it was the fifth Prince Yang Fuqing who set him up, the one who ultimately benefited was Yang Fuyun. This was a hurdle he could not get around. Previously, he couldn't get back his advantage due to heavy consumption in the early stage. Now, the eldest prince assigned Luo Changkong to him, and the overall strength of his lineup is now extremely strong. Now that the ball of light is so close, a battle between them is inevitable. Eighth brother, whoever has the ability to take this ball of light can take it. Although I am the older brother, I will not hold back at all. Yang Fuxia said. Yang Fuyun nodded and said seriously, of course. Now that it has come to this, Yang Fuxia looked at Yang Fuyun's lineup, and finally said to Luo Changkong beside him, Brother Luo, please deal with Suku. Luo Changkong looked up and nodded silently. Brother Luo, please do not underestimate the enemy. Although Suku's cultivation is only at the Yangqi stage, his actual combat power is no weaker than Taichu. Please attack with all your strength. Yang Fuxia instructed Luo Changkong. He also had his own ideas about letting Luo Changkong fight against Suku. Firstly, on the surface, Suku has the lowest cultivation level, and Luo Changkong has the highest cultivation level among them. If Luo Changkong can quickly deal with Suku, they will be able to gain an advantage in numbers. Secondly, Suku was the most difficult person to deal with in his mind, so he could only let the strongest Luo Changkong take action to ensure that everything would go well. So no matter from which angle you look at it, Luo Changkong versus Suku is the best solution. Luo Changkong obviously didn't know why Yang Fuxia looked so solemn. Was it necessary to be so cautious at the mere qi-nourishing stage? Okay. Luo Changkong nodded, then took a step forward and looked at Suku. Hello, senior brother Luo. Suku bowed slightly. So junior brother Su is the mysterious disciple who passed through the refining heart palace and the questioning heart pavilion. Junior brother Su has been hiding very well for so many years. Luo Changkong also smiled bitterly and said, although you are not in the martial arts palace, you have also left your own legend in the palace. Today, you and I are on different sides. Although we are brothers from the same sect, I will definitely not hold back. Brother Luo is right. I agree too. Suku smiled and slowly spread out one hand. Boom. The two men's eyes focused at the same time, and Luo Changkong's spiritual power suddenly exploded. A powerful aura rushed into the sky and transformed into a three-headed golden lion beast. This is the three-headed golden lion ranked 7th on the heavenly list. Once the virtual soul is activated, the lion's roar turns into waves of sound, crushing down towards Suku. Suku flipped his palm, turned it into a knife and slashed it forward, splitting the sound wave apart. Luo Changkong indeed did not hold back at all. As the chief disciple of the martial arts palace, he enjoyed a great reputation throughout the Sui Empire, so his strength was naturally needless to say. Under Luo Changkong's all-out attack, Suku was instantly at a disadvantage. On the side, Yang Fuxia and Yang Fuqing were paying attention to Luo Changkong's movements while fighting. Seeing that Luo Changkong did not hold back, they felt much more at ease. Thinking of the scenes in which Suku defeated Yang Fuqing, he was really skeptical about the latter. I hope Suku can hold on. Yang Fuyun also noticed Suku's disadvantage, but he simply couldn't spare the energy to help him. Their lineup was already at a disadvantage, and now there's Luo Changkong. But now that things have come to this point, he can only place the only remaining hope in his heart on Suku. I hope the latter can really create a miracle. Suku looked up at the three-headed golden lions, feeling a strong sense of oppression, but his gaze remained steady. Monfeng knife. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suku used his palm as a knife and activated his 18 devouring holy veins with all his strength. Under this terrifying devouring, the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into Suku's body like a vast ocean. With each of Suku's palms swung out, a wind blade condensed. Dozens of wind blades appeared in front of him, forming a wind wall. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. Such a level of spiritual energy consumption is simply not something that a person in the qi cultivation stage can possess. Luo Changkong looked at Suku's powerful aura and couldn't help but be amazed, No wonder the second prince is so fearful. This Suku is indeed not as simple as he seems. Simply defending cannot change the current situation. Many years of combat experience have made Suku clear about one thing: the best defense is offense. Swish. Suku leaned forward, as if there were thousands of silk threads in his hands, pulling the wind blade in front of him, and then rushed forward. Good job. Luo Changkong also let out a low growl. He didn't expect Suku to dare to take the initiative to attack. Facing a chi-nourishing realm cultivator, he couldn't help but feel the urge to fight. Lion knock. Boom. The three-headed golden lion spirit, which was 100 feet long, stepped down, shattering the void and directly crushing Suku's wind blade. Suku's expression remained unchanged and he continued to move forward. Thousand collapse. With one palm strike, the muscles on Suku's arm bulged. Powerful spiritual power rolled out and gathered in his palm. Shield. Luo Changkong used his spiritual power to condense a white spiritual shield in front of him, but the spiritual shield condensed by this Taichu realm strongman was directly shattered by Suku's palm. What a fierce method. What kind of martial arts is this? Luo Changkong looked surprised. Suku said nothing, his eyes were calm, and he shouted in a low voice, "Qilin strike." Laugh. A whip-like kick swept out, and all the spiritual power in the body poured into the calf at an extremely fast speed. Another blow directly knocked Luo Changkong back. What a powerful physical skill. Luo Changkong's eyes were solemn. He couldn't imagine how a cultivator in the chi-nourishing realm could possess such a physical skill. It stands to reason that after he reached the Taichu realm, his physical body had been greatly strengthened and should not be something that a cultivator in the Yangqi realm could shake. But now that the situation has happened, he is very clear that if he allows Suku to continue in close combat with him, he will not be able to use his skills even if he has an advantage in cultivation. Thinking of this, Luo Changkong stepped back and moved away. My advantage lies in my cultivation, the strength of my spiritual power, the speed at which I absorb spiritual energy, and the strength of my martial arts despite my cultivation advantage. In just a short moment, Luo Changkong analyzed the battle situation clearly. So, he refused to engage in close combat with Suku. Golden Lion's Fury. Roar. There was an extremely shocking lion roar, and a huge virtual soul spewed flames towards Suku to suppress him. Suku knew Luo Changkong's plan clearly and sought benefits and avoided harm, which showed that the latter was a mature warrior. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to use his strongest killing move at this moment. Boom. Suku was seen standing on the ground, and violent spiritual power began to accumulate around his body. This is the first time since Suku's rebirth that he has fully mobilized all his spiritual power. The speed at which the devouring holy vein devours the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is already extraordinary. Now that it is being fully activated, the spiritual energy in Suku's body has reached an extremely terrifying level. Is he really not afraid of bursting himself? Luo Changkong was secretly shocked as he watched this scene. Even though he was at the Taichu realm, he had never gathered such a huge amount of spiritual energy in himself. Could his meridians be spiritual veins? Luo Changkong narrowed his eyes. There are countless extraordinary people in the world. There are also records of spiritual veins in Qinglan continent, and they are all rare geniuses. Those who possess spiritual veins have incredible power. But he racked his brains but couldn't remember which spiritual vein had the ability to absorb spiritual energy in this way. At this time, after Suku had drained all the spiritual power in his body, he slowly stretched out his hands, and a large bow condensed by spiritual power appeared in his hands. Suku's face was also slightly pale. After condensing this bow, there was no longer any spiritual energy left in his body. Brother Luo, this move is called Sichuan Bao. Once this move is used, I will no longer be able to fight. The battle between you and me ends with this move. Hearing Suku's words, Luo Changkong also looked serious. He did not doubt the truthfulness of Suku's words. From the battle until now, Suku has far exceeded his understanding, and he also smelled a breath of danger from the Sichuan Bao. He knew very well that if he didn't try his best, he would really be in trouble this time. Junior brother Su, if that's the case, then let's decide the outcome with one move. As soon as he finished speaking, his already powerful virtual soul became even more solid under the stimulation of the spiritual power in his body. Under the furious flames of the Golden Lion, Luo Changkong also used his strongest move at the moment. Neither of them gave in to the other. Boom. The boy drew his bow to its full length. Not afraid of time or wind. Suku kept the bow in a bent posture, and a huge spiritual arrow rushed out like a flowing river. It's like the rivers and seas connecting to the sky. Boom. In an instant, Luo Changkong's Golden Lion and Suku's spiritual arrow collided with each other. The whole hall was filled with roar. Everyone, stop fighting. Everyone looked at the scene in the air with horror. Wasn't this just an ordinary battle for a ball of light? Why does it feel like this is the final of the Qinglan seed battle? The one fighting against Luo Changkong is Suku. Zhao Tianzi from Jing'an Marquis' mansion, the fifth Prince Yang Fuqing, and Su Tianran. Anyone who had a grudge against Suku or looked down on him was shocked at this moment. He is the chief of the martial arts palace. How could Suku, relying on his qi-nourishing realm, force Luo Changkong to this point? The important thing is, how could Suku have such a method? This, an ordinary Taichu realm person would probably be killed in seconds when they meet, right? Too scary. How could Suku's true combat power be so outrageous? He is only at the Yangqi realm right now. If he reaches the Taichu realm one day, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a king at the Lingfu realm? I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it further. Although Suku was able to push Luo Changkong to this point, he will eventually lose. The Taichu realm is definitely not a match for the Yangqi realm. Yes, it is amazing that he can get to this point, but his cultivation is still too low after all. He's proud enough. Some people also spoke in amazement. But when the smoke clears. When everything is settled. But Suku was standing there, motionless. Luo Changkong also stood there, motionless. Finally, Luo Changkong took a deep look at Suku and said loudly, "I lost this battle." Ah. 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 Exclamations rang out one after another. Luo Changkong did not explain so much. He just looked at the eldest Prince Yang Fuzuan apologetically, then stepped aside and withdrew from the fight. No way, did Suku really win? How is this possible? It should be a draw, but for Luo Changkong, a draw is already a loss. Luo Changkong is such a gentleman. Luo Changkong has a really big vision. Luo Changkong is truly a role model for our generation. Listening to the praises all around, Luo Changkong, who was sitting in the corner, blushed for a moment. Blushing. Because only he himself knew that he had lost. The defeat was complete. The arrow that Suku shot just now directly destroyed his virtual soul and caused him to suffer backlash. My body is a mess now. If I fight again, I will be the only one who loses. But the ending is good now. After all, when you are out, your face depends on others. Seeing Luo Changkong defeated, the second Prince Yang Fuxia was stunned for a long time, but finally a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had already paid enough attention to Suku, but he did not expect that due to the variable of Suku, he would eventually lose the qualification to continue competing for the light ball. Luo Changkong called a truce, and there were only 3 people left on their side. They had lost their chance both in terms of overall strength and numbers. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Yang Fuxia felt a natural admiration for Suku. Defeating the late Taichu realm with the Yangqi realm is a dazzling record. It was not unfair for him to lose. 8th brother, it's really enviable that you have such a friend. Yang Fuxia looked at Yang Fuyun with some jealousy. It would be a lie to say that I am not jealous. Originally, among the 8 princes, Yang Fuyun's power was the weakest, but now, the latter has become the biggest dark horse in this autumn hunt. How could Yang Fuyun deserve the help of a monster like Suku? Yang Fuyun naturally saw the unwillingness in Yang Fuxia's expression. He touched his head and felt a little emotional. An encounter at Tianqiong Pavilion unexpectedly gave him such a great reward. He was now extremely grateful that he went to Tianqiong Pavilion that day, extremely grateful that he saw Suku, extremely grateful that he spent all the money to recruit Suku. 2nd brother, I will accept this ball of light. Yang Fuyun clasped his fists, and then tried to take down the ball of light floating in the air. Now, it's time to collect the spoils. But just as he was about to take the ball of light, a red figure suddenly appeared behind him. Then a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Yang Fuyun was startled and quickly dodged to the side and fell to the ground. A red whip broke through the air with great power. Su Tianran. Yang Fuyun's face looked a little ugly. Who else could this red figure be except Su Tianran in red? Su Tianran did not look at Yang Fuyun, but turned to look at Suku, who looked a little pale. Suku. You are not qualified to receive this ball of light. Su Tianran stared at Suku indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes. If there was any emotion, it was hatred. Suku certainly knew where this hatred came from. Su Tianran. Taking advantage of someone in distress is not what a gentleman does, right? Yang Fuyun immediately shouted. I am just a woman, how can I be a gentleman? Su Tianran said with disdain, sneering, besides, Your Highness, have you forgotten the previous battle between the Red Moon Wolves? Weren't you also taking advantage of others' misfortune? After these words were spoken, Yang Fuyun had no way to defend himself. Seeing that Yang Fuyun stopped talking, Su Tianran continued to look at Suku. Suku, my Su Palace has raised you for 17 years. I have done my best for you. What did you get in return? You are a heartless, ungrateful, selfish and hypocritical person. You have humiliated me time and again. I have already said that if I, Su Tianran, don't avenge you, I will not be a human being. Boom. As he finished speaking, Su Tianran's spiritual power surged, and at one point reached the 7th level of the Taichu realm. This is not much different from the cultivation level of Sun Buwu and the 3rd young master of Bailing. I remember that when Su Tianran met the Crimson Moon Wolf Pack, she was only at the 4th or 5th level of the Taichu realm. It seemed that she had gained a lot of opportunities in the secret realm in the past few days, which led to such a big breakthrough in her cultivation. And judging from his aura, he is not much weaker than Luo Changkong just now. Suku narrowed his eyes slightly. As soon as Luo Changkong is driven away, Su Tianran appears immediately. If he was in good condition, he would naturally not be afraid, but now dealing with Luo Changkong has already consumed all his spiritual power. Even with supreme techniques like devouring holy veins and the original true explanation, one still needs a breathing space to recover spiritual power. Suku. Today, either you die or I die. Su Tianran didn't waste any more words and went straight towards Suku with the whip. Suku had no choice but to use his body skills to dodge continuously. While dodging, he used all his strength to activate the devouring holy vein, and the vast spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to be continuously absorbed into his body. This Suku is really unlucky. He finally dealt with Luo Changkong, but he had to offend Su Tianran again. This guy is famous for his ruthlessness and tyranny in the Western Army. However, Su Tianran's actions are still somewhat unkind. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's illness to kill him? I don't know what deep hatred there is between them. After all, they were a family for 17 years. There was a lot of discussion all around. However, everyone gradually stopped paying attention to the fight between Suku and Su Tianran, and began to refocus on the fight for the ball of light. The second Prince Yang Fuxia did not take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble. In his opinion, defeat is defeat, and his gentlemanly demeanor was never pretended. Suku. We will help you. Yang Fuyun, Xie Zhuaizhang, and Jiang Lan all took action to help Suku buy time. Suku did not refuse this. He is neither a reckless man nor a pedantic person. He will not pretend to be dignified and take on all the responsibilities on his own. With the assistance of Yang Fuyun and the other two, Suku put more energy into recovering. Damn it. Su Tianran's eyes were fierce and his attacks became more ferocious, showing no mercy at all. She took advantage of the moment when Suku was at his lowest point to take revenge. 3 flies, annoying. Every time Su Tianran wanted to attack Suku, she was stopped by the 3 men, which made her extremely annoyed. Senluo whip technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Finally, Su Tianran used a set of earth-level martial arts and his own strength to suppress Yang Fuxia and the other 2. In the past few days in the secret realm, her strength has been greatly improved. In just one stick of incense, she defeated the 3 people together. Puff. Among them, Jiang Lan, who had the weakest cultivation, was hit in the chest by a whip, vomiting blood and falling to the ground, suffering serious injuries. After dealing with the 3 people, Su Tianran looked at Suku with hatred, then stomped his foot and rushed out. The red whip in his hand was like a poisonous snake, swung towards Suku's head at an extremely tricky angle. With this whip, she blocked all of Suku's escape routes. Suku had nowhere to retreat and could no longer dodge as he had done before. Seeing that his attack was about to succeed, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Tianran's eyes. Suku. This is what happens when you offend me. You are a discarded child, yet you dare to offend me. Your death will not be enough to relieve my hatred. Laugh. However. In the blink of an eye, Suku suddenly stretched out his hand at ghostly speed, and then accurately grasped Su Tianran's swift long whip with his 2 fingers. What? Su Tianran's face changed. His long whip was an earth-level spiritual weapon. Coupled with his full strength, it would be difficult for ordinary people to take it. Not to mention that Suku actually stopped his attack with just 2 fingers. And just when Suku clamped the long whip with his 2 fingers, it seemed as if an electric current suddenly flowed from Suku's body through the long whip all the way into Su Tianran's body. Su Tianran only felt his body tremble, as if an electric current was flowing into his meridians, but it did not cause any harm to him. But at the same time, Su Tianran also discovered that his Lihua whip seemed to be out of his control for some unknown reason. No, not escaping control. Instead, the Lihua whip that he had nurtured for nearly 10 years actually developed an inseparable closeness to Suku. Suku! What did you do? Su Tianran said angrily. Suku said nothing. He just looked at the fire whip between his fingers. Buzz. The next moment, Su Tianran felt her mind spinning, and a memory that did not belong to her suddenly appeared. Zhang Qingshan. It is a hot summer day, and even the air is scorching hot. A young man is climbing the mountain step by step. Sweat had completely soaked his clothes. The beads of sweat on his forehead gradually obscured his eyes, making it impossible to see the road ahead. But the boy climbed up step by step stubbornly. Even though his legs could not stop shaking, it did not change his upward pace. Zhang Qingshan. 9,999 steps. It has been 1,000 years since the founder of my lineage, O Yezi, started refining weapons. In the past 1,000 years, there have been only 7 people who have been able to reach the top of the mountain purely by willpower. Now, you are the 8th. Master Su, you have the Gengjin spirit vein. You are a natural weapon refiner. How about becoming my disciple and inheriting my legacy? O Yezi, the most powerful weapon refiner in the Sui dynasty and also a legendary swordsmith famous throughout the Qinglan continent, smiled at the young man. The boy shook his head. I came here to ask the master for a heavenly spiritual weapon for my 4th sister. I am willing to pay any price. What price are you willing to pay? Yes, I do, the boy nodded. Zhang Qingshan. The iron furnace roared, the black soil turned red, and countless swords, spears, and halberds were tempered in the refining furnace. Every time a spiritual weapon is born from the furnace, the plants and trees on Zhangqing Mountain will sing. Master Su, in my lifetime, I have created 3 heavenly-grade spiritual weapons, pouring all my life's efforts into them. One is the Immaculate Sword, which can only be wielded by the purest and most virtuous. I gave it to the Holy Lady of the Liao dynasty. The second one is the Heaven-Shaking Halberd, which can only be controlled by a person born with the Way of Kings. I gave it to the heir of the Tyrant of Shichu. The third one is the Chaos Mirror, which can only be activated by the brave and fearless. I gave it to the eldest son of the royal family of the Barbarian dynasty. You want me to make a spiritual weapon suitable for Princess Tianran, which is simple, but you want me to make a heavenly spiritual weapon for her, which is almost impossible. Because, my hard work is no longer enough to support the creation of a heavenly spiritual weapon. The young man looked anxious when he heard this. Master O Yezi, you are the strongest weapon refiner in the Sui dynasty. As long as you are willing, you can definitely create another heavenly spiritual weapon. O Yezi shook his head. The reason why a spiritual weapon is a spiritual weapon is because of the word spiritual. As soon as the heavenly grade spiritual weapon came into being, it already had spiritual intelligence. Every heaven-grade spiritual weapon must be infused with the hard work of the weapon refiner. This hard work is different from other hard work. It contains the weapon refiner's understanding and effort of the weapon refiner. It is a great fortune for an ordinary weapon refiner to refine one heavenly spiritual weapon in his lifetime. 3 heavenly spiritual weapons is already my limit. Seeing this, the young man knelt down and spoke earnestly. Master. My 4th sister has an outstanding talent in martial arts. She is a natural warrior. If she doesn't have a heavenly spiritual weapon, she won't be able to fully display her talent. Master. Can you think of another way? Is there really no other way? Seeing the boy's sincerity, Yezi looked him up and down, and finally sighed, Fool, there is a way, but are you sure you can afford the price? I can. As long as I can create a heavenly spiritual weapon for my 4th sister, I can bear all the costs. Zhang Qingshan. Equipment Refining Hall. Suku stood next to a golden refining furnace, in which the prototype of a long whip had already been tempered. Prince Su, think carefully. Your Gengjin spirit vein was born for refining weapons. If you are willing to become my disciple, you will definitely be the strongest swordsmith in Qinglan continent in the future. You may be able to surpass the ancestor of my lineage. Suku shook his head. Although he said nothing, his attitude was clear. When Yezi heard this, a hint of deep regret flashed across his eyes. Then enter the furnace. Although the fire in the furnace is not fatal, the pain of being burned by the fire is very real. If you can withstand it, the spirit of this heavenly spiritual weapon can be born. If you can't bear it, not only will all your previous efforts be wasted, but your Gengjin spiritual vein will also be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Suku stepped directly into the furnace without even frowning. Ah! In an instant, screams were heard continuously. Yezi stood outside the furnace, watching the scene inside, and couldn't stop shaking his head. If you want to transform a spiritual weapon into a heavenly rank, you must forge a weapon spirit. My efforts are no longer enough to support the birth of a weapon spirit, but this boy's Gengjin spiritual vein is extremely pure. As long as his Gengjin spiritual vein is forcibly stripped away and then placed in the Lihua whip, it will be able to catalyze the growth of a weapon spirit. Only. Yezi had a complicated expression. For my sister who has no blood relationship with me, I have to give up my Gengjin spiritual vein, a talent that even I envy. Is it really worth it? Zhang Qingshan. The spiritual charm swept across the sky. The red light filled the weapon refining hall, and even the air was cheering, as if it was ready to welcome the birth of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Boom. Finally, after 49 days, Suku finally walked out of the furnace. Inside the furnace, the Lihua whip was emitting golden flames and exuding an incomparable aura of nobility. Laugh. The fire went out. Boom. The fire whip rises into the sky. On the Zhanqing mountain, strange phenomena occurred. Countless golden flames spread in the sky. The flames stretched for hundreds of miles, which was a spectacular sight. This is a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth created by a heavenly spiritual weapon. Suku held the Lihua whip in his hand, his eyes full of excitement. Yezi couldn't help but sigh. The birth of a heavenly spiritual weapon has resulted in the loss of a future weapon refining master. Seeing Suku's happy face, he still reminded him, although this Lihua whip is a heavenly spiritual weapon, it is tempered by your Gengjin spiritual vein. If your 4th sister cannot communicate with you, the full power of this Lihua whip cannot be exerted. Thank you, Master Yezi. Thank you, Master Yezi. The memory ends. Su Qianran stood there like a fool. Her expression was completely frozen, like an old person whose emotions had been dried up by time, struggling in the abyss of memory. She tried to digest the memory. Is this Suku's memory? How come it appeared in my mind? She was puzzled. But more of it was shock. She suddenly remembered what happened in the past. On my 7th birthday. My wish is to own a heavenly spiritual weapon. Ho ho ha ha, it must be super cool. This was the wish she made on her birthday, but she just said it casually at the time. But not long after, Suku really gave her a spiritual weapon. She only knew that the weapon was called Lu Ruobing, and she didn't know anything else about it. I just remember that day, I was very happy. When did she ignore Suku's tired eyes and pale and exhausted face? She had never cared about Suku, but Suku made a wish for her. No. This can't be true. Suku, he is a natural weapon refiner. He gave up his future as a weapon refiner for me. Even Master Oyezi wants to accept him as his disciple. And he said he can surpass the ancestor of the weapon refining lineage. No. That's absolutely impossible. Su Qianran couldn't help but scream in her heart, and she subconsciously questioned the authenticity of this memory. Yes. It must be Suku's doing. He is deliberately confusing me. Su Qianran suddenly looked at Suku. How could he give up such a talent for me? How could he endure the pain of being burned by fire for 49 days for me? He did it on purpose. He fabricated this memory on purpose to disrupt my mind. It's to make me feel compassion. Even my elder sister can't do this for me. What is Suku trying to achieve by doing this? She stared at Suku, trying to find some clues from his face. But Suku kept looking at the tail of the Lu Ruobing in his hand from beginning to end. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. No wonder the power of a heaven-level spiritual weapon like the Lu Ruobing was greatly reduced in her hands, and it could only exert the effect of an earth-level spiritual weapon. Oyezi is right. She has never communicated with me, so how can she unleash the full power of the Lu Ruobing? Suku smiled bitterly in his heart. Did Suku speak? Su Qianran's heart was filled with huge waves. She had been staring at Suku, and what was certain was that Suku had never opened his mouth from beginning to end. But I heard Suku's voice. What on earth happened? How could such an outrageous thing happen in this world? In addition to being shocked, Su Qianran's face turned slightly red. Is the fire whip a heaven-level spiritual weapon? I always thought it was an earth-level spiritual weapon. This made Su Qianran unable to help but feel ashamed. In other words, wouldn't it be a waste of such a spiritual weapon as the Lu Ruobing in his hands? Once, my heart and eyes were full of them, and I could pay any price for them. For Su Qianyao, I can kneel in the medicine pavilion for 7 days and 7 nights just so that she can enter the medicine pavilion. For Su Tianjiao, I can endure all the loneliness in the refining heart hall and the questioning heart pavilion just so that she can be admitted to the Chu Yuan. For you, Su Qianran, I can endure the pain of being burned by fire for 49 days just to make a birthday gift for you. But in the end, what did you get in return? He, Su Wudao, is only related to you by blood. Has he ever done anything for you? Although I have no blood relationship with you, I will dedicate everything I have to you. The result was nothing but alienation and expulsion. Suku's voice once again rang in Su Qianran's mind. Originally, Su Qianran didn't want to listen any further. She thought that all this was just a trick played by Suku on purpose. But as she listened, for some reason, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. It was also at this time that she understood why Su Tianyao and Su Tianjiao had suddenly changed their personalities a few days ago, and why Su Tianyao was depressed all day long. Could it be that they were also able to hear Suku's thoughts, and therefore knew the truth? Suddenly, all the previous confusions were slowly sorted out. Su Qianran's mood suddenly became complicated at this moment. The anger that had been lingering seemed not so angry anymore. There was even a hint of guilt and a hint of regret in her heart. No. Even if Suku did these things, no matter what, he is not a member of our Su family. Wudao is our biological brother. But Su Qianran quickly changed his mind. They have to put the future of Prince Su's mansion in the hands of Su Wudao. No matter how hard Suku tried, he still had the blood of outsiders flowing in his veins. This cannot be changed. So even if Su Qianran felt a little regretful at this moment, she could no longer turn back from the path ahead. Then, let's just make the best of it. Su Qianran narrowed his eyes slightly, and the confusion in his eyes faded away, turning into determination. Suku. All the grudges between you and me will be settled today. Su Qianran suddenly pulled back the Lu Ruobing and stared at Suku with a cold look. Her hatred towards me has increased again. Sure enough, there are only two things in the world that cannot be looked at directly, one is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Listening to Suku's inner thoughts, Su Tianran's pretty face turned slightly red, but soon returned to normal. I won't lie to you either. Su Tianran threw a pill to Suku. This is a 4th level Lingxiao pill, which can restore all the spiritual power in your body. Let's have a fair fight. Suku took the pill, looked at Su Tianran with some surprise, and then looked at the pill in his hand. After a moment, a hint of bitterness flashed across his mouth, and then he crushed it with his fingers without hesitation. Come on. Suku's eyes were indifferent. From now on, he will no longer have any feelings for Su Tianran. From now on, you will be silent when you look down, and silent when you look up. Su Tianran looked at this scene, his eyes trembling slightly, and said, if that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Boom. She held the fire whip in her hand and swung it into the air. Bang. The void was shattered by a whip, making a loud empty sound. Senluo whip technique. Su Tianran stomped his foot, his face stern, and flew towards Suku. But despite her powerful attack, Lu Ruobing was completely at odds with her. In the past, she was able to unleash the power of her Earth-grade spiritual weapon, but at this moment, it is not even as powerful as an ordinary profound-grade spiritual weapon. The Lihua whip was full of spirituality and it was unwilling to attack Suku at all. Suku naturally knew it. He grabbed the whip tail and thought, come on. Ah. Su Tianran screamed in pain. Her own Lihua whip had just burst out with a burst of spiritual power and backfired on its master. Damn weapon spirit. Su Tianran gritted her teeth. Before, she would not have known why such a change had happened, but now, she was very clear that the spirit of the weapon was originally transformed from Suku's Gengjin spiritual vein, and naturally shared the same mindset with Suku. Suku took the Lihua whip and swung it slightly. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying power of a spiritual weapon spread out. Suku felt a blessing in his heart as he held the Lihua whip. It was a feeling of closeness that came from blood. Su Tianran, this is not the way you use the Lihua whip. As soon as he finished speaking, Suku swung the whip towards Su Tianran. In an instant, surging golden flames surged out of the Lihua whip and hovered in the air, just like the day when the Lihua whip came out, with golden flames filling the sky. Su Tianran looked at the raging flames of Lihua that were approaching him, and hurriedly urged the Taichu Shuhuan to move forward. A traceless blood goose filled the sky, trying to resist. But the flames of the Lihua were so swift that they broke the blood goose in half with just one strike. Puff. Su Tianran's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but step back a dozen steps with a look of horror. How come your spiritual power recovers so quickly? Look at Suku, his aura is like a dragon. He was clearly exhausted from the fight with Luo Changkong just now, but how long has it been since he recovered to his peak state? This recovery speed is too shocking. Suku didn't explain. Su Tianran's strength lies in the Lihua whip. Without the assistance of this heavenly spiritual weapon, her actual combat power is still much weaker than Luo Changkong. Even though his cultivation has greatly improved in the past few days, it is still a bit superficial. Su Tianran, from today on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other anymore. If you provoke me again next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he wrapped the Lihua whip around his wrist, and after a moment of silence, he said calmly, I gave you this whip 10 years ago. Now, I take it back. It doesn't belong to you, and you don't deserve it. Once upon a time, I wanted to exchange sincerity for sincerity, but sincerity was fruitless. Why should I belittle myself? Suku's words left no room for negotiation. But when Su Tianran heard these words, he was filled with shame and anger. Suku! Give me back my Lihua whip. She was unwilling to give in. Even though the Taichu Void Soul was destroyed by a whip, she mobilized all her spiritual power and forcibly pulled out the Void Soul again to kill Suku. Suku is so strong. She had never thought that Suku had such terrifying attainments in martial arts. So why did he hide his talent in the palace for so many years? There must be a conspiracy. Now that Wudao has returned to the palace, Suku must not become an obstacle to Wudao's rise. No matter what, I will clear the obstacles for Wudao. Su Tianran stared at Suku intently. His desire to defeat Suku was stronger than ever before. Murderous intention. Is it for Su Wudao? It only took Suku a moment to guess the source of Su Tianran's murderous intent. This made him feel even more ridiculous. You are really selfless for a born bad guy. Suku's eyes were sharp. Facing the virtual soul that Su Tianran had forcibly condensed, he put the fire whip into his storage ring. And then he pointed at Xueyan from behind. Star pointing finger. Boom. Endless spiritual energy turned into starlight, and the terrifying power gathered in one finger, and then a giant finger shot up into the sky. Puff. The blood goose was pierced through by a finger with almost overwhelming force, but it became illusory in the blink of an eye. Puff. Su Tianran spat out a mouthful of thick blood, his eyes full of resentment, but he couldn't help but feel fear. She lost this confrontation. And the defeat was complete. She no longer had the strength to condense her virtual soul, and the remaining spiritual power in her body was unable to support her in organizing another battle. Suku slowly gathered his spiritual power and looked down at Su Tianran. He didn't say a word, but just looked at her quietly, and that look seemed to say it all. At a certain moment, Su Tianran was unable to look directly into Suku's eyes. After a moment, Suku withdrew his gaze and then waved slightly towards the ball of light floating in the air. The ball of light that was being chased and blocked by dozens of people, at this moment, obeyed Suku's words and rushed into his hands. Your Highness, yes. Suku threw the ball of light to Yang Fuyun. Yang Fuyun didn't act pretentiously. He reached his hand into the ball of light and took out a stone key. Got it. Yang Fuyun said in surprise. Suku nodded, then looked at Xie Zhaizhang and Jiang Lan and nodded. Several people understood what he meant, and then, under the leadership of Yang Fuyun, they opened a stone door in the demon-suppressing palace, entered it, and disappeared. From beginning to end, Suku never looked at Su Tianran again. It was just a voice from the heart that floated into Su Tianran's mind before the stone door closed. 10 years of deep gratitude have been paid off, and we will part ways from now on. Inside the stone gate is a winding alley with no end in sight. When Suku and his 3 companions stepped into the alley, the candles hanging on both sides lit up one by one. We should be the first team to enter the stone gate, right? Xie Zhaizhang said with a smile as he walked. Yang Fuyun couldn't hide his smile and nodded, this is all thanks to Brother Su. Yang Fuyun turned and looked at Suku. The change in Yang Fuyun's attitude towards Suku can be seen from the way he addressed her. He was called Suku before, but now he is called Brother Su. Obviously, Suku's incredible fighting power in recent days has deeply impressed the 8th Prince, who has a lot of hidden intentions. I've said before that if your Highness takes me to the autumn hunt, I will definitely not let your Highness down. Suku said. In response to this, Yang Fuyun nodded in agreement. Xie Zhaizhang also grinned. Only Jiang Lan nodded in acknowledgement, but there was always a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. But he didn't show it. The 4 of them walked forward and finally reached the end. At the end is a cave. The walls of the cave were engraved with extremely complex runes. As soon as the 4 people entered, they were deeply intoxicated by it. In Suku's vision, the runes on the wall seemed to have magical power. After looking at them for a long time, even his soul couldn't help but have the urge to withdraw. Those runes began to slowly wriggle in his eyes, and then turned into little men, constantly evolving mysterious moves. As the moves of these little men evolve, the urge to extract the soul becomes stronger and stronger. Suku was immediately shocked and suppressed the feeling of detachment, forcibly quitting observing the runes. At this time, he turned to look at Yang Fuyun and the other 2. The 3 of them looked dazed, standing there with empty eyes, as if they were possessed by demons. Wake up! Suku suddenly let out a low roar, and his powerful soul force was as deafening as a sound wave, directly waking up the 3 people. Call! Call! The moment they woke up, the 3 of them bent over, breathing heavily, and sweat was obviously visible on their clothes. What happened just now? I just took a look at the rune and I felt like all my strength was drained away. Xie Zhaizhang said with fear. Yang Fuyun also shook his head, his pupils kept shrinking, as if he had experienced something terrible, and his face was a little pale. This rune should be one of the inheritances left by the demon suppression sect. It contains an extremely powerful martial art, perhaps, it could be a heavenly martial art. Suku said. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them were shocked. Heaven-level martial arts. Impossible. In the entire Sui Empire, there are only a handful of heaven-level martial arts on the surface. The demon suppression sect. Yes, it is possible. After all, it was once the golden sect on the continent. If the inheritance it left behind is a heavenly martial art, then it makes sense. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at each other, and no one could resist the enthusiasm for heavenly-level martial arts. But the almost demonic feeling just now. Heavenly-level martial arts contain a trace of the truth of heaven and earth. Naturally, not everyone can learn it. If one tries to comprehend it by force, at best the soul will be extracted and damaged like what happened just now. In more serious cases, the soul may be directly torn apart by the truth of heaven and earth. Suku said lightly. After these words were spoken, the heat in the eyes of the three people subsided a lot. Although heavenly martial arts are powerful, one still needs a life to practice them. But we can try our best to comprehend it and stop when we are ahead. Suku continued, the truth of heaven and earth is vast and infinite, and contains the true meaning of martial arts. Even if we cannot learn the complete heaven-level martial arts in the end, the insights gained from the truth of heaven and earth will also be of great benefit to our own practice. Hearing this, the three nodded, discussed it again, and then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to observe the runes and enter a state of comprehension. Suku did not get into the state immediately. With his comprehension ability, the heavenly martial arts left by the demon suppression sect were actually just that, and he could fully comprehend them by spending a little time. At this moment, his brows were slightly frowned, but he was thinking about something. Since I stepped through the stone gate, I felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at me. It shouldn't be an illusion. Could it be that there are still living creatures hiding in this demon suppression palace? Regarding this guess, a piece of information suddenly flashed through Suku's mind. I once read in an ancient book that the reason why countless sects in Qinglan continent declined 10,000 years ago was because of the arrival of an alien monster with destructive power. The major sects that were originally independent of each other had no choice but to form an alliance to resist the invasion of that monster. Later, the monster was successfully sealed, but many sects declined as a result, and then entered a period of dynasty chaos that lasted for thousands of years. 2,000 years ago, the imperial family of the Sui dynasty emerged, unified the various dynasties and established an unprecedentedly large empire. 1,000 years ago, the rebellion of the 8 princes broke out. Several princes who fled from the Sui dynasty established the Liao dynasty, the Min dynasty, and the Western Chu kingdom. And it formed the current structure of the 4 major countries in Qinglan continent. Suku frowned and sorted out the timeline of the past 10,000 years. When I left Qinglan continent in my later life, I had never heard any information about that monster. Thinking of this, Suku continued to expand his soul power towards the surroundings of the demon-suppressing palace. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness occupied every corner of the demon-suppressing palace. Nothing was found. Suku narrowed his eyes and then looked down. Could it be underground? His spiritual consciousness sank into the ground again, reaching a depth of 100 feet. After reaching the limit of his spiritual consciousness, he did not find anything unusual. Suku understood. My perception is definitely correct. There must be strange creatures in this demon suppression palace. But now it seems that it must have discovered my detection and deliberately concealed its presence. Suku smiled slightly. This mysterious creature was quite cautious. But he is not in a hurry now. He had only one purpose for entering the autumn hunt this time, and that was to obtain the golden dragon's energy. He doesn't care about the rest. Thinking of this, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend the inherited martial arts on the wall. At this time, in the demon-suppressing palace, the battle for the 4 light balls had come to an end. In the end, the 4 teams consisting of the eldest Prince Yang Fuzuan, the 4th Prince Yang Fushan, the 6th Prince Yang Fuxiong and the 8th Prince Yang Fuyun successfully entered the stone gate. The remaining 2nd Prince, 3rd Prince, 5th Prince, and 7th Prince could only wait in the demon-suppressing palace. Everything is not settled yet, and their target is the demon-suppressing bell floating above the demon-suppressing palace. The eldest and 4th brothers are extremely talented, and the fifth brother also performed well this time. It is inevitable and reasonable that the three of them can win the light ball. But this old eighth prince also obtained a ball of light. Second brother, did you let him win on purpose? The seventh prince asked unwillingly, looking at the tightly closed stone door. Upon hearing this, the second prince Yang Fuxia looked at the seventh prince with a slightly cold look. Seventh brother, do you suspect that I have something going on with old eight? The seventh prince curled his lips and muttered quietly, who knows? Humph. Yang Fuxia snorted coldly upon seeing this, you are not as skilled as others, so you should stand at attention when you are beaten. Do you think you can beat Lao Bao if you fight him? The seventh prince's eyes widened when he heard this, and his lips moved, still somewhat unconvinced. Do you think Luo Changkong, the chief of the martial arts palace, deliberately let it go? Or did Princess Tianran of Prince Su's mansion let it slide on purpose? If my fourth brother hears what you said, you'll be in big trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, the seventh prince's face kept changing, but he was unable to refute them. For a moment, he was at a loss facing everyone's eyes. Upon hearing this, the other princes and their entourage couldn't help but recall the battles that Suku had fought before. Luo Changkong, with his status and dignity as the chief of the martial arts palace, would never be suspected of letting anyone off the hook. Su Tianran, it seems, has a deep hatred for Suku and he wished he could kill Suku right away, so there is no way he would let him go. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Old eight has found a treasure this time. The third prince shook his head and smiled helplessly, saying, if I had the help of Suku, I would definitely not be standing here now. Hearing this, everyone looked sad. Before the autumn hunt, they would never have thought that the most inconspicuous Yang Fuyun would actually be the biggest dark horse of this autumn hunt. And they saw very clearly that Yang Fuyun became the dark horse, and it was all because of Suku. He was once an abandoned child of Prince Su's mansion. By the time the autumn hunt is over, Suku's name will probably be famous throughout the Sui Empire. Will Prince Su's mansion regret its decision by then? Hee, since it's me, I must be regretting it to death. Time passes by every second. Before I knew it, 7 days had passed in a flash. During this period, the four princes in the demon-suppressing palace were also digesting the many demon spirits and even opportunities obtained from the secret realm, in order to maximize the team's combat effectiveness. Inside the stone gate, the comprehension of the four great inheritances was gradually coming to an end. Boom. At a certain moment, the demon-suppressing bell floating above the demon-suppressing palace seemed to be struck by a force, and the ancient bell sound resounded throughout the sky. Everyone in the demon-suppressing palace opened their eyes, then stood up and looked towards the four stone doors. The four stone doors kept buzzing and shaking. Boom. When the tremor accumulated to a certain extreme, the stone door suddenly opened. Then, four golden torrents surged out from the stone gate and converged towards the demon-suppressing bell. This scene is extremely strange. The demon-suppressing bell was constantly impacted by the torrent, and its sound became increasingly distant. Spots of golden light began to appear on the originally dark black body of the bell. On the demon-suppressing bell, a golden dragon coiled on the bell slowly emerged, accompanied by a strange dragon roar that made people tremble with fear. That's a dragon. A golden dragon. Someone exclaimed. The eyes of several princes also sparkled. Golden Dragon Chi. That legend is indeed true. In our great Sui ancestral land, there is the golden dragon Chi left by the founding emperor. It is said that this golden dragon energy is a mysterious energy from the ancient true dragon clan of divine beasts. It was obtained by our ancestors of the great Sui dynasty and used to suppress the destiny of the world. If you can refine it, you will surely become a martial arts emperor. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Compared with the emperor of martial arts, what is the throne of the emperor of Sui dynasty? At this time, the golden dragon roared continuously, and soon separated from the demon-suppressing bell and flew above the demon-suppressing palace. Boom. At this time, 16 figures slowly emerged from the four stone doors and walked out. What a strong aura. What kind of opportunity did they gain from the stone gate? Everyone turned to look at the stone gate, and a faint sense of pressure emanated from the eldest prince and others. This was something I had never felt before entering the stone gate. After the eldest prince and others walked out of the stone gate, they also looked towards the golden dragon energy flying in the air. With almost no hesitation, the eldest Prince Yang Fuzuan flew up and grabbed the golden dragon energy. The fourth Prince Yang Fushan started almost at the same time, unwilling to be outdone. The temptation of the golden dragon's energy is too strong. So strong that everyone has no nonsense. A melee broke out instantly. This time, even Yang Fuyun did not ask Suku's opinion and directly participated in the battle for the golden dragon energy. All the followers also displayed their full abilities at this moment. But only Suku stood there, looking up at the chaotic sky with a calm expression. He glanced at the golden dragon energy. This is the purpose of his trip. But Suku was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he turned his eyes to the demon-suppressing bell floating in the air. So, you were hiding here. At this moment, Suku thought of a lot. He can seize the golden dragon's energy. But if he took away the golden dragon's chi in public, after the secret realm ended, would the Sui royal family allow an outsider to possess the golden dragon's chi? Obviously not. The person who seized the golden dragon's chi in the previous life was Yang Fuyun. He was originally a member of the Sui dynasty royal family, so after obtaining the golden dragon's chi, he immediately became the most powerful contender for the position of crown prince. But I am not. If the royal family of the great Sui dynasty learned that an outsider had taken away the golden dragon chi from the secret realm of the great Sui dynasty's ancestral land, they would probably forcibly take it back at all costs. By then, with his current strength, he would be unable to withstand the pressure from the royal family. Therefore, the best way is to seize the golden dragon energy quietly, but no one knows that it was you who took it. Suku looked at the demon-suppressing bell. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he had already made a decision in his heart. While everyone's attention was focused on the fight for the golden dragon energy, Suku quietly came under the demon-suppressing bell. A broken holy vessel. Suku stared at the demon-suppressing bell. Although the bell looked intact on the outside, he could still sense a faint aura of a holy weapon from it. I am willing to sacrifice a holy weapon to seal you here. It seems that you are the alien monster that descended on the continent 10,000 years ago. Suku's eyes were calm as he secretly practiced the original true explanation. Waves of mysterious power surged out of his body, and he then silently transferred this mysterious power into the demon-suppressing bell. Buzz. Almost at the moment when Suku transferred the power of the original true explanation into it, an extremely subtle fluctuation came from the demon-suppressing bell. Suku did not stop and continued to open the original true explanation. One of the heaven-defying skills in the original true explanation can break all seals in the world. Suku's eyes were deep. This demon-suppressing bell was actually the medium for sealing alien monsters. Many powerful people had used secret sealing techniques on it, which could seal alien monsters in it for tens of thousands of years. Just according to the normal course of events, since Yang Fuyun in his previous life had obtained the golden dragon chi, he should have also taken away the demon suppression bell. Although this alien monster was sealed, it is impossible that it has no tricks at all. Suku frowned and pondered, but until I left the continent, I never heard of any monster appearing. What happened here? Suku was not omniscient about some things. He had only heard about many things, but given his identity in his previous life, it was difficult for him to know the details. But the next moment, he suddenly sensed something from the demon-suppressing bell. The doubts just now were immediately swept away. So that's how it is. Suku smiled slightly, and then stepped up his efforts to break the seal. On the side, the four princes were fighting fiercely. Here, Suku was trying his best to break the seal. Each party does their own thing and does not delay anyone. Time passes by every second. While Suku was cracking the code, he was also paying attention to the situation in the hall. The third young master of Bailing Jiang family is worthy of being the eldest prince's strongest trump card. At this moment, he is firing on all cylinders and has the power to sweep the entire place. And Suku also saw Sun Bowu's 18 touches of ancient martial arts, which was equally powerful. In the end, it was almost a battle between the third young master and Sun Bowu. Whoever won would get the golden dragon's chi. This is almost a foregone conclusion. Boom. The terrifying spiritual power was boiling wildly in the hall, and the battle between the third young master and Sun Bu was about to come to an end. Puff! In midair, the third young master slashed with a sword. The terrifying sword intent chopped Sun Bu several meters away, and the sword intent did not dissipate, seriously injuring Sun Bu. Sun Bu touched the corner of his mouth and smiled at the third young master. As expected of you, you are the evil blade spirit. This time, I admit defeat. Sun Bu could afford to lose, so after he admitted defeat, there was no suspense in the fight for the golden dragon's energy. The eldest Prince Yang Fuzuan looked at this scene and smiled. The fourth Prince Yang Fushan had a gloomy expression. With the blessing of the golden dragon's energy, the gap between him and Yang Fuzuan would only get bigger and bigger. Evil blade spirit. No wonder I said that among the powerful people in the future, I have never heard of his name. Through Sun Bu's words, Suku noticed the physique of the third young master. Judging from the sword intent that permeated his body, although he was strong, there was a hint of death in him. It is indeed the characteristic of the evil sword spirit. The evil sword spirit, the curse of the sword. The owner of the evil sword spirit has an extremely keen perception of the way of the sword. He can easily comprehend the artistic conception and profound meaning of the way of the sword. He can be called a natural swordsman. But those with the evil blade spirit body are all short-lived. Every time they use the power of the evil blade spirit body, they will control terrifying power that will shock people, but the price of using it is their lifespan. It seems that the reason why this third young master remained unknown in later generations is that he used his evil blade spirit too many times and died prematurely. In his previous life, Suku had also met several owners of the evil blade spirit body. No, to be precise, those he met at that time were the evil blade holy body or even the evil blade divine body, whose combat power was extremely terrifying. He had seen the sky split open with one sword and the stars swept away with one sword. But in the end, he still overcame all difficulties, seized the destiny, stepped into the vast fairyland, and became the immortal king. No matter how amazing a genius is, he can only serve as his foil. No matter how powerful a freak is, he can still become his whetstone. Compete with the geniuses, fight with the saints, and seize a glimmer of hope from fate. The path he took was an invincible one, but also a path where one would be in danger of death. But wasn't it Yang Fuyun who won the golden dragon Qi in the previous life? But now it seems that Yang Fuyun doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the competition. Suku looked at Yang Fuyun who was standing in the crowd with an envious look in his eyes. It seems that my appearance has also changed the direction of Yang Fuyun's fate. Suku doesn't believe in fate, but he knows that there is destiny in the world, and he is undoubtedly a variable in Yang Fuyun's fate. The golden dragon's energy belongs to me today. At this time, Yang Fuzuan shouted loudly, and under the protection of the third young master, he made bold statements and went straight to grab the golden dragon energy. But just when everyone thought that Yang Fuzuan would seize the golden dragon's energy, this huge demon-suppressing palace suddenly trembled violently. Then, the demon-suppressing bell that was floating in the air began to tremble strangely. Cry. At the same time, a dizzying sharp sound suddenly erupted. Yang Fuzuan and the third young master were both unable to resist the sudden animal roar. They fell to the ground, covered their ears, and looked confused. Look. Look at the demon-suppressing bell. Finally, someone discovered the abnormality of the demon-suppressing bell. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound, and saw black mist billowing out from the bottom of the demon-suppressing bell. What is that? As the rolling black fog continued to overflow, everyone felt a terrifying pressure in the air, which made their souls tremble. Their bodies were somewhat out of control under that pressure. As the black fog gathered more and more, it eventually covered the entire sky above the demon suppression palace. At the same time, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened from within the black fog. As the scarlet eyes opened, the demon-suppressing palace, which had been passed down for 10,000 years, could not withstand the pressure and began to crumble piece by piece. 10,000 years. Damn Qinglan 8 emperors, G Tianhong, will finally see the light of day. The demon-suppressing palace was shattered and turned into a wasteland. The holy demon-suppressing bell also lost all its luster at this moment. The devilish fog rose into the sky, and the black clouds spread towards the sky at an extremely fast speed, soon infecting the entire secret realm. Countless monsters in this secret realm looked up at the sky with fear in their eyes. The suppression coming from deep in their blood made them crawl on the ground and dare not look up. This piece of world was instantly filled with an evil aura, like a wasteland on earth or a burial ground of immortals. What is that? On the ruins of the demon-suppressing palace, everyone looked at the scarlet eyes in the demonic mist with horror and could not help but step back. At this moment, even the eldest prince and the fourth prince, who had been in high positions for a long time, could not help but clench their fists. Even a strongman like the third young master of Biling had his pupils constricted and his expression alert. The sudden appearance of this terrifying creature made it difficult for them to resist. The mysterious energy of the dragon race. In the magic fog, the scarlet eyes turned slightly, and their gaze fell on the golden dragon energy hovering in the air. The next moment, a huge mouth that could swallow the sky opened from the magic fog, and then a terrifying suction force burst out, swallowing the golden dragon's energy directly into the mouth. The sound of chewing echoed between heaven and earth, which was extremely terrifying. The golden dragon's energy was swallowed by it. Looking at this scene, everyone was afraid and unwilling at the same time. They fought so hard for this, but in the end they got nothing. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Boom. The next moment, the magic fog rolled, and then condensed into a turbid shape of a monster, but its true form could not be seen, and the race of the monster could not be identified at all. Ji Tianhong looked down at the people below from above, his scarlet eyes revealing bloodthirsty greed. A group of ants. But it can give me some life back. Boom. Ji Tianhong suddenly opened his mouth, and more than a dozen warriors in the field had not yet reacted. They were torn into pieces by the terrifying force and turned into bloody mist. And in full view of everyone, Ji Tianhong inhaled the blood mist into his mouth. The warriors who were able to come here, with the exception of Suku, were mostly at the Taichu realm. However, with this level of cultivation, they didn't even have a chance to resist. The 8 princes' faces changed drastically. They wanted to flee in all directions, but they found that their routes had been blocked by the magic fog at some point. What on earth is this? I've never heard of such horrible creatures existing in the secret realm. Could it be the remains of an ancient battlefield? Yang Fuyun's mind was also in a state of great change at this moment. He subconsciously came to Suku and asked, "Brother Su, what on earth is this thing? What should we do?" Suku naturally knew what this thing was. Even after Ji Tianhong introduced himself, he already knew the latter's identity and background. But it was he who released Ji Tianhong in the first place, so he naturally couldn't tell the truth. I don't know either. It seems that a terrifying being has survived in this ancient battlefield. I'm afraid our appearance has alarmed it. Suku also pretended to be confused. Seeing this, the hope in Yang Fuyun's eyes faded away, and he was at a loss as he looked at the surging demonic fog. "Senior. We are the royal family of the Great Sui Empire who are here to train. If we have disturbed you, we apologize and we will leave now." Although the eldest prince Yang Fuzuan was frightened in his heart, he still forced a smile and clasped his fists. The royal family of the Great Sui Empire. Ji Tianhong muttered, and then sneered, "What rubbish! How dare you call yourself a royal family?" After these words were spoken, the 8 princes looked even more at a loss. It is your honor to witness this moment when the emperor sees the light of day again. It is your honor to be the nourishment of this emperor. Become a part of me. Ji Tianhong laughed sinisterly, and the demonic fog around him instantly boiled over and began to cover everyone. The scene of the dozen people turning into blood mist was still lingering in everyone's mind. Seeing the devil mist coming towards them, they all wanted to escape. Fight him. All the escape routes have been blocked by it. If you want to survive, you can only fight him to the death. At this time, the third young master of Biling stood up. At this moment, even when facing an enemy of unknown strength, the third young master still displayed extraordinary momentum. Let's fight. What's the difference between sitting and waiting to die and waiting to die? Sun Bu's spiritual energy was boiling, and he was filled with a burning desire to fight. Seeing this scene, Suku nodded secretly. Just based on the character of the third young master of Biling, if he had not died prematurely as a spirit of the evil sword, his legendary deeds would have been inevitable in later generations. Sun Buwu was indeed worthy of being called the Grandmaster of ancient martial arts, who became famous in later generations. He almost succeeded in gathering the 3 flowers at the top of the head and entered the 6-fire holy realm. These 2 people are considered heroes of the time. With these 2 people standing up, no matter how scared everyone was, they knew that they had no choice but to fight to the death. Boom. The 3rd young master of Bailing and Sun Buwu attacked together. The former's sword was shining brightly, and the latter's ancient martial arts were majestic. Together, they managed to dispel the evil fog in front of them. This scene gave everyone the confidence to take action. It was impossible for Suku to just stand by and watch, so he had to at least pretend to do something. Now more than a dozen people have taken action, and they seem to be able to compete with Ji Tianhong. A group of ants dare to compete with the sun and the moon. Boom. Along with Ji Tianhong's angry roar, a mottled giant hand stretched out from the magic fog and fell from the sky. Boom. When touched by this giant hand, many warriors' bodies instantly turned into bloody mist. Among them, the 7th prince is among them. 7th brother. The other princes were horrified upon seeing this. Even though they fought fiercely and ruthlessly on normal days, it was still hard for them to accept watching their fellow brothers disappear before their eyes. Kill them. Everyone joined forces again, but they could only dispel the fog before their eyes. At this moment, Suku noticed a figure who was actually trying to break through Ji Tianhong's magic fog blockade. Master. What the hell is this thing? Why is it here? Zhao Tianzi broke out in sweat on his forehead, but his hands moved without hesitation. His hands were covered with golden light, and the evil fog dissipated wherever he passed. I didn't expect that the thing from 10,000 years ago still existed in this secret realm. 10,000 years ago, I saw this beast from afar. It was this thing that caused the fall and decline of all the golden sects on the continent. I didn't expect it to appear here. Let's go. If this monster is born, the entire Qinglan continent will be destroyed. The old soul inside Zhao Tianzi spoke tremblingly. Zhao Tianzi's eyes were filled with fear. He had never seen his master lose his composure like this. What kind of person could make even his master feel so scared? But the golden dragon's energy. Idiot. Don't even think about the golden dragon energy. You're lucky to be alive now, the soul body scolded. Zhao Tianzi was unwilling to give in. He was still thinking about seeking revenge on Suku after obtaining the golden dragon's chi. However, he did not expect that in the end, he could not even guarantee his life. Suku withdrew his gaze. It seems that Zhao Tianzi also has a huge secret. He stopped looking and his gaze fell on the 3rd young master of Bailing and Sun Buwu. The 2 of them have the strongest fighting power and are under the greatest pressure. Suku knew that now was the time for him to help. Evil blade spirit. The 3rd young master shouted angrily, and a powerful sword intent emanated from his body, and he slashed towards Ji Tianhong. His body turned into a blade with extremely fierce momentum, which actually cut through the void and collided with Ji Tianhong. But although he was one of the best among his peers, he was no match for Ji Tianhong, who brought endless fear to the Qinglan continent 10,000 years ago. Ji Tianhong's huge body punched out, directly destroying the 3rd young master's sword intent and knocking him down heavily. The 3rd young master was completely unable to resist and his body lost control under that punch. Be careful. Sun Buwu stomped his foot and rushed into the air, lifting up the body of the 3rd young master and forcibly helping him to stabilize his body. It's not a solution to keep fighting like this. We won't be able to defeat them even if we try our best. The 3rd young master also felt deeply powerless at this moment. Sun Buwu also looked serious. Such a being never appeared in my previous life. Is my memory wrong again? Sun Buwu was also full of confusion. There's no other way, I have to go ahead with it. The 3rd young master had no better idea, so he could only make the most of it in one battle and prepare to attack again. But at this moment, a black figure appeared from the corner of his vision and rushed towards Ji Tianhong like a sharp sword. That's Suku. Sun Buwu's eyes were shocked. He is only at the Yang Qi realm. Even if he has the combat power of the Taichu realm, he can't be a match for that horrible creature. Isn't he courting death? The third young master also spoke hastily. But the next scene was completely beyond their expectations. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could not defeat the existence, but Suku started to fight back with one punch. Suku was seen bathed in golden light, and at this moment he was as majestic as a golden god of war. Even though his figure seemed extremely small in front of Ji Tianhong, in the eyes of everyone, he had the power to break through the sky. Boom boom boom. Endless spiritual power continuously roared out from Suku's fists. Ji Tianhong seemed to be interested as well and punched out one after another. Suku was defeated step by step, but his power remained undiminished, and he even gave people the illusion that the fight was going back and forth. The third young master was full of surprise. Although he had noticed Suku before entering the secret realm, Suku also brought him surprises one after another after entering the secret realm. But from the beginning to the end, he never regarded Suku as an opponent. In other words, he simply looked down on Suku. But now, the image of Suku fighting alone against the mysterious creature was deeply imprinted in his deep eyes. No. You are worthy of being the Lingtian sword saint. Sun Bu watched this scene, the blood in his body gradually boiling. Influenced by Suku, the burning fighting spirit in his heart burned again. What are you waiting for? Are you going to watch me get beaten to death by this thing? At this time, Suku's voice came from above his head. The third young master and Sun Bu looked at each other and then smiled. Brother Su, I'm here to help you. Brother Su, although you and I cannot fight each other, we can fight side by side today. How wonderful! The two of them shouted at the same time, and in a flash, they were beside Suku in an instant. On the wasteland of the Demon Suppression Palace, Su Qianran looked up at the scene and couldn't help but be a little dazed. Suku, the person she despised the most, the person she wanted to kill as soon as possible, the person who was hypocritical and treacherous in her heart, was now standing shoulder to shoulder with such strong men as the third young master and Sun Bu. That kind of outstanding grace, if you put aside personal prejudice, is truly unique. Boom boom boom. The three of them joined forces, and three powerful spiritual powers advanced together. The combined power of the three was actually forcing Ji Tianhong to retreat. Have you started the counterattack? Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but feel their hearts beating fast, and they secretly clenched their fists, feeling worried for the three people. With the assistance of the third young master and Sun Bu, Suku let go of his hands and feet for a while and performed various martial arts techniques crazily. Star pointing finger. Infinite Vajra palm. The supreme spiritual seal. Qilin strikes. Thousand collapse. In one breath, Suku used no less than a dozen martial arts. He seemed to have become the backbone among the three people. The duty of the third young master and Sun Bu was to help Suku. Where did he learn so many martial arts? I have never seen any of them before. The third young master was extremely shocked as he watched Suku using various offensive methods. He could feel that every martial art Suku used was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a trump card. But in Suku's hands, this trump card seemed to be worthless, which was dazzling. Good. You are worthy of being Brother Su. I would like to call you the Great Sway Martial Arts World Offensive Kaleidoscope. Sun Bu shouted passionately. Everyone was also excited watching it. Attack the kaleidoscope. It's better to keep your life and show off outside. Zhao Tianzi, who was in the corner trying to break the blockade of the magic fog, glanced at Suku who stole the limelight, and couldn't help muttering. But even though Suku and his two companions fought with great vigor, they could not hurt Ji Tianhong at all. Ha ha. How dare an ant dare to shake a tree? Ji Tianhong knocked the three people back with one punch and then sneered, I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm tired. Destroy it. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying magic mist around Ji Tianhong collided instantly, and then turned into a giant palm. With an earth-shattering power and a strong breath of destruction, it crushed down towards the entire ruins of the Demon Suppression Palace. Puff. Under such an attack, Suku and the other two didn't even have a chance to fight back. Their bodies seemed to be hit by a tremendous force out of nowhere and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. All the others had their clothes torn to pieces by this palm strike and fell to the ground. Unfortunately, the third prince died under this palm. Up to this point in the secret realm, the third prince and the seventh prince have already died, which was something no one had expected. Are we really going to die here today? The eldest prince Yang Fuzuan gritted his teeth and spoke, while the others knelt on the ground without responding. We have tried our best, but now it seems that we have no hope of survival. The third young master spoke. Although he did not show any sadness or fear, he also felt unwillingness and despair. But it's worth it to be able to fight side by side with Brother Su before I die, ha ha ha. Sun Bu smiled, and there seemed to be no sadness on his fat face, but rather a kind of calmness. Suku glanced at Sun Bu, who seemed very familiar with him, although he didn't know where this familiarity came from. The latter's calmness in facing death also surprised him even more. There is still a chance to survive. At this moment, Suku spoke. Ha! The third young master and Sun Bu, who had seemed to have given up, suddenly raised their eyes and looked at Suku. Suku raised his chin to indicate the direction of Zhao Tianzi. The two looked in the direction and saw that Zhao Tianzi's hands were glowing with golden light. He had unknowingly dug out a passage and was only a little bit away from digging through the magic fog. He is. The third young master's eyes shook, and then he flashed and landed beside Zhao Tianzi. Then he gathered all his strength and attacked, helping Zhao Tianzi to penetrate the last of the magic fog. A passage was dug through. Everyone saw this scene. Everyone was stunned at first, and then began to rush towards the passage frantically. Brother Su. There is always a way out. Let's go. Sun Bu said in surprise. But Suku shook his head. What was he thinking? He had finally gotten to this point, and his plan was about to succeed, so how could he leave? It's not that simple. There's no way that monster will let us leave. Suku said seriously. Don't worry about it for now, just run if you can. Sun Bu said anxiously. Suku shook his head. At this moment, he turned to look at the people below who were rushing towards the cave entrance frantically with a look of pity on his face. He turned to look at Ji Tianhong with a stern expression. He suddenly pushed Sun Bu and said sternly, Brother Sun, you guys go. I'll cover your retreat. Cover the rear. Sun Bu was stunned when he heard this. No, Brother Su, are you stupid, he said subconsciously. Hearing this, Suku stopped explaining and rushed directly towards Ji Tianhong. Ji Tianhong also discovered that a passage had been dug through the magic fog blockade he had constructed. He roared immediately, and dozens of giant magic fog hands grabbed towards everyone. Everyone fled madly with looks of horror. At this moment, they saw a figure suddenly blocking all of them. He is. Everyone was stunned. Suku turned around and shouted, hurry up and leave. Leave this damn thing to me. Following Suku's loud shout, everyone, including the 6 princes, suddenly felt numb all over. Su Tianran was even more stunned. Suku! What are you doing? Come with us. Yang Fuyun shouted anxiously. Unexpectedly, Suku said calmly, Your Highness, thank you for your kindness. I, Suku, am just an abandoned child, and I have no intention of living in this world. Before, I was just wearing a stubborn mask. Now I'm taking off the disguise and I want to be the real me. Yang Fuyun's scalp instantly went numb when he heard that, and he shouted, Suku! Are you possessed by something dirty? What the hell are you talking about? Get out of here. Suku shook his head, looking determined. My whole life has been like walking on thin ice. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the other side. I have dedicated everything I have to the palace and to the 7 sisters I once respected the most. But what I got in return was alienation and betrayal. I am an abandoned child and a loser. It is fate that I can meet you in this secret place. Su Tianran. Didn't you say I was hypocritical? Yes. I am hypocritical. So today, I will cover your retreat. As long as you can leave safely, I will die a worthy death. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Su Tianran. Su Tianran felt a pain in his eyes and his heart was in a mess. Is he doing this to atone for his sins? Boom. At this time, Ji Tianhong's attack came suddenly. Suku's lonely and tiny figure walked towards him, and a powerful torrent of spiritual power continued to flow out from between his hands, blocking all of Ji Tianhong's attacks. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Suku, the sky is stained with blood. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts skipped a beat. Suku, an unknown strongman who showed terrifying talent in the secret realm and had a bright future, blocked all the attacks for them. However, they met by chance, but Suku risked his life to cover them. How dare they do that? Suku, you are a man. The fifth Prince Yang Fucheng's eyes trembled and he shouted, "The grudges between you and me are wiped out." The eldest Prince Yang Fuzuan had a serious look in his eyes, wondering what he was thinking about. But when he saw Suku's blood spilling into the sky, he finally said, "Suku, if we can leave the secret realm safely, I will definitely ask my father for credit for you. Go. Stop talking." At this time, Ji Tianhong's attack came again, and Suku held up his fragile body and blocked it again. At this moment, Suku's thin body looked extremely tall in everyone's eyes. "Let's go." The fourth Prince Yang Fushan shouted. Before entering the passage, he turned around and said, "Suku, remember. If you can survive, I, Yang Fushan, owe you a life." After saying that, Yang Fushan turned around and entered the passage without looking back. "Suku, I owe you my life too." "Me too." After saying this, figures disappeared into the passage. At this time, Suku was suspended in the air, hunched over, looking at Yang Fuyun with a pale face. "Your Highness, let's go. If we are destined to meet again, we will definitely meet again." "No. Brother Su." Xie Zhuai's Hang and Jiang Lan were also reluctant to leave. "Your Highness, go. We can't let Brother Su's sacrifice become worthless." Yang Fuyun's eyes were red, and before he was forcibly pulled into the passage, he shouted, "Brother Su, if we can meet again, I will definitely become your brothers." Zhao Tianze looked at Suku deeply, said nothing, turned and walked into the passage. The third young master of Bailing looked at Suku with a complicated expression. "Suku, I have said before that in this great Sui dynasty, there are only 3 people who can catch my eye. But today, there's one more you. If we meet again, I, Jiang Taishuan, will drink and sing with you, and I won't leave until I'm drunk." Seeing this, Suku forced a smile and clasped his fists towards Jiang Taishuan. After Jiang Taishuan clasped his fists in return, he turned around and left. "Brother Su." Sun Bu said reluctantly, "No more words. Brother Su, I'm still waiting to fight you for 300 rounds. After saying that, Sun Bu also left. At this time, only Su Tianran was left. Su Tianran stared blankly at Suku, who kept attacking Ji Tianhong. She didn't know why she felt her heart ached when she saw Suku charging again and again, even though she knew it was a dead end. "Suku, stop fighting. Let's go together," she shouted. Bang! Ji Tianhong slapped Suku to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, looked at Su Tianran, and said in a trembling voice, "Su Tianran, I have nothing to do with your Su Wangfu anymore. I can't repay what I owe to Su Wangfu, but I will repay what I owe to you, Su Tianran, today. From now on, we are done with each other." Hearing this, Su Tianran suddenly held his head in his hands, his face full of confusion and pain. "Don't I hate Suku? Don't I wish he was dead? But why at this moment, I hope that he can be alive." At this time, Ji Tianhong's attack fell again. Suku supported his broken body and rushed forward again. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me." Su Tianran cried bitterly. But Suku turned a deaf ear to it. At this time, the demonic fog around was becoming thicker and thicker, and the passage dug by Zhao Tianze was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Tianran knew that if he didn't leave now, he would have no chance. She looked back and saw Suku being ravaged by the horrible creature, her eyes filled with tears. "Suku, if you can come out alive, I must tell you, thank you." After saying this, she stepped into the passage at the last moment. Then the channel was completely closed. All those who escaped ran at full speed desperately. Looking back, they saw that the direction of the demon suppression palace was completely shrouded in a demonic fog. The chilling pressure from that creature was still so clear even from such a distance. Suku, he is so righteous. I didn't know him at all, but he saved my life. If it weren't for Suku, we wouldn't be able to escape even if there was an exit. We all owe him a thank you. But that creature is so terrifying, the chances of him surviving are slim. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the magic fog in the demon suppression palace. If I don't go to hell, who will? I am willing to use my life to exchange for your safety. Suku's voice exploded in the secret realm like thunder, shocking everyone. Looking in the direction of the magic fog, everyone's heart could not calm down for a long time. After a long while, Yang Fuzuan said, "Let's go. We need to report this matter to our father as soon as possible. If that powerful creature were to appear, my great sway would be in for a catastrophic disaster. As for Suku, we will always cherish his achievements." It's finally quiet. He put on a full show, and after sensing that there was no longer any warrior aura within dozens of miles around, Suku in the magic fog couldn't help but grin. At this time, Ji Tianhong, who was entrenched in the magic mist, noticed the smile on Suku's face and couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Sacrificing yourself to save a group of so-called companions, kid, should I say you are stupid or foolish? Ji Tianhong's laughter was hoarse and sarcastic. In his opinion, Suku's so-called righteous behavior was simply ridiculous. But Suku's next words made this existence, who had made the entire Qinglan continent tremble 10,000 years ago, stunned. Who are you calling stupid? When did I ever say I wanted to save them at the cost of my own life? Brother Heba. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tianhong's thoughts were instantly confused. The magic fog around him, which had originally calmed down, suddenly boiled like boiling water. You, who are you? This was the first time that Ji Tianhong showed surprise. Even when he was sealed by the 8 emperors of Qinglan 10,000 years ago, his emotions had never fluctuated as drastically as they did now. Haim Hachi. Haim Hachi. I haven't heard this name for more than 10,000 years. Even the 8 emperors of Qinglan could not uncover his origins and identity after exhausting all their means. But Suku's light words Ji Ba almost broke his defense. This ant in front of him actually knew my origins very clearly. Seeing Ji Tianhong so surprised, Suku smiled slowly and said, "The 8th prince of the immortal Phoenix clan. The Phoenix girl who defiled the undead Phoenix clan has been hunted down by the undead Phoenix clan for nearly 1,000 years. Your family has abandoned you. Not only did they refuse to help you, they also helped the undead Phoenix clan to hunt you down. You were forced to the Kangwu Forbidden Land in the spirit realm, and there has been no news since you jumped into the Kangwu Sea. I didn't expect you to escape here." Suku spoke word by word, and every word made Ji Tianhong become irritable, out of control, and hysterical. Bullshit. I didn't do anything to Phoenix Girl. I was framed. Ji Tianhong roared with red eyes. Hearing this, Suku just pursed his lips and smiled, mockingly. "Yes, you may not have done anything, but, the undead Phoenix clan and the undead Phoenix clan, they don't believe it." Ah. Boom. As Suku's mocking voice fell, Ji Tianhong completely went berserk. Thick demonic fog dissipated from around his body, gradually revealing his true appearance. A giant bird or beast, with golden scales and feathers, and immortal black flames burning all over its body, it is both weird and noble. The 5 phoenix tails are engraved with the totems and mysteries of the immortal Phoenix clan, like 5 divine eyes that can peek into the world. The golden claws stood on the black flames, and the evil phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the aura that was enough to overwhelm the world was fully displayed. Looking at Ji Tianhong's true form, even though Suku had seen many ancient mythical beasts, the huge form of the immortal phoenix standing in front of him still gave him a strong visual impact. It is indeed the immortal phoenix. Suku murmured in his heart. In fact, until just now, he had only guessed about Ji Tianhong's identity. After all, in his previous life in the spirit realm, he had only heard about the past stories of the immortal Phoenix clan and the immortal Phoenix clan. These 2 ancient mythical beast clans were also giants in the vast spirit realm. It was said that the two super-mythical beast clans, which were originally of the same mind and the same origin, became disunited after that incident and became irreconcilable enemies. Now that he saw Ji Qianheng's true form, his identity as the 8th prince of the Immortal Phoenix clan was finally confirmed. Who are you? You definitely can't be from this world. Ji Tianhong narrowed his eyes slightly, with endless murderous intent in the air. Suku did not give any explanation for this. Looking at Suku's wise eyes, Ji Tianhong suddenly understood something. You deliberately sent those people away. Suku nodded. Ji Tianhong laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I didn't expect that a tiny ant in the Qi cultivation realm would actually set its sights on me. To some extent, you even took advantage of me. Thinking of the time when he was in the demon suppression bell and a force had inexplicably penetrated the seal, he immediately looked at Suku and said in a fierce voice, "You lifted the seal." Suku still nodded. Everything is going according to your plan, but you are only in the Qi cultivation stage. Even if you have calculated everyone, what can you do to me? Boom. Ji Tianhong flapped his phoenix wings, and a beam of immortal black flame swarmed towards Suku. Suku dodged it with a flash. Hide. With your mediocre skills, how long can you hide? The shout suddenly stopped, and the space around them trembled suddenly. Immediately afterwards, black lotuses condensed throughout the void. There were tens of thousands of them, densely packed, completely filling the space, leaving Suku with only less than a step of safe space. Under this all-round blockade, if Suku dared to move a step, he would be instantly touched by the Black Lotus, and his body would be directly destroyed by the immortal black flame in the Black Lotus. The immortal black flame is the ultimate existence, ranked 13th on the spirit fire list even in the immortal realm. Even immortals would have difficulty controlling themselves when touching it, let alone Suku's mere mortal body. Faced with such a desperate situation, Suku's expression remained calm. This kind of calmness made Ji Tianhong a little confused. Could it be that an ant in the Qi-nourishing stage had any trump card that could kill a god? This is too much. At this moment, Suku's gaze suddenly looked into the distance and fell on the demon-suppressing bell not far away. Of course I can't be your opponent alone, but what if there are 9 of you? 9. Ji Tianhong was stunned. The next moment, Suku snapped his fingers, and a ray of golden light struck the demon-suppressing bell. The originally dark and dull bell body suddenly burst into golden light. Then, under Ji Tianhong's slightly fearful gaze, 8 phantoms slowly walked out of the demon-suppressing bell. The 8 Qinglan Emperors. Ji Tianhong looked at the 8 people with eyes full of deep hatred, and almost spoke every word with gnashing teeth. Ji Tianhong, how are you? The 8 people were actually the 8 martial emperors who stood at the pinnacle of martial arts in Qinglan continent 10,000 years ago. At this moment, they looked at Ji Tianhong with complicated expressions. I didn't expect that after we suppressed you for 10,000 years, you still managed to escape. After a sigh, the 8th emperor turned to look at Suku with a cold look in his eyes. Boy, why do you want to break the seal we set? Do you know what the appearance of this monster means to Qinglan continent? The 8 emperor's gaze was extremely serious. At that time, the Qinglan continent was rich in spiritual weapons and produced many geniuses, which could be called the golden age for cultivation. However, even so, the 8 of them could only barely seal Ji Tianhong when they joined forces. The spiritual energy of the world today is no longer as strong as it was 10,000 years ago. Great emperors have disappeared and saints are hard to emerge. With the birth of Ji Tianhong, no one in the entire Qinglan continent will be able to restrain him. In response, Suku pursed his lips and said calmly, "You are trying to destroy it with time, but as long as a feather of the undead Phoenix clan is still alive, it can survive. Your so-called seal is nothing more than a slow death." When the 8 emperors were alive, they were extremely majestic. No one dared to speak to them in that tone. Facing Suku's rude and tough response, they all looked a little displeased. However, the 8 emperors were all great men who had dominated an era, and soon one of them stepped forward and said calmly, "We are all old men from thousands of years ago. Why should we get angry with a child?" As he spoke, the men turned to look at Suku and said with a kind smile, "Since you have cracked the seal of this monster, and you know that the residual souls of the 8 of us are hidden in the demon-suppressing bell. It must not be your intention to let this monster wreak havoc on Qinglan continent. What do you think? In response, Suku nodded and smiled, but before he could say anything, Ji Tianhong's terrifying undead Black Lotus bombarded directly towards Suku and the remaining souls of the 8 emperors. As if I don't exist. Ji Tianhong stared at the residual souls of the 8 emperors who had dodged his attack. The hatred in his eyes had accumulated for 10,000 years. Now he roared, and with 10,000 years of anger, he madly attacked the residual souls of the 8 emperors. Boom. The entire secret realm was crumbling under Ji Tianhong's anger, and the raging demonic fog made this world even more terrifying. Seeing this, the remnant soul of the 8 emperors said, "We left this remnant soul behind for this change. Now that this monster has reappeared in the world, we must seal it again." The 8 emperors have joined forces. Even though tens of thousands of years have passed, the 8 martial emperors who once amazed an era, even if they are just a wisp of residual soul, still show their peerless charm. 8 powerful torrents of the Emperor's mysteries gathered together, bursting out with a terrifying force that was enough to destroy mountains and rivers, and then suppressed Ji Tianhong. Ji Tianhong flapped his wings angrily, and the immortal black flame burned all over his body, burning the void to ashes. Facing the 8 emperors joining forces, he let out a long cry, and the 5 phoenix tails burst into brilliant light, and he fought against the torrent of mystery without retreating or avoiding. The black flames and the 8-colored torrents collided in an instant. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The clear sky was instantly covered with thunderclouds, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand such a destructive impact of spiritual power and was actually collapsing. Suku looked at this scene and protected his body with a golden light, isolating himself from the aftermath of the 2 energies. His expression was calm, but he had already determined the outcome of the fight between the 2 sides. As expected, as the 2 attacks continued to grow stronger and stronger, Ji Tianhong's immortal black flame burned more and more fiercely, constantly destroying the profound power of the 8 emperors like a positional battle. About an incense stick later, the profound powers of the 8 emperors were completely shattered, and Ji Tianhong's immortal black flame clung to the residual souls of the 8 emperors like a maggot on the heel. What was originally only a relatively solid residual soul quickly became illusory under the burning of the undead black flame. Not good. The 8 emperors were shocked, and quickly used their extraordinary means to put out the black flames on their bodies. Then they looked dejected. We are just a remnant soul. We used all our power in our heyday to seal it. Even though it has been trapped for 10,000 years, its spiritual power has been constantly lost under our seal, and its strength has been greatly reduced, but it still has a physical body. We can't do anything to it. The 8 emperors had to admit this fact. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianhong couldn't help but let out a long roar of delight. Times have changed, old folks. Even if my strength is less than 1/10 of what it was back then, I am still not something that a mere remnant of your soul can contend with. As he spoke, Ji Tianhong looked at the 8 emperors with a hint of greed in his eyes. Although you are just residual souls, after refining you, I should be able to recover 10% of my cultivation. Hearing this, the 8 emperors' faces turned extremely ugly. If Ji Tianhong really recovered 20% of his strength, even the martial arts sages would not be able to do anything to him, as they are well aware of how terrifying his strength is. Just when they didn't know what to do, Suku's voice suddenly rang out slowly above the wasteland. "Give me all your strength, and I can seal this monster." As soon as Suku finished speaking, the 8 emperors' eyes suddenly became stern, with shock, doubt, and hope. "Are you serious?" asked one of the emperors with a frown. "Impossible. Even if we are just residual souls, the power of the 8 of us is far beyond the capacity of your mortal body." The other emperors nodded when they heard this. "Boy, I know you want to use yourself as a container to gather the strength of the 8 of us. In a short period of time, it should be enough for you to have the combat power of the 3-flower realm. But your cultivation is too low, and your body cannot bear our power at all. If we force it in, your body will be shattered by our power." The 8th emperor looked embarrassed, and the glimmer of hope that had risen in his heart was extinguished again. "Boy, you are daydreaming. Even if you have the strength comparable to that of the 3-flower realm, what can you do? You are just as good as the 8 of them combined." Ji Tianhong also mocked at this moment. Looking at the real body of the undead phoenix swirling in the devilish mist, Suku sneered. He looked at the 8 emperors and said calmly, "Lend me your power. You don't have any better choice, right?" Hearing this, the 8 emperors looked at each other with complicated and conflicted expressions. Finally, one of them sighed and said, "Forget it. We really have no other choice. We cannot defeat this monster with our strength. Maybe according to this kid's method, we still have a chance." The other emperors were also helpless upon seeing this. In their minds, that glimmer of hope was slim. "Forget it, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, even if we self-destruct, we can't become nutrients for this monster to recover its cultivation." The 8 emperors reached a consensus, and then turned into streams of light, pouring into Suku's body. In an instant, 8 mysterious rays of light burst out from Suku's body, lingering for a long time, as if he was bathing in divine light. Ji Tianhong watched this scene coldly. He didn't believe that a body in the chi-nourishing stage could cause any waves. At this time, the 8 residual souls in Suku's body joined forces and sat cross-legged in his dantian, and the endless power of the Emperor's residual soul flowed through Suku's limbs and bones. "Hold on, kid. Our power is extremely violent. If we are not careful." The 8 emperors were originally a little worried when they spoke, but suddenly, they were surprised to find that Suku's meridians unbelievably solid. Even, extremely greedy. "Boy, your meridians are not right." Suku smiled brightly when he heard this. Devouring the holy veins is the first level of devouring the holy body. Isn't it extraordinary to be able to use the word devour? Suku knew very well that in the fairyland, the way of devouring was one of the 10 supreme ways of the fairyland, simply because devouring meant infinity. Although he has not fully awakened the devouring holy body at this moment, his body is a treasure and possesses endless mysteries. This kid's meridians have absorbed all of our residual soul power. Moreover, he is still asking for more from us. Impossible. This is a spirit. No. This is the royal bloodline. Stronger than the Emperor's vein, could it be the heavenly vein? No, the heavenly vein can't do this either, could it be the holy vein? The 8 emperors exclaimed at the same time. After all, even 10,000 years ago, there were only a handful of people with holy veins. And all of them were top cultivators. Just like the 8 of them, they were among the most talented people in that era, but among them, only 3 of them possessed holy veins. "No, I am the owner of the holy vein, but my holy vein is much inferior to his. Saint veins also have different strengths. This kid Saint vein is probably one of the best in the world." Hearing the exclamations of the 8 emperors, Suku did not explain. They were indeed powerful emperors in the past, and their guesses were almost correct. Suku was certainly aware of the potential of his body. When he fully awakens the devouring holy body and completely removes the shackles of heaven bestowed on him by God, his holy vein will then undergo an earth-shaking transformation. The power of the 8 emperors' residual souls was still being absorbed by Suku, and gradually, Suku's aura became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a breeze blew up between heaven and earth. It was not painful at all, but it made Ji Tianhong's huge body shiver. An ominous premonition came over me. Ji Tianhong vibrated his wings, and he subconsciously told himself that he couldn't let Suku go on like this. Although he never believed that a person in the chi-nourishing realm who had merged with the residual souls of the 8 emperors could cause him any losses or consequences, that strange premonition forced him to take action against Suku in advance. Boom. The surging undead black flames spread all around its body, and then as its wings spread, the black flames suppressed Suku with terrifying power that could shatter the void. But at this time, a golden barrier slowly appeared around Suku, isolating the undead black flames completely. How is that possible? Ji Tianhong's eyes turned cold. Then, the violent attack continued to fall like covering the sky and the sun, but the golden barrier around Suku slowly turned into a black vortex, dissolving and swallowing up all the undead black flames. Ji Tianhong was surprised to find that every attack he made was like kicking cotton, and Suku's aura was still rising wildly after swallowing his immortal black flame. The peak of chi cultivation. The early days of the gate. The peak of heaven. The beginning of the beginning. The peak of the beginning. The early stage of Lingfu. The peak of the spiritual palace. His cultivation level increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? How can he, a mere mortal, contain such a huge amount of spiritual power and remain indifferent? This scene shocked Ji Tianhong. The 8 emperors also shared the same sentiment. I thought that under the best results, he could be promoted to the spiritual mansion realm, but his strange holy vein is too strange. He has already broken through the first level of the 3-flower realm, but he is still absorbing. Yes, his body and meridians are like a bottomless pit. It seems that he can absorb all the energy no matter how much it is. What is the origin of his holy vein? The 8 emperors were surprised, but also excited, and their eyes towards Suku became softer and more relieved. I never thought that such a genius would appear in the future thousands of years later. If it were in our time, would the legend of the 9th emperor be left behind? It's very likely. Didn't you find that this boy not only absorbed the power of our residual souls, but also absorbed all the attacks of the monster? This is the first time I have seen such an unreasonable method of devouring. Upon hearing this, all the emperors were shocked. Time passed by every second, and when Ji Tianhong found that he could do nothing to Suku, who was still in the state of merging with the residual soul of the emperor, he simply gave up. He didn't believe that he, a supreme being who had once surpassed the great emperor, even if his combat power was only 1/10 of what it was, could not be contended with by a martial lord in the Yangqi realm. No, how could he be contended with by a martial lord in the 3-flowers realm? If I can refine this boy at once, I won't have to refine the 8 emperors' residual souls one by one. Overall, I might be able to recover 20% of my cultivation. Ji Tianhong discovered the mystery of Suku's body, and a hint of greed unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Finally, after 3 incense sticks, the golden barrier around Suku dissipated. He stood up, his robes fluttering without wind, and his terrifying aura was released without being suppressed. The second level of the 3-flower realm. Suku clenched his fists, feeling the endless and powerful spiritual power in his body like a surging river or sea. The long-lost sense of fulfillment made him feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Although I am not even 1,000th of my strength in my previous life, I have finally gotten rid of the weak state of nourishing chi for a short time. I can finally use some of my martial arts skills. Suku thought to himself. From the rebirth of a generation of immortal king to the starting point of cultivation, although everything will start over again and the future will be endless, this sense of gap in the control of power does exist. But at this moment, with the help of the residual souls of the 8 emperors, he was finally able to briefly enjoy the pleasure of power. The second level of the 3-flower realm has far exceeded our expectations. I just don't know how much chance we have of winning against that monster. Although Suku has exceeded his expectations at the moment, they still don't have much hope for the future. At this time, Ji Tianhong saw that Suku had completely merged with the residual souls of the 8 emperors, and felt the powerful aura around the latter. He sneered and said, "It's just the realm of martial honor. I thought you had broken through to the realm of martial saint." If he really was at the level of martial saint, with his current combat power, he would just turn around and run. But he doesn't even take a mere martial lord seriously. We'll know who's strong and who's weak after a fight. Suku was not annoyed when he heard that, he just stretched out his hand calmly. In an instant, Suku's entire aura changed. Like a master. Like a giant. Like a god overlooking the world, indifferent and invincible. His aura has changed. The remaining souls of the 8 emperors in Suku's body also felt this change and showed surprise on their faces. This kid is really good at pretending. Even when we were at the top of the continent, we never had this kind of aloof attitude that ignored everything. Little did they know that this was Suku's true face. Looking for death. Ji Tianhong naturally noticed Suku's change, but he didn't care. Boom. The terrifying undead black flame condensed around his body, and then transformed into a huge black lotus of destruction, annihilating the void and slowly advancing towards Suku. The moment the black lotus of destruction appeared, the entire secret space was shaking and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This monster actually used this trick as soon as we met. The remaining souls of the 8 emperors looked grim. Back then, the 8 of us had to use all our strength to resist this move. How should we deal with this kid? Even though the 8 emperors had seen many storms, they couldn't help but feel worried for Suku at this moment. However, Suku remained calm throughout the entire time. Facing the destructive Black Lotus, he gently pointed a finger. Star pointing finger. Buzz. The moment his fingertips extended, the secret space vibrated even more violently, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drained away in an instant. At this time, the 8 emperors' eyes suddenly focused. There's something wrong with this finger. Buzz buzz buzz. The meridians in Suku's body were running to the extreme, and, the original true explanation was stimulated to the extreme, and endless spiritual power was gathered in one finger. And then, pointed out. Boom. A giant golden finger dropped from the sky and lightly touched the Black Lotus. In an instant, the void shattered, and everything it touched turned into nothingness. Ji Qianhong's originally disdainful expression changed. Become terrified. This is impossible. How can this be a power you can control? Under his shocked gaze, the giant golden finger shattered the Black Lotus. The eyes of the 8 emperors trembled violently. The killing move that once seemed extremely difficult to deal with even when the 8 of them joined forces was easily and forcefully destroyed by Suku. His finger seems to contain the power of the stars. What kind of martial arts is this? This emperor has never heard of it. After destroying Ji Qianhong's Black Lotus, Suku's eyes remained calm. This is the feeling of controlling ultimate power. The star-pointing finger was originally just a heavenly-level martial art. But in Suku's hands, this heavenly-level martial arts, with the blessing of the residual souls of the 8 emperors, is enough to unleash the power of holy-level martial arts. This is because this one finger contains all his insights from 10,000 years of battles, and contains the supreme truth of the existence of an immortal king. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even if you are at the martial master level, you can't have this kind of combat power. Ji Tianhong was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and began to look Suku in the face. It is even more serious than the battle between the 8 emperors 10,000 years ago. At this moment, Suku was standing in front of him, but Ji Tianhong could no longer treat him as an ant. Even ants can kill elephants. Tianfeng asks for directions. Ji Tianhong let out a cry and his spiritual power was fully activated. His 5 phoenix tails suddenly stood up, and 5 totems in the shape of phoenix eyes on the phoenix tails burst into endless spiritual light. Then the phoenix left the ground and swept towards Suku with its dazzling wings fluttering. The terrifying spiritual power was overwhelming, and the hurricane formed by the flapping of its wings made Suku's black hair fly. The real oppression made people feel as if they were on the edge of the abyss, unable to distinguish the truth from the false and the way forward. Suku's robe fluttered, and he did not dodge or evade Ji Qianhong's ruthless attack, but quickly rushed towards Ji Tianhong. Dragon Fist. Suku flew to the top of Ji Qianhong's head and then punched him hard. Boom. Suku's fist collided with Ji Qianhong's body, and the roar of the physical body and the collision of spiritual power erupted between heaven and earth. After punching out, Suku continued his attack. He used his body speed to dodge and move, and when Ji Tianhong turned around, he kicked out with a whip kick. Dragon Knock. Bang. The terrifying physical impact knocked Ji Tianhong back several steps. Ji Tianhong's expression changed in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. He is fighting the enemy with his true form. Even among the true Phoenix clan, the Immortal Phoenix is an extremely top-notch clan. Although their strongest part is not their physical body, they are ancient mythical beasts after all, and their physical body is unmatched in the universe. But Suku, a mere mortal, can shake it with his mortal strength. Heavenly Phoenix Claw. Although Ji Tianhong was shocked, he did not dare to be careless at all. The blue light of the Phoenix Claw suppressed Suku. The man and the Phoenix were entangled in a fight, and neither could do anything to the other. Inside Suku's body, the residual souls of the 8 emperors watched the battle with extremely solemn expressions, as if they were observing a rare fight between the strongest men in the world. Too strong. This monster's current methods are even stronger than when it fought us back then. That's right. Back then we used the sacred weapon, the demon suppression bell, to seal it. I think we caught it off guard. Now it seems that if the monster had used its full strength, the 8 of us would have had no chance at all. The 8 emperors looked grim but also felt a little relieved. However, it was also because of this that they realized how terrifying Suku was. Although this monster's strength is only 1/10 of what it is now, Suku is only at the level of a martial-honored warrior. He is truly a monster to be able to use his martial-honored warrior strength to force a being who was once a great emperor to this point. And did you notice that the martial arts attack power used by Suku is not weaker than this monster's method, and even, it is stronger? We have all stood at the pinnacle of Qinglan continent. We should know that these martial arts methods are definitely not something that can be produced in Qinglan continent. Thinking of this, the 8 emperors looked at each other, and they finally guessed a fact. Suku is not a warrior from Qinglan continent. So where is he from? They don't know either. The battle was extremely fierce. Both Suku and Ji Tianhong displayed fighting skills that far exceeded the level of Qinglan continent, which made the 8 emperors watch very carefully. If we are still alive, just watching this battle will give us many new insights. Both of them are not from the mainland. Obviously the world they belong to is much more tyrannical than the Qinglan continent. Far beyond our level of martial arts. The 8 emperors sighed for a while, suddenly feeling a little regretful. Boom. At this moment, a deafening sound sounded, as if the earth was shattering. Palms and claws struck each other, and they all retreated. Suku was also a little breathless. Although he briefly gained the power of the martial lord, his physical level was still too low. On the other hand, Ji Tianhong was not much better. He had been sealed for 10,000 years. Once he got out of trouble, it was such a high-intensity battle. Even for the body of the immortal Phoenix clan, it was a bit difficult to endure. Ji Tianhong stared at Suku and said ferociously, "You are not from this continent." In this regard, Suku remained silent and did not explain. "What you used is the martial arts of the Dragon Clan," Ji Tianhong said slowly. This was what shocked him the most, and it was also the fundamental basis for him to guess that Suku was not a warrior from Qinglan continent. Hearing this, Suku nodded. True dragons and true phoenixes are natural enemies. In his previous life, he had traveled across the fairyland for thousands of years and had friendships with both of them. As a result, he also mastered a lot of martial arts of the true Dragon Clan, some of which were even the Dragon Clan's secrets. When fighting against Ji Tianhong, it is naturally most appropriate to use the methods of the Dragon Clan. Really? After seeing Suku nod, Ji Tianhong's thoughts became clear. This could also explain why Suku was so amazing. I didn't expect that we are the same kind of people. Which force in the spirit realm do you belong to? Ji Tianhong asked. Which faction? Hearing this, Suku shook his head, not from any faction. Impossible. Since you are able to access the Dragon Clan's skills, you must have a deep background. There are 3 palaces, 4 pavilions, 6 holy places, and 7 major clans. Which one do you belong to? Facing Ji Tianhong's questioning, Suku hesitated for a moment, and finally said lightly, Ashura Divine Dynasty. Ashura Divine Dynasty. Ji Tianhong was startled. After a moment, his face darkened. How could the spirit realm have such a force? Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. At this point, he said calmly, since you and I can't decide who is the winner, there is no need to continue fighting. Let me go and I will go back to the spirit realm. I can promise you that I will never stay in this continent. Hearing this, Suku shook his head. Huh. Ji Tianhong's expression became even uglier. He had already given Suku a way out, but he never expected that the latter would not give him any face at all. Suku. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Your current fighting power is only temporary. If the stalemate continues and you wait until the power of the 8 emperors' residual souls is exhausted, you will be like a fish on the chopping board and you will not be my opponent at all. It is best for us to shake hands and make peace now. Ji Tianhong shouted coldly. But Suku still shook his head. Stalemate. I never said that there is a stalemate between you and me. Suku spoke, his expression indifferent, or perhaps confident. It was as if he had never taken Ji Tianhong seriously. In other words, he asked himself if he had the ability to kill Ji Tianhong here today. How dare you? Ji Tianhong felt Suku's contempt for him, and the pent-up anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. In that case, even if it means a fight to the death, I will kill you here. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tianhong's spiritual energy surged, and his power accumulated to an unprecedented level. Then he rushed towards Suku madly to kill him. Immortal soul sealing technique. Has he used his trump card? Suku understood what was happening as he watched this scene. The 8 emperors could feel that the meridians in Suku's body were roaring like thunder, and all the residual soul power was fully mobilized at this moment, leaving no room for anything. Suku looked indifferent. Just now, Ji Tianhong did give him a way out, but there was no way he could get out of it. I originally thought that I couldn't find a monster stronger than the dragon flame sky bird to serve as the core for me to condense the Skygate void soul, but I didn't expect to encounter the immortal phoenix. If the immortal phoenix can be used as a virtual soul, then the so-called heavenly ranking of 10,000 beasts and demonic souls is nothing but a piece of waste paper. Suku raised his head, his eyes burning. In this life, he wants to take a more invincible path than in his previous life. Under Suku's urging, the original true explanation has almost pushed the original first level to its extreme. The power of the residual soul of the 8-part domineering emperor was almost perfectly integrated and transformed into rolling energy flowing through his limbs and bones. The devouring holy vein greedily devoured the power of the residual soul, and then all of it returned to Suku's palm. True dragon magic. A low roar exploded in the sky, and suddenly it seemed as if a giant golden dragon descended from the sky and wandered around Suku. The golden light was so bright that Suku looked like a golden god of war, whipping the real dragon to use it for his own purposes. Out. Boom. With a loud shout from Suku, he pushed his palm forward suddenly, the golden dragon roared towards the sky, and then rushed towards Ji Tianhong. Ji Tianhong's immortal soul sealing technique must be a martial art above the emperor level, with the tremendous power to seal the infinite. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his own combat power, he cannot reproduce the power and tyranny of this martial art. Of course, the same goes for Suku. Ji Tianhong's black beam of light penetrated the void and collided with Suku's golden dragon in an instant. Snap. The sky above was suddenly torn apart by these two extremely powerful spiritual powers, and endless darkness enveloped the place. The turbulent breath of the void poured into the secret realm. The 8 emperors watched this scene inside Suku's body, all with expressions of shock. Too powerful. True dragon technique, what level of martial arts is this? I have been pursuing martial arts all my life, and I thought I was at the pinnacle of martial arts. But now it seems that the world outside this continent is truly vast. I just don't know who will win in their fight. If Suku loses, it can only be said that it is God's will. Suku has already done his best. When we were martial masters, we were not even a little bit weaker than he is now. At this point, the 8 emperors no longer regarded the outcome of this battle as important. Although they had died long ago, they were lucky to be able to glimpse this shocking battle in the form of residual souls 10,000 years later. At this time, above the wasteland in the secret realm, the sky lost its color and everything was dark. The two forces of fighting were entangled in a struggle, and the boiling spiritual light illuminated Suku's calm face. Compared to Suku's calmness, Ji Tianhong seemed a little ferocious. Roar. The golden dragon roared, and opened its huge mouth, taking in all of Ji Tianhong's black beams of light into its mouth. The huge dragon body rolled in the void, and the black beams of light shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Tianhong was unwilling to be outdone and flapped his wings, but no matter what means he used, the disadvantage was irreversible. In the end, the golden dragon completely swallowed up its immortal soul sealing technique and rushed towards its body. Ji Tianhong's face was filled with horror, and his phoenix eyes were filled with fear. He had no time to dodge and was directly hit by the golden dragon. Bang. Accompanied by a dull sound, the golden dragon burned out its last bit of spiritual power and severely damaged Ji Tianhong's body. The latter's originally bright scales and feathers now became extremely dim. The battle is over. Suku was breathing heavily, his martial arts aura dropped from martial master to spiritual mansion realm, and his face was a little pale. The damage caused to him by using the true dragon technique was enormous. His body and meridians were on the verge of collapse. If he continued to fight, his foundation would be seriously damaged. And now if he wants to recover to the peak state, even with the original repair power of the original true explanation, it will take 10 days or half a month to do it. Looking at Ji Tianhong again, his aura had become extremely weak. He lay weakly on the ground, and his proud head also fell limply to the ground. The immortal phoenix, a race of divine beasts famous in the spirit realm, was now covered in wounds, with no spiritual power left in its body. The 5 phoenix eye totems at the phoenix tail, which are the source of its power, have their eyes tightly closed. Win. Inside Suku's body, the 8 emperors looked at each other with joy on their faces. Suku really created a miracle for them. Suku accomplished what the 8 of them couldn't do together. Suku. Kill him quickly. Our remaining soul power won't last long, so we should kill him now to prevent future troubles. One of the emperors urged. Suku walked forward slowly and stood in front of Ji Tianhong. Even though Ji Tianhong was lying on the ground, his huge phoenix body was still like a small mountain, and Suku was as small as a grain of sand in front of him. But the smallness of his body could not conceal Suku's extraordinary grace. He looked at Ji Tianhong and said calmly, "Ji Ba, you lost." Ji Tianhong felt weak all over, and he was so angry when he heard this that he spat out a mouthful of phoenix blood. After a long while, he said weakly, "What you just performed was the true dragon magic, right?" "Oh." Suku raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you figure it out?" Ji Tianhong laughed at himself. Indeed, the true dragon magic is one of the 10 invincible magics in legend, second only to the immortal magic. My immortal phoenix clan has the true phoenix blood flowing in their veins, so naturally we have the true phoenix's inherited memory. Although this inherited memory is incomplete, your true dragon technique happens to be within this memory. Hearing this, Suku remained silent. You humans are indeed gifted. You were able to create such a terrifying martial art by observing real dragons. As he spoke, Ji Tianhong looked at Suku and said, "You should be from more than just the spirit realm, right?" He stared at Suku, trying to see something from his face. But Suku's eyes were calm, without any sign of fluctuation. After all, the true dragon technique has long been extinct in the spirit realm. If I'm not mistaken, you are from the immortal realm, right? Suku still didn't answer. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. After a long while, Ji Tianhong said calmly, "You can kill me or chop me up as you please. I, Ji Tianhong, can bear it." He slowly closed his eyes, looking as if he was waiting to die. But Suku moved his lips and then said, "Don't you want to return to the spirit realm for revenge?" As soon as these words came out, Ji Tianhong's body was shaken. He wanted to say something, but he said indifferently, "I have been expelled from the family. I am afraid that the undead Phoenix clan still has a hunting order for me. I am already guilty, so it doesn't matter whether I seek revenge or not. Even if I want to go back to the spirit realm to get to the bottom of what happened, I am powerless." Looking at this scene, Suku curled his lips and said, "I think you probably don't understand what I mean. As far as I know, after you leave the spirit realm, the Phoenix girl of the undead Phoenix clan will become a Taoist couple with the Grand Prince of your undead Phoenix clan." As soon as the words fell, the entire secret realm fell into silence. Ji Tianhong was terribly silent for a moment. Like a statue, motionless. However, Suku could feel a tremendous rage gathering within his body. After a moment, Ji Tianhong suddenly opened his phoenix eyes, murderous intent gathered in his eyes, full of blood. Ji. Wu. Shuang. He spoke each word through gnashing teeth. Suku's previous remarks were brief, but Ji Tianhong instantly understood what Suku meant. It's a bureau. It was set up by them. Damn you, Huang Qingling. You deserve to die. But anger seemed quite powerless on Ji Tianhong at this moment. After a moment, he calmed down, followed by a deeper sense of dejection and helplessness. After 10,000 years, I'm afraid they would have already taken that step. I can't take revenge at all. There was a hint of jealousy and despair in Ji Tianhong's phoenix eyes. He slumped his head to the ground helplessly, with death in his heart. He was well aware of Ji Wushuang's talent, which was on par with his. He also knew that after tens of thousands of years, the spiritual realm had already changed. He was once the strongest genius of the immortal Phoenix clan, but that was only in the past. Now, he was always slow in every step. No matter how strong the hatred is, it cannot make up for the gap in time. Perhaps, he can only die with endless regret. Just let them be happy. I give up. Suku felt a strong sense of death from Ji Tianhong, which was the despair and helplessness after a dead heart. Yes, he was betrayed by his own elder brother and childhood sweetheart, and fell into this situation. Even if he wanted to go back for revenge, the huge gap in strength created by tens of thousands of years could not be made up by his hatred. Of course, this is just Ji Tianhong's wishful thinking. Suku looked at the depressed former and said slowly, "Submit to me, it won't be long before I take you back to take back everything that belongs to you." Ji Tianhong raised his eyes, but then lowered them helplessly, and said mockingly, "This is the real reason why you didn't kill me, right?" As he spoke, he roared again, "Even if you are from the immortal realm, so what? The dignity of the immortal Phoenix clan cannot be trampled upon by anyone." Seeing that Ji Tianhong was still defending his ridiculous dignity at this time, Suku slowly stretched out a finger and tapped the top of Ji Tianhong's head. Buzz. A wave of memories flooded into Ji Tianhong's mind. Ji Tianhong, who was originally dejected, trembled all over, then suddenly opened his eyes with an incredible look on his face. What did he see? In his memory, a black-clad figure stood with his hands behind his back, standing at the top of the group of immortals. He single-handedly established a huge immortal dynasty, which attracted the submission of all gods and the congratulations of all immortals. With just a wave of his hand, the stars shattered and reborn. When he opened his eyes, the laws of Tao flowed. All the immortals, whom he once regarded as supreme beings, could be destroyed with a wave of his hand in front of the black-clothed figure. He stands alone at the top of the fairyland, wandering beyond the long river of time. A leaf can block the galaxy, and a sword can make no law come into being. This is a true giant in the immortal path. Now, how much value do you think your dignity has? Suku asked again. This time, Ji Tianhong was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Although you were born into the immortal Phoenix clan, you are just blessed by the true Phoenix. Suku teased, "Your ancestors even call me their peers, so what do you count as?" Faced with Suku's ruthless and even aggressive words, Ji Tianhong did not dare to say a word. Because he knew that what the former said was probably the truth. Then Ji Tianhong struggled to speak. Suku didn't even give him a chance to speak, and said calmly, "Now, sign a master-servant contract with me. 10,000 years later, I will give you freedom." Master-servant contract. Doesn't that mean that he will have to work like a slave for the person in front of him for 10,000 years? But Ji Tianhong reacted immediately. 10,000 years, is it long? Compared to his lifespan, 10,000 years is not long at all. He was even very clear that if it were the person in front of him who was in his prime, even if it was himself in his heyday, he would not even be qualified to meet him. For him, being able to follow the person in front of him is a supreme opportunity and fortune. After thinking this through, he understood it instantly. Is that a master-servant contract? No. That is a pass to the fairyland. I am willing to be your servant. Ji Tianhong stood up despite his physical weakness, and then lowered his head reverently. Seeing this, Suku didn't waste any time and directly put his hand on his head. A ray of spiritual light spread out from Suku's palm and enveloped Ji Tianhong's whole body. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder between heaven and earth. Ji Tianhong trembled all over, and somehow, he established an invisible connection with the person in front of him, and the two seemed to be in tune with each other. This is not a master-servant contract. Ji Tianhong reacted instantly and realized that if it was a master-servant contract, he would not be able to communicate with Suku telepathically. Yes, this is the soul seal contract between you and me. If I give birth, you give birth. If I die, you die. In other words, if you die, I will die with you. Hearing this, Ji Tianhong's eyes suddenly widened. It turned out to be the legendary soul seal contract. But to you? Without waiting for Ji Tianhong to finish, Suku said calmly, "Don't think too much. I am still just a cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm. I need your help to condense the heavenly gate void soul." After hearing this, Ji Tianhong finally understood what Suku meant. To condense the Tianguan virtual soul, one must obtain the demon soul by hunting monsters. Suku chose to sign a soul seal contract with himself and condense the virtual soul in another way. Not only was the effect more perfect than the demon soul, but he also didn't have to kill himself. Thinking of this, Ji Tianhong finally realized it. If I had not agreed to become a servant just now, the latter would have killed me here and taken away my soul. His choice brought him back from the brink of death. Yes. Ji Tianhong lowered his head. By the way, give me the golden dragon energy. Suku stretched out his hand. He did not forget the ultimate purpose of this trip. Ji Tianhong smiled awkwardly, then immediately opened his mouth and spit out the golden dragon energy. Suku took it and swallowed it directly. But at this moment, Suku's face froze and looked a little ugly. Seeing this, Ji Tianhong's heart trembled, and he asked cautiously, "Master. Master, is there any problem?" It was the first time he called someone master, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Suku pulled the corner of his mouth and asked, "Do you have bad breath?" Ji Tianhong. His face instantly turned red, and then he explained awkwardly, "It was just unblocked, I didn't have time to." Suku waved his hand and said, "It's okay. By the way, you don't have to call me master. My servants all call me your excellency. You can call me that too." "Yes, your majesty." Feeling the enormous energy contained in the golden dragon's aura, Suku finally showed a smile on his face. Goal achieved. At this moment, a more cautious voice sounded, "Your majesty, we." The voice came from the 8 emperors. Suku forced the 8 emperors out of his body, and his cultivation level instantly returned to the Qi-nourishing realm. The 8th emperor was somewhat afraid to look at Suku at this moment. The 8 of them heard clearly the conversation between Suku and Ji Tianhong just now. Although they didn't understand the meaning of some conversations, they understood some key points very thoroughly. Coming from the fairyland, although no one knows what that place is, but judging from Ji Tianhong's reaction, it should be a place more terrifying than the spirit realm. Being of the same generation as the immortal phoenix ancestor, it was obvious that Suku's status was so high that they could no longer reach him. As powerful as the immortal phoenix, he was willing to be Suku's servant. It was obvious that Suku's status was incredibly high. Combining all of this, it can be summarized in one sentence: Suku's status is terrifyingly high. It's funny that they had spoken to Suku as elders before. Looking at it now, my ancestor must have smashed his head to pieces on the ground. "You don't have to call me your excellency." Suku smiled and said, "You have helped me, and I owe you a favor. If you have any requests, I can do it for you in the future." As soon as the words fell, the 8 emperors looked at each other in surprise. Being able to receive a favor from the person in front of you is a great fortune. The 8 of them gave almost the same answer: "Please, your majesty, take care of my descendants when you have the chance in the future. I am Xiao Che, the sky-high sword emperor. Zhao Yunlong, the mad blade tyrant. The true flame emperor Mo Ko. The great emperor Yunzong, Su Huijing. The southern emperor Fengrui. Xiantian emperor Wu Pingchuan. The 9 sons emperor Gu Chaodong. North Sea war emperor Muing Xue. Your majesty, please take care of our descendants. If my descendants are of great use, please protect them. If my descendants are not of great use, please show mercy." Hearing this, Suku nodded. He could understand these people's feelings. They have fallen long ago, and all they care about is the inheritance of their bloodline. But if... Suku glanced at them. Ling Tian Sword Emperor Xiao Che instantly understood what Suku meant and said seriously, "If my junior provokes you and does not repent, your majesty will kill me." "Us too." The others also reacted and spoke quickly. Seeing this, Suku nodded and said, "Okay, in that case, if I see your descendants in the future, I will naturally repay you for this favor." "Thank you, your majesty." The 8th emperor quickly clasped his fists and bowed his head. "By the way, your majesty, we have nothing to thank you for. We are willing to offer you all our life's martial arts. Even though you may not look down on it, it is also a token of our heart. North Sea War Emperor Muing Shue said carefully. Hearing this, Suku thought about it and agreed. The road he took was one that blended the strengths of various schools and integrated them into his own self. Although the martial arts of these people are indeed nothing to him, they are the lifelong insights of a great emperor after all, so they should have their merits. Besides, he probably won't have the chance to use the true dragon treasure technique, such a top-notch martial art, in the short term, so it's appropriate to use their martial arts as a transition. At this point, the remaining souls of the 8 emperors had become extremely illusory and were about to dissipate. But there was no trace of nostalgia in their eyes. Firstly, the purpose of their existence was to prevent Ji Tianhong from escaping and causing chaos. Now that the latter had surrendered to Suku, their mission was completed in disguise. Secondly, after this incident, they had the favor of a being like Suku, and they also left a trace of protection for their own bloodlines, so they should be satisfied. We bid farewell to your excellency, and hope that your excellency will return to the peak soon. The 8 emperors bowed their heads with a respectful attitude. Suku smiled and nodded at them, watching them gradually disappear in front of him. After a while, Suku and Ji Tianhong were the only ones left in this huge secret realm. You're not planning to stay with me in your immortal phoenix form in the future, are you? Suku raised his eyes and looked at him, saying lightly. Hearing this, Ji Tianhong thought for a moment, then transformed himself into a handsome young man in golden clothes. Suku couldn't help but sigh that the genes of the immortal phoenix clan were really good. They had sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, red lips and white teeth. They were handsome and charming. He even felt a little jealous when he saw them. But speaking of which, you don't have any other colored clothes. Isn't gold a little too dazzling? Dazzling. Ji Tianhong looked down, raised the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. I make a living with this face and this outfit. Hearing this, Suku rolled his eyes and thought to himself, what a slut. After a long time, he looked towards the entrance of the secret realm in the distance. The 8th prince and his companions should have returned to the Sui dynasty and spread the news of this place. Now, he not only obtained the golden dragon energy, but also signed a soul seal contract with the immortal phoenix. It is time to break through the heavenly gate realm. I will practice here, and we will go out after I break through the Tianguan realm. You will protect me? Suku ordered. Yes. Looking at Suku sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ji Tianhong also began to recover from his injuries and condition. In the outside world, the top circles of the Sui dynasty were already in an uproar. During an ordinary autumn hunt, the 3rd prince and the 7th prince died, and an earthquake occurred in the entire Sui imperial family. Of course the royal family wanted to suppress this news, but they couldn't. After all, the death of the 2 princes had such a huge impact. In desperation, they could only announce that the 2 princes had an accident during the autumn hunt. As for what the accident was, that was not something that ordinary people could know. On the 2nd day after the autumn hunt, Emperor Wu of Sui, Yang Shao, urgently summoned all the survivors who had gone to the secret realm to gather in the Wuying Palace, but Yang Shao met them one by one. There was only one question during the meeting: what exactly happened in the autumn hunt secret realm? Yang Shao required that everyone must not miss any details and that everything that had happened from the first day of entering the secret realm must be told word for word. After all the meetings, Yang Shao summarized and compared them, and soon, all the events that happened during the entire autumn hunt were fully deduced. The meeting lasted from early morning to late evening, and finally everyone was dismissed. What do you think? The Wuying Hall was brightly lit with candles. Yang Shao was sitting on the dragon throne. There was no one else in the hall. He rubbed his temple with a worried look on his face, and as he finished speaking, a dark shadow slowly emerged behind him. The secret war that affected the entire continent 10,000 years ago is also recorded in the history books of the Great Sui dynasty, but only in a few sentences. From what we can see now, the battlefield fragments that the founding emperor moved with his supreme power did not come from ancient times, but are the remains of the battle that took place 10,000 years ago. I just never thought that there was such a terrifying creature hidden in this relic. The dark shadow walked out slowly, and its face gradually became clear under the light of the candle. This is a one-eyed old man. Because he has only one eye, his face looks somewhat hideous and terrifying. He also looked worried at this time. If such a being really came into the world, would it turn into the war that happened 10,000 years ago? Yang Xiao asked. The old man pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, "It is very likely that the living being was the root cause of the destruction of the sect era. Now that 10,000 years have passed, if he were to appear in the world, I'm afraid that even if the four great nations joined forces, they would not be able to contend with him. Is there no other way?" The old man shook his head and said, "We should communicate with the other three countries as soon as possible. This is something that the Sui dynasty alone cannot afford. We also need to send people to inform those hidden sections. Of course, the most important thing is the 8 great imperial clans." When he heard the 8 imperial clans, Yang Zhao's eyes fixed. Although the family left behind by the 8 great emperors 10,000 years ago has long since ceased to exist in the world, it is still the inheritance of the great emperors and is considered the strongest hidden force in the Qinglan continent. That creature has a close connection with the 8 imperial clans. It would be best if they come forward. Hearing this, Yang Xiao nodded. It seemed that there was no better way. I will send people to the hidden sects and the 8 imperial clans in a moment. At the same time, the Great Sui will enter a state of war readiness in order to face any possible changes. Yang Zhao's face was more serious than ever. He rarely had this kind of mentality, but this matter happened too suddenly and no one could have predicted it. As the emperor of the Sui dynasty, he was fully aware of the importance of this matter. If there was any mistake, the 2,000 years of foundation of the Sui dynasty would be destroyed. The old man watched Yang Xiao arrange everything one by one. They were busy like this until late at night, and the entire Sui dynasty court and even the 4 major military departments were inexplicably thrown into a state of unrest. After finishing all the things, Yang Xiao was able to take a short break. "Tell me, what is the probability that Suku will survive?" Hearing this, the old man shook his head and said, "Very little. But I always feel that he is still alive." "Oh." The old man raised his eyebrows. "Why is your majesty so concerned about this boy? He is the only dark horse in this autumn hunt. He overwhelmed all the Taichu realm experts with his Qi cultivation realm, and in the end, he even used himself as bait to cover everyone's retreat. Tell me, how can I not be interested in such a person?" Hearing this, the old man thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Earlier in the Black Dragon Palace, I felt that this boy was a little elusive. I didn't expect that he was the one who hid the most. In the 17 years in Prince Su's mansion, he kept a low profile and was so low-key that no one would even remember him. But who could have thought that an abandoned child of Prince Su's mansion would have such a terrifying talent for martial arts?" As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. "The eldest girl from the Su family has decent talent, but she is still a little immature in her actions. With such a talent, it would be a blessing if I could use it for the great Sui dynasty. But if not..." Yang Xiao rubbed his eyebrows but did not point it out. "You are the emperor of a country, so you should consider things more carefully. If this boy becomes a variable that affects the stability of the Sui dynasty in the future, I will take action," said the old man. This is the ruthlessness of the rulers. At the beginning, he was still praising Suku's talent, but later on, he had already set up a killing situation. On the second night after the autumn hunt, Prince Su's mansion was also brightly lit. "How dare Suku?" Su Tianjuan's face gloomy as he listened to Su Tianran's report. "Sister, I'm telling you all this not to ask you to go to Suku to ask for an explanation. In fact, Suku did nothing wrong," Su Tianran said quickly. But Su Tianjuan's face was still murderous, and he said coldly, "Fourth sister, you are too soft-hearted. What kind of identity and status does Suku have to dare to compete with you for the demon soul in the autumn hunt? Who gave him the courage to do this? Has he forgotten the kindness that Prince Su's mansion has bestowed on him over the years?" Seeing Su Tianjuan's rising anger, Su Tianran just felt a headache. "Big sister, did you not understand what I meant? I didn't blame Suku. I told you about the autumn hunt because I wanted you to know that we may have blamed Suku wrongly. The martial arts talent he has shown now is so great that even I am ashamed of myself. What I want to tell you is that we were most likely wrong when we expelled him from the palace." Su Tianran had to speak his true thoughts. But her words not only failed to reduce Su Tianjuan's anger, but made him even angrier. "Wrong? How could we possibly be wrong? Is there anything wrong with expelling Suku from the palace for Wudao? Fourth sister, it turns out that you don't have this attitude towards Suku. What on earth did Suku do to you? Are you hiding something from me? Conceal. Hearing this, Su Qianran's eyes suddenly changed. Of course, she had concealed some information. She naturally could not tell Su Qianjuan that she could hear Suku's inner voice, which sounded a bit fantastic. In fact, she also wondered whether her sixth and fifth sisters had also heard Suku's thoughts, otherwise their personalities would not have changed so drastically. This required further verification from her. But now it seems that my eldest sister probably doesn't know about this. Since she didn't know, she would keep it secret for now. Hearing other people's inner thoughts made her very curious and even had a desire to explore. Seeing Su Qianjuan so angry, Su Qianran was still a little afraid of her. After all, Su Qianjuan was the only one who made decisions on all the big and small matters in the mansion over the years. Ever since her parents disappeared, Su Qianjuan has been acting as the elder in the family, and she doesn't want to make the relationship too strained. But there were some things she felt needed to be made clear. Sister, actually, when I think about it later, what did Suku do wrong? When he was adopted by my father, he was just a baby. How could he have any bad intentions? Didn't Suku take great care of us over the past 17 years? Yes, that's right. Wudao is our biological brother. Now that he's back, we will give him all our love. But can such a huge palace accommodate a guest like Su? Su Qianran said. Hearing this, Su Qianjuan's eyes suddenly focused. She didn't know what had happened to Su Qianran and Suku during this autumn hunt. The one who hated Suku the most among the 7 sisters was now speaking for Suku. However, Su Qianran's words not only failed to comfort Su Qianjuan but had the opposite effect. When I expelled Suku from the palace, I also asked for your opinions. Now you are saying the same thing. It was made very clear at the time. For Wudao to be able to support the palace, someone must make sacrifices. Wudao's coronation banquet will be held in 2 days. I hope you won't let certain people affect Wudao. Su Qianjuan's face was very cold and his attitude was unquestionable. Seeing this, Su Qianran realized that it would be useless for him to say too much at the moment. I understand. Su Qianran responded, then left Su Qianjuan's residence with some anger in his heart. She was also very upset. On the one hand, she knew that for the sake of the overall situation, or to be more precise, for Su Wudao, letting Suku leave the palace was an appropriate decision. But since she heard Suku's inner voice, she began to feel a little guilty towards him. In addition, Suku's noble act of disregarding his own safety to cover everyone in the secret realm made the image of Suku in his mind change drastically. Yes, Suku didn't do anything from beginning to end. Watching Su Qianran leave, Su Qianjuan took a deep breath and sat in the chair in a daze. What went wrong? What tricks did Suku use to make them all start to side with him? Su Qianjuan realized it later. At this moment, his 6th sister, 5th sister, and 4th sister had all said similar things to him, and they all said that they had done something wrong. But did I really do something wrong? She also doubted herself for a moment. Sister. At this moment, a figure stepped into the room. Wudao, you're here. Seeing Su Wudao, Su Qianjuan's sleepy face finally revealed a smile. Su Wudao naturally came behind Su Qianjuan, gently massaged the acupuncture points on the latter's head with both hands, and said softly, "The palace still depends on you, elder sister, no matter what, you must take care of your health, your head hurts again, right?" Listening to the gentle voice, Su Qianjuan closed his eyes comfortably and responded, "It's still that Suku. He has caused me a lot of trouble during this period." Hearing this, Su Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then said, "Actually, I heard everything you said to 4th sister just now." Su Qianjuan was not surprised and said calmly, "What do you think? Do you also think I did something wrong?" Su Wudao stopped what he was doing and said quickly, "Of course not. Sister, everything you did was for the palace. You never had any selfish motives. How could you have done anything wrong?" Hearing this, Su Qianjuan's frown finally relaxed. Yes, wasn't everything she did for the palace, for the inheritance left by her parents, and for her sisters? Wasn't it also unrighteous? What have I done wrong? But as for Suku, I don't know if he is still alive. There is such a terrifying existence in that secret realm. I'm afraid he is in great danger. As Su Tianjuan spoke, he felt a little irritated for some reason. Suku's voice and appearance involuntarily appeared in my mind. Of course I hope brother Suku is still alive, but... Su Wudao looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to hide anything from me, big sister. Su Tianjuan said. Hearing this, Su Wudao hurriedly came to Su Tianjuan, scratched his head, and said, Sister, I definitely don't want to sow discord between you and brother Suku. After all, you have been in love for 17 years. But ever since brother Suku was expelled from the palace, he has been verbally abusing his sisters, and even physically beating them. He must be harboring hatred towards the palace and his sisters. Su Tianjuan nodded and motioned Su Wudao to continue. Now he has shown his extraordinary talent in martial arts. Regardless of whether he is still alive, if he still comes out of the secret realm alive, when he is fully grown, I am worried that he will pose a threat to the palace. Even if it is used by someone with ulterior motives, our palace will probably have another great enemy. Hearing this, Su Tianjuan's face turned serious. I know what you mean. I've been thinking about this as well these days. Su Tianjuan had considered Su Wudao's idea, but Suku had only shown part of his talent before, so she didn't take it too seriously. But listening to Su Tianran's narration today, Suku has unknowingly grown to the point where he can compete with the top geniuses of the Sui dynasty. If he is allowed to continue growing, it will be a hidden danger to the palace. Moreover, many families in the imperial capital have been complaining about our palace recently. It's all because of us. What did you say? Su Tianjuan raised his eyebrows. Everyone says that we are blind and actually drove a genius out of our home. It's not without reason that they say our palace is in decline. Bullshit. Su Tianjuan couldn't help but swear when he heard it. What she cared about most was the palace and its reputation. She couldn't let this kind of atmosphere prevail in the imperial capital. Obviously, the current Suku has already caused a bad influence on the Su palace. Tell me what you think. Su Tianjuan looked at Su Wudao deeply. Since you came to see me, it shouldn't be as simple as coming here to tell me these things, right? Big sister is wise. Su Wudao smiled awkwardly, then said seriously, what I mean is, we should pretend that Suku is still alive. While Suku is not in the imperial capital now, we still have to do something to let other families in the imperial capital know that the Su palace never regrets any decision it has made. The rise and fall of Prince Su's mansion is definitely not something that can be decided by Suku alone. So, I think we can sacrifice the Lu mansion, which can be regarded as our attitude towards the outside world. Hearing this, Su Tianjuan nodded. She knew what Su Wudao meant. Now that Suku has been expelled from the palace, there is only one way to go. The dignity of Prince Su's mansion does not allow for looking back. Once it turns back to show goodwill to Suku, it will make the interior of Prince Su's mansion seem even more empty. Are you trying to let everyone know that Prince Su's mansion has a lot of resources and is not short of a genius like Suku? Then, we will attack the Lu mansion and use this opportunity to show everyone that the Su palace does not regret any of its decisions. We can also show our fangs and give a warning to those forces that look down on the palace. Yeah. Su Wudao nodded quickly. Seeing this, Su Tianjuan lowered his head and remained silent, obviously thinking about the pros and cons of this approach. Let me think about it carefully. Su Tianjuan said after a long time. There was a flash of surprise in Su Wudao's eyes. It was obvious that he was a little dissatisfied that Su Tianjuan did not make a decision immediately, but he quickly restrained himself and did not let the latter notice. Su Tianjuan looked up at Su Wudao and said seriously, your idea is feasible, but the most important thing is you. In me. Since we want to show that Prince Su's mansion is not short of talents like Suku, we must push forward someone with greater talent than Suku. This person can only be you. Hearing this, Su Wudao's eyes became serious and he said seriously, Wudao will definitely work hard and will never let big sister down. How is your practice of the heavenly sword cannon going? I have already refined most of the 7th grade primordial golden pill you gave me last time, and after a few days, I will be able to refine all the medicinal power and awaken the heavenly sword body. Not bad. Su Tianjuan nodded with satisfaction. Although Su Wudao had been living outside for many years, he was the blood of the Su Palace after all, and his talent was not weak. Coupled with the power of the 7th grade Huanyuan Golden Pill to cleanse the tendons and marrow, the latter's talent should be considered first class in the entire Sui dynasty. But that's not enough. After the king's ceremony is over in 3 days, I will take you to a place that should be able to improve your qualifications to a higher level. As he spoke, Su Tianjuan looked at Su Wudao and said, all the resources of the Su Palace are tilted towards you. You are destined to become the top young warrior in the Sui dynasty. You must also work hard and never slack off. Don't worry, big sister. Seeing this, Su Tianjuan waved his hand, and Su Wudao clasped his fists and slowly left the room. After Su Wudao left, Su Tianjuan fell silent again and the room was silent. After a moment, she stood up, walked out of the room, and slowly came to a room. This was where Prince Su and Princess Su once lived. Over the years, she would come here to clean the room every day whenever she had time. Although no one had lived there for more than a decade, it was spotless, and all the items were arranged exactly as they were when Prince Su disappeared, with no changes at all. Touching the items that his parents had used, Su Tianjuan's face was full of complexity. She sat on the rattan chair where her father had once lain, and seemed to still be able to feel the warmth of his body. Dad, I don't know whether this is right or wrong. But, for the sake of the palace, I am willing to bear all the consequences of my mistakes. The complexity and indecision in Su Tianjuan's eyes gradually faded away, replaced by a look of determination. After staying for a while, she left the room. It was late at night and the dew was cool. She did not go back to the house, but wandered aimlessly around the mansion. Then, as if possessed by some mysterious force, she somehow found herself in the yard where Suku had lived before. Stepping into the courtyard, she saw the stone table and stone chairs covered with thick dust. She flicked her sleeve slightly to disperse the dust, and then sat on the stone chair. She sat there in silence for a long time. She also didn't notice the jealous look in Su Wudao's eyes behind the door outside the courtyard. The 3rd day of autumn hunting ended. A piece of news spread like wildfire inside and outside the imperial capital. Su Tianjuan, the eldest princess of Prince Su's mansion, impeached the chief minister Lu Baichuan at the morning court. The reason is treason. Collaboration with the enemy is a capital crime in the Sui dynasty. Logically speaking, if Lu Baichuan is convicted of collaborating with the enemy, the entire Lu family will be implicated and executed. But surprisingly, at noon that day, an imperial decree was issued from the palace, abolishing Lu Baichuan's title of Grand Shuchang. Apart from this, there is no other punishment. This left all the officials in the court and even many forces confused. Lu Baichuan, did you collaborate with the enemy? Judging from the content of the imperial edict, there should be no such thing, otherwise it would not be as simple as abolishing the title. Only a few forces sensed the true intentions of Prince Su's mansion. This is to establish authority using the Lu mansion. For some forces, they didn't care what Prince Su's mansion did, but more forces were still affected by this method of Prince Su's mansion. As for some bad rumors about Prince Su's mansion, they quickly disappeared after Prince Su's mansion took action. Few people dare to mock the Su Wang mansion for being blind in public, after all, the size of the latter is there. As the only opposite-sex king among the 8 royal palaces in the empire, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Lu palace can only be regarded as an ordinary family in the imperial capital, it is still controlled by the Su palace at will. Naturally, other forces are unwilling to offend the Su palace, so as to avoid suffering an unprovoked disaster. Lu Mansion. Ever since the autumn hunt ended, the atmosphere in the entire Lu Mansion has been somewhat heavy. Lu Ruobing refused to eat or drink for 3 days and locked herself in her boudoir, which made Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian very worried. Girl, at least eat something. You haven't had a drop of water in the past few days. If Suku were still alive, he would definitely not want to see you like this. The couple brought some food, and Qin Lian tried to persuade them earnestly. But they had been persuading for 3 days in a row and received no response. Old woman, Ruobing must have been upset and something has happened to her, right? Lu Baichuan had a worried look on his face. Hearing him say that, Qin Lian's face was also filled with worry. Hurry up and kick the door open, before anything really happens to this silly girl. Qin Lian urged. Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan gathered spiritual power in his palm and prepared to break the door open with force. But just as he was about to take action, the door that had been closed for 3 days was suddenly opened. "Girl, are you okay?" The couple hurried forward to check on Lu Ruobing's physical condition. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. I'm sorry to have made you worry." Lu Ruobing spoke slowly, her voice a little hoarse. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, it seemed that she had cried a lot in the past few days. Both of them looked distressed. Lu Ruobing forced a smile at this time and said, "Dad, according to the date on the wedding invitation, 7 days from now will be the auspicious day for Suku and I to get married, right?" Looking at the smile on Lu Ruobing's face, Lu Baichuan couldn't figure out what the former meant for a moment, so he could only nod and say, "Yes, 7 days later." "Okay, then let's hurry up and prepare. Time is running out. I'm afraid it won't look good if we rush. This is the only chance for my daughter to get married in her life. I don't want to make it grand, but at least we have to leave no regrets." After hearing this, Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian looked at each other, and Lu Baichuan hurriedly said, "But Suko." Before Lu Baichuan could finish, Lu Ruobing sniffed and said with a playful smile, "Suku promised me that he would give me a grand wedding. He is delayed now and cannot come back, but the auspicious day does not wait for anyone. I believe he will be able to come back on that day." Lu Ruobing said this with a determined look on her face. Seeing how sensible she was, Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian felt a pain in their hearts. Of course, they knew that Lu Ruobing was pretending because she didn't want to make them worry. And insisting on holding the wedding as scheduled on the appointed date, this has probably become Lu Ruobing's obsession. It is unknown whether Suku is alive or dead. Under normal circumstances, no parents would agree to hold a wedding without a groom. However, seeing Lu Ruobing's determined and sensible look, Lu Baichuan's heart softened immediately. "Okay. Let's do it according to the original plan. You are right, Suku was delayed for a while because of something. If he can't make it back on that day and ruins my daughter's life, I, as her father-in-law, will never let him off easily." As he spoke, Lu Baichuan waved his fist angrily. Lu Ruobing couldn't help but smile, but her expression showed a hint of brokenness. Qin Lian's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but Lu Baichuan patted the back of her hand and said softly, "If my daughter is willing, just follow her. As long as she is happy, that's better than anything else." Seeing this, Qin Lian's eyes reddened, but she nodded. "Dad, according to custom, we have to set off today to return to our ancestral home in Longchuan and bring the relatives from our clan to the imperial capital to attend the wedding banquet. I have already packed everything, and you should also hurry up and get ready. The journey is long, and I'm afraid it will take several days to come back." Lu Ruobing said. Yes. My daughter is really thoughtful. I almost forgot about this." Lu Baichuan slapped his head and then he remembered this. But he couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruobing. Originally, the custom was for the newlyweds to return to their ancestral homeland together. Now only his daughter was going back alone, which might cause a lot of gossip. "Actually, we don't have to go back. Customs are customs, and we can just keep things simple." Lu Baichuan laughed to take care of Lu Ruobing's feelings. But Lu Ruobing calmly refused. "No, I know Dad is afraid that someone in the ancestral land will gossip, but I don't care. I just want everyone to come and witness my wedding." As she spoke, she stepped forward, held Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian's hands, and said solemnly, "Since my daughter has chosen Suko, I will be his for the rest of my life. If he can't come back, I will wait until he comes back. I want everyone to know that I am Suko's wife, the legitimate first wife under the witness of the clan." Seeing this, the couple also realized Lu Ruobing's inner determination. "Okay. Mom supports you. Dad supports you too. My daughter is such an outstanding person. To be able to fall in love with Suko, this kid's ancestors must be so lucky. If he doesn't come back, I will break his legs to bring him back." Soon, colorful balls were hung on the 2 stone lions at the gate of Lu Mansion, red lanterns were installed at the gate, and a red ribbon was hung on the plaque at the gate. The atmosphere of great joy begins 7 days before the auspicious day. The day after Lu Ruobing and others set out to return to their ancestral home in Longchuan, Su Wudao received the news. Inside Prince Su's mansion. "Sir, I just inquired. The Lu family's wedding is still going on as usual. They have already set off to return to their ancestral land to pick up the person. Su Wudao patted the warm and beautiful body lying on his side, slowly put on his clothes and walked down from the bed. Listening to the report from the Black Tiger guards, Su Wudao, who had just released a wave of passion, had a hint of gloom in his eyes. Even if guest Su is gone, why does the Lu family still insist on holding a wedding banquet? Yes, the Lu mansion's wedding invitations are still being distributed. It looks like it will be held as scheduled in 7 days. Hearing this, Su Wudao took a sip of the tea on the table and snorted. I heard that Lu Ruobing is extremely beautiful, but she has lived in seclusion for many years and few people have seen her appearance. Is she going to be a widow for a dead person? As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Even though his title has been revoked, Lu Baichuan still doesn't learn his lesson. Is he planning to fight to the death with my Su Wangfu? The Black Tiger guard said nothing. Su Wudao sat on a stool, tapping the table with his fingers intermittently. After a moment, he said coldly, since Lu Mansion wants to hold this marriage, I will not let him have his way. As he said that, he stood up and said, I'm going to go find my eldest sister. You send this woman away quietly. Don't let anyone find out. Su Wudao pointed at the naked woman on the bed and said, Yes, Prince. By the way, let's change the taste next time. Try something a little more exciting next time. After giving the instructions, Su Wudao found Su Tianjuan. You want to postpone the coronation banquet to 6 days later? Hearing Su Wudao's words, Su Tianjuan, who was working at his desk dealing with military affairs in the western route, frowned slightly and raised his head. That's right. The Lu family's wedding banquet will be held in 6 days, and I want to hold my coronation banquet on the same day as theirs. This is also a disguised way of getting other forces to take sides. Su Wudao said with a smile. How can such a big event as the king's consecration banquet be changed just like that? Su Tianjuan was somewhat dissatisfied. But Su Wudao walked around behind Su Tianjuan with a smile, kneaded the latter's shoulders diligently, and said coquettishly, My dear sister, please let me be willful for once, isn't this also for the good of the palace? After hearing this, Su Tianjuan's dissatisfaction immediately dissipated a lot. She smiled and said in a doting manner, What do you mean by doing this for the good of the palace? In the end, you just want to satisfy your own selfish desires. Hee, my elder sister guessed it right again. Su Tianjuan was not annoyed and was obviously quite pleased with Su Wudao's approach. Finally, she nodded and said, Okay, I'll send people to talk to all the forces and change the time to 6 days later. Don't let it change this time. Don't worry, big sister. I have a surprise for you at the coronation banquet. On that day, I will make Prince Su's mansion the most dazzling place in the imperial capital. After joking for a while, Su Wudao left Su Tianjuan's room contentedly. Just as he was on his way back to his courtyard, a beautiful figure stopped him. Su Wudao. What conspiracy do you have? Suku is already dead, and you are not willing to let Lu Mansion go. Under the moonlight, Su Tianyao looked haggard. Obviously, she had just heard the conversation between Su Wudao and Su Tianjuan. Seeing that it was Su Tianyao, Su Wudao was slightly startled, then he smiled coldly and pretended to go forward and hug Su Tianyao's slender waist. However, thinking that this place was not far from Su Tianjuan's room, if he was discovered, the consequences would be serious, so he withdrew his hand embarrassedly. It seems that you still miss Suku. Su Wudao touched his nose and smiled, it's a pity that he died in the autumn hunt. You will never see him again. No. He is not dead. Su Tianyao's eyes turned red instantly when he heard it, as if he was irritated by these words, and he immediately refuted it. In response, Su Wudao curled his lips and said sarcastically, I guess you also learned from fourth sister what happened during the autumn hunt. What do you think is the chance of him surviving under such circumstances? As he spoke, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He was a worthless person to begin with, but what's ridiculous is that he put on a righteous attitude before he died. After a while, who will remember who Suku is? But soon, the entire Sui dynasty will remember my name, Su Wudao. I am the only prince of the Su palace. No, by then, I will be King Su, the only king of a different surname in the Sui dynasty. Su Wudao's expression became more fierce, and facing this, Sutyani bit her lips tightly, but she had no way to refute. When she learned what happened during the autumn hunt, no matter how much hope she had for Suku, she knew that in that situation, even those in the Taichu realm were like grass, let alone Suku. And she was even more clear that once Su Wudao inherited the throne of King Su, he would be one of the 8 kings of the Sui dynasty, with great power and authority. But the Lu family didn't provoke you, why did you attack them? Sutyani said angrily. Hearing this, Su Wudao curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Sixth sister, you are too naive. I, Su Wudao, want to touch anyone, why do I need a reason?" After these words were spoken, Sutyani's eyes narrowed. The anger in her heart did not diminish, but she felt more helpless. She couldn't stop Su Wudao, at least not in her current state. She suddenly felt that she was very useless. Even though she was a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Medicine Pavilion, that was all. Unless she is the owner of the Medicine Pavilion, she might be able to help Suku. Besides, I didn't say I would do anything to the Lu mansion. I just postponed the coronation banquet to 6 days later. Su Wudao grinned, but the next moment, he suddenly took a step forward, his body almost sticking to Sutyani. He lowered his head slightly, blew a breath into Sutyani's ear, and said lightly, "Of course, I said that if you were more sensible, sixth sister, I might show mercy to the Lu family for your sake. Will you be sensible?" Su Wudao stared straight at Sutyani, his eyes filled with passion and possessiveness. That kind of gaze made Sutyani dare not even look directly at him. The strong sense of invasion made her resist instinctively. Of course she knew what Su Wudao meant, so she immediately took 2 steps back and said angrily, "Su Wudao, how dare you? I am your biological sister." "My dear sister." Su Wudao pouted and nodded, but the next moment he showed a lewd smile. "It's more interesting because you are my dear sister." Hearing this, Sutyani's pupils shrank. She didn't expect that Su Wudao had been so shameless, so disgusting, and so perverted. But she didn't dare to tear off the latter's disguise. For Suku, she could only endure it. Watching Sutyani's back as she left in grief and anger, Su Wudao licked his lips, the heat in his eyes dissipated, leaving only viciousness. He raised his head, looked at the dark night sky, and murmured, "Suku, you'd better be alive. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of me and watch me play with your 7 sisters as I please." Just thinking about it is exciting. In the secret realm, there were continuous dragon roars all over Suku's body. Under the continuous refining of the original true explanation, the golden dragon's energy turned into rolling dragon energy that continuously washed through his meridians. The golden dragon energy not only contains extremely huge energy, but also has the effect of enhancing the strength of the meridians and solidifying the marrow. The already powerful devouring holy vein is now covered with a faint golden glow, and looks like hundreds of Vajra dragons entrenched in Suku's body. At a certain moment, there was a cry of a phoenix, and a huge creature with immortal black flames all over its body rose out of Suku's body, and then hovered above Suku's head. As the wings flapped continuously, the void around them collapsed. A terrifying force swept out in an instant, and thunder descended from the sky. The heavenly gate realm has been broken. Suku slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he officially entered the Tianguan realm and leaped to the 5th level of Tianguan. If the outside world knew about this terrifying breakthrough speed, it would probably cause another shock. But in Suku's opinion, it was just normal. At the same time, the immortal phoenix of Tianguan Void Soul has also been successfully condensed. Not far away, Ji Tianhong, who was also sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing, was slightly startled when he saw this scene. Considering Suku's past status, this little bit of power is nothing. He closed his eyes and devoted himself to his practice again. Now that the virtual soul has been condensed, the next step is to refine all the golden dragon energy. Suku murmured to himself. He was not in a hurry to leave the secret realm. He could use this time to improve his cultivation. But the outside world is probably in chaos. It was the 4th day after the autumn hunt, and there were still 5 days left until the Lu family's wedding. Lu Ruobing and his party have arrived at the ancestral land of Longchuan. In the ancestral hall, Lu Baichuan, Qin Lian, and Lu Ruobing were kneeling on the ground. In front of them, there are tablets of ancestors. On both sides, the elders of the clan were sitting. It should have been a happy day, but the faces of these elders were very serious. Baichuan, do you know your mistake? An old man in black clothes and a goatee who was sitting on the main seat under the spirit tablet gently leaned on the cane in his hand, which made a dull sound on the ground, and scolded in a dissatisfied tone. This person is the patriarch of the Longchuan Lu clan, Lu Jingshan. Hearing this, Lu Baichuan raised his head, frowned and said, Patriarch, what have I done wrong? What's wrong with that? Lu Jingshan sneered and said angrily, for a mere abandoned child of Prince Su's mansion, you don't hesitate to go against such a behemoth as Prince Su's mansion. Do you think we don't know? The day before yesterday, the Grand Princess of the Royal Palace publicly impeached you, causing your title to be taken away. The culprit was the abandoned son of the Su mansion. You are still right. Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan shook his head and said, Patriarch, this matter is not Suku's fault, nor is it mine. Quibbling. Hearing this, Lu Jingshan was so angry that his body was shaking. Suku has been abandoned by Prince Su's mansion, why do you want to accept him as your son-in-law? Have all the young talents in the entire imperial capital died? Why do they want to recruit a discarded child into the sect? Since Prince Su's mansion has already abandoned Suku, and you acknowledge him as your son-in-law, isn't this going against Prince Su's mansion? What is that? Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan said calmly, Suku is Suku, and Su Wangfu is Su Wangfu. Moreover, Suku has done a favor to our Liufu before, so we should repay the favor. Isn't this the ancestral precept of our Longchuan Lu clan? It is our ancestral teaching to repay kindness, but you could have just helped him secretly. Why go to so much trouble and even sacrifice your own daughter? Lu Jingshan was furious. Obviously, he did not expect that Lu Baichuan would dare to contradict him on this matter. Lu Baichuan did not say anything about this. It was not because he agreed with Lu Jingshan's words, but because he saw the haggard look on the latter's face, and he was afraid that if he spoke again, he would be sent away with a shout. Seeing that Lu Baichuan didn't say anything, Lu Jingshan thought that he realized his mistake, and then he scolded, Baichuan, remember. The reason you can gain a foothold in the imperial capital and have a title is not because of you, but the result of our Longchuan Lu clan's hard work and training. Now that your title has been taken away and you have offended Prince Su's mansion, how are you going to survive in the imperial capital in the future? Are you worthy of the high expectations that we elders have for you? Are you worthy of the training we have given you over the years? Ah. Hearing these words, Lu Baichuan wanted to speak out in rebuttal, but thinking that this was after all the ancestral temple, some things were difficult for him to say, so he could only swallow his words back into his stomach. Lu Jingshan's words also caused the elders of the clan on both sides to criticize him. Yes, Baichuan, there is something wrong with what you did. We worked so hard to train you to be a talent, but you let us down. I held you in my arms when you were little. I've always thought you were special. It took a lot of effort for you to become something of a decent person, but now you've been reduced to your original state again. Baichuan, you haven't even had the chance to repay us yet, and this happened. Well. Listening to what was said around him, Lu Baichuan couldn't help but clench his hands, and his finger bones turned white from exerting too much force. He was about to explode with anger, but was stopped by Qin Lian who was standing beside him. This is in the ancestral temple, be patient. But Lu Baichuan could endure it, but Lu Ruobing next to him couldn't. She suddenly raised her head, looked at the elders around her, and suddenly shouted, enough. Lu Ruobing's sudden outburst startled everyone who had been criticizing her, and the ancestral hall instantly became quiet. Lu Jingshan, who was sitting on the main seat, also shuddered and looked at Lu Ruobing in surprise. What happens between us and Suku, between us and Su Wangfu, is none of your business. My father's title was earned by fighting on the battlefield. What does it have to do with you? My father left Longchuan when he was young. How can you train him? In the final analysis, you just saw that my father's title was taken away, and you couldn't get any benefit from it, so you felt that you lost face in Longchuan, right? Why are you making hypocritical accusations here? Boom. Lu Ruobing's witty remarks shocked everyone and made their faces gradually turn ugly. No one expected that Lu Ruobing, who was known to be quiet and gentle, could say something so outrageous in their eyes. How dare you? Lu Jingshan suddenly grabbed the ground with his crutch, pointed at Lu Ruobing with an angry and trembling finger, as if he was so angry that he couldn't speak. The elders on both sides were also embarrassed and turned their guns towards Lu Ruobing. How can you talk to your elders like that? Baichuan. Look at this. This is your good daughter, and she dares to talk back to her elders. How can this be tolerated? How can this be tolerated? This is actually Tian Gang's fault. Enough. At this time, Lu Baichuan finally stopped tolerating and stood up with a thump. A murderous aura burst out from his body and the entire ancestral hall fell silent in an instant. Many elders looked at Lu Baichuan at this time, their eyes flickering. After all, he is an old veteran who has walked out of the battlefield. Although he has not wielded an axe for many years, once he gets angry, the murderous aura he exudes is not something that ordinary people can withstand. You can say I'm good, but don't say anything about my daughter, or I'll turn my back on you. Lu Baichuan raised his eyes and glanced around. Under the intimidation of the evil spirit, everyone's faces turned pale and they dared not look directly at it. After saying that, Lu Baichuan looked at Lu Jingshan and said calmly, "Today we are here to comfort our ancestors and to inform you of Ruobing's marriage. The date is set for 5 days from now. If you are willing to go, go with me tomorrow. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. That's all I have to say." Who agrees and who disagrees? Everyone looked at each other, and Lu Jingshan's expression was extremely ugly. He felt that his authority as the clan leader had been seriously challenged. Lu Baichuan. What's your attitude? Seeing this, the people on both sides were about to speak in agreement, but were rendered speechless by Lu Baichuan's next words. Of course, if anyone doesn't go, I can save some money for next year's clan fund. Everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jingshan's expression suddenly changed, and his old face turned red. Seeing this, the people on both sides hurriedly said, "Go." Of course we go. This is a big happy event for our Lu clan. Who can not go? Yes, Baichuan, Auntie was just joking with you. Ruobing's matter is our matter. We must go and support the situation. Otherwise, it will seem that we have no one in the Lu clan, which is not good. Right, Patriarch. Looking at everyone's gazes, Lu Jingshan coughed and had to forcibly suppress the anger in his heart. The Lu clan's annual clan dues come mostly from Lu Baichuan's lineage. If Lu Baichuan refuses to pay next year's clan dues, the Longchuan Lu clan will lose half of their income. Even if he is the Patriarch, it will not end well. Yes, they are right. Everyone go back and get ready. We will follow Baichuan to the imperial capital tomorrow. Lu Jingshan couldn't help but force a smile and spoke to everyone. Yes, yes, listen to the clan leader. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing this, Lu Baichuan restrained his murderous aura and said calmly, "If that's the case, then we'll leave first. We'll set off early tomorrow morning." Looking at the backs of Lu Baichuan and the other two as they left, Lu Jingshan felt ugly and gloomy, but he didn't know where to vent his anger. Everyone go. He knocked on the ground, and everyone dispersed. At this time, a young figure walked out from behind the ancestral hall and came in front of Lu Jingshan. "Silver Dragon, did you see it?" Lu Jingshan asked. Lu Yinlong was thin, with sunken eye sockets and a pale face. At first glance, he looked like a young man with kidney deficiency due to excessive indulgence. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Grandpa. She's my type. I like her so much. I didn't expect my cousin to be so pretty." But then, his face turned bitter, and he said, "But Grandpa, she's getting married soon, what can I do?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jingshan sneered and said calmly, "Grandfather has already inquired about it. Suku is likely to have died in the autumn hunt organized by His Majesty a few days ago. Lu Ruobing just can't recognize the reality. Do you really think she will be a widow for a dead man forever? That's definitely not the case." Lu Yinlong's eyes lit up. "No woman can stand loneliness and solitude. I know this for sure." Lu Jingshan nodded and said with a smile, "That's it, then you have a chance." "But Grandpa, Lu Baichuan looks so scary, will he agree?" Thinking of Lu Baichuan's previous murderous look, Lu Yinlong couldn't help but shrink his neck. "What are you afraid of? As long as you can take down Lu Ruobing, why would you be afraid that he won't agree?" Lu Jingshan glared at Lu Yinlong and said seriously, although Lu Baichuan has been stripped of his title, he has been running the imperial capital for many years. The businesses under him are enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Yinlong, as long as you can capture Lu Ruobing, Lu Baichuan's property will all be yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinlong's eyes instantly burst into heat and greed. He had long been tired of playing with the women in Longchuan, and he had long wanted to go to the imperial capital to see if the women there were more interesting. But don't say buts. Remember, you are the eldest son and grandson of my Lu clan. From now on, everything in the Lu clan will be yours, including my position as the clan leader. You are just a woman, how can you live without a man? Lu Jingshan stroked his goatee, looking like he saw through everything. With Lu Jingshan as his backer, the last trace of fear in Lu Yinlong's eyes disappeared. Dad, you look so handsome just now. After walking out of the ancestral hall, Lu Ruobing smiled and took Lu Baichuan's arm, saying coquettishly. Qin Lian, who was standing by, also snorted and curled her lips and said, "It's quite heroic." That's right. Lu Baichuan waved his fist upon hearing this. You can mess with me, but if you mess with my daughter, I'll punch her in the stomach. When I give them face, they are my elders. When I don't, they are nothing in front of me. The three of them laughed, and before they knew it, it was evening. In the evening, the Lu clan prepared a banquet, and everyone at the table flattered Lu Baichuan. Although his title was taken away, Lu Baichuan was still the best branch of the Longchuan Lu clan. At the table, Lu Yinlong was deliberately assigned to sit next to Lu Ruobing. Cousin Ruobing, come here, let me pour you some wine. Lu Yinlong picked up the wine cup in front of Lu Ruobing and was about to pour it. Lu Ruobing's face was cold and she refused. Sorry, I don't drink. It's okay to drink a little. We are all family. Your wedding day is coming in a few days. We brothers and sisters should be happy. Others at the table also hurriedly advised. Seeing this, Lu Ruobing couldn't refuse and could only say calmly, just a little bit will do. That's great. Lu Yinlong smiled and filled Lu Ruobing's wine cup. Come on. Cousin. As the eldest brother of our Lu clan, I toast you. As he spoke, Lu Yinlong drank the wine in the glass and then looked at Lu Ruobing with a smile. Lu Ruobing had no choice but to pick up the wine glass, frowned slightly, but drank it all in one gulp. How generous. Seeing this, everyone started to applaud. Cousin. I am considered your third cousin, so I respect you as well. For a moment, the peers at the table toasted Lu Ruobing one after another. Watching Lu Ruobing drink cup after cup of wine, greed gradually appeared in Lu Yinlong's eyes. Soon, Lu Ruobing's pretty face turned red under the continuous bombardment. She indeed didn't drink often. Her pretty face with blushing look made many people at the table stunned and unable to look away. She was like a flower bud waiting to be picked, exuding warm fragrance, attracting everyone's restless hearts. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ruobing seemed a little drunk. Lu Yinlong secretly glanced at Lu Baichuan in the distance, who was drinking happily with Lu Jingshan and others. Seeing Lu Yinlong's gaze looking at him, Lu Jingshan also gave him a look. With Lu Jingshan's approval, Lu Yinlong's already restless heart became even bolder. Cousin Ruobing, you must have drunk too much. I'll take you back to your room. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand in a very gentlemanly and elegant manner, and was about to hold Lu Ruobing's arm. Lu Ruobing did not resist and let Lu Yinlong take her away from the table. The other young men at the table were all envious when they saw this. A beauty like Lu Ruobing would be hard to find even with a lantern in Longchuan. Thinking of Lu Yinlong showing off his power on the bed in a while, they were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, but they could do nothing about it. He helped Lu Ruobing all the way back to the room, and then helped her onto the bed. Looking at the woman lying on the bed with a flushed face, the scent of a woman mixed with the aroma of wine, the charming fragrance made Lu Yinlong tremble with excitement. This is the noble lady of the imperial capital. She is indeed different from those vulgar ladies in Longchuan. He rubbed his hands, then began to take off his clothes. When he was left with only his underwear, a delicate voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Cousin Yinlong, why are you taking off your clothes? Lu Yinlong looked up in surprise, and instantly met Lu Ruobing's playful eyes. Looking at the latter's extremely normal face, he doesn't look drunk at all. He was in a panic, but didn't know how to explain. It's a bit hot in this room. Now that you're sober, I'll leave right away. Lu Yinlong started to get dressed. But how could Lu Ruobing do as he wished? After being forced to drink so much alcohol, how could she just let it go so easily? Help! Help! Lu Ruobing suddenly shouted. Stop! Don't scream! Lu Yinlong was horrified, but the more he said that, the louder Lu Ruobing screamed. You are looking for death. Lu Yinlong was afraid that the matter would be exposed, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He immediately shook the spiritual power in his body and slapped Lu Ruobing with his palm. Bang! However, after just a brief encounter, Lu Yinlong was knocked to the ground by Lu Ruobing's casual palm. At the same time, everyone outside who heard the noise also rushed over. Lu Baichuan kicked the door open and saw Lu Yinlong with his clothes scattered on the ground. He was so angry that he stepped forward and picked him up, and started beating him left and right without asking why. Lu Jingshan was a slow walker, but he rushed over when he heard the noise. The moment he came in, he saw Chang Wei. No, he saw Lu Baichuan beating Lu Yinlong. Stop! Seeing Lai Fu, no, seeing Lu Yinlong being beaten black and blue, Lu Jingshan shouted angrily, and only then did Lu Baichuan stop. Chief, you must give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today. Lu Baichuan put down the dead Lu Yinlong, and Lu Jingshan asked, what happened? He looked at Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing looked bewildered and said, I don't know either. I was a little drunk just now. When I opened my eyes, I saw Lu Yinlong taking off his clothes. Chief, I think you should ask what Lu Yinlong is doing. After hearing this, Lu Baichuan became even angrier and made a move to attack again. Lu Jingshan quickly scolded, that's enough. Nothing happened. Ruobing didn't lose any skin or flesh, maybe Yinlong was just joking. Lu Yinlong on the ground quickly said, yes, yes. I just wanted to play a joke on my cousin. Uncle Baichuan, you hit the wrong person. Seeing Lu Jingshan defending him so blatantly, he became even angrier. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Lu Ruobing. Dad, I think Brother Yinlong is just joking. Is that right? The girl said so. Lu Jingshan looked at Lu Ruobing with satisfaction. My girl, you. Lu Baichuan was puzzled, and the next moment, Lu Ruobing smiled and said, wait for Suku to come back, Suku will make the decision for me. Hearing this, Lu Baichuan was startled. Looking at Lu Ruobing's resolute eyes, he nodded, okay, wait for Suku to come back. As he said that, he looked at Lu Yinlong who was hiding behind Lu Jingshan and said coldly, when Suku comes back, you will be in trouble. Looking at Lu Baichuan's murderous face, Lu Yinlong shrank his neck in fear. Lu Jingshan protected him behind him and said calmly, let's wait until he comes back. Let's go. After saying that, Lu Jingshan took Lu Yinlong out of the room. Many spectators around had flickering eyes. They naturally guessed what had happened, but due to the power of clan leader Lu Jingshan, they did not dare to say anything more. After comforting Lu Ruobing, everyone left. Grandpa, what should we do when that Suku comes back? Thinking of Lu Baichuan and Lu Ruobing's serious expressions, Lu Yinlong felt a little worried. Ha! Lu Jingshan sneered, waiting for a dead person to come back. It seems that they still can't accept the fact that Suku is dead. I'm just curious, what kind of magic potion did Suku give them to make their whole family obsessed with him? This is also what Lu Jingshan doesn't understand. Don't worry, grandson. Even if Suku comes back, what can he do? Can he kill you in front of me? Lu Jingshan showed a trace of disdain in his eyes. After all, he is just an abandoned child. Now that he has been taken in by my Lu clan, he should be grateful. Hearing this, Lu Yinlong finally felt relieved, and his expression regained some of his unruly look. However, his smile aroused his injuries, and he couldn't help but hissed, damn it, he hit me so hard. Lu Ruobing, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will pin you down and make you beg for mercy. On the 5th day after the autumn hunt, two things happened in the capital of the Sui dynasty. The Prince Su's palace, one of the 8 royal palaces, finally welcomed a new Prince Su after more than a decade. Even if the Su Wang mansion is still as prosperous as it was in the past, it is still a royal palace of the empire and controls hundreds of thousands of troops in the western border. More than a decade has passed since the foundation laid by the previous King Su, and he still has a considerable voice in the empire. With the issuance of an imperial edict by Emperor Wu of Sui, the name Su Wudao instantly became a rising star in the empire. His coronation banquet had been planned long ago, and with the help of the imperial edict, it immediately became a major event in the imperial capital and even the entire empire. The 36 prefectures in the four borders, local noble families, and the upper class and dignitaries in the imperial capital all responded. Su Wudao, the most popular person at the moment. Another thing is the wedding banquet at the Lu Mansion in the imperial capital. Of course, compared with the coronation banquet, the influence of this wedding banquet was limited to the imperial capital. Even within the imperial capital, few people paid attention to it. In fact, the Lu Mansion is just a vassal family of the Su Palace. Compared with the Su Palace, it is nothing. Moreover, everyone knew that Su Tianjuan had directly impeached Lu Baichuan before, and the Lu family was most likely finished. Everyone realized it later and unexpectedly discovered that the crowning banquet and the Lu Mansion wedding banquet were on the same day. Those families that were on good terms with the Lu family and those that had received the Lu family's wedding invitations were of course well aware that if they attended the Lu family's wedding banquet, they would be opposing the Su Palace. Therefore, in the eyes of the imperial capital, the Lu family's wedding banquet was destined to be deserted. It was the 6th day of the autumn hunt, and there were still 3 days until the Lu Mansion wedding banquet. Lu Baichuan brought all the members of the Longchuan Lu clan to his mansion. Due to the large number of people, most of them were arranged to live in inns in the imperial capital, with only a few left in the mansion. Wow, this is the Lu Mansion in the imperial capital. Lu Yinlong couldn't stop exclaiming since entering the imperial capital. Of course, apart from him, most people had the same reaction as him. As the capital of the empire and the political center, the prosperity here is naturally incomparable to places like Longchuan. Since Lu Yinlong entered the Lu Mansion, his eyes have been constantly looking around. Yes, this yard is quite big. We can drink and have fun here in the future. This room is spacious enough, and I will sleep comfortably in the future. I just don't know what the food here is like. It's okay, if it doesn't suit my taste, I can change it later. In Lu Yinlong's eyes, the Lu Mansion had obviously become his future home, and he had even begun to consider redecorating it according to his preferences. Lu Baichuan, Qin Lian, and Lu Ruobing simply ignored Lu Yinlong's strange behavior. Everyone, you will stay here tonight. I will send someone to take you back after the wedding banquet is over. Lu Baichuan's arrangements were very comprehensive, and his daughter's happy event would definitely not be laughed at by outsiders. The Lu Mansion was bustling with people, and it was extremely lively. Lu Baichuan and the other two were busy from day to night. Finally, it's quiet. Lu Baichuan rubbed his shoulders. Seeing this, Lu Ruobing hurried forward to rub them and said with a smile, "Dad, you've worked hard today. Your daughter will rub them for you." Hey, my girl is really good at seeing things, unlike some people who are dull-witted. Lu Baichuan smiled comfortably and glanced at Qin Lian. Qin Lian was also lying on a rattan chair with a tired look on her face. Hearing this, she immediately stood up. He took a step forward and grabbed Lu Baichuan's ear. "You old fool, if I don't punish you one day, you will tear the tiles off the roof." Ouch. Pain. Gently. Seeing Lu Baichuan's miserable state, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but shake her head and smiled bitterly. "Dad, you are so mean when you are fine, what do you want?" The family of 3 was having a great time together, and they only calmed down after some beating and scolding. It's late at night. Cicadas are chirping outside. Lu Ruobing sat in front of the window, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, wondering what she was thinking. Seeing this, Lu Baichuan slowly walked to his side. "My daughter, I have something to say but I don't know whether I should say it or not." "Dad, just say whatever you want." Lu Ruobing turned around and smiled. Lu Baichuan's expression became more serious, and he frowned and said, "If Suku hasn't come back on the wedding day, it doesn't matter. No matter what, that is the most important day in my daughter's life. If he hasn't come back after the wedding banquet, I will wait until he comes back." Lu Ruobing said. Lu Baichuan nodded, but still asked the question that had been puzzling him. "Girl, Actually, all in all, you and Suku have only known each other for a few months. Lu Baichuan paused. Is he worthy of you? Hearing this, Qin Lian turned and looked at Lu Ruobing. This has always been the confusion in her heart. If my daughter and Suku have known each other for a long time, have been through hardships together, and have a deep relationship, and are able to do this, then my daughter's behavior is normal. They had only known each other for a few months, and before that, Lu Ruobing had never met Suku. How could my own daughter be so devoted to me? Looking at the two people's gazes, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but lower her head. Her thoughts were a little confused. I don't know either. You're right. He and I don't have much affection for each other, at least in terms of time. When you arranged my marriage with him, you didn't even ask me if I was willing. It was only because he had done us a favor that I agreed to the marriage, because I wanted to repay the favor. So from the very beginning, this marriage was just a simple way of repaying a favor. Hearing this, Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian looked at each other with complicated expressions. Lu Baichuan moved his lips. I'm sorry, daughter, I didn't consider your feelings at the time. Before Lu Baichuan finished speaking, Lu Ruobing shook her head and continued, but when I saw him for the first time, my heart was throbbing like never before. It seems like I have known him for a long time, but I haven't seen him for a long time. He's different from what I remembered. I've heard you talk about him. My impression is that he should be a very fragile, introverted, and even a little pitiful. Yes, he gives me a very confident feeling. He respects me a lot. Maybe. I also saw love for me in his eyes. Love. Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian were slightly surprised. They had never met before, so how could there be love? Yes, it is love. I can feel it. And he's been suppressing his feelings for me. I can feel it. Although I don't know why, I don't object to his love for me. In fact, I can fully accept it and want to respond. Having said that, Lu Ruobing looked at Lu Baichuan and the other two, with a hint of blush on her face. Dad, Mom, you know, I don't really have any feelings for love. But if it's Suku, I think I'm willing. I can't really explain why, but I think the decision I made was not wrong. I follow my own heart's choice. After saying this, Lu Ruobing smiled, a smile from the heart. Seeing this, Lu Baichuan and Qin Lian took a deep breath, finally looked at each other and smiled at each other. Since my daughter has made her choice, we will support her unconditionally. Isn't that right, old lady? Yes. Qin Lian nodded and smiled. No matter what choice our daughter makes, we support her, that's all. Looking at her parents, Lu Ruobing's eyes had turned slightly red without her noticing. Dad, Mom, thank you. What's the family saying, thank you or not? At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked, accompanied by an urgent voice. Master. Something bad has happened. By the time Lu Baichuan and the other two arrived, the servant had already died in the house. Sitting on the chair, Lu Yinlong ate cherries with a look of disdain. Isn't it just beating a servant to death? What's the big deal? Is it worth mobilizing so many troops? Lu Baichuan's eyes were cold as he ordered, find a place to bury the person and give his family 100 gold coins as compensation. 100 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinlong stood up from his seat with a bang. A lowly servant is worth 100 gold coins. I don't agree. Don't give it to me. Lu Yinlong shouted. You don't agree. Lu Baichuan's face became even colder, as if covered with frost. He walked towards Lu Yinlong step by step. What are you doing? Lu Yinlong's face changed and he couldn't help but step back. Who do you think you are? Don't you agree? Taking a step forward, Lu Baichuan was already standing in front of Lu Yinlong. Feeling the former's terrifying evil spirit, Lu Yinlong's legs were trembling with fear. Uncle, don't. You're nothing. I'll slap